I woke up in the past early winter of 1787 in the Palace of Versailles. Somehow I became Louis Joseph, Crown Prince of France, the son of King Louis XVI. In my real life, I was a graduate student in the 21st century working on a wind turbine project. One accident and now I'm 13, sitting in a golden raku hall surrounded by nobles and facing a graduation exam. Yes, a university graduation exam. Despite how young I looked, my mind was still that of an adult, and I had already studied university-level math. Lagrange himself, the great mathematician, was there as my examiner. He didn't believe me at first. Honestly, I didn't blame him. What kind of 13-year-old takes a college final? But I was confident. I had studied this stuff before, and even though the math was from their future, it was basic for me. I even remembered some future theorems that hadn't been invented yet. While I answered the questions, I couldn't help thinking about France's future. I knew what was coming. The revolution, the famine, the collapse of the monarchy, and I also knew I had almost no power to stop it. I was just a kid in the eyes of the court. My plan was simple. Finish my university education early, convince the Queen to let me join politics, and do whatever I could to fix the economy, stop the hunger, and survive what was coming. During the exam, other students mocked me and even Lagrange seemed doubtful. But as he watched me solve difficult problems with ease, his attitude changed. I accidentally included a more advanced version of a proof that hadn't been discovered yet, and it blew his mind. He started to suspect cheating, but how could I explain I was from the future? By the time I neared the end of the test, I knew I had impressed him. Still, my goal wasn't just to pass. It was to survive. France would fall apart in less than a year, and if I couldn't act fast, I'd fall with it. Time was ticking. I had the brains. Now I just needed the chance. After passing my university-level mathematics graduation exam with Lagrange himself confirming it, I felt relieved and excited. He was so impressed with my proof that he stopped the test early and promised to apply for my certification right away. I didn't have time to explain how I knew about differentiable functions, which hadn't been formally developed yet. I just thanked him and ran out, eager to begin the next part of my plan, entering politics and saving France. The other boys at school couldn't believe I'd finished the exam in one day. Some were jealous, especially Duke Chateau, who accused me of cheating, but Lagrange's assistant shut that down. My proof wasn't just correct, it was something entirely new to them. As far as I was concerned, their gossip didn't matter. My mind was focused on the future of this collapsing country. Despite feeling sick, this body still hadn't recovered from pneumonia. I hurried to find Queen Marie. I needed her permission to join the government. She was busy managing affairs since my father, Louis XVI, spent most of his time in his workshop, fascinated by locks. I respected him. He was kind but not fit to rule in a time like this. When I told the Queen I had finished my university education, she was thrilled and proud. I had to lie a little and say I'd been studying in secret for years just to avoid questions. She believed me and praised my efforts in front of the court ministers. Some were shocked, others amazed. I didn't care about the compliments. I just wanted to act before it was too late. So I reminded the Queen of her promise that I could now start participating in government. She agreed, but suggested I begin at Paris City Hall. That wasn't enough. I knew from my studies and documentaries that France's root problem was its finances. The famine, riots, and revolution were all symptoms of a broken financial system. I pushed a little further and asked if I could work with the Minister of Finance. She seemed hesitant, then offered me a position at the tax office. I asked again, could I at least be the finance minister's assistant? I had to start somewhere. If I wanted to stop the coming storm, I needed to be where the real power was, controlling the money. After finally proving myself by passing the university math exam, I expected to step into politics right away, but things weren't that easy. During the meeting with Queen Marie, the Duke of Orleans stepped in cold, calculating, and dangerous. I knew from history that he was the one who voted for my father's execution during the Revolution. Seeing me succeed must have threatened his plans to weaken the royal family. He quickly tried to block me by suggesting I wasn't ready and should be taught for a few more years. The Queen hesitated, and I understood. It wasn't because she doubted me, but because I was still a child in everyone's eyes, but I couldn't let her leans take control. I reminded the Queen of her promise and argued for a real position. When she offered City Hall, I accepted, though I really wanted to be involved in finance, where France was truly bleeding out. The court was shocked when I openly challenged Orleans. Ministers whispered, surprised that a prince would dare speak like that, but I couldn't play weak. France was collapsing and I had to act fast. After the meeting, the Queen rewarded me like a proud mother, overloading me with pastries and compliments, but I couldn't enjoy it. I stopped by my father's workshop only to hear he hadn't left it for 3 days. While kind, he wasn't a real ruler, and it made me worry even more about our future. As I left Versailles for Paris, I noticed a ridiculous number of servants, stylists, and cooks waiting to follow me. I sent them back. I needed to work, not parade around. I chose a plain carriage and headed to the city quietly. Inside the carriage, I found a thick folder of City Hall documents. Iman, my smart and loyal steward, had prepared them. As I read, I found something promising. The City Hall controlled the Paris police. This was huge. Improving public safety could calm the citizens, reduce chaos, and help restore trust in the crown. Crime was out of control, and people lived in fear. If I could start by reforming the police and making streets safer, maybe it would be the first real step towards saving France. The smell of Paris hit me through the window. I was here. It was time to begin. After spending all my time studying inside the palace, I finally saw Paris for the first time, and it shocked me. The streets were dirty and crowded. Mud, waste, and even dead animals filled the roads and river. Crime was everywhere, and people ignored it like it was normal. This wasn't the romantic city I imagined. It was chaos, even in the safest district. When I arrived at City Hall, they were surprised I came in a regular carriage, not the flashy royal one. Inside, I met the mayor and the powerful president of the Paris Chamber of Commerce, Fleisler. He was polite, but I could tell he didn't take me seriously. At the banquet, they tried to stop me from getting involved in police work, saying it was unfit for a crown prince. But I could already see how broken the city was, and I knew that fixing public safety was the first step to fixing France. Then a woman shouted outside, accusing the police of covering up her fiancé's murder. The officials tried to silence her, saying it was suicide, but when I heard the details, I realized the case was suspicious. I suggested the killer might have been a dentist, someone her fiancé trusted enough to open his mouth. The room went quiet. My theory seemed crazy to them, but they sent someone to check. That same night, the police confirmed everything I said. The victim's servant had lied, and the murderer was a British dentist seeking revenge. The woman who cried for justice had been right all along, but by the time I received her letter thanking me, it was too late. She had taken her own life, leaving everything she had to me and the police. I was stunned. It reminded me why this work mattered. Meanwhile, in his palace, the Duke of Orleans, my enemy, was watching everything. He pretends to be loyal, but he's plotting against the royal family. After learning I wanted to reform the police, he saw his chance. He secretly ordered his allies to push me into managing the most dangerous district in Paris, hoping I'd fail. He even told the newspapers to track everything I did there. He wants me to fall, but I won't give him the satisfaction. I have to fix this city, even if it kills me. Early the next morning, when the municipal commissioner Leavable saw the Chamber of Commerce president, he waved happily, greeting him warmly. After a few words, he asked, "By the way, what do you think about the case the Crown Prince solved yesterday?" Fleisler sighed and said, "The Crown Prince's intelligence really surprised me. I look forward to the day he leads France." Who wouldn't? Leavable smiled. After careful thought, I believe His Highness could serve as a police commissioner. After some persuasion, Fleisler was convinced. The Crown Prince himself wanted a position in the police department, so it was better to help him out. Meanwhile, Joseph had just entered the town hall when he saw the fat mayor approaching with a big smile. "Your Highness, yesterday, the police commissioner of St. Anne's district, Old Similan, took a long leave due to illness. Are you interested in becoming a police commissioner, St. Anne's district?" The Chamber of Commerce president paused, then quietly whispered to Lovable, "Why didn't you say it was there? It's so chaotic." "If Your Highness," the municipal commissioner interrupted him softly, "the Crown Prince won't be patrolling there, so it should be fine." Fleisler wanted to say more, but was blocked by the fat mayor. "Your Highness, the officers left by Similan are experienced. You can rest assured." Joseph was a bit surprised. How did these two change so quickly? But he agreed immediately. "All right, I accept the position." He had learned yesterday that the police commissioner oversees all police affairs in a large district. Reporting to the police director, the town hall was unlikely to let him become the police director himself given his age. Leavable immediately praised him again, escorting the Crown Prince to the police station and watching as the appointment documents were signed before leaving. Satisfied, Joseph didn't waste any time. Under the of Police Director Kizo and his team, he drove straight to St. Anne's district for his new post. After more than an hour in the carriage, they entered the district, and the surroundings immediately looked more dilapidated. The residents moved about with blank expressions. Shabby, unstable shelters could be seen everywhere. Homeless people, emitting a foul smell, lounged carelessly in corners. Half the shops were closed, and only a few street vendors tried to attract customers, bringing a bit of life to the area. Not long after, Joseph saw several people collecting protection money. He also encountered two gangs fighting in the street, blood everywhere. Passers-by saw this from a distance, lowered their heads and hurried away. Throughout, no police appeared. Kizo, however, seemed used to such scenes. He cheerfully talked about the dance party and even encouraged the Crown Prince to attend a masquerade ball next month. Joseph thought silently. No wonder this was the first place where riots broke out during the Great French Revolution. Living in such conditions for years, surrounded by extreme poverty, would surely build up deep resentment. When it finally erupts, the damage could be terrible. He sighed deeply, feeling that coming to St. Anne's district was the right decision this time. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped in front of a small yard surrounded by uneven wooden planks. Inside was a dilapidated building with no visible signs. Kizo eagerly gestured outside and said, "Your Highness, this is the St. Anne's District Police Station." Outside, officers saw the carriage arrive and, upon recognizing the chief of police, hurried inside to report. Soon after, several officials from the station came out quickly. Kizo bowed to Joseph first, then looked at everyone and cleared his throat. He loudly announced, "The esteemed crown prince has arrived. From now on, he will serve as the police commissioner here." His assistant immediately presented the appointment documents. Everyone at the St. Anne's District Police Station was stunned, unsure of what to think. How could such an important person come to their small place? But wasn't the crown prince only 13? Oh my God, he's going to be a police commissioner. The station might become chaotic. After a long moment, a tall, thin man with deep-set eyes approached respectfully and said, "Your Highness, your visit brings great honor to our small town. Police Commissioner's Assistant Bono sincerely welcomes you on behalf of everyone here." He then turned to introduce the others beside him. "Your Highness, this is Security Inspector of the 2nd Squad, and this is the 3rd Squad Security Inspector." The security inspectors hurried forward to bow, and Joseph smiled and nodded in return. "I saw in the City Hall records that the Police Commissioner Assistant is the second in command of the police station, and the security inspector is responsible for directing police patrols and responses. Usually they have over 10 subordinates and are considered middle management." Bono and others led Joseph into the police station. Money quickly stepped forward full of admiration and said, "Your Highness, I heard from Caesar that you solved a murder case in just over 10 minutes yesterday. Even us police officers with over 10 years of experience feel ashamed." Joseph was surprised that the news spread so quickly to St. Anne's district. He modestly responded. When they entered the old building of the police station, Joseph looked at the group of police officers following closely behind and frowned. He told them they didn't all need to follow and could go do their own work, including dismissing Kizo. Once the area was quiet, Joseph followed Bono to the police commissioner's office. He looked around and sat down at the large oak desk. Bono smiled and asked, "Your Highness, would you like some tea or hot cocoa? I will prepare a dinner for you." "Thank you. No need to trouble yourself," Joseph said, waving his hand to stop him. "Please bring me the files about the district, the cases, and personnel." Bono was a bit surprised, thinking the prince was just here for a few days to have fun. He didn't expect him to be serious. The files were soon delivered. Joseph flipped through a few pages and frowned. Last month alone, there were 28 murders, 63 robberies, and 220 thefts in St. Anne's district, and the district's population was only 80,000. These numbers only include reported cases. Many unreported incidents could be even worse. The situation was much worse than he thought. Joseph then looked at the police officer files. There were 181 police officers in St. Anne's district, of whom 120 bought their positions, and only 61 entered the force through inheritance or recruitment. There was also a volunteer patrol group of over 200 people. He had seen in documentaries that Paris police often resorted to extortion. They would arrest anyone from vendors to criminals to victims and shake them down. Fighting crime, that was a secondary concern. The main goal was to make enough money to buy their police positions first, so maintaining order mainly depended on these volunteer patrols, but they worked voluntarily, had no law enforcement authority, and carried only simple weapons. They could only scare off criminals, not arrest them. Therefore, the truly effective police force was probably just those 60 or so recruits. After Joseph finished reading the documents, he realized that over 180 police officers hadn't received their full salary for 4 months. Their salaries were paid 20 by the City Hall and 80 by the Merchants Association. Since the association often couldn't gather enough money due to merchants' lack of cooperation, the police's pay was sometimes reduced. Joseph frowned and shook his head. Managing a large district of about 80,000 people with only 60 officers, yet still unpaid, explains why there are 28 murders in a month. It's no wonder that during France's early revolutionary days, many citizens went to the military hospital to grab muskets without anyone stopping them. People come first. Solving the staffing problem is urgent. Joseph thought deeply for a long time, recalling various advanced policing ideas from the future. He wrote down 4 or 5 pages outlining a plan to reform the police force. Finally, feeling relieved, he put down his pen and looked at the first point he wrote: reorganize the civilian patrols. He called in the police commissioner's assistant, Bono, and ordered, gather all the police and civilian patrols in St. Anne's district here tomorrow morning. Bono was surprised. Your Highness, you mean everyone? Yes, everyone. I will ask Viscount Jaso to send help from other districts for patrols. Don't worry. Understood. Joseph then turned to Ian and said, send someone to get 20,000 levers from my private estate. When the sun rose again, nearly 400 police officers and civilian patrol members had gathered in the open space in front of the Paris Police Department, standing in two somewhat uneven lines. Although they had been told they would meet the Crown Prince, who was now their superior, they couldn't help feeling nervous and shocked when they saw the handsome young man on the wooden platform in a bright red double-breasted uniform and a tricorn hat. At exactly 9:00 with a drum beat, Joseph raised his hand to signal and spoke loudly, Gentlemen, good morning. I don't like to waste words. I have only 3 points, so listen carefully. His voice sounded young but confident. First, from now on, all civilian patrols incent. Anani's district will be incorporated into the police department and become official police officers. Of course, those who don't want to join won't be forced. The civilian patrol members immediately exploded with anger. They knew that buying a police position cost 1,000 levers. Now, with just a casual remark from the Crown Prince, they would all become official police officers. In Paris, police officers weren't highly regarded, but it was a respected government job with status and influence. They are all volunteers who organize themselves to protect the community. They never dreamed they could become police officers. This is like a huge leap forward. Joseph signaled everyone to be quiet and continued. Second, everyone will be evaluated. The assessment includes character, physical strength, and professional skills. Based on your scores, you will be given a rank similar to military ranks such as officer, sergeant, and captain, each with 3 levels. As you advance, your salary will increase. Officers start as trainees, earning 18 shillings a month. The salaries for levels 1 to 3 are 30, 35, and 40 shillings. Sergeants earn at least 50 shillings. He pointed to some wooden boxes nearby. Here is 20,000 shillings. After your rank is approved, you will receive this month's salary. From now on, all salaries will be paid in cashier and they will never be late. Everyone gasped again. 40 shillings is close to what city officials earn, and 30 shillings is enough for a modest life. People were excited about the money. Previously, Paris police officers earned only 28 shillings and often had deductions, so they only took home about half. Everyone's eyes sparkled with the reflection of silver coins. The evaluation was a fierce competition. If someone could reach level 3 as an officer, they would save at least 20 years of hard work. For those who were overweight, they looked at their bodies and felt anxious. Third, Joseph's voice interrupted their thoughts. From now on, we will implement a performance review system. It will be based on crime-solving rates, patrol numbers, complaints, and other indicators. Monthly assessments will determine bonuses for good performance and salary cuts for poor performance. Promotions and rank and position will also depend heavily on these results. He looked around at everyone. That's all I have to say. I believe everyone agrees. Now everyone will start reorganizing and evaluating on the spot. The reorganization must be completed within 10 days. Yes, the crowd immediately responded loudly. Those former patrol team members looked excited, their faces flushed, hands trembling, shouting "Long live the Crown Prince" repeatedly. They never expected that one unexpected gathering today would bring such a huge change to their lives. It was clear that their future would be full of hope. The Crown Prince had become like a savior in their hearts, shining with a divine glow. Hundreds of them secretly vowed to work hard to repay his great kindness. Soon after, several of the Crown Prince's guards ran over, each commanding dozens of police officers, leading their teams to organize. Joseph's measures might seem ordinary to future generations, but in the 18th century they were considered very advanced ideas. Standardized organization, job specialization, performance evaluation, and rewarding the capable, all revolutionary improvements. According to the original historical course, it was only decades later that the talented Napoleon began police reforms. Even then, his efforts were less than half of Joseph's, yet he became a model for all of Europe. 2 days later, residents of St. Anthony district noticed many new things. At each street corner, a wooden box with a slit on top was hung, painted with large words reading "Police Complaint Box." Nearby, small notes explained that anyone dissatisfied with the police could write their complaints and drop them in. The police commissioner would personally review and handle each one, and the results would be announced immediately. In many crowded areas, large wooden frames were being built. According to the carpenters, these were security booths required by the police department, where officers would stay all day to support patrol officers. 3 days later, City Office of the Commissioner. Sir, do you know about Crown Prince William's reorganization of the police force? For it looked anxiously at the city commissioner. Duke Orleans's intention was to embarrass the Crown Prince, but now he's doing quite well. The police are highly motivated, and I worry. Reborn carefully selected a bottle of wine from the cabinet. Relax, Gale, someone will handle this. Someone who Reborn admired the purple liquid inside the bottle under the light. Speaking slowly, I spread news about the Crown Prince's actions yesterday. I guess some people can't sit still anymore. Just then, Police Director Gizo knocked on the door and entered quickly, saluting hurriedly. His expression was urgent. Sir, you must go and advise the Crown Prince. Oh, the plump mayor took out a corkscrew and asked deliberately, advise him on what. Gizo, annoyed, stomped the floor with his leather boot. Haven't you heard His Highness has completely overhauled the police force, which will seriously affect the safety of St. Anthony District? He described how Joseph reorganized the police force, then looked troubled and said, honestly, if someone else had caused such chaos, I would have fired them long ago. But this is Crown Prince, you see. Loro pulled out the cork with force, smelling the wine aroma from the bottle, and shook his head. Count Gizo, what the Crown Prince is doing is an internal matter of the police department. I find it hard to interfere. Besides, he continued, I've been busy with funding issues lately. You know, the chamber's budget is limited, and the Crown Prince has added many officers, so nearly half of the police department's funds are now allocated to St. Anthony District. That can't be allowed, Count Gizo exclaimed loudly. He can't use so much money. You must help me find a way. Loro pretended to consider, then poured him a glass of wine, a subtle smile in his eyes. It's not impossible to find a compromise. For example, you could make the Crown Prince back down. I will do my best to cooperate. Gizo looked at him deeply, drank the wine in one gulp, nodded firmly, and left with a grim face. After the office door closed, Fua looked at the fat mayor in surprise. Sir, how did you know Count Gizo would come? Lou Ravo handed him another glass of wine and smiled. The Crown Prince is capable, but still a child. He only sees the immediate benefits and ignores the consequences. Consequences. Lou Ravo took a sip of wine. Besides the chamber's funding, the police department's main income is from selling police positions. I leaked the news that the Crown Prince appointed commoners as officers. Those who wanted to buy police jobs would guess that in the future, no one would need to buy positions in Paris anymore. Who would still want to spend money at this time? That's the biggest profit for the police, the fat mayor said proudly. Swinging his wine glass, if I cut some of the funds from the city hall to Gizo, they would go crazy. What do you think they will do? For his eyes lit up. They will desperately try to stop the Crown Prince. Exactly. The sun set in the west. Chief of Police Gizo's carriage finally arrived at St. Anthony District Police Station. In Joseph's office, Gizo bowed respectfully, forcing a smile to flatter him. Your Highness, you are truly impressive. With this reorganization, the police force looks completely new. After a round of praise, he put on a worried face. However, the civilian patrols you assigned to the police force don't even know how to use a sword, and they've never touched a crossbow or musket. They need at least 3 or 4 months of training, or they won't even be able to handle the thugs on the street. During the months they trained, no one took over the patrol duties they used to do. You previously asked me to bring over more than 120 police officers from other districts, but their security issues are also serious, so they had to return quickly. Joseph asked him to sit down and smiled, saying it shouldn't take too long. I have a simple training method that can finish combat training in about 10 days. Borrowing police from other districts for 10 days shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, that's fine, Gizo replied seriously. But training is very important and it must not be rushed. Thank you for the reminder, Joseph said. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. All right, Gizo nodded reluctantly, still hesitant. Your Highness, there's one more thing. You've called in over 200 police officers, but the police department may not have enough equipment for all of them. Don't worry about the equipment. I will handle it myself. Gizo didn't expect that the problem he carefully prepared was something the Crown Prince didn't take seriously at all. He tried to raise a few more issues about police reform, but they had little effect. In the end, he had to leave feeling disappointed, troubled on the way back. It seemed the Crown Prince was determined to disrupt the police department. In the future, there might not be much funding left for the city hall. Actually, he was overthinking. Joseph didn't care about the petty funds allocated to the police department. The police budget was mainly raised through private business associations, which was already unusual. With his modern skills and advanced ideas, he had plenty of ways to make money. He needed to cover France's $2 billion debt, and maintaining a police system was a small matter. On the carriage, Gizo's expression grew cold. He knew he had to remove the Crown Prince from the police system early to restore everything to normal. Not long after Gizo left, 2 elegant carriages arrived at the St. Anthony District Police Station. Louis XVI's personal attendant stepped out wearing gold-threaded mono glasses, frowning as they looked at the old, worn-out police station. Confirming it was the right place, they hurried inside with their servants. Seeing Joseph, the attendants first performed the full court protocol, then respectfully handed him a letter. Your Highness, this is a letter from His Majesty the King. Then they signaled their servants to open a finely crafted wooden box. The queen heard you didn't bring a royal chef and was worried you might not eat well, so she had these made. Joseph looked into the box and saw beautifully made cakes, strawberry tarts, cream puffs, and various candies. He sighed with a bitter smile, feeling overwhelmed just by looking at them, but he knew this was Queen Marie's genuine care. He opened the seal on the envelope and unfolded the letter, revealing the beautiful and flowing Italian script of the 16th century. Dear Joseph, I hope this letter brings you my full of longing and warmth. Here I write as a father to express my deep care and concern for you. You know, I finally finished this salamander sprayer. I swear to God, it is the best piece of art. He rambles on about his lock. When it was finished, I wanted to share it with you first, but then I found out you went to work at the town hall. I'm sorry. I really spent too long in the workshop and didn't realize. How are you doing in Paris? Your mother is quite something. You're only 13. How could she let you take on such burdens? That's what Brian and the others should be doing. Oh, by the way, I heard you finished your university courses. How did you manage that? It's incredible. I am so proud of you, son. You are the pride of the entire royal family. I believe you will bring back the glory of France during the time of the Sun King. He praises his son for a whole page. Joseph, I heard you're now working in the reformed police department and doing well. Good for you. Just do what you want, and if anything goes wrong, I will support you. If you ever feel tired, come back to Versailles quickly. Your mother is always worried about you not eating well. Finally, I want to tell you, no matter where you are, you will always be my dearest son, kissing you 1,000 times. Although the letter is filled with French-style flattery, Joseph still felt the strong fatherly love within. He took a deep breath. His parents had been in poor health in his previous life and passed away one after another during his university years. He had long missed the warmth of family love. At this moment, he only felt a warm glow in his heart, hoping that in this life he could live peacefully and long with his family. In the blink of an eye, it was the 10th day since Joseph took over the police force. On the open ground in front of the St. Anthony District Police Station, dust was flying everywhere. Over 200 new police recruits dressed in neat blue uniforms and wide-brimmed blue and white hats were practicing with oddly shaped weapons, sweating profusely. These uniforms were obtained by Joseph from the army stationed on the outskirts of Paris, costing several thousand levers. Currently, police across France and even Europe wore no standard uniforms at all. The St. Anthony District Police, just from their attire, were decades ahead of others. Regarding their weapons and equipment, Joseph did not choose muskets, as without half a year of rigorous training, holding one was hardly different from wielding a fire stick. He didn't even equip the police with many swords, but had a carpenter make over 200 U-shaped wooden spears, each about 2 m long. Additionally, each pair of officers was given a shield. Although these items looked simple, they were very practical. Later, airport and station security used this set, and when arranged in specific formations, they were very effective at controlling crowds. These officers from the lowest ranks in Paris valued their police identity very much. They trained 10 hours a day, and not a single one complained of tiredness. Joseph watched the training ground happily. According to plan, starting from noon today, this new police team would begin maintaining order in the St. Anthony district. Of course, for criminal cases, they still relied on the original 60 veteran officers. Those who paid to become police officers were mostly assigned to logistics like cleaning and carrying loads and earned the lowest wages. Currently, the St. Anthony Police Station had 50 detectives, 236 patrol officers, and 125 support staff, making it a strong force in Paris. All 280 main officers were energetic and highly motivated. Without the rough attitude typical of officers in other districts, they were capable of truly maintaining order. Unlike the old police who mainly extorted money, especially in their sense of responsibility, they could match 8 of the old officers. In short, this was a truly modern police force. Under the bright sun, after lunch, Joseph gave the order. Nearly 300 officers shouted loud slogans and formed ranks, leaving the station to take over security in St. Anthony District. They had already patrolled the area before, so they knew where trouble was likely to happen. With their experience, and now with official status and advanced management methods, their ability to control crime had greatly improved. The citizens had already heard the news. Besides glancing at the officers' impressive uniforms, they didn't pay much attention. What more could they expect from French police on the east side of St. Anthony District, Honor Street? A narrow alleyway echoed with shouts and roars. 4 or 5 burly men in black vests and felt hats cornered a middle-aged man against the wall, waving wooden sticks and iron axes. "Viper gang, you dare to owe us money, are you done living?" Yet the middle-aged man trembled in fear, curling up. "Gentlemen, I'll pay next week. Please, for God's sake, you've already owed protection money 3 times this year," a red-haired man said with a sly smile, signaling his men, "According to the rules, we need to teach you a lesson. No, please don't." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, a burly man wearing a felt hat suddenly swung a stick and struck his arm hard. Immediately, there was the sound of bones breaking, accompanied by a loud, painful cry that didn't sound human. The red-haired man stepped on the ground where the injured man was twisting in pain and said, "Remember, next week if you try to delay again, it'll be another hand." Just then, 4 people dressed in blue military uniforms and wearing wide-brimmed hats appeared at the alley entrance, looking at the injured man on the ground. The red-haired man recognized 2 of them and said casually, "Baptist and Quirin, I heard you became police officers. Those uniforms suit you well." These 2 were former members of the local patrol team and were familiar with the Viper gang. The red-haired man waved his knife and said, "I'm here collecting debts. Step aside." Suddenly, Quirion, one of the police officers, pulled out a whistle and blew it loudly. Then he pointed at the others and shouted, "Public, I am arresting you." He used to be a tanner. To protect his family's safety, he voluntarily joined the patrol team, patrolling nearby from 6:00 p.m. to 11:00 p.m. When encountering villains like the Viper gang, he usually avoided confrontation. Now, he was a real police officer earning 35 levers a month. His wife and 2 children ate white bread daily, and every few days they could have some meat, things he had only dreamed of before. All he wanted now was to do his best to keep the area safe, protect his family's happiness, and also repay Prince Wang. Plus, catching more criminals could improve his performance score, and higher scores meant bigger bonuses. He and 3 other police officers shouted together in the name of Prince Wang, "Charge." The red-haired man sneered and waved his hand at his followers. "Teach these fools a lesson." He was confident. He thought that neither the patrol team nor the police were brave or brave enough, just a bunch of cowards who would cry and run at the sight of blood. But this time, he was wrong. 3 police officers took off their 2M-long U-shaped wooden forks and stepped forward in unison, using the forks to block the 2 Viper gang members rushing at them. The forks were wide enough to cover a whole arm, and even with eyes closed, they could be used to stab. These were the modern security tools, riot control waste forks. Another police officer, holding a spear, seized the opportunity and stabbed the gang member's foot on the left. The man screamed in pain, clutching his foot and rolling on the ground. The nearby Viper gang member snarled and glared, swinging a short sword wildly, but the wooden fork blocked his attack, preventing him from reaching the police. The red-haired man was very angry and led the charge forward. Although he had 4 men with him, they were blocked by riot shields and couldn't get close to the police. 2 of his men were suddenly stabbed in the calf by a spear during a sneak attack. The red-haired man felt very frustrated. His fighting skills, honed over more than 10 years of dangerous work, couldn't be used effectively against the police's strange formation. This was the security combat method that Joseph taught the police. It is often used in stations and airports later. Its main point is not to kill the enemy, but to hold them back, which also helps with self-defense. Most importantly, this method is simple and easy to learn. Anyone who trains for a week can master it. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, puzzled why the police were so stubborn today. Soon, he decided to give up. He was almost stabbed himself and decisively waved his hand, shouting, "Retreat." However, at a security booth a half-street away, a police officer on duty heard the alarm and immediately sent 4 officers to support. When they arrived at the narrow alley, they ran into the Viper gang, who were trying to escape. The leading officer shouted in the name of Crown Prince Wang, and 3 riot shields instantly blocked the way. The Viper gang members resisted briefly, but were quickly pinned to the ground by spears from all sides, their faces full of fear and trembling. Quillian thanked his arriving colleagues and used ropes to tie up the criminals one by one. That day, the same scene happened all over the St. Anthony district. The police, like they had been injected with adrenaline, immediately shouted in the name of Crown Prince Wang and rushed forward to teach the criminals a harsh lesson with riot shields and spears. For a while, thieves, robbers, and gang members in St. Anthony were humiliated and scared, no longer acting arrogantly as before, the residents of St. Anthony watched the police down on crime everywhere. They felt both surprised and happy. Many gang members and villains were arrested one after another. They had never seen such serious police efforts to maintain order. People in this era had very low expectations for safety. When they were robbed or stolen from, they just accepted it as bad luck. As long as they were safe, they were satisfied. But the new police force's actions far exceeded their expectations. Soon, people started to bring water and food to the police voluntarily. They cheered for the officers catching criminals, which encouraged the police to work even harder. Before long, the citizens learned a new trick when encountering crime. Shouting in the name of Crown Prince Wang could scare off the criminals most of the time. Royal Palace, the Duke of Orleans looked at the Paris news on the table, his face grim. The front page headline read, "Chaos in the Anthony District. Crown Prince leads police reforms." Compared to the vague reports in the controlled Paris news, the nearby tabloids were more direct. Crown Prince restructures police. Security improves in Anthony District. Residents praise new police force. Crown Prince's brilliant strategy. 3-minute solution to Dennis's murder case. The Duke felt annoyed. He had hoped the disorder in Anthony District would shame the Crown Prince, but instead it boosted his reputation. Joseph, in just over 10 days, managed to transform the police force. His methods seemed more like those of an adult than a 13-year-old boy. Thinking of this, the Duke frowned. Could it be that the Austrian agent through her son was trying to purge the Parisian officials, starting with the police department? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that this was the only explanation. After all, the young Crown Prince couldn't have achieved all this alone. This also meant disrupting the Queen's plans. He couldn't let the royal family cause any trouble. The Duke of Orleans quickly wrote a letter and summoned his butler. He ordered, "Hand this letter to Lebel. Tell him to do whatever it takes to get it done. I might consider helping him become the governor of Normandy." "Yes, sir." On the east bank of the Seine, in a small villa, Paris Police Director Gizo glared at the slightly ajar door. He shouted to his mistress Eves, dropping outside, "Anna, close the door and watch out for the servants." "Oh." The woman reluctantly closed the door and muttered softly, "Hump, they treat me like a maid. This is my home." Jaso then turned his attention to a short man with curly hair. He took a deep puff from his pipe and said, "Similian, this time the Crown Prince isn't just staying a few days at Versailles. He's going to stay at the police station for a while." The short man was the former St. Anthony District Police Commissioner who had been granted sick leave. He immediately replied, "But the municipal commissioner said I could return to my post in at most 2 months. Who knows how things will turn out." Jaso exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Right now, not only you, but the Crown Prince is a big problem for the entire police department." He looked at Sumalian and said, "There's one thing. If you do it well, not only can you return to your position, but you might even get promoted." The short man's eyes lit up. "Sir, just tell me what to do." Jaso asked, "Who is the most powerful gang in Anthony District?" "Whose gang and Black Sheep gang?" Simon wrote. "They control over 80 of the territory in this area with hundreds of little brothers under their command." Yizo nodded, took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. A wild look in his eyes. "Go find them. Whether it's dismemberment, kidnapping, or arson, anything to cause chaos. Make sure the St. Anthony District is thrown into disorder. We need the situation to spiral out of control, to be completely chaotic." That Simon's pupils shrank at those words, and after a moment he nodded. "All right, yes, total chaos." He looked at the paper again, then suddenly jumped up from his chair, exclaiming, 30,000 livres. The paper was a check for 30,000 livres. Currently, 20,000 livres could buy a house in Paris, and 30,000 is a huge sum that would drive any gang crazy. That amount of money isn't much. Gizo signaled him to sit down. "Tell those gangs, as long as they cause panic, they get 1,000 livres each time. After a month, the best performers can earn another 20,000 livres." "Yes, sir." Simon's hands trembled slightly from nervousness. "All right, go handle it," Gizo said, looking at him deeply. "And if anything goes wrong, the big boss behind me will take care of you. But remember, this is your own idea. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, sir." Gizo stood at the window watching Simrian hurriedly leave, a cold smile on his lips. He hadn't originally planned to go this far, but yesterday, Lovable told him to just do as he was told. If anything happened, he would cover for him, so he had no more worries. "Prince, you're enjoying yourself at Versailles, yet you insist on getting involved in this mess," he muttered through clenched teeth. 3 days later, St. Anthony District Police Station. Joseph was reading citizen complaint letters under the shade, mostly praise for the police, when Major Money hurried over, saluted, and panted, "Your Highness, there's been another incident. 2 people were killed at a shoe store on Bayou Y Street and the shop was burned down." Joseph immediately frowned. Since the day before yesterday, several serious cases had occurred in St. Anthony District. 2 people died the day before yesterday, 3 yesterday, and 2 were seriously injured. He thought it was a random incident, but now it was happening again today. "What's the situation?" "Alden took some people there," Migun replied. "The fire has been put out, but the criminals haven't been caught yet." Joseph quickly returned to his office, began gathering personnel, and started coordinating efforts to handle the case. As dusk approached, Alden reported the progress of the White Irish Street case to Joseph. Suddenly, another officer brought bad news. The Black Sheep gang had gone crazy and was attacking people all over Miss Street. 7 or 8 pedestrians had been injured, and urgent police support was needed. This situation doesn't seem right. Joseph frowned and thought, are the gangs in St. Anthony District going crazy these days? He immediately ordered Alden, start extending patrol hours for everyone, make it harder on them, and double their performance. We need to strengthen night patrols because more incidents might happen. Yes, sir. Alden saluted and was about to leave when an officer in charge of police personnel ran in, sweating heavily. Your Highness, suddenly a large number of officers are requesting leave. Nearly 100, nearly 100. Alden was stunned. The main police force in St. Anthony District, including support staff, was only about 400 people. That's a quarter of them on leave. Yes, some say they are sick, others have family issues, the officer explained. Joseph took the leave list and looked through it. Most of the names were from the police force, mostly support staff with about 10 detectives. Surprisingly, the second in command of the police station, Bono, was leading the leave requests. Joseph's eyes narrowed. With so many serious cases happening and him just calling for immobilization to keep order, why was there such a large-scale leave? It couldn't be a coincidence. There was definitely a problem here. Alden was anxious. Your Highness, we really need more people now. Joseph turned and handed the leave list to his personal attendant, coldly saying, I personally check each case with the doctors. Anyone whose reason for leave doesn't match, fire them immediately. Yes, Your Highness, dig a hole for me. Joseph smiled coldly. That could save a lot of money, just 100 or so people. Think I can't handle that. He first ordered Alden Magoni and other security inspectors to lead the team to maintain order. Then he signaled to the Crown Prince's guard captain, who had been standing about 5 steps away. Coxed, how many of my guards are here? Without hesitation, the captain replied, 105, Your Highness. Officially, Joseph only had 2 or 3 guards with him, but within 300 m, many guards from the Crown Prince's guard were always on alert. Distribute 90 of them to join Magoni and the others on patrol. Joseph ordered, Your Highness. Cox stood straight. That's not proper. Rules are made by people, don't be so rigid. Joseph smiled and said, besides, you are my guards. Listening to me is the right choice. Cito, with a stern and uncompromising look, said, Your Highness, our duty is to protect your safety. I believe His Majesty the King would not agree with your plan. His Majesty the King. Joseph suddenly smiled slightly, turned and took a letter from Louis XVI from the drawer. He handed the last page to the stubborn captain, saying, I actually have His Majesty's approval. Really, Cito was surprised. Joseph pointed to the letter and said, just your part. If something goes wrong, I'll cover for you. This is written by His Majesty himself. You must follow his order. Cito was stunned, but Joseph threatened again. If you don't listen to me, I will personally lead the patrol. You heard the situation outside just now. You absolutely cannot go on patrol. Cito hurriedly stopped him. After a moment of hesitation, he said with a Your Highness, this must not be known to Major Pheasant. Also, you must not leave the police station. Pheasant is the captain of the Versailles Palace Guard. Hudo's direct superior. Deal. Joseph nodded. Don't worry. I've still got 15 men here. It's safe. Sedto saluted again, left Joseph's office quickly, and went outside to the open space. He took out a whistle from his pocket and blew hard twice. In an instant, over 100 royal guards with swords and guns gathered around like a tide, quickly forming 5 rows. Cito signaled a few officers to step forward and whispered a few instructions. Yes, the officers shouted loudly, then led their men to run out of the police station, including 10 cavalry. In a dilapidated house on Hike Street, filled with the smell of foot odor, and several leaders of the Black Sheep gang were holding drinks, laughing loudly. It's still by Hugo's women that are the most exciting, St. Anthony District doesn't have such good stuff. The big leader took a big sip of alcohol and sneered at the man. Look at you. So inexperienced. When it comes to skilled women, the top ones are in the Louvre District. They charge 30 livres a night. That bust tusk. A man missing half an ear gruffly said, we've made 2,000 livres these days. In the future, the high-class women in the Louvre District will be easy to play with. Someone immediately mocked him. Valiant, all your money from high-class women was lost at the casino. Right, about 150 livres you must have on your hands. Haha. Half-Ear grabbed the nearby Paris News, hiccuped, and replied, see that my shoe-burning shop made the newspapers. That black cop from Samrian will send 1,000 livres tomorrow. No worries about money for the Tech Academy. Look at your little ambition, the big boss said, pointing at a few men with a bottle. Just thinking about tech, girls, get serious. When that 20,000 livres and I'll take you to meet real noble girls. Haha, the leader's eyes gleamed with greed and they cheered. We're all in for the boss horse gang. That's nothing. The 20,000 livres are ours for sure. Tomorrow I'll go and do it. Since Samrian promised them 1,000 livres for every big crime they commit, the Black Sheep gang had ordered everyone to fight hard with big rewards to cause chaos at any cost. Even though police had caught some of their men, they also made a lot of money. The leaders dreamed of being rich until they fell into deep sleep late at night. The next morning, as the sun rose, they were awakened by loud knocking on the door. Boss, bad news. A brother is dead. The big boss got out of bed, rubbing his aching forehead from the hangover, and said, annoyed, what's all the fuss? Someone just died. Who did it, the horse gang or the police? Neither. A trembling voice from outside said, it's the royal guard and 3 people are dead. The royal guard. The big boss frowned and kicked his slumped men. Get up quickly and see what's going on. After a moment, 2 leaders cursed as they left the house with some men following the messenger. Not far away, they saw a group of well-dressed guards approaching. They wore feathered tricorner hats, royal badges, carried weapons, and looked proud. Why are these people in Sint? Anani's district half-ear asked nervously. Looks like they're maintaining order, the messenger said with a worried face. There are so many of them. Almost every street has some. While the Black Sheep gang was talking, they heard loud noises nearby like a street robbery. The royal guards immediately rushed over, shouting loudly, "Get down now or we have the right to shoot." Two thugs from the horse gang ignored them. They stabbed the victims and ran into a small alley without looking back. These royal guards are very different from poorly equipped police officers. Each one carries a musket and wears a breastplate. They line up immediately, aim their guns, and the leader shouts, "Last warning, get down now." The robbers respond with an insulting gesture behind their backs and run away laughing. Based on their experience, as long as they run fast and are brave, no matter if they are police or others, they believe they can't be caught. However, this time they're facing France's most elite guards. Fire, the leader commands, and 5 muskets fire simultaneously. 2 troublemakers in the distance are hit and fall forward with small holes appearing in their backs, blood spurting out. Their precise shooting and confident, fierce attitudes scare the Black Sheep gang, making them shrink back. They exchange glances, forget about checking on their fallen comrades, and hurriedly run back to report to their boss. The prince's guard sweeps through the St. Anthony district like an unstoppable beast. Just after 10:00 a.m., 6 gang members are hit by their bullets. The 2 gangs who were acting arrogantly and causing trouble suddenly lose their bravado. This was Joseph's order. Whenever they encounter criminals, if they can't catch them, they should shoot to kill. Using powerful force is better than bloodshed to scare these gang members. Otherwise, too many citizens might die. During the era of royal power, no one cares about criminals' personal rights. There's no room for mercy. The leader of the Hose gang hides in their hideout. Watching the tall royal guards pass by on the street through and the curtain, their imposing presence makes his eyelids twitch. Occasionally the door is knocked, bringing news that gang members have been captured or killed. Today alone, he has lost 17 men and his heart aches. "I'm just a do I really need to call in the army to suppress me?" The Black Sheep gang responded a bit faster, pulling their people back by noon, losing only about 10 men. For the next 2 days there were no serious crimes in St. Anthony. Although Semilius's reward was high, the royal guards are deadly serious. No matter how much money they make, it's useless if they lose their lives. News of the gangs retreating reached the police station. Everyone was excited, praising Prince Joseph's decisiveness and the strength of the royal guards. Joseph didn't care about all the praise. He knew very well that the guards only used harsh methods to temporarily scare the gangs. Soon the gangs would find loopholes, especially since the guards were unfamiliar with the area and lacked investigative skills. Additionally, most of the guards are titled knights. Having them constantly patrol the streets would quickly lead to low morale and laziness. There is a saying, there are no thieves for 1,000 days, but no defenses for 1,000 days. If we do not find the mastermind behind this chaos, bigger problems will eventually happen. Security Inspector Alden knocked on the door and saluted, saying, "Your Highness, the prisoners we caught have all been questioned. They are mostly petty criminals, but many mentioned that each time they committed a crime, the leader received 1,000 leveras and they also got a good share." Joseph frowned silently. These guys really take money for their crimes. 1,000 levers per job. The mastermind is quite generous. He ordered Alden to continue questioning carefully when a military officer hurried in and respectfully saluted, saying, "Your Highness, my men just caught someone named Valin. His identity seems unusual." Valin, Alden immediately looked excited. "He's the second in command of the Black Sheep gang." "How did you catch him?" the officer replied. "He was fighting in a casino. When my team arrived, he tried to escape. My men shot and killed 3 of his followers. If he hadn't revealed his name, he might have been killed too." Alden swallowed nervously, feeling a bit sympathetic toward the gang members of the Black Sheep gang. Then he looked at Joseph and said, "Your Highness, Valin might know something. I will go question him now." Less than an hour later, Money hurried back, even with blood splattered on him, and handed a statement to Joseph. "Your Highness, we have a big lead." Joseph saw the confession from the Black Sheep gang leader. It mentioned a man named Raymond who paid them to cause chaos, 1,000 libras each time. A month later, they and the Hose gang would compete to see who caused more trouble, and they could earn another 20,000 levers. He slightly frowned and asked, "What does Raymond do?" Alden shook his head, but the clerk of the police team beside him exclaimed, "He is Mr. Smillian's cousin." Similin Joseph felt the name sounded familiar. The clerk explained, he was the former police commissioner of this district. Joseph immediately understood. No wonder nearly 100 police officers took leave at the same time. Turns out the mastermind was their old superior. Everything made sense now. Alden, who was promoted from the civilian patrol team and not very familiar with these complicated matters, looked at Joseph with curious eyes and asked, "Your Highness, should we arrest Similin?" Joseph was about to nod when he suddenly remembered something. He asked the clerk, "May I ask what was Similin's previous salary?" "It should have been 40 levers a month, Your Highness." "And what kind of family did he come from?" "No, Your Highness, Mr. Similin's father seems to be a small civil servant with an ordinary background." Joseph squinted and asked with his salary. Saving 20,000 livers would take over 40 years. "Where did he get such a large sum?" Alden was surprised and asked. "What do you mean?" Joseph slowly explained. "There must be someone behind him giving orders." Alden thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, I remember Valiant mentioned that Raymond showed them a bank statement with 20,000 livers to prove his ability to pay. It was from the Haverley Bank. That might be an important clue." Joseph nodded. He took out a map and looked at it, noticing that Haverley was a small bank with only 2 branches in Paris. "Countman, you and Alden." He paused and then shook his head. "Never mind, I will go there myself." At the Haverley Bank near the City Hall, the bank manager initially refused to let them check the accounts. Only after Joseph revealed his identity and threatened to involve the secret police did the manager finally agree. Simmel's financial records were simple with only a few transactions, exchanging a bill of exchange for 30,000 livers and dividing the money into several deposits, one of which was exactly 20,000 livers. Joseph sighed internally at how little awareness of financial tracking people had in this era. He then obtained the most wanted information. The payer of that bill of exchange was Viscount Guizot, the Paris police chief. Joseph left 2 guards to watch the bank manager to prevent him from leaking information. He then led everyone out of Haverley Bank. Alden Hurley said, "Your Highness, I should go arrest Guizot." Joseph raised his hand to stop him. "Guizot only gave some 1,030,000 livers. There's no proof he was involved. Then arrest Similin and maybe he will reveal Guizot." Joseph was surprised to find out that the mastermind behind everything was the Paris police chief. He frowned and thought deeply. Guizot's position was special. If he refused to admit guilt, it would be hard to convict him based only on Soumalian's testimony. A man looked at the darkening sky and said to Joseph, "Your Highness, it's getting late. We should go back to our place." Joseph suddenly had an idea. Since Valiant was caught near dusk, the news should only reach the city hall by tomorrow morning. Alden nodded. "He's just a troublemaker. No one really cares about him. That's good." Joseph quickly got into the carriage, leaned over a small table to write a letter, and handed it to the captain of the guards, saying, "Count Cossid, please send someone back to Versailles Palace to deliver this to Her Majesty the Queen. It must be done quickly." "Yes, Your Highness." At 4 in the morning, Queen Marie's secretary, Count Herman, yawned as he arrived at the St. Anthony police station with Anton, the secret police commissioner. Before they could greet him, Joseph warmly had someone bring hot cocoa and sat them down. "Your Highness, why are you in such a hurry to see us? Is there an important matter?" "There is indeed something I need to trouble you both with," Joseph said as he leaned forward and began to explain his plan. Herman's eyes widened. "If this doesn't go well, leave it to me." "There won't be any accidents," Anton said confidently. "Your Highness's idea is very good. I was even thinking of including it in the secret police training." Joseph bowed slightly to them. "Then I'll leave it in your hands. It's our honor to serve the prince," they replied. At dawn, Kaizo yawned as he got into the carriage, threw his cane to the servant, and lazily waved. "Let's go." The carriage slowly started moving, bouncing along the gravel road. Ko's home was a little way from the town hall. He was about to lean back for a short rest when he suddenly heard the coachman shout, "Whoa," and the carriage stopped abruptly. "What's going on?" He so irritably opened the window to see what was happening, but the door was suddenly pulled open. 3 burly men wearing torn hats, black armor, and emitting a foul smell appeared outside the carriage. Kaizo's bodyguards hurried to draw their swords, but the man with a dagger pressed it against his neck first. A thin-faced man with prominent knuckles nodded toward the outside and said in a deep voice, "Everyone out." The servant and bodyguards hurried to get out, and just as Kaizo was about to move, someone held him back. "Don't move." Then the 3 men jumped onto the carriage. The dagger wielder closed the door and told the coachman, "Keep going. Pretend nothing happened." The carriage started again. Kiso's fear quickly faded and he leaned back, his voice cold. "You are Valin, right? Who sent you here?" "Yes." As the police chief of Paris, he had some impression of the city's well-known gangs. He had seen the man with half a missing left ear once last year, the second in command of the Black Sheep gang. Valen's eyes glanced at the thin, middle-aged man sitting on the left, then lowered his head and mumbled vaguely, Let my men talk to you." The thin man used his knife to scrape his stubbly face back and forth, then glanced sideways at Guizot and said, "Lord Guizot, our boss wants to discuss a deal with you." The other man sneered. "What right do you have to make a deal with me? Get out of my carriage." The thin man seemed not to hear and kept talking to himself about the 20,000 levers. "You'll regret it if you ignore us." Guizot stretched out his voice and said, 20,000 levers, I don't know what you're talking about. Why hide it? The thin man smiled. Simon and our boss went to the tech school, and after drinking, they said a lot like the task you gave him. That useless person, Gizo muttered, then turned to look out the window. Whatever it is, just talk to Simon. No, he can't decide that. Our boss wants you to pay us the 20,000 levers directly. Gizo looked amused. What crazy talk is this? You've probably heard that recently many royal guards have come to St. Anthony's district. No one dares cause trouble there now. Gizo's expression changed slightly. So the task Simrian asked for might be hard to do for us or for Ho's gang. The thin man raised, but our boss wants to earn those 20,000 levers. Gizo smiled. You want money without doing anything? No, not without doing anything, the thin man said. We want to do a big job, something worth 20,000, and then we're done. Gizo suddenly became interested. He had heard about the royal guards sweeping through St. Anthony's district and was worried. Hearing this, he was intrigued. What's your plan? The thin man shook his head. No, it's what you want us to do. EO stopped pretending and sneered. If you can make St. Anthony's police look bad, make the newspaper front page, and have all of Paris talking about it for a year, I might consider giving you the 20,000 levers directly. The thin man thought for a moment and said, then we'll find a chance to sneak into the police station in St. Anthony's district, kill 10 officers, then set fire to the station. What do you think? That's a good idea? Gizo stroked his chin and smiled. If the police station burns down, won't the prince's reputation be ruined? The city official will be very happy. Let's do it. The thin man nodded and said carefully, let me repeat the deal. You pay us 20,000 levers and we go kill 10 police officers and burn the station. Is that correct? Although Gizo found this explanation a bit strange, he agreed that the content was correct. He just thought the troublemaker wouldn't speak properly and nodded subconsciously, saying, yes, that's right. Did anyone force you to make this decision? What? Of course not. The thin man looked at him and smiled. I'm curious, Mr. Gizo. Why did you spend so much money on something that has no real benefit? Gizo's face darkened. Fool, that's none of your business. Now get out of the car immediately and go back to St. Anthony District to do what you're supposed to do. Yes, it's time to do the right thing. The thin man smiled as he put away his Dusak knife, took off his torn hat, tore off his beard, and then pulled out a pair of cast iron handcuffs from behind, waving them at him. Gizo, you're suspected of plotting to kill police officers, setting fire to the police station, and threatening the safety of the Crown Prince. I officially arrest you in the name of the Royal Police. The Royal Police is a fancy name for secret police similar to the FBI in later times, with very broad powers, including the authority to make arrests directly. Gizo's face stiffened as he looked at Valian. Control your people. What is he talking about? Suddenly, the carriage stopped. The man showed a smile worse than crying, slightly turned to the side. Only then did Gizo see a dagger pressed against his lower back. His pupil shrank. He suddenly jumped up, reaching for the car door handle, but the thin man was faster. The moment he left the seat, the man's right hand had already grabbed his neck and pressed him against the backrest. Gizo struggled hard and shouted hysterically, let me go. I am the Paris police director. You have no evidence. You can't arrest me. The silent man sitting on Valian's right suddenly spoke. I am Ambrose de Herman, representing Her Majesty the Queen. I witnessed everything just now. I can prove you're guilty. The car door was open from outside. Alden and a police officer pointed guns at Gizo, angry and shouting, I was driving just now. We all heard it and we can testify. Gizo collapsed immediately. On the open ground of the St. Anthony District Police Station, Joseph watched a large group of police officers run past in formation, nodding at them. The officers responded with loud slogans. Alden was very excited and kept talking about what happened earlier that morning to the Crown Prince. Unable to stop, Viscount Anton's men were waiting at the corner and took Gizo directly. I think they went to the secret police. Cough. I mean the Royal Police interrogation room. I went with another team to search Gizo's house. I noticed something raised near the bed and felt something was off. When we broke it open, we found a hidden compartment. Joseph had already heard this story earlier and smiled, saying, and that's how you found the notebook. You did a great job this time. Gizo's notebook recorded information about the main gangs and many criminals in St. Anthony District. The last few pages listed how Gizo protected these people and collected blackmail money. Joseph immediately gathered all his police forces and with his guards followed the clues to raid the criminals' hideouts. St. Anthony District had a very chaotic day. Gang members and criminals were caught off guard and ran through the streets but quickly fell to the police's stun devices. Some stubborn ones were shot. The arrest operation lasted 2 days. When citizens heard about it, they stayed at home to cooperate with the police. Some brave people even held sticks to block criminals at street corners. The jail cells at the St. Anthony police station quickly filled up and more criminals were sent to Bastille prison. This big event attracted almost all the reporters in Paris. On White Irish Street, A middle-aged man with messy hair, deep lines on his face, and a serious expression looked across the street. There, a royal guard unit was passing by with 7 or 8 people looking down and sad with blood on their noses and mouths. Next to him, a young man nervously said, "Mr. Mara, you really don't have to come personally. It seems pretty dangerous here." "It's okay," Mara waved his hand. "Without being there in person, you can never truly know the truth." He quickly entered a grocery store, bought some things, and pointed at the distant royal guards, asking the shopkeeper, "Do you know what they're doing arresting political prisoners?" The shopkeeper rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Political prisoners, those are members of the Viper Gang. They've never done good things." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scar. "See, I was beaten by the Viper Gang last year. Before Prince Wang brought in the new police team, they extorted 5 livers from me every month. Thank God for Prince Wang. Now those nasty guys are finally caught. I can afford to buy some butter for my kids." Mara habitually took out his notebook to record. "Can you tell me about that new police team?" "Of course." The shopkeeper put down what he was doing and looked at him. "You're a reporter, right? Haha. Can you include my thanks to Crown Prince Wang in the newspaper?" Well, I can." After chatting for a while, filled with praise for Crown Prince Wang, he left the grocery store suspiciously, feeling overwhelmed. He stopped a passerby on the street and asked again about what the police and guards were doing. Then he received answers similar to those from the shopkeeper. He interviewed about 7 or 8 people and visited the security station on Bayuan Street. Even after directly asking the captured criminals, he finally started to believe that the royal family had done something very beneficial for the common people. This was very unusual. In his mind, the royal family and the noble aristocrats only oppressed and bullied the people. They had never used public funds for the people's benefit before. This was definitely the first time, but he was a person who respected facts. After gathering a lot of first-hand interview data, he immediately returned to his inn and wrote the headline for tomorrow's news article: "Crown Prince Wang's police reform show remarkable results. Successfully roots out crime in St. Anthony district." Several gray-black carriages drove along the north bank of the Seine River toward Versailles Palace. In the middle carriage, Joseph coughed and felt like he was sitting on a pile driver, almost shaken apart. He rubbed his aching forehead and thought to himself, "I need to quickly make a spring shock absorber, preferably with tires, so I won't be thrown around so much in future carriage rides." Yesterday, he received a commendation letter from the cabinet praising his success in clearing criminals in St. Anthony district and asked him to return to Versailles Palace to report. It was signed by the king and queen. Joseph smiled and shook his head. He had only been in office for over 20 days, yet he was already reporting. That must be a record, right? Probably the 16th, and the queen just missed their son and found an excuse to send him back. But this fit perfectly with his plans. Joseph had no intention of staying in the police department forever. His main goal was always to save France's finances and prevent the country from going bankrupt and being overthrown by mobs. He could use this crime-fighting success to ask the Queen for the position of Assistant Finance Minister. He wanted to see what reasons the cabinet members still had to oppose him. By the way, he owed his big success in St. Anthony district to Guizot. If he hadn't brought out tens of thousands of levers to cause chaos, he wouldn't have been able to carry out the sensational crackdown on crime operation that shook all of Paris. Joseph swept over the few pages of paper in his hand. Those were the confessions and interrogation records from the secret police sent by Guizot. He learned that his efforts to reorganize the police force had affected the police bureau's financial dealings, which led to Guizot's furious retaliation. Under the pressure of 20,000 livers, gang members in St. Anthony district killed about 10 citizens in just a few days, with many more injured, nearly causing chaos. Joseph couldn't help but take a deep breath. If Simelin had been more aware of financial crime investigations, he might have been overwhelmed and police reform could have been abandoned halfway. Joseph felt a bit scared. Now, whether it was bureaucrats, nobles, the church, capitalists, or foreign powers, any careless move in his effort to reform France could threaten their interests and provoke fierce retaliation. In other words, secret enemies like Guizot would keep trying to sabotage him, making it hard to defend against all attacks. How could he avoid falling into a passive position? He looked out the window, tapping his finger on the armrest of his chair, lost in thought. To prevent being attacked secretly, it was best to spot potential threats early and learn about plots against him. It would be ideal to have experts who could help eliminate threats before they grew. To do this, he needed many spies to gather information, plus a command center to analyze and summarize the intelligence, then develop response plans and send people to handle issues based on his instructions. Thinking of this, Joseph immediately thought of names like the CIA, KGB, and MI6. If he had such a professional intelligence agency, he wouldn't be blind or deaf when facing plots from various forces, ensuring his reforms in France wouldn't be blocked. Actually, France already had a secret police, but Joseph knew they were useless, only spying on letters, eavesdropping, and aimless surveillance. They were so inefficient that they were often caught, giving the secret police a very bad reputation. So building his own intelligence team was the most reliable choice. It could be guided and trained with modern ideas, and their loyalty would be higher. However, just one secret police organization already made all of France angry. Creating another would likely make him a target. Joseph frowned, wondering how to stay low-key and where could he find more personnel. Ultimately, he felt alone and lacked political influence, which was very difficult. Long hours of thinking gave him a headache accompanied by a cough. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. His small body had always suffered from chronic pneumonia. Recently, the poor living conditions in St. Anthony district caused his illness to flare up repeatedly. It seemed he needed to start exercising regularly. Suddenly, the carriage slowed down. Joseph looked at Ian and asked, "Are we there yet?" "Not yet, Your Highness." A servant leaning out of the window asked loudly, "Is something wrong?" Guards on the front carriage quickly approached and reported, "Your Highness, Count Morner, the Minister of Internal Affairs, is passing by and wants to see you." Passing by, Joseph looked at Ian with curiosity. Eamon leaned in and said, "Your Highness, it might be related to Guizot." Hearing about their connection, Joseph's mind moved. He had been worried about lacking influence in the cabinet, and this could be a political opportunity. He nodded to the guard and said, "Please invite Count Mur to my carriage." "Yes, Your Highness." Soon a man with slender brown eyes, long wavy hair, and makeup on his face approached the carriage. He handed his cane to his servant and bowed deeply. "I never expected to meet the Crown Prince here. I am very lucky." Joseph politely returned the bow and invited him aboard. He pushed some pastries on a small table toward him and said, "This was sent by Her Majesty the Queen. Please try it." "Thank you, Your Highness," Morris said, surprised and pleased. He picked up a piece and praised it extravagantly. Then, seeming to remember something, he signaled the servant to bring a wooden box and said with a smile, "I recently got a beautiful sword that suits Your Highness's brave aura. I'd like to give it to you." "Oh, that's very kind of Count Nur." Nur pretended to be polite and said, "Your Highness, a lot has happened in Paris lately. Indeed, some officials' actions are truly disappointing." Nur, a high-ranking cabinet official, appeared humble inside. Actually, Guizot used to be a very upright person. Who knew he? Joseph opened the wooden box and interrupted with a smile. "Feel free to speak frankly if you have something to say." Yes, Ma said sincerely. "I recommended Guizot before because he was capable. You know, I had no idea about what he was doing. Otherwise, I would have tried my best to stop him. Fortunately, Your Highness is wise and saw through his malicious plans, preventing a disaster. Guizot was once his student, and the person he personally promoted to the position of Chief of Police. With such a serious incident happening, it's hard for him to distance himself from the matter." Mona, though powerful and influential, knew Guizot was secretly working with the secret police. He still didn't understand the full details and dared not ask the Queen directly. Instead, he waited on the way back to Versailles Palace, trying to test the young Crown Prince. "Your Highness, do you know what crime Guizot is accused of this time?" Joseph seemed interested in the gem-encrusted curved sword and kept touching it casually. He said, "I heard it's inciting rebellion." Mona's body stiffened. "Rebellion is a serious crime that could overthrow the government. If it's confirmed, he would definitely be implicated." He forced a laugh. He wouldn't be that bold. "Really?" Joseph put down the sword and handed him a report. "The royal police sent this in the morning. Guizot led a large group of thugs to attack the St. Anthony police station. I was actually inside the station at the time." Mona glanced at the report and broke out in cold sweat. Although he believed Guizot had no intention of causing a rebellion, the evidence made it seem plausible. He was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands. He cursed Guizot harshly and looked at Joseph with a worried face. "Your Highness, is there any way to turn this around?" Joseph blinked and said, "Some say Guizot incited the rebellion, but I don't think so. Only I know the full situation." Yes, Mona nodded repeatedly. "Please, Your Highness, explain the truth to Queen Mother." "Oh, let's talk about this later." Joseph picked up the curved sword again and swung it a few times. "I've been busy preparing to prove to my mother that I can handle the role of Assistant Minister of Finance." The topic changed so quickly that Mona was stunned for a moment, but then he remembered that the Crown Prince had proposed to become the Assistant Minister of Finance during the cabinet meeting. He quickly said loudly, "No one is more suitable for this position than Your Highness. The cabinet meeting is in 2 days, and I will suggest you for the role of Assistant Minister of Finance. Also, I can persuade Bishop Brian to support you." Bishop Brian is the current Minister of Finance and also the Chief Minister, the most important official under royal authority. Talking to clever people is always easy. Joseph nodded with a smile. "Guizot probably bought the murder and protected the criminals. I will explain everything clearly to Queen Mother. You are truly a just representative, Your Highness." Mani immediately bowed and said, "Please believe me. I am always loyal to the king and queen and also to you. Thank you for your loyalty and also for your curved sword. I like it very much." A large weight seemed to lift from Manhwaedit's heart. After exchanging a few polite words, he hurriedly took his leave. Joseph suddenly remembered that the Minister of Internal Affairs was responsible for managing city affairs and overseeing the police. Therefore, the choice of the Paris police director was made by Manhwaedit. Since he would focus mainly on finances in the future, he needed a reliable person to help carry out police reforms. Additionally, he could use the cover of the police department to hide his plans for a new intelligence agency. He raised his hand to stop Manhwaedit and asked, "By the way, who will succeed as the Paris police director?" Manhwaedit immediately thought of the prince's police reform plans and replied without hesitation, "Of course, that will still depend on His Highness's opinion." Joseph nodded with satisfaction. "Good, I will try to give you some advice. Also, I firmly believe that Guizot's actions have nothing to do with you. Please take your leave. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness." Monet bowed deeply, took 3 steps back, and turned to leave. He walked more than 10 m before finally taking a deep breath. He realized that the young prince was not as easy to fool as he seemed. On the carriage, the prince had always controlled the conversation, appearing calm and confident, which reminded him of facing Louis XV in the past. He instructed the coachman to return to Versailles and whispered to himself, "No wonder he's favored by the gods. It seems I need to keep some distance from the Duke of Orleans in the future." Joseph also resumed his journey, traveling for another hour. Suddenly, a melodious bugle call sounded ahead, accompanied by lively military drum beats. Eamon quietly reminded him, "Your Highness, we have arrived." The carriage quickly stopped. 2 unfamiliar nobles approached. One opened the door and bowed, waiting for the prince to get out, while the others set up a wooden ladder at the door. "Welcome back, Your Highness." Joseph stepped out of the carriage, nodded to the 2 men, and looked into the distance. He saw over 100 well-dressed guards lined up on both sides, swords raised high. In the marble courtyard in front of the Versailles palace, hundreds of nobles had gathered, crowding the stairs and eagerly watching him. As soon as they saw the prince, they cheered loudly, drowning out the band's music. Joseph was a bit surprised. "What is going on?" The 2 nobles hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, the king and queen, are personally welcoming you." Joseph rubbed his forehead, acting as if he had just returned victorious from a battle against a foreign enemy. No wonder, since Louis XVI took the throne, he has mostly kept to himself and hasn't done anything notable. The queen is a woman of modest abilities, barely managing court affairs, and rumors say she spins extravagantly, causing the royal reputation to decline. This time the crown prince made a big splash by imprisoning the Paris police chief and wiping out nearly all the criminals in the Saint-Antoine district. Now he is the talk of all Paris. Seeing their son do so well, Louis XVI and the queen naturally wanted to boast about him, so they organized a grand welcome ceremony. Many nobles who weren't qualified to stand in the marble courtyard were eagerly waiting inside Versailles Palace. Joseph walked past the honor guard, looking up to see a woman standing at the top of the stairs. She wore a wide purple silk gown, a white man cloak, and had an elegant hairstyle with 2 long feathers. It was Queen Marie. Next to her, a plump, nervous-looking man in a blue velvet coat embroidered with silver threads, a blue triangular hat, and black high-heeled shoes was the current king of France, Louis XVI, a famous locksmith and social anxiety sufferer. Joseph hurried to approach them. As he moved, the nobles on both sides bowed deeply to him. In front of the palace's main gate, it looked like a huge, colorful wave was slowly flowing up the stairs, just as Queen Marie was smiling kindly and preparing to open her arms to welcome her son. A noble girl wearing a low-cut dress on Joseph's right suddenly stiffened and tilted forward, about to fall. Joseph reflexively reached out and caught her, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" The girl closed her eyes and shrank into his arms, her cold body trembling. The surrounding noble women's eyes flashed with anger. They secretly cursed that wretched Alissa. Using such despicable tricks to get close to the crown prince, the former crown prince was ordinary, even somewhat useless. Despite his high status, he was poorly regarded by noble women. But now, stories of the crown prince's shocking knowledge, cleaning up Saint-Antoine in 2 days, and solving murders in 3 minutes have become increasingly legendary among the young women of Versailles. Talking about the crown prince and gathering news about him had become a fashion among the young girls of Versailles. They almost always talk about the crown prince in every 3 sentences, 2.5 times. The son of divine favor has become the dream lover of all the girls, even though they know their status is too different for marriage. Just being his lover makes them happy. The left secretly thinks, "Hump, I can do that too." She immediately throws her fan at her feet and softly says, "My skirt is too tight, I can't breathe," then leans her head toward the crown prince. Joseph quickly uses his left hand to support her. The air around them suddenly smells sour, and everyone starts exclaiming things like, "So cold," or "I suddenly feel dizzy." More than 10 warm and lovely girls turn their attention to him. Just as Joseph is unsure what to do, Captain Cassad steps forward, lifts 2 girls from his arms with one hand each, and then shouts to the guards behind him, "Help the young ladies up quickly." Yes, the noble young ladies who are pretending to be unconscious squint their eyes when they see the burly guards rushing toward them. They immediately defy gravity and stand upright, looking elegant and noble. "Oh, my dear sweetheart." Queen Marie greets Joseph as he bows, then hugs him tightly. "I think about you every day and night. Are you hurt? You look so thin. Next time you go out, make sure to bring the chef." Louis XVI also steps closer, but he looks at the dark crowd around them and doesn't say a word. Instead, he gives his son an encouraging look. "Come inside quickly. It's cold outside." Queen Marie pulls Joseph into Versailles Palace. She looks back at the lively crowd behind her and then whispers in her son's ear, "Joseph, you're also of age for an engagement. Which princess do you like, a Spanish princess or Sieve?" Joseph feels both amused and helpless. "What engagement? I'm just entering puberty. Don't bother me." He quickly turns to Louis XVI and changes the subject. "Father, about your salamander spray." Louis XVI glances at the people around him and replies vaguely, "Joseph, pick a girl you like. Even if she's not a princess, I support you." Queen Marie glances at him helplessly, takes her son's hand and says, "Darling, I've also prepared a grand ball for you." Suddenly she stops and asks, "Why is your hand so hot?" She touches his forehead. "Oh my God, you have a fever." She turns to the maid to Born and shouts, "Quick, call Dr. Lamar, Your Majesty. Dr. Lamar went to Paris this morning. Dr. Larceny, hurry up." Queen Marie kissed her son's hot forehead, tears nearly falling. "From now on, always bring a doctor when you go out." Joseph felt a warm feeling in his heart and quickly comforted her. "It's just a slight fever. I'm fine." But then he coughed. "You're saying you're fine? You're very sick. Go rest now and let the doctor examine you properly." The girls nearby heard that the crown prince was ill and hurriedly gathered around, almost lifting him to his chambers along with the queen. Once Joseph lay on a velvet-covered bed, the queen looked at Louis XVI with a sad expression as if saying, "Look at you. If only you had half the ability of the Sun King. Your son wouldn't be working so hard for the country." Soon, a short, middle-aged doctor hurried into the room. Under the queen's urging, he took Joseph's temperature and checked him. Then he bowed to Louis XVI and the queen, saying, "Your Majesty, the crown prince's pneumonia has worsened. He has a fever of 37, 9 degrees C. I believe we need to perform bloodletting immediately." "All right, please act quickly." Joseph's face darkened at these words. Bloodletting with a small frame. Was the doctor in such a hurry to bleed him? Of course, he didn't blame the doctor. Medical practices in this era were almost like barbers playing alchemy. Bloodletting was a common treatment. He remembered that a few years later, General Washington died from bloodletting. He quickly pretended to feel unwell and wanted to rest, so he dismissed the nobles, the king, and the queen from the room. After the door closed, he immediately got out of bed and said to Dr. Larceny, "No bloodletting. No matter how sick I am in the future, never let them do it. Your Highness, that's not advisable." Joseph kept persuading, but seeing that the doctor refused to agree, he reluctantly took out a Persian curved dagger given by Mono on the table. He said in a firm voice, "I won't repeat myself. No bloodletting. Understand?" The blade reflected a cold light. Larceny's pupils shrank as he remembered the crown prince's notorious reputation, leading a chase through most of Paris, personally capturing the police chief, fighting 90 guards and hundreds of gang members, and wiping out the criminals. Yes, after many rumors, the story had become like this. Larceny swallowed hard and nodded quickly. "I will follow your orders." He hesitated and added, "But you're still running a fever." Joseph also felt dizzy and exhausted. He thought, if only I had penicillin, the powerful medicine for pneumonia. But that stuff wasn't easy to produce. Is there a quick-acting fever reducer I can use? He suddenly remembered a documentary he watched before about aspirin, which explained how to extract salicin, a substance similar to a youthful version of aspirin. Fortunately, he had a good memory and remembered most of the process. Although salicin has only a small anti-inflammatory effect, it works very well to reduce fever. The main advantage is that it's easy to make and it can be prepared in half a day. He immediately looked at Larceny and asked, "Are you familiar with drug extraction?" Larceny immediately looked confident and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I taught this in university." "Great." Joseph took out paper and pen and wrote down the steps to prepare salicin. Then he explained in detail: crush and dry the willow bark, add a small amount of quicklime, soak in alcohol in an alkaline environment for an hour and a half, boil, filter, and evaporate to concentrate, adjust the extract to alkaline, soak again, and repeat until crystals form. That's about it. How long do you think it will take to make? Larina's eyes widened. The professionalism in the prince's words was impressive, definitely not inferior to himself. truly a child of divine blessing. He discussed the process with Joseph in detail, making sure nothing was missed. Then thought, all the ingredients are in the Royal Alchemy Lab. If everything goes smoothly, it can be done before 400 p.m. Your Highness, forgive me for asking, but I've never heard of this medicine. Are you sure it's safe? Absolutely, Joseph nodded. Just go ahead and make it. Also, don't tell my parents I didn't bleed. All right, Your Highness. After all this busy work and his fever, Joseph quickly fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when, in a hazy state, he felt a soft hand touching his forehead. He struggled to open his eyes and saw bright, clear green eyes like a lake and an elegant curved nose. Joseph moved back slightly, and then saw that it was a girl about 17 or 18 with lips painted in brownish color, wearing a heavy white wig, dressed in a green hunting outfit for men with black trousers like a mischievous little girl sneaking into her father's clothes. Your Highness, I'm sorry to wake you. The girl bowed politely, then turned and said, Dr. Lamar, Your Highness has a serious fever. A middle-aged man with spiky hair, wearing a simple light gray coat, a thin face, a prominent nose, and light green eyes, approached and gestured, Pira, please check the prince's temperature. Yes, Doctor. Dr. Lamar saluted Joseph, then rolled up his sleeves to check his arms. He frowned and said, Your Highness, Linny told me he already drew blood for you, but it seems he didn't tell the truth. Joseph sat up, feeling very dizzy. Pira gently supported him and whispered, Your Highness, please open your mouth. Don't bite. Drowsily, Joseph opened his mouth, and a large glass thermometer was inserted. After more than 10 minutes, Pira took out the thermometer and looked at Lamar with concern. Doctor, 38.6 degrees. Lamar immediately took out a small knife and a copper basin from his suitcase. He said to Pira, Prepare to draw blood for the crown prince. Joseph firmly said, No, I strictly forbid you from drawing blood. Seeing his weak appearance, Lamar said, Seriously, Your Highness, I must do this. A high fever for too long can cause serious problems. Joseph struggled to reach for a curved knife. Lamar added, If you refuse treatment, I will report this to Queen Mother. Joseph felt overwhelmed and was thinking about how to persuade this stubborn doctor when Larcini entered holding a glass bottle. He looked a bit guilty and handed over the bottle, hesitating. This is what you asked for. It might not be fully purified. Joseph looked at the gray, sticky substance inside the bottle. He opened it and immediately smelled alcohol. He silently smiled, thinking, This is not just a little unrefined. Still, he comforted the doctor. This is your first time doing this. It's very good, thank you. Just as Joseph was about to take the aspirin, he suddenly had an idea. He looked at Lamar and asked, Mr. Lamar, if I accept your bloodletting treatment, how long will it take for the fever to go down? Lamar thought for a moment and said, Maybe tonight or perhaps by tomorrow morning. Joseph raised the bottle and said, With the medicine I prepared, the fever will go down in an hour. Lamar felt his professional dignity challenged and shook his head immediately. Your Highness, your pneumonia is not under control. Among the medicines I know, there is no way to reduce a fever so quickly. He was a member of the French Academy of Sciences, a famous European biologist and medical scientist. He was one of the first to propose the theories of biological evolution and natural selection. As France's top doctor, he was confident in his statement. Joseph, exhausted, smiled and said, Let's make a bet. If my fever goes down in an hour, you are not allowed to draw my blood again. Lamar was momentarily stunned, then confidently nodded. All right, Your Highness. If your medicine isn't very effective, you won't be able to refuse any treatment from the doctor in the future. Deal. Joseph poured a spoonful of salicin, tilted his head, and swallowed it. The taste was very bitter with a strong alcohol smell, making him gag. Lamar carefully took out his pocket watch and indicated to Joseph, Your Highness, it's now 4:21. Joseph nodded, planning to sleep a little longer, but 3 people were standing by his bed, including a girl, which made him a bit uncomfortable. So he got up and started discussing the purification of salicin with Larson. Lamar overheard that the medicine was made from willow bark. He couldn't help but shake his head internally. The British had studied the effects of willow bark over 10 years ago. It could reduce fever, but it took several days of continuous use to work. Also, this substance was harsh on the stomach. Many people didn't get better from the fever and gave up because of stomach pain. However, he was very impressed with the prince's experimental knowledge, which was far better than his own students. If the prince focused on making medicines or experiments, he would surely achieve great success. In fact, Joseph was just a beginner in this area, influenced by an older chemistry student from his university dorm. But in the 18th century, that was quite professional, so the cooling effect can be achieved faster. Just as Joseph was speaking, he suddenly stopped, rubbed his forehead, and smiled at Lamar. Mr. Lamar, I think I've already broken the fever. Lamar was focused on his experiment and almost forgot about this. He quickly looked at his pocket watch. It was 4:58, just 37 minutes since the prince took the medicine. He looked at Joseph again and saw that his eyes were shining. He bowed slightly, reached out and checked his forehead. It was no longer hot. Peer a thermometer. Lamar took the thermometer, put it in the prince's mouth, waited a moment, then took it out himself, eyes wide with disbelief. 36, 8 degrees C. His body temperature was back to normal. How is this possible, he muttered, then suddenly grabbed Joseph's shoulders excitedly. Your Highness, did you really drink willow bark extract just now? Joseph smiled and nodded. Unexpectedly, the purified effect is so good. Lamar's eyes sparkled. Your Highness, if the medicine's effect is stable, this will be a revolutionary drug. Can I try to produce this medicine? Of course. Let Mr. Larson explain the detailed process to you. I can't even describe how grateful I am to you. Lamar bowed deeply to Joseph, hurriedly took out his notebook to find Larcini, then looked back and asked, Your Highness, did you invent this medicine? Joseph hesitated for a moment, then casually replied, it must be divine inspiration that gave me a sudden insight. Oh, divine, Lamar was shocked. Could it be that His Highness is truly a chosen one? Such a medicine could be thought of just by a flash of inspiration. But as a careful scientist, he believed that the effectiveness of the medicine should be confirmed through many experiments. Thinking this, he immediately became motivated and pulled Larcini toward the alchemy laboratory, leaving a word behind. Pira, keep an eye on His Highness's condition and tell me immediately if anything happens. Yes, doctor. 2 days later, after treatment with salicin, Joseph's condition had improved a lot. Although he still coughed a little, he no longer had a fever. When he entered the golden doors of the East Hall at Versailles Palace for the cabinet meeting, it was not yet 9:00, just a few minutes before the meeting started. All the other ministers had already arrived. Seeing the crown prince enter, they all stood and saluted him. Minister of Internal Affairs Muno greeted Joseph with a big smile and whispered, Thank you, Your Highness. The order to arrest Jaso was issued yesterday, and it did not mention inciting rebellion. Joseph smiled, pulled him to sit and mentioned a few things to the queen during lunch yesterday, mainly blaming Jaso for all the trouble. Later, the clerk would prepare an official report, and that would settle the matter. Although Joseph suspected there might be more to Jaso's case, he thought it had nothing to do with Muno. Once his intelligence agency was established, this would be the first thing to investigate. Muno suddenly stood up, spread his arms, and loudly said to everyone, the police reform led by His Highness, the Crown Prince has achieved remarkable results. As everyone knows, the criminals in St. Anthony District have been almost completely eradicated. His Highness truly lives up to the title of the Chosen One. Let us all congratulate him. The other ministers, regardless of their thoughts, all stood up to congratulate the Crown Prince, showering him with praise. Joseph politely returned the greetings. Just then, the golden doors of the hall were pushed open, and a voice from the protocol officer announced, His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen have arrived. The ministers inside were a bit surprised to see the king, who rarely attended cabinet meetings, and quickly turned to bow respectfully as Louis XVI and Queen Marie entered the meeting hall. 16 was very familiar with the cabinet ministers, so his social anxiety was less noticeable. He smiled and said, You are all always so diligent. Oh, can anyone tell me what you were discussing? Morno immediately smiled warmly and said, Your Majesty, we are just showing respect for Prince Weng's impressive achievements in police reform. 16 sat at the head of the meeting table with the Queen beside him, both showing obvious joy. Queen Marie in particular kept talking about Joseph's recent accomplishments. Seeing the right moment, Morno looked meaningfully at Joseph, cleared his throat, and stood up. Your Majesty, the time Prince Weng has spent working in the police department has fully shown his exceptional talent. I remember you mentioned that if he performs well in city affairs, he could become the assistant finance minister. Queen Marie nodded with a smile. The Minister of Justice, Sumel, slightly frowned and glanced at Duke Gorland, who remained unfazed. He pretended to whisper to himself, Your Majesty only said that the prince could get involved in financial matters. But his voice was just loud enough for a few others nearby to hear. Queen Marie's smile faded as she looked at the others, finally settling on the finance minister, Brian. Archbishop Brian, what are your thoughts on this matter? Mono gave Joseph a reassuring look, meaning he had already discussed this with Brian. The round-faced old man from Toulouse, who was the chief minister and also the finance minister, stood up and bowed to the queen without hesitation. Your Majesty, I believe the prince is fully capable of serving as assistant finance minister. Since he, the chief minister, had agreed, others naturally had no objections. Queen Marie's smile returned as she was about to announce the appointment, but Brian spoke again. Your Highness, financial issues are very important right now, and the prince lacks experience in this area. Therefore, I request to have the final say on financial policies, and the prince cannot interfere with my handling of financial affairs. I hope Your Majesty agrees. Joseph inwardly sighed, thinking, Are you afraid I'll ruin the country's finances besides me? Who else can save your treasury? He was considering how to persuade the old man when Duke Orland suddenly stood up and said, Archbishop Brian, there are many financial matters in the country. In the past, many small issues were handled by the assistant finance minister. If you have to oversee each one, it will greatly distract you. I believe you should focus on pushing the new tax law now rather than being distracted by minor matters. The meeting room suddenly fell silent. Everyone was surprised. At the last cabinet meeting, the Duke of Orleans had been at odds with the Crown Prince and almost argued. How come he's now supporting his side? Queen Marie carefully looked at Brian and asked, what are the responsibilities of the assistant to the Minister of Finance at the moment, mainly handling loans, repaying national debt, and organizing some tax law clauses? The Queen's brow relaxed. These were simple tasks. Loans had long-standing cooperation with banks, and for organizing the laws there were clerks and lawyers to assist. Joseph would handle these easily, which was a good way for him to get familiar with financial matters. She immediately stopped hesitating, politely asked King Louis XVI a few questions, then loudly announced, the tasks previously assigned to the Minister of Finance's assistant will now be handled entirely by the Crown Prince. Other matters require the approval of Archbishop Brian, officially appointing the Crown Prince as assistant to the Minister of Finance. Lord Baron Dummer, please prepare the appointment documents. Yes, Your Majesty. Joseph bowed and accepted the order, said a few polite words, and glanced at the Duke of Orleans, wondering what he was planning. Although the Duke of Orleans looked calm, he was secretly sneering with satisfaction. He knew that given Joseph's recent rising popularity, he couldn't stop him from becoming the assistant to the Minister of Finance. So he had started planning to set a trap for Joseph days ago. Next month, there was a maturing national debt of 6 million levers to be repaid. He had already reached an agreement with the banks to suspend all loans to the government. He even thought of a news headline, Crown Prince's poor handling causes government debt default, leading to a financial crisis. Queen Marie encouraged her son briefly, then turned to Brian and said, please start today's agenda. Yes, Your Majesty. The round-faced old man took out prepared documents, put on gold-rimmed glasses, and said, considering this year's financial income and expenditure, I believe the budget for the next half-year must be cut again. He looked at Queen Marie, who nodded in agreement. Yes, I've seen your report and support this proposal. On behalf of the royal family, I declare that the royal expenses will be reduced by 1 million levers annually to ease the financial pressure. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Brian then turned to the middle-aged man with a long face and big nose at the right side of the table. I suggest reducing the construction of 1 battleship and 2 second-class ships, which will save 1.35 million levers for the Treasury. The Navy Minister Mark Caselli immediately jumped up from his chair and loudly said, this is not acceptable. The British fleet has already far surpassed ours. We need to build 4 more battleships beyond the original plan just to keep up with trade routes. Not only are you refusing to increase funding, but you're also planning to cut 1 ship. Oh, and 2 second-rate ships, too. Queen Mary signaled for him to stay calm and looked at the other ministers. What are your opinions? Most of them agreed to cut the budget. There's only so much money, and if the Navy isn't cut, the funds will be taken from their own territories. Compared to that, it's better to cut the Navy. Marquis Caselli was sweating nervously, seeing that he couldn't rely on anyone else, and his gaze fell on the Crown Prince. He had heard that the Crown Prince recently led a fight against guards and gang members in St. Anthony's district. He thought the prince was young and tough, likely supporting more military expansion. He immediately asked Joseph, Your Highness, do you agree with Archbishop Brian's plan to cut the Navy that would make us weaker against the British? No, Joseph replied firmly. Cutting 1 battleship is not right. Exactly. Marquis Caselli had just spoken 2 words when Joseph's next words made him freeze. Joseph said, I believe all current battleship construction plans should be put on hold. Marquis Caselli's face turned green. He stared and shouted, Your Highness, how can you say that the fleet is France's sharpest spear, and we must not? Joseph looked at him calmly. Marquis Caselli, may I ask how many ships can the British build while we are building just 1? That Caselli hesitated, probably 1.5. Seeing the Crown Prince smile without speaking, he grew annoyed. 2. The British are launching new ships very quickly, even more than 2. Joseph nodded. That means no matter how hard we try to build ships, we can't beat the British Navy. He said something everyone knew but dared not say openly, and the room fell silent. Joseph continued, if that's the case, why waste so many resources building ships for protecting merchant ships? Our current fleet is enough. He knew the importance of the Navy and certainly wouldn't oppose expanding it. What he opposed was wasting money on large, outdated sailing ships that served little purpose. Britain has a great advantage in shipbuilding. Not only are there many shipyards, skilled craftsmen, and ample funds, but Britain is isolated overseas, allowing it to allocate army resources to the Navy. France, on the other hand, cannot do this. If we simply compare the number of ships built, France would definitely lose. The Battle of Trafalgar over 10 years later proves this. France exhausted all efforts to build warships and teamed up with Spain and the Netherlands, but still was defeated by the British Navy. After this defeat, France's maritime trade routes were completely blocked by Britain, leading to France's decline, while Britain eventually became an empire with colonies around the world. The only way out is to abandon the popular multi-mast sailing ships and use advanced technology to build armored ships equipped with steam engines and stronger guns, giving Britain a technological advantage. However, these plans cannot be openly discussed in cabinet meetings, especially since Orleans might leak the information. But Caselli knew the Crown Prince was arguing cleverly, but he didn't know how to counter him and worried the Queen might listen and cancel all the new ships. Brian gave Joseph a approving look. This young man understood bargaining. Plus, he just took office and was already helping to cut costs so he might become a good assistant. He cleared his throat and pretended to be serious, saying, "Your Highness, our finances are tight, but we cannot give up on developing the Navy. Cutting one battleship is the limit." Mani also advised, "Our overseas colonies need ships to keep order. Otherwise, the local mobs will cause trouble every few days." Finally, Queen Marie decided, "Joseph, we can't cut expenses too drastically. Marquis Caselli, for now, follow Archbishop Brian's plan. Cut one battleship and 2 second-class ships, but I want you to carefully review the construction of other new ships to avoid waste." Caselli's new ships almost faced destruction. But now exhausted, he nodded weakly, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty." He thought to himself, the Crown Prince is still too young and doesn't understand how important the Navy is for the country. He only cares about saving money. I must talk to him more in the future and help change his views. Brian successfully secured the most difficult Navy negotiations, feeling relieved. He then continued reading the upcoming reduction plans. As everyone has heard, the situation in the Netherlands is dire. The Patriot Party resisted for less than a month before being defeated by Prussia. Given this, I think we can stop providing aid to the Dutch Patriot Party, which will save the Treasury 250,000 levers each month. Joseph frowned slightly as he recalled information about the Dutch Patriot movement. This was a rebellion led by Dutch capitalists and citizens aiming to overthrow William V with French support. They successfully expelled William V from the Netherlands and established a united province parliament. Later, under the plan of William V, Princess Wilhelmina of Prussia, Prussia intervened with troops, leading to the Patriot Party's defeat. William V was restored to power, and the French investment was lost. Many cabinet ministers agreed that abandoning the Dutch uprising was wise, especially since 2,000 Prussian soldiers had already entered the Netherlands. The Patriot Party's forces were too weak to resist, and it was best to cut losses early. Queen Mary looked around and asked, "Are there any other opinions, I believe?" Joseph stood up, where Minister sent. Priest initially wanted to argue further since he had invested quite a bit in the Netherlands, but when he saw the Crown Prince speak, he felt a chill based on his earlier attempt to cut all new ships from the Navy. He suspected the prince was against the war. The Queen favored him, so aid to the Dutch was definitely going to be cut. Joseph loudly declared, "Your Majesty, I believe not only should we continue aiding the Patriots, but we should also increase our efforts and even show a stance of military intervention against Prussia. We must not let the Patriot Party fall." Oh, the Queen was surprised. "Explain your reasoning." "First, the Netherlands is the outlet for the Rhine River trade route. If we control it, we can effectively restrict Prussia. Second, the Netherlands has a strong economy. Incorporating it into our sphere of influence would bring substantial trade benefits, offsetting our aid costs. Third, in the future, we are bound to fight Prussia. Having the Netherlands on our side would help contain Prussian forces from the west. And if Prussia controls the Netherlands, all these advantages will turn into Prussian support." Actually, Joseph had 2 more points he didn't mention. First, the Netherlands has large reserves of coal and iron. With the Industrial Revolution underway, whoever controls more coal and iron will have a significant advantage. Second, the Patriot Party was skilled at stirring trouble. After being expelled from the Netherlands, they would likely flood into France. Historically, they caused quite a bit of unrest there during major upheavals. As he finished speaking, all the cabinet ministers looked increasingly uneasy. The Crown Prince's words were very reasonable, but he strongly opposed building warships. Meanwhile, they supported helping the Dutch, especially when he said, "There will definitely be a war with Prussia." Could it mean they all lowered their heads, trying not to think about the worst possible outcome? Brian was the first to speak. "Your Highness, our finances can't support giving more money to the Dutch." Joseph said, "Didn't we save some money on building warships? Just now let's share some with them." The Navy Minister Caselli almost cried with relief. "Thank you, Your Highness." The War Minister was overjoyed and almost in tears. "Thank you so much, Your Highness. Well, Brian started to feel relieved that he still held the financial decision-making power. Queen Marie stepped in to help him. Joseph, your reasons are good, but even if we give more aid to the Patriot Party, they might not be able to stop the Prussian army. The key to this battle depends on Wilhelmina. Joseph had already thought about this. If the Patriot Party can hold on a little longer, we can use Wilhelmina and station some troops on the France-Prussia border. Prussia should then withdraw. I will submit a formal plan to Marquis Saint-Priest, he added. The Queen nodded. All right, I will decide whether to continue aid based on the War Minister's advice. At that moment, Louis XVI, who had been silent, suddenly said, no need for government funds. I will personally contribute 600,000 libras to help the Patriot Party. After saying that, he gave Joseph a reassuring smile. Brian immediately breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Louis XVI. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. With Your Majesty's money, the Treasury can pause aid to the Patriot Party for now. In 2 months, depending on the situation in the Netherlands, we will decide whether to continue. He turned to Queen Marie. Your Majesty, does that sound good? She nodded in agreement. Yes, let's move on to the next item. Yes, Your Majesty. Brian looked a little nervous, fearing he might cause more trouble. Fortunately, Joseph didn't say much about the upcoming budget cuts, and most of the plans went smoothly. The cabinet meeting then discussed some miscellaneous matters and was nearing its end. Queen Marie signed the last 2 documents without looking up and asked Brian, Archbishop Brian, I heard the tax law isn't going very well. She was talking about the new tax reform bill that the government has been pushing since the beginning of the year. Its main points include making the noble class pay land taxes like ordinary people, allowing free transport and trade of grains, abolishing forced labor, and increasing stamp taxes. The goal is naturally to raise government revenue and fix the national budget deficit. If implemented, it would actually benefit ordinary people. However, the bill faced unanimous opposition from the high nobility and could not pass for more than half a year. The previous finance minister was even dismissed over this issue. Brian nodded with a worried look. Your Majesty, the new bill is being held up by the High Court. I hear they are likely to reject it. According to French law, the tax reform bill must be registered with the High Court and then signed by the king to become law. Since the court is firmly controlled by the noble class, the bill which affects their interests is stuck at the registration stage and cannot be enacted. Queen Marie's voice sounded tired. You know our financial situation. The tax bill must be implemented quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my best. Joseph shook his head secretly. He knew that based on the original historical course, Brian would never get the bill passed. In the end, Louis XVI, in desperation, under the advice of some hardliners, stripped the High Court of many powers, exiled stubborn judges, and replaced it with a royal-controlled court to force the bill through. However, the noble families immediately used this event to stir public opinion, painting Louis XVI as a tyrant who disregards the law, sparking protests across France, and causing chaos in the country's finances. With no voice in public opinion, Louis XVI was helpless and had to recall the exiled judges, restore the High Court's authority, which then promptly halted the implementation of the tax reform bill. The worst consequence was that the nobles confirmed that the king could not control them, leading to even more arrogance and defiance. Desperate, Louis XVI was forced to call the Estates General, hoping that the common people would support him against the nobles. The result was that the nobles exploited the Estates General to incite riots, which coincided with the Great Famine of 1788, leading to chaos in the outbreak of the French Revolution. Joseph looked at Brian, thinking to himself, you want the nobles to accept a bill that makes them pay more taxes? That's like trying to skin a tiger. To push through tax reform, you first need to strike hard at the nobles, showing them the power of the monarchy. Only then will they be willing to pay taxes. Also, you must firmly control public opinion. These noblemen are very good at twisting the truth, stirring public opinion, and causing chaos in the country to benefit themselves. Only by letting the French people hear the government's voice and know the real facts can they avoid being exploited by the nobles. He took a deep breath and sat in the position of assistant to the finance minister. Taking the first step, however, changing the course of history will face many obstacles, whether from stubborn nobles, the church, or capitalists. Those who dare to challenge will not be spared. That's all for today. Meeting adjourned. The Queen's voice interrupted Joseph's thoughts. He and the other ministers stood up, bowed to the King and Queen, and prepared to leave. Joseph, don't go yet. Queen Marie called him back. Joseph had no choice but to sit down again. After the other ministers left the meeting hall, the Queen smiled at him and said, Joseph, your police reform was very good. Clearly, St. Anne's district has become the safest part of Paris. She paused and sighed, but this police reform must be stopped now. Why is that? The Queen spoke earnestly. After your reform, police salaries became too high and the city government had to pay for them. You used your own money to pay the police, but the city treasury can't afford it. Ordinary citizens still rely on volunteer patrols for safety, Joseph said without hesitation. Public safety is very important. I believe we should not stop, but instead expand the reform across Paris and even the whole country. As for the money, you don't need to worry with me taking over. Cough managing the finances. The treasury will fill up quickly. Queen Marie looked at her son with interest and asked, "Where do you plan to get the money?" Joseph hesitated, thinking about steam engines, blast furnaces, rubber, mining, cement, and even weapons. Any of these could earn millions of livres, but he couldn't tell her that. After a moment of hesitation, he chose a few options the queen might accept. For example, finance, real estate, luxury goods. Basically areas I am confident in. Queen Marie frowned, feeling it sounded a bit unreliable. After thinking for a moment, she said, "All right, I give you 6 months. If you can solve the police salary issue, you can continue the police reform. Otherwise, everything will go back to how it was. Okay, I don't think it will take half a year." Louis XVI, standing nearby, looked at the time and said to the mother and son, "It's almost lunchtime. No work is more important than lunch." He took 2 people and headed to the official dining hall. In the corridor, Joseph remembered something and asked Queen Mary, "Mother, do you have any suitable candidates for the Paris police chief? Police chief, you should ask Count Mano. Yes, he will accept my suggestion." The queen was momentarily surprised, but quickly understood the key point. "Are you using Guizot's matter to pressure him?" "Absolutely not," Joseph said honestly. "I'm just helping him feel at ease." Queen Mary curiously looked at her son and smiled. "No wonder he suggested you become the assistant minister of finance today. How did you persuade him?" Seeing Joseph smile without answering, she stopped asking. After thinking for a moment, she mentioned 2 names. Besançon, who has served as a trade coordinator in several provinces and led mounted police to down on smugglers. He is quite capable in planning and management. Fiant, who used to be a company commander in the Fronde Brigade and was my bodyguard. Now he is in charge of new infantry recruits and is very good at training and discipline. She added, "I can guarantee their loyalty. As for who to choose, it's up to you." Joseph nodded. "All right, I'll contact them and decide later." He didn't know these 2 well, but since he was new to politics and lacked his own team, he had to seek help from the queen. Suddenly, he thought that by controlling the police system, he could also invest in building a police academy, recruiting students from civilians. This would train professional police officers and reduce noble influence over law enforcement. Could also offer subjects like management, commerce, journalism, and law, selecting talented individuals and cultivating his own loyal followers. In his mind, he saw a future scene. A group of government officials saluting him and calling him principal warmly. Well, in terms of political strategy, the Hempu model is quite successful. The sound of a door creaking open interrupted his thoughts. Joseph looked up and saw they had arrived at the dining hall entrance. The large hall was already crowded with nobles watching the scene. Yes, since Louis XV, all activities of the French royal family, eating, sleeping, entertainment, even childbirth, could be observed by anyone. Joseph felt overwhelmed. The queen pulled him to sit at a spacious, luxurious table. The etiquette officer struck the ground with a staff, and a melodious bugle sounded. This was the fixed ceremony for serving dishes. Each course was accompanied by music passed among several people, with elaborate and fancy procedures, before finally reaching their mouths. Joseph suddenly remembered something and hurriedly leaned close to the queen's ear, saying, "If the Navy minister talks to you about cutting the ship-building plans, just send him to me. I will persuade him." Queen Marie looked at her son with surprise. Honestly, she had just been worried about this matter. Caselli was a stubborn and passionate man. Cutting his budget might cause him to bother her for a month. She happily nodded, glad that her son could help her with this problem. Thank God. Meanwhile, on the stairs on the west side of Versailles Palace, the Minister of Justice turned to the Duke of Orleans and asked, "From the Crown Prince's behavior, does it seem like he is leaning towards Britain?" The Duke squinted and replied, "Maybe it's the Austrian envoy's idea. If the reduction of the fleet causes Britain to change its policy towards France, it would be very bad for us." In the square outside and inside the 2 countries, Mono and the Minister of the Interior, Nico, walked side by side in the sunshine. "At least the Crown Prince should be firmly against Prussia," said the Minister of the Interior. "Being against both Prussia and Britain means he's a hardliner. If he's against neither, he's a peace advocate." Nico. "The worst case is being against Prussia but friendly to Britain. Honestly, if France had a ruler like Peter III, it would be a disaster." He was talking about the last Russians, who admired Prussian King Frederick the Great from a young age. Even when Russia was winning against Prussia, he ordered the Russian army to retreat and signed a very unfavorable treaty with Frederick. After the cabinet meeting today, everyone was worried that the Crown Prince was a supporter of Britain. Mono shook his head slightly. I have spoken with His Highness. He is very wise. His suggestion to cut the navy might just be because ships cost too much, not because he wants to please the British. Hopefully, that's the case. The general situation in the cabinet meeting was soon reported to the British ambassador in France. Ambassador Harriet listened carefully to the French Crown Prince's proposal to stop building all warships and his tough stance against Prussia. She thought for 3 minutes before calling in a trusted aide and giving detailed instructions. After the aide left, Harriet carefully wrote a report about the matter and sent it back to Britain. Finally, the lunch, which had strict rules about what to eat first, ended. Louis XVI happily took Joseph to see his latest work in the workshop and gave him a brass safe he made himself before letting him go. When Joseph returned to his bedroom, Dr. Lamarck was already waiting there talking to Pyrrha about the health of the Crown Prince. Although Joseph has his own personal doctor, Pyrrha still insists on visiting daily to check on the Crown Prince's health. Seeing Joseph return, Lamarck quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I heard the prince's condition has improved, which is very encouraging. I believe it's thanks to that miraculous salicin." Joseph smiled and replied, "and also to Dr. Pyrrha's care." Pyrrha, standing nearby, whispered softly, "I haven't yet obtained my medical license. Pyrrha's skills are better than most doctors." Lamarck praised his assistant, then took out a small glass bottle and looked eagerly at Joseph. "Your Highness, Mr. Larson and I have made several batches of salicin, and the purity keeps increasing." Joseph took the glass bottle, looked at the yellowish powder inside, and said, "You are truly the best biologist and medical scientist in Europe. The purity is already quite high." No, I didn't do much. The purification process was all based on what you told me," Lamarck modestly replied, then added excitedly, "I distributed free samples of salicin around Newbridge, and the results are very good. I found it helps not only with pneumonia, but also with fevers caused by many illnesses. In just a few days, it has saved the lives of 7 or 8 people." He paused, looking uncertain, and said, "Your Highness Elson and I are thinking of raising some funds to produce salicin on a large scale. This medicine could save countless lives. What do you think? Of course, half of the profits would go to you," he then whispered hesitantly. "But you know, most of the poor people suffering from illness don't have much money. Raising money to make medicine." Joseph shook his head. "If we do that, the production and sales will be controlled by investors." Lamarck looked surprised. "What do you mean I will fund the factory myself to produce salicin?" Joseph said. He remembered seeing a homeless person collapsed in a corner in St. Anthony district that day. "The profit margin will be kept under 3, or even we could exchange willow bark for medicine." Lamarck and Pyrrha looked at him with admiration. "Your Highness, you are truly kind. May God bless you." Lamarck hesitated and said to Joseph, "Your Highness, I feel it is my duty to remind you that building a pharmaceutical workshop will cost around 50 to 60,000 livres. If we only make a 3 profit, it might take a very long time to recover the costs." Joseph smiled and shook his head. "That 3 is just for emergencies. I don't plan to make money from this medicine." He is not trying to be a saint by wasting money. Instead, he has a mature business plan. Salicin as a medicine can save many lives, and selling it at a low price is also a good deed. But this substance is not only used to reduce fever, it is also a very effective cosmetic ingredient. Even in the 21st century, acne and skin rejuvenation products still contain salicylic acid, which is an oxidized form of salicin. There is a famous saying in later times, "Who makes the most money? Of course, women and children." As long as the packaging and advertising are good, Salicin's skincare products can be sold for over 10 livres per bottle, and wealthy women will rush to buy them like crazy. Lamarck said, "You are truly great. On behalf of many ordinary Parisians, I thank you." Joseph waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." Eager to promote this miracle drug across Paris, Lamarck suggested, "Your Highness, I know a place suitable for building a workshop." "What do you think?" Joseph thought for a moment and said, "Purifying salicin doesn't require very complicated equipment. Building a workshop from scratch is too inefficient. It's better to buy an existing pharmaceutical or chemical reagent company directly." Suddenly, the servant even spoke up. "Your Highness, may I add something? Please go ahead. I remember there's a perfume workshop in the royal industry that has been losing money for a long time and is about to be sold. Maybe it can meet your needs. You've helped a lot." Joseph nodded. "Do you remember the asking price? I think it was around 26,000. Before he finished, Joseph suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Since it's a royal industry, why spend money? I'll just ask the Queen to get it for me." Queen Marie, upon hearing that her son wanted to produce affordable medicine to help ordinary people, immediately agreed and asked her lawyer to handle the paperwork. In less than half an hour, the perfume workshop was transferred to the Crown Prince's name. Joseph wanted to go see it himself, but a servant came to report that Marquis Caselli wanted to see him. Reluctantly, Joseph handed the matter of the pharmaceutical factory to Lamarck and went to the reception hall to meet the Minister of the Navy. In the spacious reception hall, Caselli respectfully bowed and then got straight to the point. Your Highness, the Queen asked me to discuss the construction of new warships. I believe we should not cut back. Joseph smiled and interrupted him. Marquis Caselli, I'd like to ask you first, why are you building so many warships? Of course, it's to deal with the British. The Navy minister's tone was firm as steel. Defeat their proud fleet, take back our colonies, and humiliate them as they once humiliated my grandfather. Joseph nodded. So do you think even with full financial support for shipbuilding, you can beat the British? Caselli prepared himself. If we join Spain and use smart tactics, there's a chance. The chance is small, Joseph said bluntly, and in naval tactics, the British are stronger than us. Caselli looked a bit down, but still refused to give up. If we don't try, how will we know? Joseph signaled him to drink tea, his face calm. If the new ships can go faster than 20 knots, carry 25 cannons of 42 lb and 30 of 24 lb, and are wrapped in iron hulls plus the current fleet, do you think we can beat the British Navy? He asked. That's unrealistic. Caselli laughed. If we had such ships, I could make the British their pants. Joseph looked into the Navy minister's eyes. Seriously. I promise you, within 6 months to a year, we can start building these fantasy ships. Caselli was shocked. You really mean it? How is that possible? Joseph took a sip of tea and confirmed again. It's true, I am confident. So stop wasting money on the current ships. In at most a year, they'll all be useless. You won't have to wait long. Soon I will visit Brest and then you'll understand everything. He was so sure because steam engines had already been invented. The craftsmanship and technology were mature. What was missing was poor design causing low power. But that was not a problem for Joseph. Even small modifications like what's improvements or more advanced steam engine designs from later times were already in his mind. Caselli felt dizzy, caught between doubt, excitement, and hope. He didn't know what to say. Joseph added, go coordinate with the shipbuilding bureau. Have them start preparing craftsmen and materials. Building the new ships will be complex. All right. Caselli realized he was starting to believe in the prince. That dream ship was too tempting. I'll go to the shipbuilding bureau now. He suddenly stared intently at Joseph, his voice trembling slightly. Your Highness, please keep your promise. Rest assured, Joseph replied, then remembered something else. By the way, after you return, you can gather craftsmen to make a large caliber short-barreled cannon. Just extend the existing mortar. Joseph said it can fire shells over 60 lb, but the barrel and the amount of gunpowder are less than half of a standard cannon, so it's lightweight and not too difficult to produce. Caselli was surprised. Your Highness, this cannon should be very powerful, but its range is definitely very short. What's the use of it? Joseph smiled slightly. I'll tell you when I get to the Brest shipyard. In fact, this was the Carène cannon, which later caused the French Navy a lot of trouble during the Battle of Trafalgar. The French Navy currently had a misunderstanding. They focus too much on range. Ideally, if my range is longer, I can hit you while you can't hit me, so I would win easily. But this idea was unrealistic for the French Navy. During the age of sailing ships, ships couldn't move very well, and it was hard to keep both ships at maximum range all the time. Also, solid shot was not powerful enough, making it difficult to seriously damage enemy ships from afar. In real sea battles, most ships fought face to face, almost pressing their cannons against each other's captain's quarters. At that point, range was meaningless. The bigger the cannon caliber, the more dominant you were. The British had noticed this and abandoned the focus on range, developing large-caliber short-barreled heavy guns, the Carène cannon. But in this era, it was France's navy that first equipped this deadly weapon. Joseph repeatedly discussed his plans with the Minister of the Navy, confirming he had no objections, then personally saw him out of the palace. Before Joseph could catch his breath, Ian hurried over and bowed. Your Highness, Mark St. Pry wishes to see you. Joseph didn't expect the war minister to be so impatient, but that was fine. He wouldn't have to write that document now. Unlike the meeting with the Navy minister, Joseph received Marquis St. Pry in his study, dismissing all the servants and stepping guards outside who retreated 10 meters. After Joseph finished explaining his plan in detail, the war minister exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know she's a nine-win?" Joseph thought to himself, of course, from watching documentaries, but he only pretended to be mysterious. Ah, that's a secret, but the information is absolutely reliable. St. Prist frowned deeply and finally nodded reluctantly, saying this is possible, but it carries great risk. You know, even the best spies can make mistakes. If we're careless, it could trigger a war. Joseph smiled and said, don't worry. Even if the information leaks, as long as Wilhelmina is safe, Prussia will stick to our story when they announce it. Their economy is also in bad shape, and they definitely don't want to fight France. The Minister of War thought for a moment longer, then stood up and said, this matter is too important. I need to report to Queen Mother first before making a final decision. Of course, Joseph said, seeing him to the door. Suddenly he added, Marie St. Prist, should you thank me properly for this? The Minister of War was momentarily stunned. It was the Crown Prince who helped secure the Dutch budget and created the action plan. He only focused on implementing it and forgot to thank the Crown Prince. Feeling a bit guilty, he nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, I should thank His Highness properly." Joseph smiled and said, "Then give me a gift. Please, Your Highness, just ask." "All right, send me 20 of your top spies." Sent. Prist almost cried, thinking to himself, "Your Highness, you're young, but you're more ruthless than a bandit. 20 spies, and they must be the best. Do you think my spies are just picked off the street?" He grimaced and said, "Your Highness, even the entire army doesn't have 20 top spies. 18 at most, 2. 15. Only 3. Really none left. 12 spies, no less." The two bargained back and forth. Joseph haggled and the minister paid. And in the end, Joseph managed to get 3 top spies and 8 regular spies from the minister. Though the number was small, this was the first step in building his French intelligence agency. Today was destined to be a busy day. Just after St. Pierre left, 2 people recommended by Queen Marie came to visit. Joseph and the two had a deep discussion, gaining a general understanding of their personalities and abilities. Based on their own wishes, they finally decided to appoint Besançon as the director of Paris police, as it was a position requiring management skills. Freight also proved to be a good talent, and Joseph naturally wouldn't waste him. He appointed him as the head of the upcoming Paris Police Academy. Joseph himself would be the principal. Freight had rich experience training new soldiers, which would be very helpful for police training. So after you take office, your most important task is to promote police reform across all of Paris. Joseph said to Besançon, "I have already organized all the rules and plans into a booklet. Just follow the instructions." Oh, the security situation in the St. Antoine district has been relatively calm lately. You can assign some personnel there to evaluate other districts. If that's not enough, I can send in the guards to help. Sexid, standing nearby, twitched his eyelid, feeling that since the prince began police reforms, the guards seemed to be doing more miscellaneous tasks. Nansen carefully took notes and thought, "Your Highness, I have some understanding of police reform. If we reorganize all of Paris's police, the salary alone would cost about 60,000 levers a month, plus uniforms and equipment. The city hall probably can't afford that. The police budget at Paris City Hall is only 8,000 levers per month." Joseph said, "Don't worry about the money. I will transfer 60,000 levers to you later, and it will be paid monthly." "Yes, Your Highness." Joseph then looked at Fry. "Your workload will be heavier. The main task is to find a site for the police academy. It can be in a remote area as long as the land is cheap. Another issue is the training staff. Currently, we only have experienced police officers from St. Antoine, but that's not enough." Fryan immediately said, "Your Highness, I know many retired veterans and even officers. I can have them conduct drills and combat training." "Very good," Joseph nodded happily. "Military training standards are much higher than police standards. Contact them as soon as possible. Salaries will be based on city official standards plus 30. "Yes, Your Highness." Additionally, we need to hire teachers in finance, trade, journalism, and law. The police academy will offer these courses. Fry looked puzzled. "Why does a police school need to teach those subjects?" Nazenson, who was quicker-witted, immediately said, "I think Your Highness means that only by understanding the methods of known criminals can we catch them. I remember when I first started tackling smuggling, I didn't even know how to calculate tariffs or which goods were easy to smuggle. I spent months gaining nothing. Later, after studying how to smuggle, it took more than half a year before I finally caught the first smugglers." "Exactly right," Joseph nodded approvingly. "Police need to be more professional than criminals to effectively deter and fight crime." Fry, unfamiliar with these advanced ideas, was deeply impressed. He nodded quickly and was busy taking notes in his notebook. Joseph once again reminded them of many details, allocated 20,000 levers of startup funds to Fry it, and sent the 2 of them away. Returning to his private chamber, the dedicated accountant immediately brought 2 expense receipts for Joseph to sign. Joseph looked at the total expenditure of 70,000 levers inside. His personal wealth was over 200,000 levers. Previously, he paid the police 20,000 levers in salaries and gave Lamar 10,000 levers to buy necessary supplies for the pharmaceutical factory. Now he only had about 100,000 levers left. Spending money like water was too fast. He must find ways to increase income quickly, or he would run out of funds soon. He suddenly remembered his plan to make cosmetics using salicin. He hadn't expected that the simple fever medicine he made earlier would turn out to be the fastest way to earn money. He dismissed the accountant and said to Ian, "Please help me order some supplies." The attendant immediately took out paper and pen to record. "Yes, Your Highness." 50 kg of glycerin, 1 kg of rose essential oil, 500 glass bottles of 7 Oz each, and the same number of small wooden boxes that can exactly hold the bottles. The boxes should be embossed with. Joseph, who often found it hard to choose names, paused for a few seconds. Suddenly, he remembered the gift his roommate bought for his girlfriend in his previous life, SK2's fairy water, and thought the name sounded catchy. So he said, M's Angel Water. All these items must be of the best quality, and price is not a big concern. Yes, Your Highness, I will handle it right away. The next day, on his first day as an assistant to the Minister of Finance, Joseph arrived early at the southern hall of Versailles Palace, where the minister's office was located on the first floor. As he hurried along, he couldn't help but recall the mornings in his previous life when he rushed to clock in for projects. But he also used this as an excuse to skip the complicated morning rituals, eating only bread, grilled fish, and vegetable soup, saving a lot of time. When Ian helped him open the door to the minister's office, he immediately saw Brian angrily pounding the table, speaking in a low, furious voice. These selfish, pitiful people say they believe in equality and justice, but in reality, they only care about gold. Don't they realize this will ruin the entire country's finances? Joseph stepped forward to help lift the brass pin holder that had been knocked over and asked, Archbishop Brian, who are you angry with? The clerk beside him quietly whispered, Your Highness. The High Court officially refused to register the tax law yesterday afternoon. Brian sighed heavily and said bitterly, those greedy nobles just for a little land tax are willing to ruin France. Don't they know that when that day comes, they will also go to the same place of punishment as a fairly honest clergyman? This was the harshest curse he could utter. He turned to Joseph and apologized, Your Highness, sorry for hearing such rude words. Joseph waved his hand to show it was okay. That's all right, Archbishop. I understand how you feel. Then he picked up a thick stack of legal documents on the table stamped with not registered. Archbishop Brian, what do you plan to do next? Brian closed his eyes, pinched his brow, and said dejectedly, I can only make some compromises and seek support from the church, trying to persuade those selfish and greedy men. Joseph shook his head silently. Many high-ranking clergy also held noble titles, and hoping they would follow church teachings to save the people was simply a dream. Seeing him silent, Brian sighed again. Actually, I know this might be useless. May God bless France. Joseph frowned slightly. He had to get involved with the tax bill. This incident seemed to be just nobles unwilling to pay more taxes, but in reality, it was a test of the noble class against royal authority. Historically, Louis XVI used both soft and hard tactics over the bill, but nobles relied on courts and public opinion to push back, causing him to retreat repeatedly. After that, nobles saw Louis XVI as weak and easily manipulated, and they became more reckless in fighting for power from the royal family, leading to greater chaos in the country. Therefore, Joseph had to stop this trend. He needed to implement the bill quickly, suppress the arrogance of the nobles, and make them realize that royal power would always be the nobles' protector. This seemed difficult, but it wasn't really hard. The nobles relied mainly on the court's registration rights and influencing public opinion to oppose the king. France's court was notoriously corrupt. No one in the system was clean, and as long as they caught their dirty deeds, there were many ways to manipulate them. For the second point, using 21st century internet and new media to bombard public opinion was like adults beating children. Joseph thought for a moment and looked at Brian like comforting and helpless old man. Your Excellency, things may not be as bad as you think. Perhaps in 2 or 3 months the bill will be passed. I hope things go as you wish, Your Highness. Brian nodded, and with heavy steps headed toward his office on the west side. I'll see if there are any other points in the tax laws where I can make concessions. Joseph also returned to his office on the east side, calling his assistant to bring internal financial documents and carefully reviewing them. The more he learned about France's finances, the more shocked he became. He wondered how the previous finance ministers managed to keep the country's finances from collapsing. France's total debt is 2 billion livres, mostly in government bonds. Over 70 of these bonds are held by French citizens and more than 20 by foreigners. The interest on these bonds ranges from 8 to 12, meaning the country pays about 200 million livres in interest each year. The country's annual revenue is only 500 million livres, so 40 of it goes to paying interest. Repaying the principal is almost impossible. Historically, after the Great Revolution, the National Convention confiscated church property and combined with war profits from battles barely managed to fill this huge gap. Besides government bonds, there is a more frightening debt: short-term bank loans. These are short-term loans the government borrows from banks when cash flow is tight, usually repaid after selling bonds. However, the interest rates are as high as 15 to 25. Although these short-term debts are less than 120 million lirs, the monthly interest paid to banks exceeds 1.8 million lirs. Despite being called short-term, given France's current financial situation, new debts are taken almost immediately after paying off old ones, making them similar to long-term debt. Just as Joseph was worried about the debt problem, His assistant knocked and entered, bowing and saying, "Your Highness, the people from Labor Bank said that due to a change in their operations, the loan negotiations need to be postponed. The exact date is not yet set." Joseph nodded, not paying much attention. "Thank you, I understand." He then remembered one of his main duties as the finance minister's assistant, discussing short-term loans with the bank, essentially borrowing new money to pay off old debts. He picked up the important tasks list his assistant had prepared and saw that there was a loan negotiation scheduled for 2 p.m. With the board bank, this money was mainly to pay off a 6 million lever one-year government bond due in a month. According to the original plan, the money would be borrowed from 2 banks and repaid in 2 months using the bond income. The previous interest rates were 18 and 19. Running banks in this era really is a profitable business. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that charging interest in the 21st century would be considered high-interest lending. Joseph chuckled to himself. "If I get the chance, I should open a bank too." He finished reviewing the financial documents, pushed the file basket aside, rubbed his sore shoulders, and then picked up the new tax law documents to read again. The law had many clauses, over 30 pages long. Joseph's brow furrowed more and more as he read. The people who drafted these laws were very clever, mixing all sorts of unrelated and messy things into it. Even someone with a high level of education from the 21st century would feel dizzy reading it. Expecting ordinary people to understand this was just a dream. They also seemed worried that nobles might oppose the law, so the drafters deliberately included some taxes that favored the nobles and hurt common people. But they didn't expect that these minor taxes, which had little impact, would become the nobles' main weapon to attack the law. Ordinary people couldn't understand the details of the clauses. When public opinion claimed the law would harm their interests, they would oppose it together. In fact, the core of the law was to cancel the land tax privileges of the nobles, making them contribute to the national finances. It also allowed free transportation and trade of grain and abolished tariffs between regions to promote economic growth. This law clearly showed the weakness and compromise of Louis XVI's government. It was like adding poison to sugar, trying to please both nobles and commoners, but ending up disliked by both. Thinking of this, Joseph picked up his pen and carefully crossed out all the taxes that were unfavorable to ordinary people and small businesses. Playing both sides was the way of politics. After the deletions, the law was no longer a tool for nobles to control the government, but became a weapon to attack them. Joseph double-checked everything. When he wanted his assistant to copy and organize it again, he realized it was already evening. Forget it. "I'll deal with it tomorrow," he said, stretching lazily. He tossed the law document into the drawer, believing in the principle of not doing unto others what he wouldn't want done to himself. There was no urgent need, so he wouldn't force his subordinates to work overtime. Just as he left his office, Ian arrived with a maid. "Your Highness, the Queen is hosting a gambling game in Mars Hall and invites you to join." Joseph felt a bit amused. It was strange to see a mother taking her son to gamble. However, he also knew that this was a very normal form of entertainment at Versailles. Even King Louis XIV, the Sun King, specifically encouraged the court to hold such activities in his instructions to the Crown Prince to strengthen the relationship between the ruler and his ministers. Joseph nodded. "All right, I will go now." He first returned to his private chamber to change into a comfortable yet luxurious outfit suitable for entertainment, then followed the Queen's maid to the Hall of Mars. Even from a distance, the lively sounds of cheerful piano music and chatter could be heard coming from the hall. The guards at the door bowed and nodded to Joseph, then pushed open the large doors. Queen Marie, who was playing baccarat under a large portrait of Louis XIV, immediately saw her son and greeted him with a big smile, waving her hand. "Dear, you finally arrived." Joseph hurried over, bowing to show respect. The Queen seemed in a good mood. "I heard you spent the whole day in Brienne. Go ahead and relax a bit. Oh, by the way, I just won 11 rounds in a row. I hope you have the same good luck as I do." The surrounding nobles, upon hearing that the crown prince had arrived, paused their activities and bowed to him. Young women dressed in silk and fine clothes smiled charmingly, their eyes full of affection. Joseph looked at the nobles surrounding Queen Marie, who kept flattering her, and at the queen's flushed face from winning money, laughing happily. Suddenly, he remembered the words of the writer's wife. She was still too young then, not knowing that all the gifts of fate had already been secretly priced. No one, just as Joseph was quietly sighing, Mona, with her face covered in white makeup and smiling widely, hurried over and eagerly pulled him aside, gesturing behind her. "Your Highness, you arrived just in time. We're missing someone to play with. Come join us." A young noble at the card table looked surprised, then quickly slipped away to fill the empty spot, completing the game. Joseph, unable to refuse kindly, sat down with the Minister of Internal Affairs at the card table under the war god painting. Soon servants brought over wine and drinks. "2 tins," said Count Pappas at the top of the table. The game was similar to Speed, but the lowest card was an ace, and the king represented the highest. Joseph took a glass of juice, looked at his cards, and shook his head. No, I pass. He saw the piles of gold and silver on the table and couldn't help but think of France's $2 billion debt. Looking across at the indifferent cabinet officials throwing gold coins around and playing carefree, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps a big gamble was necessary. He pondered the national debt while his poor card skills led him to lose 3 rounds quickly, losing 12 gold coins. Nearby, more than 10 noble young women stared intently at his table. Seeing the crown prince look somewhat distracted, they thought he was upset about losing at cards. Suddenly, each clenched their fists and clicked their silver teeth. A few girls immediately moved into action. Some circled around their fathers or uncles, glaring with fierce and resentful eyes. Others approached their brothers, seemingly asking about their cards while secretly pinching a piece of flesh on their arms and twisting it forcefully. According to French court tradition, cheating at gambling was forbidden, but the 3 players sitting with Joseph decided to ignore this rule. Mono broke a straight from 6 to 10, leaving only an 8. Count Papis watched the crown prince play a 7, clutching tightly to a 10 in Q, and loudly shouted no. Joseph's luck suddenly turned around. He kept winning no matter what he played. Even when holding only a J and mostly single cards, he still won. His consecutive wins made him very excited. He lost track of time until he felt tired, then looked at the clock and saw it was already 11:30 p.m. He quickly stood up to say goodbye to his card friends, asked Ian to gather the winnings, and exhausted, headed toward the palace. Outside the hall, Ian followed, whispering excitedly, "Your Highness, you won a total of 156 coins. 1 coin was worth 6 levers, so Joseph had earned nearly 1,000 levers in one night. Not bad." Joseph felt a sense of achievement. "I didn't do any work this half night, and I made so much money." But then he remembered the terrifying $2 billion debt. He silently calculated that with his winnings tonight, it would take about 550 years to pay off. Joseph sighed to repay such a huge amount. Relying only on some side projects was not enough. He needed to use his position to trigger France's Industrial Revolution. This was the real way to solve the financial problem. So steam engines and textile technology needed to be developed as soon as possible, along with supporting policies for finance and patents. Joseph was lost in thoughts about the Industrial Revolution, not knowing where he was walking. Suddenly, he heard his stomach make a gurgling sound. He shook his head and chuckled, feeling pleased about winning money tonight and not having had a late-night snack. Looking up, he saw that the corridor ahead led directly to the kitchen, which was still lit. Clearly, a chef was on duty. The distance from here to the Crown Prince's bedroom was quite far. He thought it would be better to have someone bring food later, so he decided to get something to eat from the kitchen himself. He stepped forward toward the kitchen. Note 1 from the biography novel The Headless Queen by Austrian writer Stefan Zweig, November 28, 1881 to February 22, 1942. Eamon saw this and quickly stepped forward, pushing open the kitchen door and bowing his head to wait for the Crown Prince to enter. Captain Casido, the guard commander, didn't expect the prince to suddenly turn toward the kitchen. He hurriedly made a mistake, then waved to 2 guards to follow him quickly. Joseph stepped inside and saw that the kitchen was very spacious. In the middle there were 6 or 7 large cutting boards joined together, giving off a fishy smell mixed with spices. Around them there were various ingredients and cooking tools. Only half the lights were on and no chefs were on duty. He remembered that even on nights without banquets or celebrations, there should be at least 3 to 5 royal chefs working. But today, what was going on? Joseph moved further inside, bypassing a large brown storage cabinet over 2 m tall and 4 m wide. He faintly heard rustling sounds coming from a corner. However, a shelf filled with pots and metal spoons blocked his view, so he couldn't see what was happening there. Curious, Joseph wondered what the chefs were doing in the corner. Playing cards in their free time at night, he turned around the wooden shelf and looked up. Under the corner light, he saw a person standing with their back to him. The person was wearing a wrinkled white robe, had messy black hair, and was not very tall. Joseph then noticed that in front of the person was a large slanted wooden board covered with knife marks and blood stains, which looked very eerie under the flickering candle light. The person in the white robe seemed very focused. Just then, hearing the noise behind him, they suddenly turned around sharply. Joseph's pupil shrank instantly as he saw the person's face covered in blood and dirt, holding a black and redointed knife. Their face was hidden behind messy long hair, but he could faintly see a pair of round, green glowing eyes. The hair hanging down to the waist was sticky and messy, like some kind of internal. A loud buzzing sounded in Joseph's mind, and he felt adrenaline rush through his body. His only thought was Sadako. He immediately leapt backward, his back hitting a wooden rack with hanging spoons, making a loud, chaotic noise. Ignoring the pain, he was about to turn around when he saw Ian suddenly appear, holding a short sword in his left hand and pulling the crown prince behind him with his right. "Protect the prince," Eamon shouted loudly. Ko realized things were bad. He took a few quick steps forward, drew his sword, and stood shoulder-to-shoulder with his guards. "Guard." He shouted again, then turned to Joseph and said, "Your Highness, please step back." More than 10 of the crown prince's guards rushed in, suppressing their fear of what might be a ghost or a witch, and bravely aimed their guns at the corner where Sadako was. Just then, Sadako finally moved. She threw her knife into the air, inserted her fingers into her long hair, crouched down with her head in her arms, and let out a piercing scream. Joseph was stunned. He peeked out from behind Ian and suddenly felt that this Sadako seemed a little familiar. "Hey, stop shouting." He tried to communicate with Sadako. "Who are you?" Sadako heard his voice and seemed to pause for a moment. She looked up through the gaps in her hair, her voice trembling. "King, Crown Prince, how do you know me?" Sadako nodded desperately. "Yes, Your Highness, I am Pyrrha. Please don't shoot." Coast carefully stepped forward, parted her hair, and let out a sigh of relief. She soared and turned around saying, "Your Highness, this is indeed Miss Pyrrha." Joseph looked confused, observing Pyrrha and the blood-stained board behind her, and asked doubtfully, What are you doing here?" Pyrrha instinctively looked at her hands, noticing her small knife was missing. She hesitated and explained, I was helping Mr. Viz cut some meat." She spoke nervously, repeatedly wiping her hands on her brown apron, then grabbed a hairband from the ground, tied her long hair back, and hurriedly bowed, "Your Highness." Joseph looked at the blood on her face and took out a handkerchief, gesturing, "Wipe your face." Iman quickly took the handkerchief, stepped forward, and handed it to Pyrrha. Pyrrha carefully took it, and as she gently wiped her face, a pure white ivory-like face gradually appeared. On her delicate face, a pair of light green eyes looked like two clear emerald beads. Her thick black eyelashes and the cute dimples near her bright red lips made her look sweet and different from the frightening Sadako figure she had before. Joseph was momentarily stunned and then smiled, saying, "I've never seen you dressed like this. You look quite beautiful." He looked at the wooden board behind Pyrrha, where a small animal was neatly fixed with nails. It was a rabbit with a clean cut on its belly and well-separated internal organs. He couldn't help but wonder, "Are you practicing anatomy?" Pyrrha was startled and quickly waved her hands, saying, "No, I'm not. Don't say nonsense." Joseph stepped closer to look at the rabbit and nodded, "Very professional technique." "Have you practiced for a long time?" He then looked at Pyrrha and asked, "By the way, why are you practicing anatomy in the kitchen?" Hearing his confident tone, Pyrrha's heart tightened. The crown prince actually knew about anatomy, which meant she couldn't hide it anymore. She clenched her left finger with her right hand, hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make a firm decision. She suddenly straightened her chest and said loudly, "Your Highness, yes, I am practicing anatomy." She took a deep breath as if she had been holding back for a long time and continued, "I believe that the current social atmosphere is very unfavorable to the development of medicine. For example, women not being allowed to study medicine is a serious obstacle to medical progress and an injustice to women. I admire my father very much. I have been with him since I was young, helping him see patients. This made me dream of becoming a doctor who saves lives. I know my father loves me very much. He even agreed to let me wear men's clothes and help him treat patients. I am very grateful to him. But even so, he still firmly forbids me from operating or practicing anatomy because he says it will prevent me from getting married. No one would want to marry a female doctor. That's the reality. However, I still hope to become a capable doctor who can save patients. I can't access cadavers, so I can only practice on animals to learn about biological structures. Mr. Wallister and I made an agreement. Late at night, I can come here to practice anatomy and also help the chefs prepare the meat for the next day. He promises to keep this secret." When she spoke, her eyes were filled with tears, clearly showing she had suffered a lot over the years because of this matter. She sniffed and spoke calmly, "Your Highness, go ahead and report me. I scared you just now, and I accept whatever punishment you give." Joseph looked at the pitiful girl in front of him and shook his head slightly. Feeling a deep emotion, he remembered reading in Mom's book about Monk Lewis, who said, "I dislike pity and look down on all female writers. They should hold embroidery needles, not pens. Only embroidery needles are tools they can use." Well, note 1. Until the 18th century, women's status was still very low. Even in France, the birthplace of the Enlightenment, women were not allowed to write, work in medicine or law, or even have bank accounts. Society kept them firmly in the home. Joseph, coming from the 21st century, naturally disagreed with these ideas. However, more than 10 people beside him looked at Parnish strangely, as if thinking it was very improper for a woman to say she wanted to learn surgery. Even Sex showed a helpless smile like when a mischievous child causes trouble, because Pyrrha reminded him of his rebellious sister, who insisted on studying law. But his smile made Pyrrha feel even more sad. She was tired of men's teasing and mocking smiles. Just a moment ago, she had hoped that the prince, who was praised by Professor Elrange and had extensive medical knowledge, might have an open mind, but the attitude of his bodyguard shattered that fragile hope. The crown prince probably shared the same thoughts as them, Pyrrha thought, lifting her head and trying not to let tears fall. But then she saw the crown prince walking toward her, his voice full of encouragement. Dissection is the foundation of medicine. I support you practicing this. Keep going. Pyrrha froze, her clear green eyes full of disbelief. Your Highness. Joseph picked up the dissection knife from the ground and smiled cheerfully. Someone like you, full of ideals and brave enough to practice, will surely become a great doctor in the future. But Pyrrha didn't expect the crown prince to truly support her. She stammered, I am a woman. Your Highness, do you think women can also be doctors, of course? Joseph returned the small knife to her and nodded, saying, being a doctor is just a profession. Women can do it just as well. If I ever fall seriously ill, well, I mean just in case, Dr. Pyrrha might be the one to save my life. If given the chance, I would even push for laws that allow women to work in medicine. Oh, Your Highness, for God's sake, please tell me, do you really think that? Are you not mocking me, of course? Joseph sincerely nodded. Pyrrha's heart suddenly started pounding hard. Someone as noble as the crown prince supports her dreams. What does she have to worry about? Could her dream really come true? I've never heard anyone say that to me before. She stared blankly at the crown prince, feeling like she was dreaming. Everything around her lost its color, except for the crown prince, who shone brightly, like an angel in a Raphael painting, so beautiful and pure. Suddenly, she covered her face and softly sniffled, tears expressing her past sadness and current happiness. Sniff. Thank you, Your Highness. Why are you crying when you're doing so well? Joseph patted her shoulder. Just as he was about to say something comforting, his stomach unexpectedly growled loudly. Pyrrha was startled and couldn't help but giggle softly, asking quietly, Your Highness, are you here for a late-night snack? Joseph looked around a bit awkwardly and said, I'm a little hungry, but I don't know where the chef went. Guess I came here for nothing. The chef might be out carrying ingredients for tomorrow, she suggested. Joseph knew the chef was probably just lazily sleeping, but he didn't say anything. He had also snuck naps during late shifts before. Your Highness, if you don't want to wait, Pyrrha hesitated, blushing and softly said, maybe I can make you something to eat. She looked nervously at the crown prince, afraid he would laugh at her. Sure, Joseph agreed happily. Thank you very much. Fortunately, the palace kitchen stove was always burning, and the ingredients were prepared in advance. Pyrrha took off her dissection apron, washed her hands carefully, and started working at the stove. In less than 20 minutes, a fragrant dish of wine-baked foie gras was ready and placed on a small table used for tea. Next to it was a bowl of beetroot and tomato soup. Seated, carefully tasted each item, making sure everything was fine before stepping back to watch. Joseph was already very hungry, his stomach pressed against his back. Smelling the delicious aroma, he immediately felt his appetite grow. He picked up his utensils about to start eating when he saw Pyrrha standing nearby looking a bit shy. He waved to her. Come and eat with us. The girl quickly waved her hands. Thank you, Your Highness. I won't join you. Please try the food and see if it suits your taste. Joseph looked at the foie gras on his plate, which was enough for 3 people. Without hesitation, he pulled her to sit down, took another plate, and divided the food evenly, smiling. After all your hard work, it wouldn't be fair for you to just watch me eat. Besides, I can't let France's top female doctor go hungry. Pyrrha's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head silently and picked up her fork and knife. Joseph took a piece of golden brown foie gras along with a slice of black truffle and put it in his mouth. His mouth was filled with a rich, oily flavor, but thanks to the truffle, it didn't taste greasy at all. The crispy skin broke easily under his teeth, revealing tender foie inside, which melted almost instantly in his mouth, making Joseph close his eyes in enjoyment. Swallowing a large piece of foie gras, he pointed at it and praised, "This is amazing. If you weren't a doctor, you'd make a great chef." Really, his eyes lit up with happiness. "I learned from Mr. Wallace in my free time." Joseph cut another piece of foie gras, held it up, and gestured to thank you for your cooking. "I've decided to give you a gift." "Oh no, Your Highness. I am happy just to see you enjoy my food. I couldn't accept anything more." Joseph smiled. "Don't be so modest. The clothes you wore during your anatomy practice were long and cumbersome. Later, I will have the tailor make you a special doctor's uniform. It might even be promoted nationwide, so consider it as a trial fitting." Pyrrha's face turned bright red and she lowered her head softly. "Thank you, Your Highness." The next morning, Pyrrha, as usual, waited for the crown prince to wake up, then carried her medical kit to perform her routine check. But today she was different. She didn't wear the dull powder on her face and her lips kept their natural color. Her face looked delicate, smooth, healthy, and beautiful. She approached Joseph, placed her box down, bowed, and took out the medical records, asking, "Your Highness, does your throat still hurt?" "Much better, just a little sore. Coughing occasionally, but very rarely now." Any phlegm a little, the girl carefully took notes one by one. Suddenly she glanced up and caught sight of Prince Joseph's handsome face. Her heart started pounding quickly and a thought flashed through her mind. Prince Joseph is so handsome. Why didn't I notice before her face instantly turned red? Pyrrha hurriedly finished her routine checks, grabbed her small suitcase, and like a startled deer, ran out of the building without looking back. But after leaving the gate, she quickly turned her head and secretly glanced toward the prince. Joseph watched her figure and blinked in surprise. Is she feeling sick? At the South Hall of Versailles Palace in the finance minister's office, Brian took a noticeably thinner tax bill from Joseph's hand and looked at it with confusion. Your Highness, it seems you've removed many tax items. Joseph nodded. Yes, it's my attempt. Brian quickly looked over the bill item by item, but his brow furrowed more and more. When he reached halfway, he finally looked at Joseph and asked, Your Highness, are you deleting clauses that favor the nobles? Yes, Archbishop. Brian placed the bill back on the desk and shook his head. Why are you doing this? Joseph asked back. Do you think if we keep making concessions, the bill will pass? Brian shook his head. Exactly. So maybe we should try a different approach. You can first submit this bill to the High Court and see what they say. Brian, Your Highness, doing that will only anger the nobles. It won't have any other effect. Joseph smiled. Have you seen bullfighting? Yes, Your Highness, I have. Matadors always try to provoke the bull with a red cloth because an angry bull loses its reason and makes mistakes, giving the matador a chance to strike, Joseph explained. Let the nobles get angry. It's not a bad thing. Trust me, even if this bill gets rejected again, it will eventually pass. Brian looked at him with doubt and asked, Can you tell me what you plan to do? Don't argue with them. Hit them where it hurts. Divide and weaken them and control the public opinion so they can only bow their heads. Brian looked at the confident, slightly cunning expression in the prince's eyes, feeling unexpectedly that he might not be joking. After a long pause, Brian nodded and then smiled. All right, I will send this bill to the High Court, but please don't say you made these changes or those greedy and selfish people will hold a grudge against you. And if I can't get the bill passed by the end of the year, I will have to leave my position as Minister of Finance. In this limited time, I will give it my all. Thank you for your trust. Joseph didn't expect to persuade Brian so quickly. Without wasting any time, he turned to his assistant and said, Please contact the largest newspapers in Paris and reserve prominent pages. After the High Court rejects the tax bill this time, immediately publish the first tax item from the bill, along with a detailed explanation such as who will pay this tax and what effects it might have. Then every day publish one tax item until the entire bill is covered and explained clearly. Yes, Your Highness. Also, organize a group of reporters to cover the process from when the bill is submitted for registration until the High Court refuses to register it. Oh, don't publish everything at once. Write a little each time to keep the interest alive. Understood. And so, Joseph was busy in the Minister of Finance's office until noon. He finally finished the preliminary work for implementing the tax law and then had lunch with the Queen. Ian reported that Dr. Lamar wanted to see him. Joseph returned to his reception room with Ian and Salamer pacing anxiously back and forth. Mr. Lamar, is there something about the pharmaceutical workshop? Lamar respectfully bowed and nodded. Yes, there are some matters. Then he looked very nervous and said, Your Highness, I heard that last night. My young daughter offended you. She's still young and probably didn't mean to. Please forgive her. Joseph smiled and waved his hand. Miss Pyrrha did nothing wrong. I accidentally entered her laboratory. Oh, she even treated me to a late-night snack. Thank you for your generosity. Lamar hurriedly bowed again, shook his head, and hesitated. I really shouldn't have let her study medicine. This child, she even went into the royal kitchen in the middle of the night to dissect animals. Joseph praised. Hera is very talented. Actually, you could let her practice dissection in the royal laboratory. Oh, if you don't want others to know, I can ask the guards and servants to keep it a secret. I truly don't know what to say. Lamar's eyes were full of gratitude. You were so open-minded. If members of the medical society were as open-minded as you, Hera would probably already have her medical license and be treating many patients. Joseph saw the glass bottle in his hand and asked, By the way, you mentioned something about a pharmaceutical workshop earlier. Oh yes, yes. Lamar quickly handed over the glass bottle, a look of excitement returning to his face. That perfume workshop is just perfect. The equipment is very complete, and there's even a water wheel. I only added some high-precision thermometers and condensers, which are enough to purify salicin, and the workers are quite good, too skilled, and many have experience in purification processes. Look, this was made by the craftsman last night, and Mr. Larson and I didn't interfere at all. Joseph looked at the beige powder, nodded with satisfaction, and asked, How much do you think you can produce daily? Lamar thought for a moment and said, If raw materials are sufficient, about 2,500 g per day. Once the workers are more skilled, it could double. That should be enough for all the patients in Paris and maybe even some outside the province, Joseph replied. For medicinal salicylanin used to reduce inflammation and fever, about 0.5 grams taken daily is enough. With a population of just over 500,000 in Paris, 10,000 doses a day would suffice. Lamar nodded and said, "Your Highness, Mr. Elson, and I estimated that each pill contains 0.25 g of salicylin, costing about 3 to 4 denarii. Initially, we plan to sell them at 5 denarii each and then adjust the price based on income and expenses. What do you think 1 league equals 20 serses and 1 sesterce equals 12 denarii? So 1 league can buy 48 pills. Definitely a very cheap price. Just decide the price yourself," Joseph said. Then he remembered his angel water and added to Lamar, "By the way, Mr. Lamar, I have some special needs. Please purify 300 grams of high-purity salicin for me daily, with as few impurities as possible. A 200-gram bottle of skincare product only needs about 1 gram of salicin. Daily 300 g can produce over 200 bottles, which should be enough for initial market testing." Lamar agreed without hesitation. "No problem, Your Highness." That evening, while Joseph and Lamar discussed the pharmaceutical factory, Denders, the leader of the Patriot Party, was welcoming guests from France and Amsterdam for 100 km away from Paris. Mr. Corbett Dandles looked at several high-ranking patriots beside him and sighed after a vote in the Provincial Assembly. "We have officially decided to cease hostilities and begin peace talks with the Orange Party. The negotiation meeting will be held the day after tomorrow." The Orange Party he mentioned was the royalist faction supporting the former Dutch governor William V, named after William's title as Prince of Orange. Corbett frowned, stood up, and spoke loudly. "Mr. Speaker, the French government means that without negotiations, there will be no compromise. Your army only needs to face the enemy directly once and hold out for at least 5 days. The Great France will handle the rest, and in the end, we will surely defeat the Prince of Orange's counterattack." Dandle's face turned red as he clenched his fists and said, "Mr. Envoy, we also do not want to surrender. But you know that woman, Williamina, she's a traitor. She called in Prussian troops and spread rumors that we kidnapped her." Corbett coughed lightly, looked away, and casually said, "In my opinion, the Princess of Orange was just doing her duty. It shouldn't be considered treason." Dandles was stunned. He suddenly remembered that the envoy represented King Louis XVI of France. He felt a bit ironic. Helping the Dutch people resist tyranny was another form of tyranny. Perhaps this is the sadness and helplessness of small nations. Dandles didn't dwell on this minor distraction and continued. "Now over 20,000 Prussian troops are approaching Amsterdam, demanding we release Williamina. Dear God, she's not even in our hands. Our army only has 7,000 soldiers, and our equipment is far inferior to the Prussians." This was part of Willie Aminina's plan to help her husband restore power. She appeared publicly in The Hague to attract the rebels and get arrested. The rebels, wary of her being a Prussian princess, quickly released her. However, she publicly claimed she was still held by the Patriots, asking Prussia to send troops to rescue her while secretly hiding in the border city of Nijmegen. Corbett nodded. "I'm not asking you to defeat the Prussian army just to make them realize they will face fierce resistance. And I also heard that 300 young Frenchmen moved by your plight volunteered to help fight. They brought over 2,000 muskets, and it seems they even have cannons. 2,000 guns and cannons. The situation in Denders is not as bleak anymore. This is exactly what we needed. Where did you get the cannons, however? Are 300 men enough?" Corbel immediately denied. "The cannons might have been stolen from some French ships. Please note, France has provided you with 600,000 levers in aid, but has never sent troops. Oh, don't think 300 men are too few. Most of them are artillery soldiers. A skilled artilleryman can change the course of a battle. Remember, this might be your only chance to keep your power." Denders and a few others exchanged looks, then spoke to Corbel. "Mr. Envoy, we need to discuss this further. Please go ahead." Just an hour later, the Patriot Party voted to break off negotiations and instead defend Amsterdam, preparing to fight the Prussian army. 2 days later, over 10 merchants, craftsmen, and even beggars disguised as common folk entered the eastern Dutch city of Nijmegen through different routes, quickly connecting with 2 French spies. In a small house on the outskirts of Nijmegen, these people gathered in a circle. Lieutenant Fuatu, responsible for the operation, pointed to the map of Nijmegen on the table and said, "Wilhelmina is probably hiding at County's Lippert's estate. She rarely goes out. Spend these days familiarizing yourselves with the city's roads and environment. We'll strike when she goes to church this Sunday for Versailles Palace." Joseph was sitting in a lounge chair, yawning long and deep under the winter afternoon sun. The tax bill was still being processed in the High Court. There was no news from the Netherlands, and the police work had just begun. Nothing was happening yet. Since arriving in this world, he finally had a rare moment of peace. However, Dr. Lamar seemed worried he might get too bored, so he brought the refined salicin he had requested last time. Joseph quickly told him that he would send someone to pick it up later so he wouldn't have to trouble him to travel all the way from Paris. After seeing Lamar off, Joseph picked up a large bottle filled with nearly pure white powder, opened it, and smelled no alcohol scent at all, very pure. He opened a box in his study, which contained prepared ingredients like glycerin, rose essential oil, and some measuring tools. He carefully measured 1000 g of glycerin, 60 g of rose oil, and 22 g of salicin, mixing them in a large glass flask. At this point, the solution had turned a soft purple, emitting the fragrance of the essential oil with no trace of salicin visible. Then, Joseph mixed the solution with 1 part of a special liquid and 3 parts water to make the first batch of angel water. He frowned as he looked at the large bottle of thin liquid. As a beauty product, it looked quite plain. After thinking for a moment, he decided to add a thickening agent. He quickly grabbed a candlestick from the table and pulled out a high-quality beeswax candle. The candle wax powder mixed into glycerin. As Joseph kept stirring, the liquid soon became sticky and cloudy. "Now it looks more like a skincare product," he said happily. He used his finger to scrape a small amount of angel water and spread it evenly on the back of his hand. It felt smooth and moist with a floral scent, very comfortable. After waiting half an hour, he saw no signs of allergy or irritation. Joseph then called his beautician to apply some on his face. Later, the beautician and his assistant were drafted to help. Under Joseph's orders, they filled small 7 Oz round glass bottles with the thick purple gel-like substance. Then they placed the bottles into a delicate wooden box labeled Angel Water. Even though their hands were very skillful, they worked until 300 p.m. Before finishing filling about 50 bottles, Joseph checked that the beautician's skin felt fine, then told Ian to send 40 bottles to a famous luxury store in Paris to sell on consignment at a price of 15 levers each. He kept the remaining 10 bottles and went to see Queen Marie. Who else could be a better spokesperson for cosmetics than her, and it would be a free endorsement. In the corridor, Joseph quickly calculated that each bottle of angel water cost just over 1 lever. At this time, glycerin made from olive oil was expensive, accounting for 90 of the cost. The main active ingredient, salicin, was the cheapest, selling each bottle at 15 L. After deducting transportation and sales costs, he could earn at least 12 liras in tinsu. He couldn't help but think, women's money is really the easiest to make. Bosma truly does not deceive me. Queen Marie carefully unscrewed the cord from the glass bottle and took out some of the purple paste. She gently spread it on her hand. "It's quite smooth. Not bad," she said with a warm smile, looking at her son. "Dear Joseph, you always surprise me." "Where did you buy this?" Joseph started his sales pitch. "I developed it myself. I call it Angel Water. It makes the skin soft and smooth, and it's especially good at removing pimples." Queen Mary immediately waved to the maid standing at the door. "Majana, this is a good chance for you to try this." Joseph then noticed that the maid had a few pimples on her forehead, barely covered by powder. Many of these maids are around 17 or 18, a common age for pimples. Seeing Majana walk over quickly, Queen Mary took one of the 9 wooden boxes in front of her and handed it to her. Majana immediately knelt in surprise and bowed. "Thank you so much, Your Majesty." Joseph smiled happily and said to the Queen, "Just find a chance to mention to those noble ladies that you are using this, and that's enough." Queen Mary affectionately stroked his hair, but pretended to be angry. "Just giving me a few bottles of skincare products and expecting a reward." Joseph immediately straightened up and looked disappointed. "I've spent so much effort and done many experiments to create angel water. It just succeeded today and I thought of you first, so I brought it to you immediately. Yet you don't even want to help with this small favor." The Queen was amused by him. She picked up a cookie from the table and fed it to him to comfort him. All right, I'll talk to them for you." It turned out Joseph didn't need to worry about promoting angel water at all. He didn't need the Queen's help to spread the word. The noble ladies at Versailles were eager to observe the Queen with microscopes. Once they found something new and interesting, they would all follow enthusiastically. That afternoon, the Duchess of BR, who was chatting and listening to music with the Queen, saw the delicate wooden box on the dressing table. She turned to ask a maid beside her, "What's inside that wooden box? What shop's in it?" The maid whispered, "It's skincare products sent by Crown Prince. It's called Angel Water, and it's said to be personally developed by His Highness." Angel Water, that's a special name. The Duchess of Bry wasn't too concerned about the claim that it was personally developed by the prince, thinking it was probably just a skincare brand using his name for promotion. Queen Mary heard her and immediately ordered her servants to bring a box of angel water, generously giving it to her. "This stuff is pretty good, especially for removing pimples." The Duchess of Bry was overjoyed but pretended to refuse. "Why would I take your things? I have plenty more. Just take it." "All right, I will. Thank you, Your Majesty." A few noble women nearby who were chatting suddenly looked over with envy and jealousy, regretting that they hadn't noticed the Queen's new accessory first. Queen Marie sensed something was wrong and kindly handed each woman a box through her personal maid, Deborina. The noble women were all very happy. Soon, news about the Queen's new skincare product, Angel Water, spread quickly throughout Versailles, like ink spreading in water. By evening, almost all noble women were asking where they could buy Angel Water, especially young girls who were frantic because they heard it was personally created by the Crown Prince. They thought if they didn't buy a bottle immediately, they wouldn't be able to say the Crown Prince was their dream partner in the future. Finally, someone found out the original source of Angel Water. It was a gift from the Crown Prince to the Queen. Then, after paying a bribe of 50 levers, someone got news from the Crown Prince's personal beautician that in the afternoon 40 bottles of Angel Water had been sent to a luxury store in Paris for resale. By then it was completely dark. The noble young women couldn't go out, so many girls stayed awake all night, eagerly waiting for dawn. Only the Crown Prince's beautician's assistant looked angrily at the 50 levers silver coins. Why didn't that person come ask me? He remembered the afternoon when he carried a bag of Angel Water and went door-to-door visiting luxury shops by carriage, especially the Silver Night perfume shop on the Champs-Élysées near the Old Palace, where he patiently discussed with the manager for a long time. The manager insisted on a monthly consignment fee of 100 levers, claiming it was their store policy. Even when he mentioned the Crown Prince's name, the manager refused to change his mind. Although it was one of Paris's most famous shops, he dared not promise the fee on behalf of the Crown Prince. In the end, he had to leave disappointed. Fortunately, the manager of a smaller perfume and cosmetics shop nearby, Elegant Source, was more agreeable. He left all 5 bottles of Angel Water that should have been consigned at Silver Night there. By the time he finished the consignment and returned to Versailles, it was evening. Surprisingly, no one asked him about the 50 levers or the Angel Water resale. The next morning, many carriages hurriedly left Versailles, heading for Paris. Next to the Louvre, in a luxurious jewelry store, a noble woman's maid immediately spotted a small wooden box with the words Angel Water on the display window and exclaimed happily, "Madam, over there." Coincidentally, 2 young noble women about 17 or 18 entered the shop. Hearing the shout, they hurried over without regard for manners and shouted loudly, "Quick, that's it, I want to buy it." The noble woman was surprised and quickly stepped forward, grabbing the shop assistant firmly and confidently saying, "I want 5 bottles too." The shop assistant apologized sincerely. "Madam, we only have 5 bottles of Angel Water. I'll take them all." The young noblewoman responded quickly, "No, I arrived first. Give them to me." "How much does it cost?" The shop assistant carefully moved between the 2 groups and said, 15 levers per bottle, total 75 levers. The young noblewoman immediately said, "I'll pay 80 levers. Hurry, give it to me." The noblewoman sneered slightly and looked at the 2 young girls, thinking she wasn't afraid of them over money. Calmly, she said, 100 levers, I buy it. 120 levers, 150 levers. In the end, the wealthier noblewoman bought all 5 bottles of Angel Water for 200 levers, smiling triumphantly as she walked out of the store in front of the 2 young girls. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 groups of noblewomen entered the Silver Night perfume shop on the Champs-Élysées, asking if they had Angel Water for sale, since it was the most famous luxury perfume shop in Paris, and Angel Water was very likely available there. However, the manager of Silver Night could only look disappointed as they left, cursing himself for his poor judgment yesterday afternoon. Soon after, a fierce competition began inside the Source of Elegant store. Life in the 18th century moved slowly like clouds drifting across the sky. Joseph knew about the noble women at Versailles rushing to buy Angel Water, but the store's news only reached him the next evening, brought by an assistant to the beautician. So a total of 1,460 levers. Joseph looked at the young man in surprise. 40 bottles, yes, your highness. The young ladies and madams were all bidding higher. At the original price, it was impossible to buy. I heard that at this Source of Elegance, their attendants almost fought over it. Joseph sighed deeply, feeling he had made a mistake, selling too cheaply. It seems that my own heart is still not dark enough. I still don't fully understand the importance of wealthy ladies' money. I don't trust enough in the influence of the Queen in the fashion world. After reflecting on my mistakes, I decided to increase prices immediately. Of course, I can't just label the original products with high prices directly, as that would look too obvious. Joseph realized that his previous business plan was too hasty and failed to develop the true commercial value of Angel Water. He immediately returned to his study, writing quickly. He wrote over 10 pages and revised them several times before feeling satisfied. On the business plan in front of him, the previous version of Angel Water was sold as a trial version, while the full version was divided into 3 tiers: luxury, deluxe, and standard. This segmentation aimed to attract different wealthy women with varying spending power. The standard version has the same ingredients and packaging as before, but the volume is reduced to 4 Oz, priced at 14 LIS. The deluxe version adds some olive oil, is stored in a heart-shaped glass bottle, and comes in a brass box priced at 26 levers for 4 ounces. The luxury version based on the deluxe includes a small amount of lanolin and adds several scents like lavender, jasmine, and chamomile, essentially different types of essential oils. The bottle features a flower-shaped design matching the scent, and the outer packaging is made of pure silver. The price is 50 levers for 4 ounces. Additionally, he plans to develop a series of angel water products. The first is a mask. He has seen masks from this era mostly applied directly to the face or worn like a mask. The disposable cloth masks exposing the eyes, nose, and mouth had not yet appeared. These masks are easy to make. Just customize some face-shaped cloth pieces soaked in angel water without thickeners. Given the recent craze among Versailles wealthy women for beauty products, the market for masks will surely be strong. Joseph also divided the masks into 3 tiers. The luxury version uses silk, the deluxe uses wool, and the standard uses cotton cloth, disposable and thrown away after use. Prices are 5 levers, 3 levers, and 2 levers per piece, respectively. Besides, the product line will include hand creams, foot creams, and toners, basically adjusting the ratio of glycerin and salicin or adding more lanolin. Changing the packaging and name would create new products. Common tactic in later cosmetic industries. Building on this, Joseph also restructured his marketing plan. Relying solely on consignment sales is not enough. A direct sales boutique is more professional. Implement a VIP membership system divided into gold card, silver card, and regular card members. The first 2 use real gold and silver for their cards, creating a strong sense of ceremony and luxury. Finally, expand the franchise model across all of Europe. Joseph looked at the large stack of business plans and realized that he couldn't do this alone. He needed a company and many employees to support such a big operation. He immediately called all his followers and started assigning tasks. The accountant took people to buy raw materials like glycerin and to customize bottles and packaging. This time they would sign long-term contracts with suppliers to ensure steady supplies. The beauticians brought a few mains to handle the filling of the angel water. For now, they plan to produce 200 bottles a day and sell them until the boutiques are ready for larger quantities. The lawyer registered a company in Joseph's name. Joseph hesitated when it came to choosing a name. After thinking for a while, he decided to emphasize the connection to angel water, and the company was finally named Paris Angel Trading Company. As for the location of the company and hiring staff, he wasn't worried. All bottles and packaging for the cosmetics were custom made by shops in Paris. Raw materials like glycerin and essential oils are easily available on the market. The French Angel Company is mainly responsible for the final filling, packaging, and sales. These tasks require no special skills, so workers can be easily recruited. As Paris is one of Europe's most developed cities, talented managers and salespeople are plentiful. Most of the prince's personal attendants are idle, and if needed, they can temporarily fill in. The core technology of the product, salicin, is strictly controlled by Joseph. Even Lamar doesn't know that what he's processing for the prince is actually cosmetic raw material. Therefore, even if all the recruited staff rebelled, they couldn't replicate even a single drop of angel water. After finishing the arrangements, Joseph relaxed. Seeing that it was still early, he asked Ian to prepare the carriage to go to Paris himself and choose a location for the boutique. The carriage jostled for several hours and just after noon entered the city of Paris. Ian suddenly pointed outside the window and said, "Your Highness, your perfume workshop." "Oh, it's now a pharmaceutical workshop. It's right there." Joseph indeed saw a sizable courtyard in the distance located beside a tributary of the Seine River. On the east side of the courtyard, there was a large watermill slowly turning. He said to Ian, "Let's go and take a look." "Yes, Your Highness." The courtyard was very large with more than 10 small and big houses inside and an open space larger than 2 basketball courts. The gatekeeper saw Joseph and his group's demeanor and dress and didn't dare stop them. Instead, he politely led them into the courtyard. Soon Lamar, wearing an apron, came out to greet and bowed to Joseph, saying, "Your Highness, why are you here?" Joseph smiled and returned the bow. "I want to open a shop in Paris, so I came to see you." "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness," Lamar said. "Actually, I also have something I want to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it? Please go ahead." Lamar raised his hand and pointed toward the workshop, saying, "There used to be over 40 workers here, but we don't need that many for purifying salicin. Should we lay them off or keep some to continue making perfume? Having more people is a good thing." Joseph immediately ordered, "Neither lay them off nor make perfume. Go buy some equipment and increase the production of salicin. Then they will have work to do." His goal was to make Paris Angel a luxury brand known across Europe and America, so the demand for raw materials would be huge. Lamar looked a bit awkwardly at Dr. Elson nearby. The latter quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, leave the rest to me. Lamar will be leaving here in a few days." Leaving, Elson explained. Actually, Lamar has received special funding from the French Medical Society to go to South America for plant research. You know, there are many strange plants there, and we might discover new medicines. Oh, and he has already resigned from his court doctor position. As for the salicin purification technology, he has already taught me everything in detail, so he doesn't have much to do here at the workshop. Lamar cleared his throat and sincerely bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I am truly sorry. Honestly, a big part of why I received this funding is because the Medical Society reviewed my paper on the medicinal effects of salicin. Oh, and I was the first author of that paper, but the opportunity to go to South America is truly rare. I want to." Joseph then remembered that a few days ago he received a letter from the Medical Society praising his contribution to salicin. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, not realizing it was because of Lamar's paper. In the past, he would have congratulated Lamar and personally sent him off to South America. But today, after seeing the professional processing and experimental equipment in the workshop, along with many skilled workers, he had a different idea. That idea was to try making the legendary drug penicillin that he had been dreaming of since arriving in this world. If they had penicillin, his pneumonia could be cured first. Second, this miracle drug would be very useful in war. During 18th century battles, infected wounds often meant death, but penicillin could help wounded soldiers recover. It's easy to imagine that one side's injured soldiers would keep returning to the battlefield, while the other side's casualties would decrease, making it hard for them to continue fighting. He had long thought about making penicillin, but the process and technology were very complex. It would require a highly professional laboratory, specialized equipment for experiments and cultivation, and a skilled team to operate everything. Only then could they possibly succeed. All these conditions didn't exist before, but now they might, thanks to this pharmaceutical workshop in front of him. With some additional experimental equipment, Lamar, a top expert in biomedicine, and the skilled workers here, they might be able to produce penicillin more than 100 years early. So he couldn't let Lamar leave. Now, thinking of this, Joseph shook his head and said, "No, you don't need to apologize. It's my oversight. Your stage shouldn't be limited to this small pharmaceutical factory. The unknown fields of biomedicine are where you can truly shine." Elmark was touched and said, "Thank you for your understanding. Please believe me. If there's a place where I can be useful, I will come back anytime." Joseph smiled slightly and casually said, "It's just a bit of regret. I originally wanted you to help develop a new medicine. Now it seems I'll have to wait until you return from South America." Hearing new medicine, Lamar immediately became interested. "Oh, I wonder what kind of medicine you're talking about." Joseph initially wanted to say it was penicillin, but then thought that preparing such a thing would take a lot of time. Instead, he decided to show Lamar a small gadget to warm him up and also to help train the experimental team. So he temporarily set aside the idea of penicillin and said, "I've heard of a kind of medicine that can slow aging, treat miscarriages, and even make men stronger." Lamar searched his brain's database but found nothing matching this description. He was about to shake his head in denial when he suddenly remembered a miraculous substance called salicin. He quickly dismissed his skepticism and asked, "That's hard to believe." "Are you sure such a thing exists?" "It definitely does," Joseph nodded. "It has a special name, tocopherol. Tocopherol is vitamin E, a common substance in later times. However, in the 18th century, it hadn't been extracted yet. Joseph chose vitamin E mainly because it was easy to extract with a high success rate. Also, it could be mixed into cosmetics. In later times, almost all skincare products related to anti-aging and reducing dark spots contain vitamin E. This would be the second secret weapon of the Paris Angel Company to drain wealthy women's wallets. Hearing such a technical name, Lamar became more serious. "Your Highness, do you know how to obtain this tocopherol?" Joseph confidently replied, "I know a way to extract tocopherol from corn cobs. It requires additional equipment like centrifuges, sedimentation dishes, and so on. Oh, and a constant temperature room, a lab that keeps a fixed temperature. How can that be done since there was no air conditioning in this era? Maintaining a stable temperature was indeed difficult." Joseph thought for a moment and said, "Lay dense water pipes under the floor and inside the walls of the room and build a large water tank outside to connect to these pipes. When heating is needed, warm the water tank for cooling. Introduce water from the same river. The water can be useful here. Even in summer, the river water stays below 20 degrees C, enough for biological cultivation." Lamar was clearly interested in this anti-aging substance. But at the same time, he had a long-standing wish to explore plants in South America. He hesitated, caught between these two desires. Joseph saw his hesitation and immediately offered an even bigger bait. Mr. Elmark, after setting up the constant temperature room and other facilities, I actually have a more miraculous medicine that I need your help to produce. This medicine can treat pneumonia, infected wounds, postpartum fever, and other diseases. It can even cure deadly illnesses like the Black Death, syphilis, and sepsis. Lamar was stunned. If such a medicine truly existed, it would fulfill his lifelong dream, making sure no one would suffer and die from illness ever again. He was so excited that he started to breathe quickly. Your Highness, are you joking? Joseph saw that he was truly convinced and smiled. Once you make this kind of medicine, you'll see for yourself. By the way, about going to South America, I will fund you with some money later. It will be more than what the medical society offers, and you'll have more freedom. Hearing this, Lamar no longer hesitated. He nodded strongly and said, Your Highness, I will do my best to work with you to create that miracle medicine. After Joseph left the workshop, having shared the method to extract vitamin E, he headed to the Paris City Hall. By the time his carriage arrived, it was already past 3:00 p.m. Ian came out of the city hall and waved to the slightly chubby man with big ears behind him. No need to trouble you anymore. Please go back. The man had to turn around disappointed and return to the city hall. Ammon then went to the carriage across the street and bowed to Joseph. Your Highness, I've asked everything. Among the properties listed for sale in Paris, there are 14 that meet your requirements. Joseph replied without hesitation, I want the best. Your Highness, that should be the Nagelter jewelry store on Champs-Élysées. In the middle section of Champs-Élysées, about 600 meters from the Delury Palace looking south towards the loft, Joseph saw a jewelry shop about 20 m wide with its door half open. The Nagelter jewelry store sign was still hanging. According to Ian, the owner of the shop married a Spaniard and planned to sell the property to move to Spain. Joseph went inside to look around. The shop was new with 2 floors, each about 500 square meters. It had solid oak floors, brass-covered corners, and stair railings, and was decorated very tastefully, showing a quiet and refined beauty. He didn't waste time and quickly reached an agreement with the owner's agent to buy the shop for 36,000 rubles. This price was quite reasonable for the most bustling commercial street in Paris. Ian went to complete the transaction while Joseph looked around and said to the architect who came with him, Mr. Arkid, I need your help to make some adjustments to this shop. Yes, among the prince's personal staff, there was always an architect, usually with little to do. Today he finally had a chance to be useful. Please, Your Highness, just tell me what to do. Joseph pointed to the wall facing the street. Replace all these walls with glass. The bigger the better, so pedestrians can see inside the store easily. All these wooden shelves should be replaced with custom-made glass display cases about a meter high so products can be placed directly on them and customers can touch them anytime. The lighting also needs to be changed. Use the same crystal chandelier from my living room. We must ensure the store is well lit. Every corner should be bright. The exterior wall should be painted in fresh, soft colors. Arcade kept taking notes in his notebook until Joseph turned to ask him basically that's it. How long will these changes take and how much will it cost? The architect quickly looked through his notes, hesitating. About 2 weeks, roughly 3,000 livres. Joseph nodded. I'll give you 5,000 livres. Can you finish it within a week? Yes, Your Highness. I will do my best. Arid thought for a moment and then said, Your Highness, forgive me for saying this, but even if we put angel water in the new Bridge General store, it would sell out quickly. The store is already quite good. Why spend so much money on renovations? Joseph smiled and said, because besides angel water, this shop is also a product. Our kid was a bit surprised. Are you planning to sell this shop? No, I mean a different kind of product. Think of this store as a sample. Netherlands. Inside a military camp 4 km south of Amsterdam, an old man dressed in a green military coat with half hair and a chin slightly tilted to the left frowned at a map. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I think we should give up on Amsterdam and fall back south of the city, using the river to block the enemy. Next to him, a middle-aged man in a deep white military uniform immediately interrupted loudly with a sarcastic tone. Colonel Walster, my men and I have traveled far to the Netherlands, but we didn't come here to watch your army practice. Avoiding the enemy tactics, Walster, who had authority in the Dutch army, dared not get angry at a captain, but only intensified his tone. Mr. Jua, the Prussian vanguard, is only 15 km from Amsterdam, and there are no fortresses to defend in the town. Are we supposed to wait here? And Die Stilling is a town close to the southern part of Amsterdam. Losing it would leave Amsterdam completely exposed to the Prussian army. The French captain continued to mock fortress. Your army couldn't even hold the strong fortress of Utrecht. Even if Amsterdam had 10 fortresses, it probably wouldn't help you much. Walter's face turned red. What's the use of saying all this? The most important thing now is to decide how to fight the enemy. Attack, Dua said loudly. French soldiers always crush their enemies with an attack. A Dutch officer nearby quickly said, Mr. Dua, with the soldiers we have now, including the temporary recruits, we have about 9,000 men, but the Prussian army across the line has over 20,000. Attacking now would be almost suicidal. Dua smiled. The 20,000 is the total Prussian army. The front line they reach here probably isn't that many. More importantly, he continued, because he retreated too quickly at first. The Prussian forces have been chasing for over 10 days. The Dutch waterways are dense and most of their cannons can't keep up with the front line, but we have more than 10 cannons here. Walster stared wide-eyed. Are you really planning to attack the Prussian army? Why not? Dua looked back at him. The Prussians probably don't expect the Dutch, who have been retreating, to suddenly counterattack. They will be caught off guard. That's our chance. Walster felt uncomfortable under his gaze and lowered his head. Even if your soldiers are brave and equipped with cannons, rushing forward so recklessly. Dua shook his head. No, it's not my soldiers but yours, my men that can't be. Dua interrupted him again. Yes, your men, and they should be new recruits. They will attack the Prussian front line, pretending to retreat in disorder. Oh, they will definitely fall back, and my troops and your main forces will wait in the narrow area between the Sierra River and Lake Up Court, ready for the Prussians to catch up. My cannons will be set up all around here. A few Dutch officers brightened at his words, imagining the Prussian army suddenly ambushed and fleeing in panic. Since Prussia got involved in the Netherlands, they hadn't won a single battle. Now they longed for victory more than ever. Walster frowned and shook his head. Even if we can defeat the Prussian front line, it won't help much. Their main force will arrive soon and we won't be able to hold out. The provincial council tasked me with holding out for 5 days. Dua corrected him. Holding out for 5 days won't matter if you don't win a battle to repel the Prussian attack first. Otherwise, if you retreat all the way to Holland, you could hold out for more than a week. He looked at the young officer standing nearby with curly hair and a nose as sharp as a sword, and asked, Andre, Note 1, how long do you think it will take for the main Prussian forces to reach Amsterdam? The young officer straightened his chest and replied, Sir, if they march without interference, they could cross the Amsterdam area before nightfall. But if we can disrupt their supply lines, this time will be greatly delayed. Very good, Dua said with approval. Then this task is yours to complete. Yes. Walster was surprised. Lieutenant Dove has only about 60 cavalrymen. How can they attack the Prussian supply lines? No, not just 60. Dua smiled and shook his head. And your 650 cavalrymen are also involved. Note 1. Andre Dove is a fictional character requested by the reader, said as the brother of the famous historical general Louis Nicholas Dove. 650. Walster immediately protested. That's all my cavalry. You have no right to move them. Captain Dua didn't let him finish and smiled. Hand over your cavalry to me or face the Prussians alone. No, don't. The Dutch commander sighed and waved his hand. The cavalry is yours to command. We can't fight among ourselves now. Very wise decision. Dua turned to the curly-haired French officer and said, Andre, proceed according to the original plan. When can you set out? Andre saluted with his hat. Yes, my men are ready at any moment. We can leave now. However, the Dutch cavalry might need a little more time. Dua nodded. Now you're in charge of them. Teach them how to work more efficiently. Yes, the cavalry officer left. Dua looked at the Dutch officers in the tent and asked, So does everyone agree to attack the Prussian front line now? Everyone silently nodded. Good, thank you all. Dua moved to the map, pointing at the position near the Zebra River. Mr. Walster, please deploy the day guards here. The Dutch officer looked a bit displeased. There are no guards anymore. They are all provincial army units. Dua nodded without concern. All right, no matter what they're called, they will be mixed with my artillery and wait here for the Prussian front. And the Liberty Legion will form a line 200 m to the south to face the first attack of the Prussian forces. The so-called Freedom Legion is a militia group formed by the Dutch Patriot Party, while the Hay Guard is an elite force originally commanded by William V. The strength of these two forces is obvious. Of course, the Hay Guard also participated in the effort to exile William V., and their loyalty to the provincial council is unquestionable. A Dutch officer immediately opposed. You're risking the Freedom Legion as cannon fodder. Why don't the French take the front line? Walster raised his hand to stop him. Captain Dua is right. Without experienced soldiers at the back to support, the Freedom Legion will quickly retreat before the Prussian army. But Dua calmly said, the Freedom Legion doesn't need to fight the Prussians to the death. After the battle begins, they just need to move aside to the sides. I'm worried about their training, whether they can follow tactical plans without falling into chaos. Walster suddenly straightened his chest and said in a deep voice, I will personally command the Freedom Legion. Dua nodded and continued, and then we will do this. Under his pencil sketch, the map showed an area less than 25 km wide between the CRA River and Lake Epcot filled with Dutch and French troops south of Amsterdam. Report. A ranger approached Andre holding his horse's rein and saluting with his hat. We spotted Prussian troops 3 km to the east, over 4,000 men. mostly infantry with some cavalry. Andrei nodded. This was likely the Prussian vanguard. He immediately ordered all troops move west by 1 kilometer quietly and slowly. Watch out for Prussian scouts. Yes, Andrei looked at his pocket watch, then checked the map. According to previous intelligence, the main Prussian forest was about 15 km away, just downstream of the Kra River. At their current speed, they could bypass them by midday tomorrow, as he expected at 2 p.m. The next afternoon, the Rangers spotted a large convoy of Prussian wagons protected by over 3,000 Prussian soldiers. Andrei ordered the entire army to line up on the west side of the Kra River. He then realized his palms were sweaty. He had graduated from military school less than 2 years ago. This was his first time commanding a real battle. Naturally, he was nervous. Originally, he was just the deputy of this cavalry company, but when the captain fell ill with dysentery on the way to the Netherlands and returned to France for treatment, Andrei was suddenly given command of the French Volunteer Cavalry Company. He looked out over the plains and river, feeling a sudden wave of worry. He was not afraid of facing the Prussians. Not just because his current mission was only a harassment, but even if it was a full-scale battle, he was confident that with his brave blood and fearless courage, he could defeat the enemy army. 5 days. Even if he died in battle, he believed his sword would lie between his body and the Prussian troops. What worried him was what would happen after 5 days. After French volunteers and Dutch troops held back the Prussians for 5 days, would the Prussians really retreat? His uncle had learned through internal contacts that the plan was made by Crown Prince, a 13-year-old boy with a military plan. Andrei tried not to think too much about it. He was not afraid of death. Dying on the battlefield was a soldier's fate. What he feared was dying without meaning, especially since he was here in the Netherlands as a private individual. If he couldn't protect the Patriot Party in the end, the military might not even acknowledge that he sacrificed himself for the country. He hoped that the child of divine favor was as miraculous as everyone said. He didn't know how long had passed before the sound of the cavalry broke his thoughts. Report, the Prussian convoy is coming. A sparklet in Andrei's eyes. He waved forward and shouted, charge. The French Royal Cavalry led the way, followed by the Dutch Royal Cavalry as they rushed toward the Prussian supply train. They were still far away, but sharp horns sounded from the Prussian army. A large number of infantry quickly gathered, forming dense lines behind the convoy with muskets and bayonets pointed forward, ready for battle. Dust and smoke billowed, hooves thundered. Andrei could only see the dense Prussian soldiers from afar, so he raised his Charvel 1728 short musket and fired a shot at the Prussian side. The cavalry behind him also fired with loud bangs and crackles, filling the battlefield with smoke, but they were still about 400 m from the Prussian army, so their bullets couldn't do any real harm. Still, the intense gunfire made the Prussian commanders very nervous. The cavalry in front looked like nearly 1,000 soldiers, probably not the main force of the Dutch army. After firing his shot, Andrei immediately turned his cavalry south and galloped past the Prussian formation about 300 meters away. The Prussian soldiers waited over 20 minutes but saw no enemy charge. They started cursing and prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a large squadron of cavalry attacked from behind, mixed with dense gunfire. The Prussian commander's face darkened. He ordered his troops to form up and fight back, but the enemy cavalry only circled around them once before rushing away with howls. The Prussian cavalry protecting the convoy was too few to pursue. Andrei continued to lead his cavalry back and forth, forcing the Prussians to hold their ground and defend. Only when the main Prussian cavalry arrived near dusk for reinforcements did Andrei finally stop. He ordered his troops to rest for a few hours in a dense forest, then immediately commanded them to march north overnight straight to the main Prussian camp 5 km south of Stolven. Outside the brightly lit Prussian camp, Andrei was directing soldiers to unload 2 cannons from their horses. Since they were raiding with light cavalry, they couldn't carry heavy cannons. Andrei carried a small lightweight cannon weighing less than 200 lb which could be carried on a single horse. He didn't even bring a proper carriage, just dug a small pit in the ground, leaning the cannon barrel at an angle inside it. He didn't expect to hit the Prussians. He loaded the gunpowder and shells, then ignited it. 2 loud booms echoed, causing chaos in the Prussian camp. Once the Prussians identified the direction of the attack, they quickly gathered more than 10 large cannons to retaliate. Meanwhile, Andrei had already strapped the small cannon back onto his horse, and under cover of night headed south toward the Prussian commander, Duke of Brunswick, had a restless night. He was surprised that the Dutch, who had been beaten without resistance, would provoke them. At dawn, he sent cavalry to search the area carefully, confirming there were no enemy ambushes, then ordered the march toward Amsterdam. However, at this moment, the Prussian vanguard was ambushed by the Dutch. Although the Prussians didn't expect an attack, their high military training under Frederick Tusk's discipline allowed them to respond almost immediately. The Dutch forces, as usual, were easily defeated, about 20 men killed, then they scattered in panic. The Prussian vanguard commander Bülow reacted quickly and led his troops to pursue. They soon reached the eastern shore of Lake Aberk. In front of him stretched a line of Dutch soldiers several miles long. This was the common 18th century infantry tactic. Soldiers standing in tight lines spaced 1 to 3 steps apart, forming a neat, straight line with 3 or 4 ranks, all standing straight and firing muskets at the enemy in turn. Bülow secretly sneered. Was this the Dutch's plan to lure us into rushing forward with a retreating army and then ambush us here? You underestimate the discipline of the Prussian soldiers, he ordered immediately. The entire army stopped the pursuit, formed into line formations, and another squad from Kampen's camp launched a column attack. The Prussian troops moved very quickly. In just 20 minutes, over 4,000 soldiers finished forming their battle formation. 2,300 soldiers made a 1 km long line facing the Dutch formation. Behind them, 80 soldiers formed several vertical columns, ready to attack the enemy's lines at any moment. There were also nearly 200 cavalry on the wings standing by. Their strong discipline and quick actions made the Dutch soldiers on the opposite side feel very nervous. Suddenly, a loud drum beat sounded in the Prussian army. The company leaders, almost at the same time, waved their hands forward, giving the order to attack. At the same time, several 4-pound cannons hidden among the Prussian lines started firing loudly. As the soldiers followed the drum beat and moved forward, the 2 lines of infantry got closer. Under the attack of the cannons, some Dutch soldiers began to retreat, but officers quickly pushed them back with their swords. When the 2 armies were about 100 m apart, sparks flew from the Dutch lines, but the Prussians seemed to think it was just fireworks and kept marching forward in perfect step. Some Prussian soldiers fell, but they showed no sign of worry and kept moving forward. When they were only 60 m apart, the drums on the Prussian side suddenly stopped. Raise your guns. Aim, fire. Following the officer's commands, the Prussian soldiers fired a well-coordinated volley. The Dutch lines immediately had more than 10 gaps, and panic spread among the soldiers. When both sides started shooting at each other, the difference in their military skills became clear. The Prussians fired 5 times, but the Dutch only managed 3 shots. The Prussian soldiers fired almost all at the same time, while the Dutch soldiers fired irregularly, with many shooting without aiming in their nervousness. After more than 10 rounds of shooting, smoke covered the battlefield. The Dutch soldiers began to retreat as a whole. Seeing this, Blücher quickly ordered advance in columns. Yes, with a special drum beat. Over 40 Prussian columns charged forward bravely through the fire, while their lines also moved 10 steps ahead. Many Prussian soldiers fell during the charge, but because they moved in columns, the front soldiers blocked the bullets, and the soldiers behind kept running forward. The Dutch infantry lines were soon broken apart. The soldiers panicked and ran away, but officers quickly controlled them, and they moved in an orderly way to the east and west to avoid the Prussian attack. Burgesser used his telescope to look around and pointed westward. Cavalry is pursuing. Yes, his observation was sharp. Walster was commanding on the east side, where the chaos was more obvious. Burdasher himself led most of the troops, continuing to advance. At this pace, they could take Amsterdam today. However, just as the Dutch soldiers all left the front battlefield, sudden loud cannon fire came from the Prussian side ahead. Several huge iron balls whistled through the Prussian lines, creating a blood-red mist in midair. One iron ball landed and then rolled over 40 m, crushing a commander's calf before stopping. Burgesser's eyes twitched. Listening to the cannon fire, there were at least 10 large cannons, and their calibers seemed quite big. He had been marching rapidly for days and only brought 54 lb cannons. Almost instantly, he was overwhelmed by the enemy's artillery fire. The Prussian soldiers' momentum slowed immediately. Burgesser hesitated, looked at Stalvin not far away, and gritted his teeth before ordering a half-battalion of reserves to advance. Duke Brunswick, commanding the main Prussian force, had only been gone 2 hours when he heard dense cannon fire from the north. He frowned slightly. His own artillery was here, and Burgesser only had 5 cannons, so it couldn't be that loud. Could it be Dutch artillery? But their artillery had been destroyed by him half a month ago. Even if the Dutch managed to get cannons, they wouldn't have artillerymen. It's known that artillery is the hardest troop to train. Without years of rigorous practice and solid math skills, even firing dozens of shots might not hit once. While Duke Brunswick was pondering, a messenger hurriedly rode up, saying a large group of Dutch cavalry appeared near Utrecht. Brunswick's heart tightened. Utrecht was his logistics base, and daily supplies and ammunition were transported from there to the front. He couldn't afford any mishap. What are the Dutch trying to do? As an experienced commander, he quickly sneered and shook his head. With his absolute troop advantage, why follow the enemy's pace? Duke Brunswick immediately ordered the main Prussian force to defend locally. telling Burgesser to quickly gather intelligence on the enemy and avoid rushing into attack. Then he sent 3 infantry regiments and 1 cavalry regiment to build a 20 km long defensive line from Amsterdam to Utter to protect the logistics. It was not yet noon when he received bad news again. Brussels' army was fighting fiercely along the CRA River against the Dutch, suffering heavy artillery fire and enemy encirclement with over 800 casualties. Duke Brunswick took a deep breath, surprised that the Dutch still had strength to fight back. He quickly sent people to support Brussels. By the time the Prussian supply lines were restored and the frontline troops reorganized, 2 days had passed. Duke Brunswick didn't mind wasting this time. He had already patched the gaps caused by their rapid advance. Now he planned to crush the Dutch with overwhelming force. On the 4th day after de Boer repelled the Prussian vanguard, he faced Brunswick's fiercest attack at noon. On the southern plains of Amsterdam, no strategy could be used, only fierce clashes of iron and blood. Dibble commanded 12 cannons, continuously bombarding the densest parts of the Prussian soldiers. André led cavalry to harass the Prussian flanks, keeping their attention fixed on him. The Dutch held higher ground and, inspired by their recent victory, fought with great energy. The Prussian army attacked until nightfall, but couldn't break through the Dutch defenses. Early the next morning, Brunswick launched another attack. Intense musket fire and artillery raged on the battlefield, leaving thousands of bodies behind. The fighting was so fierce that by 2 p.m., the French artillery had run out of shells. André saw Captain Dwar retreat from his position with the artillery, preparing to join the infantry with his musket, and realized the situation was dire. He looked at the still firing Prussian cannons, made the sign of the cross on his chest, raised his sword, and shouted to the blood-covered soldiers behind him, "Follow me. Break through the Prussian artillery line." French cavalry immediately struck their breastplates with their sword hilts and shouted angrily, "Yes." Duke Brunswick frowned as he watched the thick smoke covering the battlefield. He didn't expect the Dutch to resist so stubbornly, especially their artillery. Although they had half as many cannons as his, they fought equally well with incredible marksmanship. At this rate, capturing Amsterdam would likely cost a lot, which was far from his original plan. He was considering whether to send the reserve troops for a fierce attack when the guards arrived with the king's envoy. The Duke of Brunswick looked at the order to retreat signed personally by King William II, brought by the envoy, and frowned. "What is really going on here?" the envoy awkwardly replied. "It has been confirmed that Princess William is not in Dutch hands." "What, that can't be true." The Duke of Brunswick's eyes widened. His main goal was to rescue Wilhelmina, and now he was told she wasn't even here. The envoy sighed. She was found in southern Netherlands. It is said that a group of Italian-speaking kidnappers did it. The police in Antwerp rescued her and killed 2 of the kidnappers. The southern Netherlands refers to what later became Belgium, now under Austrian control. Kidnappers, that can't be. The envoy continued, "Your Grace, Princess Wilhelmina has returned to Prussia." The Duke of Brunswick looked again at the order to retreat and unwillingly waved to the messenger. "Order the entire army to withdraw." It was Joseph's plan to have William V return to the Netherlands. At first, the Patriot Party strongly opposed this, but the French envoy Corbeil relayed the prince's words. The so-called regent position can be purely ceremonial. Instead of letting William Vaus cause trouble outside, you might as well bring him back to Amsterdam for supervision. His influence is mainly in The Hague, and since you control the army, you could even use him as a hostage. The Patriot Party happily accepted this suggestion. 3 days ago, French spies ambushed a Nimbigen and kidnapped Princess Wilhelmina on her way to church. The Prussian princess thought her hideout was secret, so she only took 7 or 8 bodyguards. She was quickly kidnapped by the Italian-speaking kidnappers with little resistance. Although Prussia had taken southern Holland, it was only the big cities, small towns, and villages remained in Patriot Party hands. The French spies smoothly left the Netherlands, taking Wilhelmina to the southern Netherlands, even sending a ransom letter to William II. Later, the Antwerp contact arranged 2 bodies to pretend they were the killed kidnappers and informed the local police about suspicious foreigners, even sending a reporter to follow and report the story. William Mina, rescued publicly by the police, could no longer hide that he was being held hostage by the Patriot Party. As a result, the main excuse for King William II of Prussia to send troops to the Netherlands disappeared. The Patriot Party then made concessions. At the same time, France held a large military exercise in southern Luxembourg, and Duke Brunswick also failed to take Amsterdam. In the end, William II looked at his poor money pouch and decided to withdraw his troops. André watched as thousands of enemy soldiers set up defenses around the Prussian artillery positions while Prussian cavalry kept a close watch on him. He knew he probably hadn't even reached the Prussian cannons yet and he might be killed in battle. But this was the only way to save the situation. Even if there was only a 1 chance, he had to try. He gently urged his horse forward, speeding up. Just as he was about to reach the right wing of the Prussian infantry, suddenly a horn sounded in the Prussian army, and the line of Prussian soldiers began to retreat. He stopped his horse and stood there until the Prussians almost disappeared from sight. The surrounding Dutch people started cheering. Only then did he realize that the enemy was really retreating. He made a cross on his chest, looked up at the sky, and felt a surge of emotion. It's the blessing of God's son. He really did it. At dawn, Joseph hurried to Paris by carriage. Today was the grand opening of the Paris Angels boutique on the Champs-Élysées. He planned to attend the ribbon cutting at noon. Although it was just a store opening, the shop itself was also a product. He naturally wanted to make it special to increase its value. The news of the opening had already been widely advertised in newspapers. When he arrived on the Champs-Élysées, it was already crowded with people, especially in the middle section of the avenue where the new Paris Angel store was located. The street was completely blocked. Angel water had previously only been popular inside the Palace of Versailles, but after some noble women and young ladies tried it, its amazing effects quickly spread throughout Paris. Now, no woman in the noble class of Paris didn't know about this magical cosmetic. Claims like smoothing pimples in 2 days, making skin soft in 5 days, and fading spots in a week were supported by many who had experienced it firsthand. Especially the advertisement that appeared on the front page of major newspapers 10 days ago, which only had one big line, "Angel water, you deserve to own it." Simple and direct, like an arrow piercing straight into every woman's heart. Yes, although the luxurious angel water was expensive, I was worth having a bottle. By casually flipping through other pages of the newspaper, you can see news about the grand opening of the Paris Angel specialty store. It states that in the future, angel water will only be available at this store, and many new products will be launched here. The store is scheduled to open officially at noon. Early in the morning, even before dawn, people had already gathered outside. Through the completely transparent glass exterior, they peeked inside to look at the displayed goods. Joseph frowned as he watched the crowded street outside the store filled with people waiting to enter. Although he was the owner, he couldn't get close to the door at all. It wasn't until Cass had ordered the guards to maintain order that a narrow passage appeared on the Champs-Élysées. At exactly 12:00, more than 10 staff members, all over 1.8 meters tall with blonde hair, blue eyes, handsome looks, and dressed in neat, thick red velvet uniforms, came out of the store. They stood in 2 neat rows at the flower-filled entrance. Behind them, a band played cheerful celebration music. 2 graceful girls pulled a red ribbon decorated with a flower ball across the front of the store. The store manager stepped forward, bowed first, then loudly announced, "Please welcome the child of divine favor from Versailles, the noble crown prince of France, to cut the ribbon for our store." A thunderous cheer erupted along the Champs-Élysées. People who had just seen the royal guards maintaining order guessed a big figure was coming. They didn't expect it to be the crown prince himself. Joseph, dressed in formal attire, stepped out of the store, waved to the crowd, and announced loudly, "Today, the first Paris Angel specialty store is officially open. The mission of Paris Angel is to help every woman in France stay young and beautiful forever." He wished everyone a happy shopping, and the crowd responded with more excitement and cheers. Some enthusiastic fans even shouted, "Long live the Crown Prince." Joseph took the scissors from the manager, cut the red ribbon in front of him, and quickly slipped out the back door under Cad's protection. He was afraid that if he stayed too long, the starried noble young ladies would surround him and swallow him whole. People outside threw petals into the air, and the manager smiled, signaling that everyone could now enter and shop. People discussed the exciting opening ceremony and rushed into the store. Almost instantly, the over 1,000 square meter store on both floors was filled with customers, while outside, more than 1,000 people anxiously waited for those inside to come out. A tall, graceful young girl wearing a dark blue long dress and a wide-brimmed hat with a sheer veil covering her face looked at the crowd outside the Paris Angel shop. She frowned slightly and whispered in frustration, "Why are there so many people? I should have asked Mr. Balvetto to come instead." She touched the barely noticeable acne scars on her cheek, seeming to make a firm decision. A few days ago, one of her close friends gave her half a bottle of the popular skincare product called Angel Water. After just a few uses, her stubborn pimples started to clear up noticeably, but now that the Angel Water was almost finished, she was determined to buy another bottle to keep her face beautiful. She looked around the Paris Angel shop, then took a long stride and hurried toward the back of the store. Joseph came out from the back door of the shop. His carriage was already waiting there. As he was about to get in, he suddenly saw a small boy around 8 or 9 years old with messy hair and dirty clothes standing pitifully at the alley entrance, begging, "Honorable sir and madam, please spare a few coins." The boy glanced at a smaller girl leaning against the wall, and his voice grew anxious. "Please, just 5 coins so I can buy a prince's blessing for my sister. She's been burning with fever all day. However, the alley was rarely visited by pedestrians. Even when a few people hurried past, they didn't bother to look at him. Joseph stepped forward, placed 2 silver coins into the boy's broken cup, and the boy immediately knelt down excitedly, choking with emotion. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. May God bless you." Cadet hurriedly helped him up. Joseph said, "It's nothing. Go take care of your sister." "By the way, what is this prince's blessing you mentioned?" The boy quickly replied, "Honorable sir, it's a small pill called something like salicin which can save lives and is very cheap. I heard that this medicine was invented by the prince himself, so everyone calls it prince's blessing." Joseph signaled to Ian, who immediately handed over a few salicin pills. Joseph had been using salisonin to control his own pneumonia. "Is this the medicine?" Joseph asked, handing the light yellow pill to the boy. "Yes, that's it." The boy was overjoyed. He bent down and fed a pill into his sister's mouth, then gave her some water, nodding firmly. "Swallow it. It will make you feel better very soon." Joseph saw him about to kneel again, so he quickly helped him up and asked, "Where is your family?" The little boy forced a broken smile and said, "They all got sick and died last year. Only my sister and I are still alive." As he spoke, his stomach made a series of gurgling sounds. Joseph felt a wave of sadness and gave him some money. But suddenly he noticed a crowd on the other side of the alley buying angel water. Giving someone a fish is good, but teaching them how to fish is better. He looked at the boy and asked, "Do you want to stop being hungry?" The boy nodded very seriously. "I'll teach you a way," Joseph said, pointing at the crowd. "There's a shop called Paris Angel over there. Use this money to buy some chairs, rent them outside the shop, and charge 2 dimes for an hour. Remember to take a deposit once you get used to running the shop. Buy some clean, neat clothes to wear and help ladies and madams who don't want to wait in line or buy things for them. You can probably earn about 1 LRA each time." The boy's eyes widened and he saluted strongly. "Thank you so much. You must be sent by God to save me and my sister." Behind a protruding wall pillar in the alley, a woman with long legs and a veil looked at Joseph from afar and whispered, "That man seems to be the crown prince. I didn't expect him to have a kind heart. It seems the royal family isn't all snakes and parasites." After Joseph's carriage drove away, the long-legged girl slipped to the back door of the Paris Angel Company. She checked carefully to make sure no one was around, then crouched and looked inside through the lock hole. She saw an old gatekeeper sitting in the hall, looking tired and staring at the door. She examined the building's layout, bit her lip, and moved to the window in the hall. She took out a thin piece of wire from her hair bun, inserted it into and fiddled with it a few times, quietly opening the latch. She pushed the window open slightly, moved gently, and jumped inside. The gatekeeper, only about 3 m away, didn't notice at all. The girl threw a small stone onto the back door, making a soft clack sound. The gatekeeper frowned and went to check. Seizing the chance, the girl stepped forward, supported herself on the chair behind him, and flipped over like a cat. In an instant, she disappeared at the end of the hall. The gatekeeper seemed to feel a breeze and turned his head, but there was only an empty hall. She passed through a storage room, easily avoided a few shop assistants, and was already in the first-floor sales area of Paris Angel. The store was crowded, but luckily the staff kept control of the number of customers entering, so it didn't feel too busy. She glanced at the crowd outside the glass wall, which was packed like sardines, and smiled triumphantly. Then she turned to look around at the shop that had long piqued her curiosity. Next to the entrance were 2 large oil paintings about life-size. The women in the paintings looked almost identical. However, the one on the left had dull skin and a few pimples on her forehead with the words "before" used next to her. The woman in the right painting had smooth, bright skin, looking lively and attractive with "after use" written beside her. The tall girl strolled casually forward and noticed that the store had no shelves, only more than 10 glass display steps arranged neatly at different heights. On these glass platforms were beautifully packaged cosmetics, with small wooden signs showing the product names and prices sparkling under the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Soft piano music played around her, creating a dreamy, luxurious atmosphere. Even if she didn't buy anything, just wandering around the store was a pleasant mental escape. Face masks. She paused in front of a cloth-like mask. "What is this?" A tall, handsome staff member immediately approached and politely bowed. "Miss, these masks are our new scare product. They can effectively..." Hearing his deep, charming voice, she caught a glimpse of his strong, upright neck and felt her cheeks warm up. Soon, her small bag was filled with angel water, masks, hand cream, and many other items. The store had a strange rule. You pick out your items first, then pay all at once. She looked at her little bag inside. She had only planned to buy 1 bottle of angel water, but ended up with so much more. Still, these products were just too tempting. A wealthy woman passed by, holding 3 bags, nearly bursting with cosmetics, muttering, "They don't even charge extra." Can you believe it? Suddenly, she felt relieved. See, no one could resist these good products. She lingered in the store for nearly an hour before feeling satisfied and ready to pay. The handsome clerk then told her she could get a VIP card, which offered free delivery, free greeting card writing, and other services. Silver and gold cards even gave discounts, 5 off for silver, 10 off for gold. She carefully asked, "Who can get a gold card?" "Oh no, ma'am. Anyone can apply for one." The store clerk smiled and replied, "You only need to prepay 1,000 livers. This money is yours, and when you shop later, the amount will be deducted directly from your prepayment." The tall girl was frightened by the 1,000 livers and asked, "What about the silver card? Prepay 500 livers, dear lady." As the girl pushed her way out of the crowd and turned to look back at the Paris Angel sign, she suddenly stomped her foot in frustration. She thought I really shouldn't have resisted in the end. That VIP card cost her 200 livers. Next month and the month after, she won't be able to see the opera or buy new shoes. She muttered with a sad face, "I should have accepted Mr. Weston's reward last time." Suddenly, she stopped mid-sentence and looked seriously at her reflection in the glass. "Sorrel, what are you thinking? You're doing this not for money, but for freedom and justice. Don't let money swallow your ideals." The next day, the general manager and the store manager of Paris Angel Company arrived early at Versailles Palace, reporting to Joseph in his reception room about yesterday's sales. The elderly man with glasses was once the manager of Paris's largest jewelry store. He was recruited by Paris Angel Company with a high salary. Holding a notebook, he spoke clearly. Angel water, hand creams, and other products sold. A total of 226 bottles and 2,110 masks were sold. 71 regular VIP cards, 35 silver cards, and 40 gold cards. He paused, closed his notebook, and continued. The total revenue was 126,562 livers. Joseph was mentally prepared, but was still surprised when he heard the number. This was not just opening a store. It was practically making money hand over fist. He blurted out, 120,000, are you sure it's 120,000? The elderly man with glasses glanced nervously to his side. The middle-aged man with a flat nose and a slight limp, who was standing nearby, quickly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, this was my mistake. I underestimated the sales, so we didn't stock enough. After 5:30 p.m. yesterday, the store ran out of stock, so the income might be a bit less." Joseph coughed lightly and secretly praised him. This was none other than the former Plymouth shipyard manager, highly admired by Ian, who always felt he had earned less for his boss. He nodded and said, "Mr. Brent, actually, this is not bad. Hunger marketing can increase customers' enthusiasm to buy. From now on, prepare stock based on 95 of the expected sales." Hunger marketing. Although Brent didn't understand the term, he immediately nodded and recorded the prince's request. Joseph knew that such a day when sales reached 120,000 livers would be hard to repeat. As most of that money came from VIP recharges, they wouldn't need to spend money on purchases afterward. Also, after releasing consumer purchasing power, it would take some time for customers to use up their bought cosmetics. However, selling around 7,000 to 8,000 livers daily in the future shouldn't be difficult. Most importantly, the Paris Angel brand has become well-known. This must be used well. He thought for a moment and said to Brant, "Please contact the top workshop in Paris after you return. Order a batch of jewelry, hats, and shoes made with the best materials, finest craftsmanship, and the most fashionable styles regardless of cost. Also, sign a contract with the workshop. All items made for Paris Angel cannot be duplicated or produced in the same style without the company's approval." "Yes, Your Highness." Brent nodded and carefully asked, "What are your plans for these? Mark these items with the Paris Angel logo and sell them in our stores. Price them 3 to 5 times the cost. Main goal is to sell many with small profits." Brent had a sudden idea. He immediately imagined wealthy women and young ladies buying cosmetics and casually picking up a hat or a pair of shoes. He was very impressed by the prince's business mind. Nearby, an older man with glasses suggested, "Your Highness, among yesterday's customers, nearly half were noble women from Versailles. Do you think about opening a branch there?" "No need." Joseph smiled and shook his head. "Let them travel far to Paris to buy. It will highlight how precious and unique Paris Angel is. Also, the Paris nobles, seeing them frequently visiting our store will lead to more purchases." After discussing product sales, Brent continued, "Your Highness, in the past few days, 6 people including Count Albrecht, Duke Lavalier, and Marquis Montes have shown interest in joining Paris Angel. What do you think about this?" "Yes." Since the first day of planning the store, Joseph had intended to expand Paris Angel through a franchise model. Opening stores one by one was slow and laborious. Before long, sharp capitalists would imitate and compete with him. Although Joseph held the core technology of salicylic acid and wasn't afraid of competition, he knew it would still divert some customers. So he plans to use a franchise model to quickly dominate the cosmetics market across France and even Europe. He wants Paris Angel to excel in product effectiveness, marketing, and market size, leaving no room for competitors. In this era, anti-monopoly ideas are rare. Not pursuing a monopoly might seem like missing a great opportunity. His cosmetics have very high profit margins, around 800 to 1,300. Offering 15 if of the profits to franchises is acceptable for him, and for the franchises it means they will earn huge profits and be very happy. Finally, by using Paris Angel's agents, he can build a complete sales network. Later, when launching other products, he can rely on this channel to distribute quickly and recover costs fast. Joseph nodded and said to Brent, "You are in charge of the franchise matters. All the conditions and negotiation skills are in the document. I believe you already know them well. Once you reach an agreement, just bring it to me for signing." Joseph never underestimated the intelligence of people in this era. They just lack vision and modern ideas. As long as you teach them, they won't be worse than future generations, especially someone like Brent, who is excellent in his field. Joseph knows he cannot waste his energy on Paris Angel's business operations, so it's very important to train his team early and delegate authority to them. "Thank you for your trust," Brent said, bowing with his hand on his chest. "I won't let you down." On 7th Street in Paris, at the headquarters of Paris Angel, several important guests arrived that day. They included Count Albrew, Duke Lavalier, and Marc Montes. These people are either wealthy old nobles or successful new capitalists. No matter who they are well known in Paris's business world. Today, they gathered here for the same reason, joining Paris Angel. Brent first took everyone on a tour of the company's production workshop, which amazed these business elites. This was no ordinary workshop. It looked more like a luxurious villa. The workers wore clean, neat uniforms and sat calmly on carved chairs, working steadily. Both the raw material storage and filling stations were made of fine oak with delicate designs and spotless cleanliness. After inspecting the factory, Brent led them into the meeting room. He first displayed a large oil painting of a company-owned store and loudly said, "Joining is actually very simple. It means you can also own a store as outstanding as this one." Then he smiled slightly and added, "I know you might be worried about whether you can achieve such excellent results. Rest assured, you don't need to worry about the store's decoration or layout. All of that will be handled by Paris Angel Company. You will receive a ready-to-open store. Even the store managers and staff, don't worry about them. Paris Angel will train and supervise your employees and even take care of their uniforms. In other words, all you need to do is sign the franchise agreement and count your money every day." Count Albrecht, Duke Lavalier, and others all smiled knowingly. Brent quickly added, "Let me share a secret with you. The Paris Angel store on Champ Pellies has a maximum daily sales of 126,000 levers." Even the seasoned business elites were shocked, their eyes wide at the figure. This store's daily revenue is even higher than what their large factories earn in a month. Brink continued, "The company will only open 3 franchise stores in Paris, and each store must be at least half a mile apart. 1 mile equals 4 kilometers, so the stores will be more than 2 kilometers apart, ensuring they don't compete for customers. Oh, for the first franchisee, the company will offer a discount, an initial fee of 150,000 levers. Future franchises will pay 180,000 levers. Outside Paris, the franchise fee is 110,000 levers. The business elites immediately whispered among themselves. Honestly, this franchise policy and outlook are very attractive. They have seen the incredible success of the Champ Pellies store, but they've never been involved in such a franchise model and have some reservations. Duke Lavalier, with deep lines on his face, said, "Mr. General Manager who can predict the future. Today we might sell 120,000, but tomorrow it could drop to just 1,200. I am skeptical about the profitability. Your Grace, you underestimate women's dedication to beauty. They would rather go hungry than neglect their appearance. I can assure you, Paris Angel has no offs. Then I hope to sell other products in the store," Count Albrecht said. "Oh, you're really putting me in a tough spot." As everyone was bargaining, a young man sitting in the corner clenched his fist. His name was Baudouin. He had taken over the family textile business for just 3 years. Last year, the French government and the British signed a trade agreement that lowered tariffs on almost all industrial goods to nearly zero. A flood of high-quality, cheap British textiles poured into France, and his factory was immediately overwhelmed and unable to compete. In just over a year, he lost more than half of his large business. Finally, he reluctantly sold his remaining 10 or so textile factories, planning to give up and quietly become a wealthy man enjoying his retirement. He never planned to join the Paris Angels. A good friend had forced him to come see it, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered the advertisement for joining the Paris Angels in the newspaper. Maybe pessimists are always right, but only optimists can make money. He suddenly stood up, looked at Brent, and said, "Mr. General Manager, I have decided to join." As the first franchisee, I get a special offer of 150,000 francs to open a store. So I will invest 300,000 francs to open 2 franchise stores. You definitely won't regret your decision today, Brent, the manager said with a proud smile and an inspiring tone. Viscount Bodwin, congratulations on becoming a member of the Paris Angels. Count Albert was surprised by how bold this young Viscount was, but he reacted quickly and said, I also decided to invest in 1 franchise store. Oh, that's wonderful, Count. Your investment judgment is as sharp as ever. The others were stunned. Just a second ago, they were bargaining, and now 3 stores in Paris have been quickly divided up. There is a saying in France, there are really only 2 provinces, Paris and the rest. As the political, economic, and cultural center of France, Paris has much higher spending power than other regions. When someone makes a big investment, it means the business is definitely profitable. Those who hesitated earlier now started to regret and complain about their lack of courage. But missing out once means you can't miss the second time. Duke Lavalier then said, I'll open a store in Rays. That's my hometown, cough, I'll join too. I have some businesses in Marseille, so I'll open 2 stores there. I'll invest in 1 too. That evening at Brent's house, he passionately kissed the 7 franchise contracts in his hand, shouting and jumping around like crazy. Joining the Paris Angel Company was definitely the best decision he had ever made. This afternoon, he achieved financial freedom. Joseph promised a commission of 3,000 levers for each new franchise he signed. This means he is now a millionaire with assets exceeding 20,000. He poured himself a glass of wine, took a big sip while reviewing the contracts, and happily planned. First, buy a villa in the Louvre or Saint-Germain area, then go to Viscount Marc's house to propose to his son. That old miser can no longer mock us for being poorer than him. Haha. Joseph signed each contract sent by Brent, feeling no surprise. Everyone could see that Paris Angel was very profitable, and although the French government was poor, the people were very wealthy. Such a good project would attract many investors. 7 stores were just the beginning. He expected that once these franchises opened, they would inspire at least twice as many more to join. After Brent left, Joseph, the second most important person in French finance, headed to the Minister of Finance's office. As soon as he entered, all the officials gathered around him, greeting him warmly. Your Highness, congratulations. It's your Highness who saved the Dutch. The Prussians just retreated in shame. Haha, France's chosen one. Finance Minister Brian stepped forward sincerely. Your Highness, I heard about what happened in the Netherlands. I must say your diplomatic skills are amazing. Joseph smiled and said, this is France's victory. I just played a small part behind the scenes. Everyone praised him again before gradually dispersing. Brian, holding back his smile, said, Your Highness, I heard that the verdict from the High Court will come out in a few days and it's likely to reject the registration. Joseph was not surprised. The bill he submitted was designed to be rejected. He calmly replied, Archbishop Brian, don't worry. This is just the beginning. I haven't played my hand yet. Thinking of the prince's brilliant move in the Netherlands, Brian felt more confident. He nodded encouragingly and casually added, By the way, I saw the financial report yesterday. It seems your loan has not been finalized yet. Yes, thank you for reminding me. I will handle it promptly. Joseph returned to his office, looked at the important matters on his desk, and asked his assistant, The loan negotiations with Laval Bank are delayed again tomorrow. The latter replied helplessly, Your Highness, they say they're currently auditing accounts and do not have the energy to handle other matters for now. Joseph frowned. What about the arrangements with Labour Bank? They haven't responded yet, but I heard they invested a lot in the steam engine industry in Britain. They probably can't provide millions in loans quickly. Joseph immediately narrowed his eyes. From what he knew, the French government had been working with 2 banks to get short-term loans for over 10 years. In the past, they didn't even need the finance minister's assistant to step in. The banks would send the agreements 2 months in advance. But now with only half a month left before the bonds mature, the 2 banks kept delaying, pushing back one after another. If there's no problem here, it would be a miracle. The banking system in this era was very inefficient. It took several days from signing the agreement to getting the funds, even for a huge amount like 6 million francs. That means if they delay another 8 or 9 days, France would face a debt default. He had to find another way. Joseph immediately told a man who was standing at the door, Please prepare the carriage. I need to go to the Paris Discount Bank. Yes, Your Highness. By noon, Joseph arrived at the headquarters of France's largest bank, the Paris Discount Bank. The bank manager greeted the prince with great ceremony, along with the management team, and even hosted a banquet for lunch. However, when Joseph mentioned the loan, he was politely refused. Your Highness, we have an agreement with banks like REL. They handle the government's large short-term loans, and it's not appropriate for us to get involved in such business. Joseph tried for a long time, but in the end, the discount bank was only willing to offer medium to long-term loans secured by collateral, and the process might take even longer. He had no choice but to leave and go to the Paris bank, but received the same answer. His final destination was the Royal Bank, but this bank was truly out of money. Although it was a large bank, ever since John Law caused a massive Mississippi Company Ponzi scheme that led to hyperinflation and ruined the bank's reputation, the government-owned Royal Bank had become just as poor as the French government. In the end, only two medium-sized banks were willing to lend 600,000 francs to the French government at a high interest rate of 25. Many smaller banks with capital only 1 million or 2 million francs simply couldn't lend much. Back in the carriage, Joseph's face was dark. These banks probably had their own plans, and it didn't seem like they were just pretending to raise the interest rate. He looked at his fellow financial assistant and asked, "Can we use government authority to pressure those banks?" The assistant immediately frowned and replied, "Your Highness, given the current financial situation of the government, it's not wise to create too much conflict with the banking industry." Joseph took a deep breath, looked out the car window at the Cannon Bank, and said in a serious tone, relying on controlling the funds to manipulate the government finances, "Fine, then I will open my own bank." In fact, Joseph had long planned to start a bank. To fix a country's finances, banks are essential tools, especially after the decline of the Royal Bank. France doesn't even have a symbolic central bank, and the government's control over finance is almost zero. Moreover, the Industrial Revolution is about to explode. During this period, massive financial support is needed to ensure industrial growth isn't hindered, so opening a bank is a necessary step for Joseph. However, according to his plan, now isn't the best time. As everyone knows, banks rely heavily on the size of their funds. A bank with a capital of 1 million francs, no matter how well it is managed, can't compete effectively with a rival with 10 million francs. Joseph originally planned to wait until he could convert more of his resources before heavily investing in banking. But now, with the challenges from bank capital to government finances and the possible risk of government debt default, he decided to speed up this process. Fortunately, the profits from the Paris Angel Company are very good, even better than he expected, which gave him confidence in funding. The remaining challenge was how to operate. The carriage moved slowly, and Joseph looked out the window at the passing trees and pedestrians, silently organizing his detailed plan for opening the bank. Although banking in the 18th century was already thriving from a financial history perspective, it was still just beginning. The various clever tricks invented by future financial giants hadn't appeared yet. For Joseph, France's financial world was like Columbus's America, new and full of opportunities. About an hour later, his entire plan was clear in his mind. After repeatedly confirming its completeness and feasibility, he finally looked relaxed and ordered Ian, "Please send someone to notify Mr. Brent and ask him to come see me as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Highness." After more than 3 hours, Joseph returned to Versailles Palace and found Brent already waiting there. The dedicated manager had ridden his horse directly instead of taking a carriage to save time. Joseph first praised his efficiency, then called his personal architect, painter, carpenter, accountant, and others into the study to assign tasks. "From now on, your only job is to open as many Paris Angel franchise stores as quickly as possible." He looked at Brent. "You are fully responsible for this. You can use all my resources. Aim to open at least 3 stores in the Paris area within a week. Also, open 1 more store in Reims." Brent looked serious. Although, according to the prince's previous instructions, the new franchise stores already had glass walls, display stands, lights, and uniforms prepared, the work on walls and floors would take a lot of time. Doing multiple stores at once in just a week seemed almost impossible. Seeing his expression, Joseph smiled slightly and said, "The first franchise store you open will earn you a bonus of 1,000 livres. The second will earn 1,500 livres. For each additional store, the bonus increases by 500 livres." He then looked at the architect and others. "For each store you open, everyone will get a bonus of 500 livres. For each additional store, it increases by 200 lus." With the money-boosting effect, everyone felt like a superhero. Brent's heart pounded. He quickly calculated if he could open 3 stores in Paris, he would earn 4,500 livres in a week. 4 stores would be 7,000 livres. 5 stores, 10,000 livres. If he managed to open 7 franchise stores and 1 directly operated store, his bonus would be a full 22,000 livres. That would cover the cost of his second villa. His eyes nearly bulged as he blurted out, "Your Highness, rest assured. I swear to God I will not let you down." He eagerly waved to the architect and painter. "Stop hesitating. Follow me." The group hurriedly bowed to Joseph and dashed out of the prince's palace like they were in a sprint. Outside Versailles Palace, Brent grabbed 10 levers from his pocket and handed them to the coachman, loudly saying, "Hurry back to Paris quickly." The painter frowned, just calculating the bonus amount. 3 stores, 2,100 levers. All completed, that's 9,600 levers. Oh my god, 9,600. His heart clenched and he started to breathe faster. He turned to the coachman and shouted, Mr. Baribo, show your skills quickly. After everyone left, Joseph quickly wrote a few lines and handed them to Ian, saying, please promote this idea through all newspapers, salons, and dances. I will give you 15,000 levers, and you must spend it all within a week. Eamon had never heard of such a strange request and looked at the paper with confusion. It read, on the 30th of Frost Moon, Paris Angel Company stocks will be officially offered to all of France. Welcome your subscription. Slogan standing at the wind's crest. Even pigs can fly. The next wind is in Paris Angel. Below was some information about the company's business model and financial data. Frost Moon is November, so the 30th is exactly 1 week later. He immediately bowed and said seriously, yes, your highness, I will do my best. Then Joseph asked a servant to invite Brian, Mono, and Count Robert to dinner. He had a special reason for inviting these three. The first two are cabinet officials and are on good terms with him, while Robert is officially a government advisor, but actually the head of the king's secret police. Closely connected with the royal family and very influential. At the luxurious dinner table, Mono looked around and saw no audience watching the prince eat, so he knew this was no ordinary meal. He smiled and raised his glass. Let's toast His Royal Highness, the prince. Everyone responded immediately to His Royal Highness, the prince. After drinking the wine, Mono first praised Joseph's skill in the Netherlands, then casually said, Your Highness must be thinking of us old folks during your busy days. It must be for a good reason, haha. Joseph smiled and said, You all are my close friends. Actually, I want to ask for your help. Brian also smiled warmly and said, Your Highness, just tell us what you need. Joseph wiped his mouth with a napkin and changed to a serious tone. Actually, I am planning to open a bank and want to invite you to invest. The bigger the project, the more cautious one must be about sharing power. Sharing some profits means no one will dare to steal your piece of the cake. As long as you control the bank's decision-making power, giving out some profits is not a big deal. These three important people were the first shareholders brought in by Joseph. Of course, there are more influential ones later. With these people supporting the bank, it is sure to succeed smoothly. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Joseph continued, the bank's total share capital is 10 million shares, each priced at 1L. It is not open for public sale for now. Mano nodded with a smile and said, Since your highness invited us, we definitely want to buy some shares. But I wonder how much is the total investment in this bank? About 10 million LAR. Hearing this, the three of them looked disappointed. They thought there might be profit, but now it seems they're just being asked to invest. You have an empty shell of a bank claiming to invest 10 million, but who knows how much will actually be invested in the end. With that money, wouldn't it be better to invest in a mature discount bank? Robel, who had the least friendship with Joseph and was the poorest among them, immediately smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, you know my situation. I probably can't invest much. Joseph smiled slightly and said, Let me finish. In a week, the Paris Angel Company will publicly sell shares. The total share capital is also 10 million shares with 2 million shares for sale at 2L each. If you invest in my bank, you can buy the same number of Paris Angel shares at 1L each before the public sale. After hearing this, the three of them's eyes lit up immediately. But Brian, who was in charge of finance, hesitated and said, Your Highness, although Paris Angel is doing very well, the price per share might not reach 2L right at 2L per share. With 10 million shares, Paris Angel's market value would reach an astonishing 20 million LA. Joseph signaled the lawyer at the door to bring over the franchise agreement and smiled. In recent times, Paris Angel already has 7 franchise stores. Here is the contract and more investors are ready to sign franchise agreements. Also, I plan to open several new direct-operated stores in various places. I believe it won't be long before Paris Angel stores can be seen in major cities across France. Within half a year, Paris Angel will have stores all over Europe. Honestly, the price of 2L per share is quite low. He then explained again what franchising meant. The three at the table could no longer stay calm. If you ask which company in Paris is the hottest now, it must be Paris Angel. Everyone in the streets of Paris knows about Angel Water. Even older women and young girls and their families spend thousands of francs on this cosmetic product. The influence of Angel Water is spreading across France. Recently, wealthy women from Marseille came to Paris in groups to buy it. If there was only one store, the company's value couldn't reach 20 million, but with 9 stores, the number gets closer. The new franchise model is very attractive. Honestly, all three of them are thinking about investing and opening a franchise store. Prince Wang thought of such a brilliant business idea. No wonder everyone says he's a favorite child of God. His mind must have been touched by divine power. It's clear that soon Paris Angel franchise stores will be everywhere in France. At that time, the company's value will rise rapidly, like the waters of the Seine during a storm. Brian squinted his eyes. If he bought shares at 1 franc each and sold them later, he could make at least 1 franc profit per share, like getting bank shares for free. He also estimated that the price of Paris Angel shares wouldn't stay at 2 francs for long. It would soon go up. Without hesitation, he turned to Joseph and said, "Your Highness, since you've mentioned it, I will invest 250,000 francs. Seeing that the Archbishop was also investing, Mono quickly followed, "Your Highness, I'll also put in 500,000 francs. Joseph hesitated and explained, "Count Mano, because of limited shares, I can only give you up to 3. Please understand, there are also the king, queen, prince, and counter 2. Hearing these names, Mono immediately smiled and waved his hand. "All right, then I'll invest 300,000 francs. Robert also gritted his teeth and contributed 200,000 francs. In the end, Joseph clarified that these shares only give dividends, not voting rights. The 3 of them came mainly to make money, so they had no objections. At the dinner table, everyone was happy, raising their glasses and laughing as they clinked them together. The next day, Joseph had lunch with Louis XVI and Queen Marie. During the meal, he took the opportunity to sell each of them 5 of the bank shares. There was no need to use Paris Angel shares as bait for his parents. Joseph straightforwardly asked each of them for 500,000 francs as an investment, simply saying thank you to show his appreciation. Last time, Louis XVI provided 600,000 libras to support his son's Dutch strategy. Although he was right in his judgment, politically it brought him great benefits, but he gained no cash. Now he only has about 100,000 levers left and has invested it all in his son, leaving only empty promises for other funds. Queen Marie, known as the Mrs. Deficit, is often unfairly criticized, but she is indeed used to spending freely. She has only 220,000 levers on hand, with the remaining 280,000 levers owed. However, Joseph isn't really concerned about their money. His main goal is to form alliances with powerful figures to boost his influence later. In the afternoon, Joseph hurried to Paris and met with the influential Prince Kai and the firm-minded Duke of Artois, Louis XVI younger brother. They heard they could buy shares of the Paris Angel Company cheaply. So they happily purchased 400,000 levers worth of bank shares each, remembering the prince's kindness. That noon, news about the Paris Angel Company's stock sales spread across France. Any newspaper or salon would start talking about it, and rumors circulated inside Versailles about the company's impressive sales of 120,000 levers per day, with 8 or 9 branches already open and plans to expand to Britain, Spain, and the Netherlands. The scale was astonishing, and many people eagerly began raising money to buy shares in the company. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of the Paris Rail Bank, At frowned and asked his assistant, "Has the finance minister's side come to negotiate?" Yet the assistant nodded and replied, "Yes." A low-level official asked about loans over 10 days ago, but no one has come since. At wondered aloud, "Strange. The national debt is about to mature and the prince isn't worried." The assistant said, "Maybe they've secured loans from other banks." Otten shook his head. Duke of Orleans has already contacted other banks. No one would lend to him. He thought to himself, even if the prince is inexperienced, other finance officials should have warned him about the debt. Why is he so calm? At pondered for a long time and decided to visit Versailles himself the next day to find out more, since this loan was also an important matter for the Revel Bank. He only promised the Duke of Orleans to delay the loan until the last day, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to do the deal. The next day in Joseph's reception hall, Besançon and Fry sat upright on a Persian carpet-covered sofa. Joseph signaled for them to drink tea and smiled. "It seems things are going smoothly on your side." Besançon had officially been appointed as the head of Paris police. He took out a document and respectfully handed it to Joseph. "Your Highness, the evaluations, reorganization, and training of officers in each district of Paris are complete. The new police force has already begun managing security a few days ago. This is a list of recommended candidates for the main police officials after the reorganization, but you need to make the final decision." Joseph opened the document and saw a list of police positions, each with at least 2 candidates and detailed information about each person. He looked through it roughly. Overall, it was a major change of officials across the entire Paris police system, because Saint-Anton was the first to undergo police reform. Nearly 40 of the officials came from that district. Both Arden and Mioni received nominations for police commissioners. Additionally, experienced, honest, and well-regarded officers from the old force were promoted to various levels of the police hierarchy. However, according to Joseph's earlier requirements, all officials should be from minor, noble, or common backgrounds. A small portion of the candidates were people personally chosen by Besançon. Joseph nodded. From the list, it was clear that Besançon was very dedicated to police reform and was quite capable. Once these officials were in place, the entire Paris police system would be firmly under his control. He marked a few familiar names like Arden, then left the rest to Besançon. Trust in his judgment and giving subordinates more authority would help him serve better. Besançon continued, Your Highness, regarding the former police officers, I took the initiative to establish a daily affairs team responsible for tasks like river supervision and sanitation. I transferred all of them into this team. Joseph understood he was referring to those who had paid to join the police as they had contracts with the city hall and couldn't be dismissed directly. Moving them to manage city sanitation was also a good idea. Yes, that arrangement is good. Finally, Besançon cautiously added, Your Highness, the new uniforms have been made and the equipment has been updated. However, as for the expenses, Joseph waved and smiled. Just write a report on how much is needed. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Joseph now holds the franchise fee from the Paris Angels franchise along with investments in bank shares from the king and cabinet officials and the revenue from the Paris Angels company totaling over 3.1 million levers. He doesn't really worry about the cost of the Paris Police Department. After Fry reports to Besançon, he immediately says, Your Highness, the first group of students for the Paris Police Academy has been recruited. A total of 201 people. I plan to officially start classes in a week. Would you be available to attend the opening ceremony so soon? Of course, I will go. Joseph is very surprised. Just over 2 weeks ago, the police academy was only your idea and now it's about to open. Fry replies, Your Highness, following your orders, I bought a 2-hectare piece of land in St. Anton district. It has many buildings, though a bit old. With some repairs, it can serve as the school. Also, once the residents of St. Anton learned that Your Highness was opening the police academy, many came to help for free. They finished leveling the playground and other work in just a week. Besançon adds, Your Highness, since last week, I've been rotating 100 police officers daily to train at the academy. Although the facilities are simple, basic training can still be conducted. Joseph thinks to himself, Fryan is really talented, working so efficiently, almost like someone from the 18th century. Such a capable subordinate deserves a big reward. You did very well. Joseph praises Fry. Keep recruiting students and select the most talented and ambitious ones to form an elite class for special training. Also, since the academy is just starting, it can be simple for now, but it must not stay like this forever. Hurry up and build new facilities by training equipment and gear. Use the standards of the Paris Military Academy. Only better, not worse. I will allocate 250,000 levers to you. Hearing this number, Fryan's heart jumps. Such a large sum of money is enough to build a proper military school, not just a small police training school. Joseph seems to be testing his ability to handle pressure and continues. This is for initial construction costs. I plan to invest over 1 million levers in total. Once everything is built, the student body should exceed 3,000 people. Fryan swallows hard and quickly replies, Yes, yes, Your Highness. Joseph casually said, By the way, everyone has worked hard during the preparation of the police academy. Let's take 5,000 levers from the funds to reward the management team, including yourself. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. The progress of the police academy was much faster than expected, so a reward was necessary. Right now, the academy has just opened with only about 20 people, including instructors, clerks, and those managing the construction of the buildings. This reward is roughly equivalent to 6 months' salary for each person. Boneng looked at him with envy. He used to think Fry was just a supervisor of the police academy, but now he realized this was no ordinary academy. Fry's future development might not be worse than his own as the police director. He thought secretly, I must work hard from now on. In the police system, I must beat Fryant. When A.T., the general manager of the Revel Bank, arrived at Versailles Palace, it was just past 10:00 a.m. He had been dealing with the French financial system for over 10 years and was very familiar with it. Soon he found someone inside the financial system and quietly asked in a corner, Viscount Leon, that government bond is about to mature. But why does it seem like the finance department isn't in a hurry? The Viscount looked around and whispered, As far as I know, a bank called the French Reserve Bank loaned money to the Crown Prince, including Labboard Bank. Your loan isn't needed for now. At frowned, thinking hard. He couldn't recall a bank called the French Reserve Bank. He was suspicious and asked, Are you sure about this information? Are you questioning me? The Viscount looked displeased and said coldly, The agreement to borrow from the French Reserve Bank is ready. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be wrong? I was struck by lightning upon hearing this. The short-term loan was as high as 6 million levers split evenly between Revel Bank and Labboard Bank. It would generate over 300,000 levers in interest annually, making it an important business for the bank. If someone else took this deal, he would definitely be punished. He was sweating anxiously and suddenly remembered the previous agreement between the bank and the Duke of Orleans. Rel Bank would delay the loan until the last moment, waiting for the Crown Prince to be helpless. Then the Duke's people would step in and the bank would immediately release the funds. Now, things are not the same as what the Duke of Orleans said. It must be that French Reserve Bank. Etienne's eyes seemed to spit fire. That was definitely a small bank just established recently, not understanding the rules. Once this matter is over, he must pay the price. But first, he needs to recover the loan business. 18 thought about this, quickly thanked Viscount Leon and promised some benefits. Then he hurried to the Chancellor's office, planning to lower the loan interest rate to 17, which should be enough to impress the Crown Prince. If that doesn't work, he would reduce it to 16. Besançon and Fryan finished reporting on the police system. Just as they were about to leave and say goodbye to the Crown Prince, Joseph's assistant from the finance department arrived and saluted, saying, "Your Highness, at the general manager of the Revel Bank wishes to see you. He wants to discuss the loan." Hearing Revel Bank, Joseph's face darkened and he coldly said, "There's nothing to discuss. Send him away." The assistant hesitated and then said, "Your Highness, Mr. Etienne said that to show sincerity, he is willing to lower the loan interest rate to 17. Joseph smiled and replied, "Sincerity, he must have heard about the French Reserve Bank. Now he's panicking. Too late." The French Reserve Bank was actually the bank he was preparing to establish. Although it hadn't been officially founded yet, he had already drafted contracts with the French government in advance. He told the assistant, "Tell him and also the Labor Bank that they won't need to be involved in this loan anymore." He paused and added, "After you go back, check what cooperation the government has with these two banks and help me come up with a plan to transfer all their loans to other banks. Let's call it the Risk Reduction Financing Plan." The assistant's eyes showed surprise, but he immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Besançon, who was very detail-oriented, noticed that the Crown Prince looked displeased when mentioning Real Bank. He silently took note of this. After leaving the Crown Prince's residence, he quickly caught up with the assistant and asked what was going on. Although this involved financial secrets, once the assistant learned that Besançon was the new Paris police director, he became more polite and explained the situation briefly. Besançon was shocked to hear that two banks seemed to be sabotaging the Crown Prince, almost causing him to default on his debt. His eyes narrowed immediately. He was personally promoted by the Crown Prince to be the Paris police director and was entrusted with police reform. He was grateful and loyal to the Crown Prince. Now, someone dared to cause trouble for the Crown Prince. The prince was generous and didn't pursue the matter, but as a close supporter, he couldn't just let this go. Laval Bank and Labor Bank, you will have to pay for this. Meanwhile, Etienne was walking out of Versailles Palace looking very upset. He had just been told that not only would the 6 million livres loan deal no longer involve Laval Bank, but the government might also end all cooperation with him in the future. One of Laval Bank's main businesses is providing the government with short-term large loans, which have high interest rates and almost no risk. However, in the past, the French government was very poor and always begged banks for loans. Now suddenly, they seem to be standing firm. At looked pale. If this matter is confirmed, he won't just lose his job. Angry shareholders of Laval Bank might even sell him to Haiti to work as a laborer for life. Shivering at the thought, he realized he had no control over the situation anymore. He could only grit his teeth and rush back to Paris to report this to the bank's board of directors. The Lai Labor had never been so anxious since taking over the family business. Today, the manager of Labor Bank brought him very bad news. The French government, specifically Crown Prince Wang, responsible for financial loans, planned to end their cooperation. Currently, France's economy was very weak. Large government loans were the best part of Labor Bank's business. If they lost this deal, the bank might not survive. Soon, Goldman, a major shareholder of Laval Bank, came to see him, confirming the government's intention to end cooperation. The two banks were like ants on the same rope and had to work together. After long discussions with shareholders from both banks, they found the core problem was the French Reserve Bank. This bank did not follow the usual rules of banking cooperation and was an outsider. Without it, the French government could only rely on Laval and Labor banks for loans. Someone quickly suggested maybe we can make some deals with this French Reserve Bank. So Count Labor looked at everyone who knows the news about this bank. No one spoke. After a while, Goldman frowned and said, "It's probably a foreign bank that just arrived in Paris." Count Labor nodded. "It seems we can only seek help from Mr. Necker." This took place in the Villa Garden of Necker, a senior advisor of the French Banking Guild and a famous banker. Labor and Goldman recounted the events, simply referring to the French government as a big client and calling the national debt the client's private debt, then eagerly looked at Necker. If only one person in Paris knew about the French Reserve Bank, it would surely be this highly informed banking expert. However, Necker only smiled and shook his head. I have not heard of this bank. He lowered his head to trim his jasmine perfume, then said, but I think you too have fallen into your client's trap. He is a very calm gentleman. Nur swept the flowers on the ground and wiped his sweat. The more you think he won't take risks or cheat at this time, the more certain I am that this French Reserve Bank is just a trick he uses to scare you. If you go to him because you're worried about losing business, he will lower interest rates and pretend to stop working with that fake bank, urging you to lend quickly. Labor and Goldman exchanged a glance, both realizing something. Naker, with a look like a hunter who has found where his prey is hiding, said, I believe that if you don't compromise, that client will do everything he can to get your loan in the last 2 days before his debt matures. Labor nodded firmly. Mr. Naker, you are truly France's best banker. Without you, we might have been fooled this time. We will follow your advice and wait until the last day. In the Apollo Hall of Versailles Palace filled with golden light, a grand awards ceremony was underway. The rapid drum beats and solemn horns suddenly stopped where Minister Marc Saint-Priest loudly commanded the soldiers in front of him attention. His assistant forcefully slammed his staff on the ground with a loud bang, and the soldiers held their heads high, standing straight like swords. Saint-Priest turned around and saluted Louis XVI with his hat, saying, Your Majesty the Queen and the Crown Prince. Please allow me to introduce the heroes of the Amsterdam battle, Captain Marie-Françoise de Jua, Lieutenant Therese Preville Ducot, Lieutenant Louis-André Dahu. Note when after finishing the introductions, Louis XVI stepped forward first, praised Debat, then took a brass cufflink and solemnly handed it to him, officially awarding you the rank of Major. Then he approached Lieutenant Foucault to continue the awards ceremony, while Queen Marie took a wreath from a lady-in-waiting and smiled as she placed it on Debut's head softly saying, You are a hero of France. After she moved on to the next recipient, Joseph stepped forward to Deu and delivered a prepared speech. Your tactical skills are excellent. Without your leadership, the Dutch army might have collapsed within the first 2 days. He had not planned to participate in such a formal and complicated ceremony, but because he was the planner behind the Dutch victory over Prussia, the Queen and military officials strongly urged him to attend the award event. Reluctantly, he came. Deu immediately tipped his hat in return. Your Highness, this is not my achievement. It was you who designed the overall strategy, forcing the Prussians to retreat. As for the tactical arrangement at the Battle of Arnhem, it was actually planned by my good friend, Captain Burrier. Just before I left, I simply followed his plan. Joseph felt he recognized a familiar name and asked quickly, Burer, which Burer do you mean, Your Highness? He is under General St. Clair, Major Louis Alexander Burer. Note 1, DVU as surname should be close to Dav, but following translation conventions, it is written as DVU with the noble particle de added. Joseph's eyes brightened immediately, but to be cautious, he continued, Do you know anything else about him? De felt a bit annoyed, thinking, It seems I am the one being honored today, but His Highness keeps asking about Alexander. Still, he patiently replied, Your Highness, he comes from a military family, is skilled at drawing maps, intelligent, and able to endure hardships. He fought with Count Rochambeau in America, and the battle deployment map of Yorktown was made by him. Hearing that he was good at drawing and fought in the American War of Independence, Joseph was now certain that this was the famous Marshal Burrier, the personal assistant to Napoleon, the army chief of staff who followed Napoleon from Italy to Russia and who had achieved many victories. Of course, the future marshal was still just a regular major now, working under a mediocre military noble. Joseph knew that to rebuild France, the army must be firmly in his control. But at present, the power over France's military belonged to the aristocratic elite. France is currently in a transitional period from feudal military systems to modern armies. The army is somewhat like the private soldiers of the late Ming dynasty. Garrison troops in each province are funded and trained by local financial authorities and noble families. The quality of equipment and combatility depends on local investment. According to the principle of who pays, who commands, only the local military nobles can lead these troops. This is reflected in the names of the French armies at the time, such as the Fandel Brigade, the Soissons Infantry Regiment, and the Bordeaux Brigade, named after their regions, which were once the domains of powerful lords. Therefore, if the king wants to move troops, he must rely on the approval of these military nobles. During peaceful times, nobles tend to cooperate, but in times of unrest, things can change. Currently, the relationship between France's high nobles and the king is tense. Historically, during France's major conflicts, Louis XVI claimed to have mobilized 20 regiments to support the king, but until his downfall, no soldiers actually entered Paris. During that period, only Swiss mercenaries funded privately, and a small number of personal guards loyal to the king remained, and even the Paris guard station nearby was difficult for him to command. At that time, although Paris citizens had guns, they couldn't breach the high, strong fortresses like the Bastille. It was only when the Paris Guard brought in cannons that the Governor Louis was forced to surrender. Today, although the royal family appears to hold great power and prestige, the high noble class has already allied with emerging capital groups, gradually controlling military, judicial, economic, and media power. The monarchy's influence in military and economic areas has been severely weakened. Currently, the high nobles and capital groups have not yet fully aligned their interests. With the king's remaining authority, a temporary calm is maintained. However, when opportunities like the Estate General arise, these groups will likely cause trouble. Controlling military power has always been Joseph's top priority, but he is still politically inexperienced and unable to directly challenge the military nobles for control. Seizing military power will be a long and difficult process. Nevertheless, Joseph has his own plans. In fact, the Paris Police School was his first move to secretly gain influence over military power. In today's society, people often see police as just a group of thugs hired by the government, and they don't see them as a powerful force. This gives Joseph the chance to take control of violent organizations. With a police academy as his base, he can build a loyal team that follows his orders. This idea sounds simple, but making it real is very complicated. First, he needs money. The military is very expensive to run. Luckily, he now has the Paris Angel Company. Although it's not yet enough to fully fund a large force, it can provide some initial capital. Second, he needs advanced weapons to defeat any enemies. Joseph is confident about this. He believes his technology can surpass what exists in this era as long as he can find a way to produce it. Third, and most important, he needs people, skilled soldiers and good leaders, especially leaders, because a good general can decide the outcome of a battle. Barrier is such an excellent officer. Without him, Joseph's achievements might not be so impressive. There's a good chance to connect with Bertier now, and Joseph definitely doesn't want to miss it. He was about to ask Doi for some news from the chief of staff when he noticed someone coughing nearby. Turning around, he saw him and signaling him repeatedly. He suddenly remembered they were still in a ceremony. Reluctantly, he approached Lieutenant Fuo, the artillery company commander, and offered some words of encouragement before moving on to the next person. The young cavalry captain immediately straightened his back even more. Since learning some secret details about the Dutch situation, he had become a big fan of the young prince. Joseph smiled at him, and hearing the officer's surname, Duth felt a flicker of hope. He first praised Duh for his brave cavalry actions, then eagerly asked, "Lieutenant Duh, do you have any relatives who served in the Royal Guard?" Duh looked surprised and nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. My father was a company commander in the Royal Cavalry." Joseph's eyes lit up. "Do you have a relative named Nicolas Daw?" Was even more surprised. "Your Highness, do you know my brother Nicolas is your brother?" "Yes, Your Highness. Louis Nicolas Daw is my younger brother." Joseph was overjoyed. "What a lucky day. I keep winning big today. First I meet Bircher. Now I find my brother Nicolas, Steel Marshal, one of the strongest generals under the Emperor's command, a brilliant military genius. Winning battles with fewer troops is common for him. He has often turned the tide of war single-handedly. He is praised by the Emperor as France's purest glory. Missing this opportunity would be something he couldn't forgive himself for. Joseph took a half step forward and asked, "Where is your brother serving now, Your Highness?" "Nikolai is still at military school and will graduate next year. He hasn't graduated yet." Joseph felt a bit disappointed, but thought it might be for the best. For now, he would keep his brother close, and after graduation have him come directly to him to build trust. After the awards ceremony ended, the officers who had earned honors bid farewell to the king and queen. When they approached Joseph, he suddenly stopped Dibua and André Dove, claiming he wanted to hear about the fierce battles on the Dutch battlefield, and dragged them to the square outside Versailles Palace. A large fountain reflected cheerful rainbow colors under the sunlight. Before Joseph could speak, André couldn't hold back and asked, "Your Highness, I really want to know how you managed to make the Prussians retreat." In recent days, he kept recalling the moment when he was determined to face death, and suddenly the Prussian troops retreated. Dibba was about to scold him for being rude, but was surprised to hear making the Prussians retreat and asked, "Is it really Your Highness's plan in the Netherlands?" He has no relation to the Davy family. And although he had heard that the Dutch affairs were connected to the Crown Prince, this was the first time he heard confirmed news today. André nodded and looked at the Crown Prince with anticipation. Joseph smiled and said, "I can't go into too much detail, but roughly it was about handing Wilhelmina over to the South Netherlands police to send her back to Prussia, then having the Patriot Party bring Prince Orange back to Amsterdam. That way, William II would have no reason to interfere with the Netherlands anymore." With just a few words, he conveyed a lot of information: how to find Wilhelmina, how to get her to South Netherlands, and finally, how to send her back to Prussia. all timed perfectly on the battlefield without William II suspecting France. André and Dubois exchanged glances, both surprised and impressed by the Crown Prince's cleverness. It was truly an extraordinary plan, but since it involved secrets, they felt eager to ask more, but knew they shouldn't. The two then began to describe the bloody and intense battles on the Dutch battlefield, especially on the last day. The Prussian army launched a fierce attack, causing over 40 casualties among the 300 French volunteers. André looked serious and sighed. The Prussian army is very disciplined and well-trained. If the fighting had continued, I doubt the Dutch could have held out until night. Dubois nodded. Right now, Alexander is studying Prussian military organization and training. According to him, he glanced at Joseph cautiously and said, the combat ability of the Prussian army is more than one-third better than the French army. Joseph knew he wasn't exaggerating. Prussia once claimed to have Europe's best army. The Junker nobles' military training system was very complete and strict, combined with German resilience and obedience. Although it has declined a bit now, their fighting ability is still impressive, he said solemnly. The French military system is too outdated and should be reformed completely. Historically, the old French army suffered many defeats on the battlefield until Napoleon took charge. Under his leadership, military reforms were carried out and France became a powerful force in Europe. Dubois immediately agreed. Exactly. Alexander and I have discussed this many times. We should learn from Prussia fully to face future challenges. Learn from Prussia. Joseph looked at him but shook his head slightly. What we need is to surpass the Prussian army, not just imitate them. André and Dubois exchanged looks. Then, Your Highness, how do you think the army should be reformed? Joseph had thought about this before and immediately replied, the biggest problem with the French army is that it is fragmented. There is no unified command. Training is inconsistent and equipment and soldier quality vary greatly. In major battles, the army assembled from different units looks large, but actually has very few effective troops. Since the topic was military reform, he continued to talk about abolishing local armies, unifying national military management, increasing the number of non-commissioned officers in training, and developing new tactics. André and Dubois both stared with wider and wider eyes. The Crown Prince was only 13 years old, but already had such strategic foresight. After years at military school, I only knew to repeat others' experiences. It's like I didn't have a brain, especially Dubois, who was a bit older. He understood that the key to improving combat strength was in military organization, management, training, and logistics. He had already taken out paper and pen, quietly repeating the Crown Prince's words about military reform, and was quickly writing them down. Develop a recruitment system for all of France. Improve conscription and pension regulations and establish laws. Create a French Ministry of Military Affairs. Gradually eliminate local garrisons and unify the selection, assessment, and promotion systems of the French army. Raise the status of meritorious soldiers, making honor the highest goal of the army. Build a national weapons production and equipment system. Encourage research on new weapons and accelerate their deployment. Establish military hospitals. He became more excited as he wrote. If these measures could be put into practice, France would have an unbeatable army capable of defeating any enemy. The shame of being forced to sign the Treaty of Paris would be completely erased, and France would regain everything it had lost. His father died on the battlefield of Liegnitz during the 7 Years' War when he was only 8 years old. He only remembered that France was defeated, and the whole country was shrouded in gloom. His father's death brought him no honor. In fact, some cruel people mocked French soldiers' incompetence right in front of him. He also knew that, as a minor major, he couldn't directly influence France's military reforms, but he could pass these valuable ideas to experts like Barrier for further research. Joseph, glancing at Dubois' serious and excited expression while copying, felt the moment was right. He smiled slightly like a fox stealing chickens. It seems you were quite supportive of this military reform plan, sir. Would you be interested in helping me push this work forward? I am willing to serve His Highness. Dubois hesitated after half a sentence, but I am not very skilled in this area, and I worry I might disappoint you. Joseph thought to himself, then quickly find someone more capable, like the chief of staff. But he still smiled and said, your practical experience is very valuable for improving the military reform plan. To be honest, I am organizing a team to study military theory, and I hope you can help me. Dubois immediately stood tall and said, it is my lifelong honor to follow you. Joseph nodded happily and then smiled warmly at André, speaking kindly, Lieutenant. Why haven't you continued your family's glory by serving in the Royal Guard? André's eyes flashed with frustration and sadness. Your Highness, I have always had a great fire called love in my heart. In the past, because of my pursuit and dedication to this fire, I hurt some people, so I ended up joining the cousin cavalry. Joseph asked, would you like to serve under me? Of course. Andre was surprised and delighted, raising his voice happily. The Dove family's titles were granted by His Majesty the King. Serving the royal family is our vow. I will be your most loyal soldier. Joseph looked at the two in front of him with joy. With their help, the two big families, Burer and Dove, would soon come to his side. Recently, all Parisians have been talking about the new shops of the Paris Angel. They couldn't ignore it. 3 new shops opening at the same time, like 3 whirlpools on the sea, pulling in wood, glass, paint, copper, and other materials from all over Paris. The best craftsmen in Paris gathered at the Paris Angel shops. They worked so hard they were exhausted, but their faces were full of excited enthusiasm. In the past week, they earned more money than in 3 months normally. Every day, the manager of Paris Angel prepared 4 meals and delivered them on time, carefully serving the craftsmen. After they finished eating, he politely asked them to keep working. The meals included fried meat, buttered mashed potatoes, white bread, and tomato vegetable soup, delicious and tempting, and they could eat as much as they wanted. No craftsman complained about being tired, and no one wanted to rest. If anyone mentioned taking a break, they would scold that person without hesitation because they earned 4 times their usual pay. Even a second of stopping felt like a betrayal to their wallets. At night, many oil lamps were lit inside and outside the shops, shining as brightly as daytime. The workers on shift continued their work. Some strong workers even set records by working 3 days and nights straight, earning a total of 28 levers in overtime pay. Well, extra pay for working overtime. It was incredible. When the craftsmen heard it was the prince's request, they prayed for him several times every day. Some people in later generations often say that Westerners value freedom and enjoy life and that they have never liked working overtime. In fact, in 18th century France, life was very competitive. Working 14 hours a day in factories was normal, and as long as they were paid, working 20 hours was not a problem. Joseph didn't expect that. In his effort to speed up the opening of the franchise store, he would gain an unexpected benefit. The idle Paris residents turned watching the new store being built into a leisure activity, which kept the popularity of the Paris Angels rising. If there were trending topics online at that time, the Paris Angels would have topped the list. It's understandable because entertainment options were limited back then. With such a luxurious store being renovated around the clock, it was a rare source of excitement. Behind the Paris Angel store, a small alley where a young boy once begged along with his sister and 4 other homeless children was now busy carrying large stacks of chairs. Happily working among the crowd, he followed Joseph's advice and started renting out chairs, earning a good amount of coins. During this period, his team grew to 6 people. Now he rents a house with his sister, and they no longer go hungry. He is even planning to save more money so he can spend a few hours each day learning to read and write. Time flies quickly. Brent, the general manager of Paris Angels, stood on scent. Dennis Avenue, looking at the luxurious and elegant new store. He felt a deep sense of pride and achievement. In just 7 days, the new store was fully renovated. He and his team, along with many craftsmen, created this miracle. Of course, the 20,000 livres spent on renovation also played a big role. There are 2 more stores like this in the west and north districts of Paris, which will be finished today. At the same time in Reims, about 30 miles away, a franchise store is waiting to open. However, due to some unexpected issues, it will take 2 more days to complete. This means that Paris Angels now has 5 stores ready to operate. Even the stores in Marseille and Bordeaux, which his subordinates reported yesterday, are expected to be finished by the end of the month. Meanwhile, in front of the Paris City Hall, about 400 or 500 people are gathered, eagerly waiting for the official launch of Paris Angel stock trading. Because of the Bubble Act, this temporary stock exchange was chosen by Joseph as the trading venue. In 1717, the famous financier John Law created the Mississippi Company to solve France's huge debt. He gained exclusive rights to run the Louisiana colony from the French government. Soon after the company started selling shares, there was a rumor that the Mississippi River area had many gold mines. Plus, the company kept gaining rights to more French colonies overseas. The stock price kept rising. Starting at 500 levers per share, it soared close to 20,000 levers. Yes, nearly 40 times higher. John Law saw a chance to solve France's 1.5 billion lever debt. From 1719, he issued new shares 5 times in a row. With the rising stock prices and the Royal Bank issuing paper money, he managed to wipe out France's debt. But he couldn't really make 1.5 billion levers in just 3 years. All that money was just a stock market bubble. In 1720, as many gold prospectors found nothing, the legend of the Mississippi gold mine started to fade. The stock price of the Mississippi Company plummeted. People panicked and sold their shares, causing the price to drop below 200 levers. At that time, France's ruler, the Regent Duke of Orleans, hurriedly took back all the privileges of the Mississippi Company. went bankrupt and the bubble of several billion levers disappeared overnight, an amount equal to over 30 years of France's total government income. At that time, many investors who bought Mississippi Company shares went bankrupt. France faced a serious economic crisis. Industry and commerce stopped, and only agriculture survived. This crisis helped lead to the rise of French agrarianism. Later, John Law left behind a mess and fled to Brussels. France took decades to recover. Meanwhile, in Britain, a similar South Sea Company scandal happened. The British government then passed strict laws called the Bubble Act, limiting companies from selling shares without approval. France also followed suit. They required any company wanting to sell shares publicly to get approval from the cabinet and the king's signature. It could take more than 10 years to approve a company's IPO, and the regulations were very strict. Of course, for Joseph, these rules were no problem. The finance minister and interior minister had already become beneficiaries of the Paris Angel Company shares. The king and queen were also on his side, adding Joseph's guarantee during the cabinet meeting that the stock price of Paris Angel Company would never exceed 30 of its actual value, that publicly issued shares would not surpass 40 of total shares, and that if prices fell too much, the company would step in to support the price. This effectively eliminated all financial risks. So Louis XVI happily signed the proposal for Paris Angel's listing. Actually, Joseph had a lot of room to manipulate the situation. What is the true value of the company? A store that sells 120,000 levers worth of goods daily, valued at 5 million levers, isn't too high. The entire Paris Angel Company could easily be worth tens of millions of LRAS. Of course, Joseph didn't want to cause chaos in the stock market. A healthy stock market is essential for industrial growth, which the Industrial Revolution needs. Plus, if something like the Mississippi Company happened again, a big disaster might come sooner. In front of the Paris City Hall, a small wooden stage had already been built. It was decorated with ribbons and flowers as if celebrating a festival. The banner on top of the stage read Paris Angel Company Stock Sale Event. Around the stage, chairs were set up, and behind the counter, stock traders and bank staff were ready to serve. The most noticeable feature was a large smooth wooden board on the left with trading records carved at the top, which would display trading information later. The entire trading area was as big as 2 football fields. Because of John Law's reckless actions, French people had become very weary of stocks. The stock exchange was almost empty, old, and cramped, so Joseph decided to hold the stock sale outside the city hall. At 10:00 a.m., a cheerful drum and bugle sound rang out. People around started throwing flower petals. Brent stepped onto the stage and loudly announced, "Paris Angel Company is now open for stock sales. Anyone can invest here." Immediately, assistants showed everyone the document signed by the king authorizing the stock sale. Then, officials from the Paris City Hall came forward one by one to give speeches for the company's listing. Investors, eager to buy, ignored the officials. They rushed to the trading counters, shouting the number of shares they wanted to buy. Brent was almost pushed over by the crowd. Such scenes hadn't been seen in France for decades. Even in the past, when large banks issued stocks, people were very cautious and few investors bought in. But this time, Paris Angels made thorough preparations. Not only was there extensive newspaper advertising, but the specialty stores appeared all over Paris with lively renovations that everyone could see. Yesterday, 3 new Paris Angel stores opened at the same time, drawing crowds of thousands. Many wealthy women and young ladies carried their shopping bags as they left, smiling happily and satisfied. It is said that there are more Paris Angel stores in places like Reims and Marseille, and even in Britain, new stores are being planned. Additionally, Paris Angel promised that if the stock price fell below 80 of the initial offering price, the company would buy back all shares immediately. The stock price also could not exceed 30 of the company's actual value. All these measures showed that Paris Angel would not become a bubble completely safe. Seeing how busy the stores were, everyone believed the stock dividends would be generous, and they saw this as a rare investment opportunity. So they bought eagerly. Soon, an employee at the stock exchange wrote the first trade record on a wooden board by Paris Angel Company, 2 livers, 30 shares totaling 60 livers. Then came the second by Paris Angel Company, 2 livers, 105 shares totaling 210 livers, followed by the third, fourth, fifth trades. The Paris police sent over 60 officers to maintain order at the trading site, barely preventing chaos. Around them, reporters stared in shock, recording this astonishing scene. At 9:00 p.m., Brent and the prince's personal accountant hurried excitedly to Versailles Palace. In the prince's reception room, Brent, trembling slightly, handed a form issued by the exchange to Joseph. The accountant nearby exclaimed excitedly, "Your Highness." A total of 773,000 shares were sold, amounting to 1.55 million livers. The main reason was that at this time, stock trading relied entirely on manual work, which was very slow. Traders filled out forms and bank postings could only process about 2,000 transactions a day, totaling over 700,000 shares. Outside the town hall, more people kept rushing to buy stocks, packed tightly together, but only a few who arrived early managed to complete their trades. Joseph praised Brent and then calmly ordered, "Transfer all funds to the French Reserve Bank." Following my previous instructions until the funds reached 6 million livres, there is no need to report to me again. Joseph bought a nearly bankrupt small bank 2 days ago, then renamed it the French Reserve Bank. The renaming and registration process was quick thanks to having connections in the government. The bank's storefront and staff were already in place, so it started normal operations from yesterday. The next day, at the request of Brent, and after receiving a generous fee, the Paris Stock Exchange added 5 new traders to handle the Paris Angel Company's business. Stock trading became much faster. By 4:00 p.m., near closing time, a mysterious buyer suddenly appeared and bought all 430,150 remaining shares of Paris Angel Company. When the transaction info appeared by Paris Angel Company, 2 livres, 430,150 shares, total 860,300 livres. The trading floor fell silent. A few seconds later, the display showed sell Paris Angel Company, 2 livres, 2 sous, 40 shares, total 84 livres. Immediately, records showed these 40 shares were bought. Soon, more sell orders appeared. In less than 10 minutes, the selling price rose to 2 livres 5 sous and all shares were bought instantly. The next morning, the stock price of Paris Angel soared to 2 livres 8 sous, still in high demand, and trading activity increased sharply. On the trading floor, a young man from America sat in the corner, surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards, watching the trading information. After a moment, he signaled to his assistant, who immediately approached a trader and placed an order to sell 8,000 shares at 3 livres. Investors didn't pay much attention, thinking the price was too high and would be hard to sell. However, in less than 3 minutes, those 8,000 shares were bought in 3 separate transactions. Everyone holding stocks on the floor realized something was wrong. If the stock price was truly worth more, it wouldn't be bought up so quickly at such high prices. Soon, everyone started holding on to their shares and refusing to sell. Later, the American man directed his team to buy and sell more than 10 times, mostly selling his own shares and having others buy them at higher prices each time. After the market closed, the young American, accompanied by his bodyguards, went to a nearby luxury hotel, locked the room, and laid out a large stack of documents on the table to reconcile accounts with Joseph's exclusive accountant. Yes, this person is the traitor. Joseph found his bodyguards are all members of the Royal Guard. Because countries like Britain and France restrict companies from selling stocks, America, which has fewer restrictions, has become a stock trading paradise, producing many stock market geniuses. Thanks to their skilled trading techniques, the closing price has nearly reached 35 pounds shillings. Paris newspapers almost all report wildly on the stock price of the Paris Angel. Now, not only Paris but also nearby provinces are rushing to buy stocks, and a large amount of money is pouring into the stock exchange. On the 6th day after the Paris Angel stock was issued, when its price reached 45 pounds shillings, many sell orders appeared. But whenever the price started to fall, someone would buy large amounts to keep it stable. Just after noon, the American trader sold his last 100,000 shares and then left the busy place feeling relaxed. Following Joseph's instructions, he used a buy low, sell high strategy to sell another 200,000 shares of Joseph's original stock, earning a total of 6.15 million. At Versailles Palace in the finance minister's office, Joseph looked at the loan agreement with a relaxed smile, feeling a bit amused. He is both the assistant to the finance minister of the agreement side and the owner of the French Reserve Bank. He's holding both hands. In the end, he signed a loan contract with the French government for £6 million at an interest rate of only 15. The funds were paid without any problem. Now the account at the Reserve Bank quietly holds over 8.1 million. At the Royal Palace, the Duke of Orleans looked at the headline of the Paris News. Crown Prince struggles with financial crisis, government debt near default, and suddenly tore the newspaper into pieces. That was the day before yesterday's paper. This morning, he learned that the £6 million of government bonds had been fully paid off with the money coming from the French Reserve Bank. Half an hour ago, representatives from the Lavial Bank and Law Bank had just left. To calm these banks, he had to allocate more business from Britain to them. The Duke of Orleans couldn't help but remember a month ago during a banquet when he used the opportunity of introducing France's major banks into the British steam textile project to ask those 2 banks to block the 6 million loan and to coordinate with other banks. At that time, he thought that with a little manipulation, the crown prince would be helpless. After all, the top figures of the entire French financial industry were gathered at the banquet. As long as they nodded, no one could hope to get a large loan from the bank. Unexpectedly, that young man managed to get the money. Soon after, the butler knocked and entered, bowing to the Duke of Orleans, saying, "My lord, we have found out. The bank was originally called Surto Bank, and it was recently acquired by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The information about the bank's acquisition was public and easy to find." The Duke of Orleans immediately frowned. How could this be? Could the Crown Prince really have created a bank with 6 million francs? How did he do it? The Duke of Orleans immediately thought of Joseph's Paris Angel Company. He didn't know much about that store, having only visited once. He bought a VIP card worth 1,000 levers for his mistress there, mainly because she had pestered him for days. But he had heard that the noble women of Versailles, as if under a spell, went crazy buying expensive cosmetics at that store. The Duke then remembered that the newspapers had been talking about Paris Angel Company selling stocks these days. He squinted, realizing that the 6 million francs probably came from selling shares. A store that sells skincare for women somehow valued at 6 million francs. Actually, Joseph hadn't even cashed out all his shares. He still held 1.8 million shares of Paris Angel. Selling all of them could bring in another 6 or 7 million francs. After the Duke of Orleans understood all this, the anger on his face gradually faded. Instead, he looked serious and anxious. If the Crown Prince was just a bit of trouble before, now he had become a serious problem. A problem that needed to be solved quickly. Public opinion, finance, and the military. These three must not be controlled by the royal family, or he would have no chance to challenge them. The Orleans family, through generations of careful effort, had already maximized their influence over these three areas, sidelining the royal family. For example, in finance, the royal family had almost become tools for the major banks to make profits. Nearly half of the state revenue went to pay interest, and debts kept increasing. If this continued, the royal family would soon be crushed by huge debts, and that would be the opportunity for the Orleans family. In fact, history was heading in that direction, but the appearance of the Bank of France was like in the royal family's control over the financial sector. In the future, this bank might take on more and more government bonds, eventually having the prince of the royal family sign off to cancel these debts directly. Aside from that, just the royal family gaining some financial control, even a little, would boost people's confidence in the monarchy, so it's important to close this gap. The Duke of Orleans paced back and forth inside the house, looking a bit restless, and waved to the butler outside the door. "Denety, invite Count Isaac, Mark Rudo, Count Capfield. Yes, those members of the banking guild. They will go hunting at my estate in Ye tomorrow." "Yes, sir." The next noon at the large estate west of Yevra, the sun shone on the yellowed grass and bare trees, with the sound of hooves and hunting dogs filling the air. Dozens of servants directed over 100 hunting dogs, driving deer from the small woods from different directions, pushing them toward an open area south of the trees. Sitting on his horse, the Duke of Orleans, dressed in dark blue hunting clothes, raised a Charvel 1763 short-barreled flintlock rifle, carefully aimed at a stag in the distance, and pulled the trigger forcefully. Smoke and a loud bang filled the air. The stag jumped forward, then lazily chewed grass. The Duke looked disappointed and signaled to a middle-aged man next to him with a slightly protruding eye and a hooked nose, "Count Isaac, it's your turn." The man smiled slightly, almost shooting as he raised his gun. The distant stag fell over with a thud, twitching weakly where it had been grazing. Everyone around cheered and congratulated him, while the hunting dogs and servants rushed toward the prey. "We've also discussed that bank," Count Isaac said, dropping his gun to the servant, turning to the Duke. "It's clear they violated accepted industry rules, like using administrative measures to cancel government business for Labor Bank and Lavio Bank." An old man with a very short neck leaned forward and added, "If we don't stop this behavior, everyone's interest will suffer." The Duke of Orleans smiled approvingly at him, so I suggest the old man raised his gun to aim at the deer herd. Members of the banking guild should collectively resist the French Reserve Bank, including refusing its notes and asking our clients not to do business with it. A man in his 50s, wearing a beige tight-fitting coat and with a large chin, trotted up from behind on his horse. But even this might not be enough to stop the French Reserve Bank. Isaac turned to the visitor and asked, "So, Mr. Necker, do you have any suggestions?" Necker respectfully saluted him by placing his hand over his chest. "I believe that the reason Crown Prince can act recklessly in finance is entirely due to the support of Queen Mother and the Minister of Finance. Without their backing, he wouldn't even get approval to sell shares of the Paris Angel Company." Duke Orland nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the Austrian woman wanted her son to become the assistant to the Minister of Finance. With Brian involved, she could fully control financial policies. Perhaps the Paris Angel Company and the Bank of France are also part of her plans. He immediately said coldly, "You're right. Since Bishop Bryant chose to betray, he is no longer suitable to continue as Minister of Finance." Brian was once the leader of the noble organization, the Noble Council, which opposed King Louis XVI tax reform bill. Later, Louis XVI appointed Brian as Minister of Finance to win over the council. After taking office, Brian realized France's finances were in terrible shape and the country could face disaster at any moment. Tax reform was urgent. He gave up personal interests and supported the king wholeheartedly, but this also led to rejection from the nobles and the church. Isaac looked around at the people present and smiled. If we use our influence to remove Brian and replace him with a new minister of finance, such as Mr. Necker, Isaac and his allies controlled France's financial lifeline. With Orleans' political power and the noble class's support, they could definitely influence who would be the next minister of finance. Necker's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately bowed and said, "I will try to make the government cut ties with the Bank of France and push a bill to revoke the Paris Angel Company's stock sale approval. All problems will be solved at the source." Joseph was completely unaware that a political conspiracy against him was quietly unfolding. He was currently presiding over the opening ceremony of the first-year students at the newly built Paris Police Academy. Accompanied by the steady beat of drums, the instructors led their students in neat formations to the viewing platform. "Stand at attention, about face." At the command, over 200 new students turned around in unison. Through the flying dust, they looked eagerly toward their principal, the Crown Prince of France. On the ceremony platform at the police school, Joseph, dressed in a brand new blue and white Paris police uniform, smiled warmly at the instructors and students in front of him. He loudly said, "First, I want to congratulate you all. You will become proud officers of the French police. Yes, right now almost everyone looks down on or even despises police officers, but believe me, this will change because of you. French police are here to protect the people, keep order, and fight crime. From now on, you will be respected, admired, and loved. The girls will be eager to marry you." After boosting morale, Joseph moved to the main point. "I am very happy to be your principal. Once a principal, always a principal. Remember this. No matter what difficulties you face or how tough the times are, your principal will always stand behind you and support you. Even if one day you graduate from the Paris Police School or become too old to serve as police officers, this school will always be a special bond between us." The crowd below was so excited they could hardly hold back their cheers. They felt it was a blessing to join the Paris Police School. If not for discipline, someone might have already shouted, "Long live the principal." Joseph raised his hand and declared loudly, "The Paris Police School officially opens today." All the instructors and students saluted and responded loudly, "Yes." Then the director of Paris Police, Besançon, came onto the stage and announced, "Please, Prince Wang, the new police commissioner of Paris, to be sworn in." Immediately, over 10 officers in police uniforms led by Arden stepped forward to the center of the platform, standing tall and straight in a neat line. This ceremony was arranged by Besançon, and Joseph silently praised his subordinate for it. Although the positions had been decided earlier, this ceremony was a reminder to everyone that their roles were given by Prince Wang, and that they must remember whom they serve. Joseph took from Besançon a copper badge with a sword engraved on it, and cufflinks symbolizing the rank of second-level police officer, and one by one, he pinned them onto the new officers being promoted to police commissioner. After the swearing in, the police instructors, along with officers here for routine training, conducted a parade drill for Prince Wang. Only then was the ceremony over. The students left in an orderly fashion. Joseph then followed the head of academic affairs, Friant, to tour the newly established police school. Other police officials accompanied them on the visit. Bossing intentionally fell behind a few steps and signaled to a square-faced police officer. The officer quickly approached. Bossing frowned and whispered, "Why haven't you taken action on that matter yet, Sir Director? I actually prepared everything 2 days ago," the square-faced officer hurriedly explained. But then a guy from the routine tasks team said he had a better plan. Oh, the officer quickly recounted the plan. Bossing immediately smiled. "Indeed, those guys are best at tricks like this. It's a good idea." The officer also smiled and said, "I think so too. This way we can teach those 2 banks a lesson without leaving any evidence. So I told them to prepare again." Bossing nodded with satisfaction. "Good, start quickly." "Yes." Joseph walked from the police academy building to the training ground, shaking his head silently. The school buildings were very simple, obviously made from old shanties from the slums. The training ground was flat but empty, suitable only for drills and running, but this is understandable since it was only built a month ago. However, this is supposed to be his elite school or his Paris Police Academy. How can it be so shabby, especially now that he has some money? It must be built to the highest standards. Joseph pointed to the broken school buildings and said to Fry, "Build new buildings over there, enough to hold at least 2,000 people. Each room should have a fireplace and toilets must have flushing toilets." Then he looked at the training ground. All kinds of training equipment must be prepared. Climbing frames, rope ladders, obstacle courses, sand pits, mud pits. We can't just practice drills. When they reached the police warehouse, Joseph frowned even more. Why are there only explosive-proof waste forks, swords, and spears? Where are the muskets? Fry looked a bit aggrieved. "Your Highness, didn't you use these to restore order in St. Anthony District?" Joseph sighed. "I had no choice back then. With strict training, muskets are definitely more effective. Note this down, buy 500 muskets, all from the Charville Company. Also stock up on gunpowder and lead balls. Everyone should shoot at least 10 live rounds every 3 days. The elite class should do at least 15 times daily." Fry nodded in surprise. "The entire police school only has about 200 students, and you're planning to buy 500 guns plus this amount of live fire practice, which exceeds the training of elite troops in the Imperial Guard." Joseph still seemed unsatisfied and continued, "Buy some horses too. Let's start with 50 and we'll need to hire horse trainers. The elite troops should learn to ride, and those with good talent can be taught to ride and fight, form ranks, and charge." Frightened, Friant was numb but thought, "Fine, whatever you say, just buy them." 50 horses would cost over 300,000 lees. After visiting the entire police academy, Joseph was a bit disappointed and clicked his tongue, shaking his head slightly. The area is a bit small. Fry wanted to say that the police academy had enough space for all kinds of training. But he overheard the Crown Prince whispering, "Even if we reduce the amount of gunpowder, we still need to fire a cannon into the city." This time, not only Friant, but all the police officers listening felt their hearts skip a beat. It sounded like the prince wanted the police to practice using cannons. Joseph thought for a moment and told Friant, "See if there's a larger open space near Paris and buy a piece of land, build some military-style camps or horse pens there. I'll arrange for some cannons later. By the way, does anyone know how to operate cannons?" Fry and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Joseph said, "That's okay. Dua is an artillery officer. I can ask him to teach. During this early stage, that should be enough." In the Louvre area of Paris, at the largest branch of the Lavio Bank, a group of police officers dressed in blue and white uniforms with a rough look on their faces carrying anti-explosion belts and shields barged into the bank casually. A bank clerk hurriedly greeted them with a forced smile. "Officer, how can I help you? We don't need anything." "Your bank needs us," a chubby police officer said loudly. "We received a tip that a gang of robbers plans to come and loot this place today." As soon as he finished speaking, customers inside the bank, whether depositing money or exchanging currency, suddenly panicked. They stopped what they were doing, turned around, and hurried out without looking back. The chubby officer signaled to his men, "Stay at the door. Check everyone who enters carefully. No robber can slip through." "Yes, sir." Not only was entering the bank subject to inspection, but these ruffle-looking police officers standing at the door made no one willing to approach Laviel Bank. All morning, the bank didn't make a single transaction. Of course, the so-called robbers never showed up. The bank manager couldn't take it anymore. He approached the overweight police officer with a big smile and said, "Officer, I think the robbers might have given up." The overweight police officer glared and asked, "How do you know they are giving up? Do you have contact with them?" No, absolutely not." The manager quickly replied, looking worried. "But since you are here, the robbers won't dare come and customers are scared away. That's not my problem. If I don't stay here and you get robbed, my salary will be affected." Hearing this, the manager understood most of the situation. He turned around and quietly handed a bag of silver coins to the officer, whispering, "I can compensate you a bit for your salary." The officer was pleased since being transferred to the daily tasks team. He had spent over half a month digging river silt and didn't even have a proper uniform. This time the police commissioner personally assigned him the task, provided uniforms and equipment, and even said he could earn extra money freely. Naturally, the officer didn't hesitate to accept. After taking the money, he stood still. The manager hurriedly said, "I've given you your salary, so you can go rest now." "That won't do," the officer replied with a serious face. "Since you're taking care of me, I can't let the robbers harm you." Reluctantly, the manager called the general manager. ATN tried to bribe the police again, but it was useless. He had to report to the board of directors instead. Meanwhile, at the Law Board Bank, the situation was similar. A group of police set up a big show protecting the bank so tightly that not even a fly could get in. The next day, the police received a tip that the robbers might dig a tunnel to steal the vault. They ordered workers to dig around the bank over 4 m deep to find the tunnel. They didn't find the tunnel, and naturally the bank had to pay for the construction. For 3 days straight, both banks had no customers. The bank executives went to complain to the police chief Besançon, who replied, "For your safety, please cooperate." Near noon, a reporter arrived at the Elville Bank for an interview. Before he could speak, the overweight officer pulled him aside and told a long, mysterious story. He talked about how during the crackdown on gangs in St. Anthony District, they found secret messages linking the gangs to foreign criminals, and how the Osman gang had infiltrated Paris, threatening not only to rob the bank, but also to kill everyone inside. The reporter was surprised by this exciting news. He quickly gave the officer a few silver coins and rushed back to the newsroom to write the story. Soon, rumors about the Osman gang spread all over Paris. Citizens avoid those two banks as if they were the devil, not daring to get within 30 m, fearing that if a gang attacks, they might get involved. Joseph had no idea that Besançon had sent people to teach the banks a lesson. When he left the Paris Police Academy and returned to Versailles, a middle-aged man, not tall, wearing an old gray coat with sparse hair and honest face was already waiting for him. Joseph thought for a few seconds before recalling his name and smiled, saying, "Captain Prosper, what brings you here? Is there any news about that matter?" This unremarkable-looking man was one of the 3 senior spies promised to Joseph by the Minister of War, who had just arrived in Paris 2 days ago. Considering the communication and transportation conditions of the time, he was the earliest to arrive. Half of the spies sent by the Minister of War were still on their way. Prosper respectfully saluted and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Your Highness, I have found the person you're looking for, already so fast." Joseph was a bit surprised. In this era, not to mention town resident databases, there was not even a complete household register. Yet this man in front of him had found someone in just 2 days based only on a name and a few features. Truly a top spy that even St. Pris wouldn't want to let go of. "That's nothing special. Your Highness, if I know Paris well, I could find someone in a day," the spy said, frowning slightly, then continued. "But there's a small problem now." "Oh, what kind of problem?" Prosper replied. "There are 2 people named Joseph Fusey who match the characteristics you described." Yes, the person Joseph wanted him to find was the same Fuse who later became the chief of intelligence for Napoleon, participated fully in the July Revolution, and later defected to Louis XVIII, earning the nickname Lion Butcher. Originally, Joseph planned to select one of Prosper's spies to lead his future intelligence agency. But through contact with them, Joseph found that while they were skilled in espionage, they were poor at management, planning, and personnel coordination. So he needed to find a person in charge of the intelligence agency to ensure its smooth operation. He immediately thought of the famous Fuse, a ruthless man capable of supporting Napoleon's intelligence empire. Although this person had risen rapidly after France's major upheavals, wielding influence in politics, he was born humble and was currently just an unnoticed little priest. So Joseph asked the newly arrived spies to find him, wanting to test their skills. Surprisingly, they found him so quickly. However, you still needed to identify which one was the person he was looking for, Fausker. He glanced at the sky and said to Prosper, "Please take me to meet them tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness." The next day, in a small monastery in northern Paris, Prosper and others found Fausker and took him to a remote little house. Prosper looked at the nervous monk and said in a serious tone, "I am a royal police officer. Listen, some foreign spies have sneaked into this monastery. I can only be sure that you are not involved in this. These people stole important information. If we alarm them, the information might be destroyed." The monk's eyes widened. "Why are you telling me this?" Prosper handed him a paper bag. "I need you to poison their food so they all die at the same time." The monk's face turned pale. The poison in his hand clinked to the ground like a scorpion, trembling as he said, "No, there are innocent people among them. I can't kill them." Outside, Joseph shook his head slightly. "It probably isn't him. Let's go." Eamon entered the house and told the monk there was no such thing. It was just a joke. He then left with Joseph and the others, giving the monk 10 levers. An hour later, at a larger monastery, Prosper repeated the same method. Facing a monk with sunken cheeks, double deadfish eyes, and very thin lips, he said, "So I need you to poison their food." The monk's eyes suddenly lit up. "Sir, if I help the secret police, will I be rewarded?" Prosper nodded. "This mission is very important, so there will definitely be a generous reward." The monk suddenly lowered his head. Prosper was about to ask more when he suddenly looked up, excitement in his voice. "Sir, I've thought carefully. Poisoning the food directly isn't very safe, especially if someone eats late. By the way, can I have some funds?" "Yes." "How much do you need?" "About 20 levers." The master's fingers intertwined tightly as if gripping something. "I'll make an excuse like celebrating my birthday since no one remembers it anyway. I'll hold a small party, buy some good wine, and secretly poison the drinks in advance. That way I can ensure they all drink it at the same time. Additionally, I can invite you all to join, claiming you're my relatives. If anyone isn't too poisoned and wants to destroy the evidence before they die, you can finish them off immediately." Joseph shook his head upon hearing this, then nodded and pushed the door open. "That's him. The wealthy man I was looking for." Eamon followed in and explained to the surprised wealthy man that it was just a joke and there were no foreign spies involved. Joseph sat across from the master and looked at his expression. He asked Mr. Futcher, "You seem a bit disappointed." "No, not at all." Joseph spoke directly. "If you want to quickly build an intelligence department, how would you do it?" Futch looked at the young man in front of him, then quickly looked away, rubbing his hands. "May I ask how much funding do I have?" Joseph thought for a moment. "About 500,000 levers. If necessary, we can add more." A strange light appeared in Fuchs's eyes. He nodded and said, 500,000. Then the most efficient way is to recruit those who have worked as secret police, or I should say royal police. Are there many such people? Yes, FCH immediately replied. During the reign of the old king, the royal police force was very large and they could be seen all over Paris. The current king may have cut cost by disbanding more than half of the royal police. These people are very experienced and can start working almost immediately. Joseph frowned slightly. People dismissed from the royal police are probably less capable, right? Futch smiled. You might not know, but the royal police didn't decide who to keep based on ability. It was all about connections and money. In fact, those who were dismissed are the real capable ones because they spent their time gathering intelligence instead of flattering others. Besides these people, I can also recruit from universities or militaries. They are smart, have been in high society, and just need some training to become good spies. There's also the post office. Joseph nodded silently, recognizing Fuchs's talent and intelligence work. The emperor was truly wise to trust him. He became a bit curious and asked, "You are a monk, so how do you know so much about the royal police, universities, and post offices?" Observe more, listen more, think more. Fuchsia glanced at Joseph again. "I need to learn more about everything. Royal police, nobles, the church, schools, the rich, the poor, even thieves, because I won't stay in this monastery forever. These things will be useful someday." "Very good," Joseph nodded. "One last question. Are you willing to serve me and help run an intelligence agency?" Fuchs's pupils suddenly widened and he nervously rubbed his hands. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, right?" Joseph nodded. If he couldn't see that, he would be a poor future intelligence chief. Fuchsia immediately stood up and eagerly bowed. "Your Highness, I am willing to be your most loyal servant." Joseph nodded again, but he couldn't help but smile at the phrase loyal servant. Fuchsia was like a vulture. Once he saw meat, he would dive down without hesitation to peck at it. Though talented, he had little true loyalty. Historically, he betrayed the National Assembly to the Jacobins, then betrayed the Jacobins to Napoleon, and finally sold out Louis XVIII in the Bourbon Restoration. The reason Joseph dared to use him now was because he knew no one else could offer higher stakes at the moment, so he would remain loyal to himself. Also, he needed Fuchsia's skills to build the intelligence framework. Once it was operational, he could replace him if necessary. Sometimes even a villain has his uses. "Then let's go see your new office," Joseph said as he stood up. Fuchsia hesitated briefly and cautiously asked, "Your Highness, is it true about the 500,000 funds you mentioned earlier? As long as you show me capable enough, even more than 500,000 is possible." Joseph knew that intelligence work was expensive and wasn't worried about Fuchs embezzling. Slight corruption might even be easier to control. He planned to create another department to monitor officials' corruption in the future. The group left the monastery and took a carriage to a large villa on the outskirts of Paris. Joseph bought this place over 10 days ago. It wasn't in the city center, so it was cheaper, and it was close to Versailles. This would be the headquarters for his intelligence agency. In the villa's first-floor hall, a large meeting table had already been set up. At this moment, Fuchsia, Prosper, and 7 other spies who had arrived in Paris were neatly seated around the table. Joseph looked around at everyone and said, "Currently, this intelligence agency is under the police bureau called Police Bureau Intelligence Department, but it is not controlled by the police bureau and reports directly to me." He then looked at Fuchsia. "For now, Fuchsia will be the head of the Police Bureau Intelligence Department." "Yes, Your Highness. Thank you for your trust." Fuchsia, still dressed in a priest robe, stood up to salute, looking a bit strange. Honestly, he still couldn't understand why the prince had entrusted him with such an important role so quickly. It all felt like a dream. Just yesterday, he was praying to succeed someday, and today the prince came to find him. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. The prince must have been watching him for a long time in ways he didn't notice. Thinking of this, he felt much more at ease. He hoped that the son of divine favor truly possessed divine power. Joseph continued, "Captain Prosper, you will lead the operations team and be responsible for specific actions." "Yes, Your Highness, Captain Cant." Joseph looked at another senior spy. "You will be responsible for training intelligence personnel. From now on, you need to go to the Paris Police Academy at least 2 days a week to teach intelligence courses. Additionally, you can select talented students from the academy to join the police intelligence department directly." "Yes, Your Highness." As for the arrangements for others, including those who haven't arrived in Paris yet, Joseph signaled to Fusha, all will be decided by the supervisor. Tenkai Mountain is deeply grateful. Joseph did not plan to interfere much with the specific preparations and formation of the police department. He was inexperienced in this area, so he left the detailed work to those skilled in it, focusing only on the overall direction. Everyone in the police department looked at the prince's departing figure, all eager to try. Honestly, when Prosper and others heard that the police department belonged to the police system, they were quite dissatisfied, even if only in name. Initially, they all thought they would be transferred to serve in the Imperial Guard. However, upon hearing that he would receive a high salary enough to heal any emotional wounds, all his unhappiness immediately disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of motivation. When the Duke of Orleans returned to the royal palace, he wore a relaxed smile on his face. Just as he was about to overthrow Brian, news arrived from the High Court that Brian's latest tax bill contained very strict clauses, showing no regard for the feelings of the nobles. The High Court rejected the bill before even completing the procedures. It was as if divine intervention had arranged it. This was a great opportunity to deal with Brian. At the recent banquet, he had already set everything in motion easily. First, he gained the support of influential noblemen. They would spread the word that Brian only harmed the interests of the nobles, was an enemy to all nobles, and called on the noble class to resist Brian's policies firmly. Then he formed an alliance with the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, planning to work together in the cabinet meeting to push for Brian's removal, citing his incompetence and lack of progress on the tax bill. Meanwhile, the entire financial sector would cooperate from the sidelines, spreading rumors that Brian did not understand economics and that only the great banker Necker could save France's finances. The banking industry would strongly support Necker and work sincerely with him to improve the economy. With multiple forces working together, the Queen would have no choice but to abandon Brian to stabilize the political situation. Once Necker took power, everything would return to his control. The Duke of Orleans walked briskly down the east corridor toward his study, but suddenly heard strange noises. He stopped immediately and turned toward his son's music room. The door to the music room was tightly closed, and the sounds grew clearer. He frowned and looked at the guard standing far away. The guard immediately bowed deeply and whispered, "I don't know anything." The Duke of Orleans called out loudly to the music room, "Philip, are you inside?" Suddenly, there was a chaotic noise from inside. After a moment, the door was pushed open. A woman in her late 20s, plump and flustered, hurried out. She was Philip's piano teacher. Her face was flushed, her hair messy, and her dress was crooked, clearly hastily put on. She knelt and bowed to the Duke of Orleans, then quickly slipped away along the wall. The Duke of Orleans entered the room with a serious face and immediately noticed that his son's shirt buttons were all mismatched. He pointed at him and scolded. "How many times have I told you not to get involved with such lowly people? You could easily find noble young ladies. They would be happy to." Little Philip, avoiding his gaze, cut him off unhappily, saying, "Those young girls can't compare to Lady Howrit's charm." Philip shrank back and hurriedly turned to leave the music room. The Duke of Orleans was about to get angry, but suddenly remembered his own youthful experiences with the housemaids when he was about the same age as his son. He felt a sense of relief, shook his head, and sighed. Who at that age could resist the temptation of those mature women? When he thought of mature, charming women, his mind immediately flashed to the woman he saw earlier at the banquet, Lady Samberlang. A stunning, captivating beauty. Every pore on her body exuded irresistible allure. Many noblemen had fallen for her. She had at least 6 or 7 lovers. If boys like Philip saw her, they would probably only think about such things all day. He suddenly sneered. This flirtatious woman didn't know that one of her lovers, Count Keep, had already contracted syphilis. During the hunting trip the day before, Count Keep was bragging about how he and Lady Samberlang had been wild together before, but he had just been diagnosed with syphilis. This meant that in a few years, the woman would develop sores and emit a deadly smell, making everyone avoid her. Although noblemen often boasted about their romantic conquests, everyone knew that syphilis was a terrible disease. The Duke of Orleans knew that Louis XV had actually died from it. He wished that their whole family would succumb to this disgusting disease. He cursed fiercely but suddenly paused as if he had caught something. Exactly, let them all catch it. His eyes lit up with madness. That boy won't be able to resist Lady Samberlang's charm and she will infect him. Yes, that's it. He thought carefully for a long time, convinced that the plan had a high chance of success. Even if it didn't work, he had nothing to lose. Immediately, he summoned the butler and whispered instructions to him. "Yes, sir." A few hours later, at Lady Sam Bailing's house, Viscount Valet looked excited and said, "That person said if you can win over the Crown Prince, you'll get 15,000 livres. Lady Sambaling wrapped her slender arms around his neck and said charmingly, So much money, who is this generous person? What do they want in return? Valet didn't dare mention the Duke of Orleans and just waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry about who it is. That person wants to get close to the Crown Prince and needs to know his movements. If you can connect with the Crown Prince and report his situation, you'll get extra rewards." Lady Sam Baling was clearly tempted. Seducing a 13-year-old boy was easy for her. A master of love affairs, she thought that maybe the Crown Prince would give her more rewards, too. The French court was very chaotic. Even if she got close to the king, it wasn't unusual, and being known about it didn't matter. Suddenly, she realized she had never thought about this route before, and it was a huge missed opportunity. She giggled and gently rubbed her nose against Viscount Valet's face, coquettishly saying, "If you push me into someone else's arms, won't you feel sad?" He pressed her onto the velvet mattress and kissed her, lowering his head. "I can come find you anytime. What's there to worry about? Oh, you're so annoying." The next day in the Queen Marie's music hall, a group of noble women gathered around the queen, chatting about gossip while listening to soft music. Suddenly, Count Reborn, the queen's lady-in-waiting, said, "Next week is St. Nicholas Day. Shall we hold the costume ball as usual?" Hearing this, Lady Sandbilling, standing at the edge, had a sudden idea. The Crown Prince would definitely attend the St. Nicholas ball. This was a good opportunity. Many past experiences flashed through her mind. She immediately smiled and said loudly, "Every year's costume ball is the same. Everyone's probably tired of it. I have a good idea this year." The noble women's eyes immediately turned to Lady Sand Baling. When she shared her plan, everyone burst into cheerful laughter. "I think it's a good idea." Count Reborn was the first to agree. Queen Marie nodded with a smile. "It's very interesting. Let's do it that way this year." The noble women all agreed enthusiastically. "This year's costume ball will be amazing. Lady Sam Baling is truly full of wisdom. I'm planning to dance all night." From that day on, a new face appeared suddenly in the Crown Prince Palace. Seductive and charming, she made every man turn to look at her. Lady Sandbilling Versailles Palace has a tradition where high-ranking nobles serve the royal family. For example, the queen often has princes and duchesses' wives help her dress every morning. Lady Sandbilling's status isn't very noble, but she is qualified to do some chores in the Crown Prince's bedroom. Especially after giving small gifts to the Crown Prince's maid, she is seen everywhere, except for official duties assigned to specific staff. Lady Sandbilling is very skillful. She often appears holding a vase or tablecloth in the corner of the Crown Prince's view, making other maids call her by name, but she never catches the Crown Prince's direct attention. Joseph doesn't know about this extra maid. There are many ladies in Versailles Palace, but after a few days she looks somewhat familiar to him. A week passes quickly, and soon it is St. Nicholas Day. Under the repeated urging of the maids, Joseph reluctantly leaves the study. The queen's maid, Countess Deborac, personally comes over holding a long black dress, calling all the maids to help. Joseph's face is darker than the dress. If it weren't for Countess Deborac, who is like the head of the palace's women, watching him closely, he might have run away from Versailles Palace already. The maids hurriedly take off his coat and trousers. Countess Deborac gently puts the black dress over his head, then helps him put his hands through the sleeves and tightly fastens the back waistband of the dress. Joseph feels tight and uncomfortable, and he quickly shouts, be gentle, I'm about to suffocate. The ball will start soon." "Please cooperate, Your Highness," Countess Deborac says as she puts a semi-transparent silk shawl on him, then takes a tall wig with feathers and carefully puts it on his head. She looks him over and nods. Yes, it fits very well. Joseph glances at the dress he's wearing, feeling like he wants to punch whoever came up with this idea. Once again, a straight man forced into cross-dressing in the 18th century. Yes, the theme of this masquerade ball is gender swap. Men wear women's clothes and women dress as men. Joseph looks at himself in the mirror and thinks it's really embarrassing. He mutters to himself that the French really like to play around. In fact, some private parties of nobles in this era often have no limits, but tonight's costume ball is quite proper compared to others. Fortunately, Countess Bornac didn't make him wear high heels since those are not for women. When Joseph put on his mask and entered the Versailles Hall of Mirrors like a walking corpse, lively music immediately filled the air. 24 large bohemian crystal chandeliers on the ceiling shone brightly, illuminating the hundreds of noble men and women attending the ball, all turning their heads to look at Joseph. The king and queen had already arrived. Queen Marie, dressed in a bright red sword ornament and with a short beard on her lips, looked at Joseph and said with a teasing tone, "Miss, you're late." Louis XVI wore a deep blue gown and held a matching silk fan over his face, smiling and nodding at his son. The chief minister, disguised as a shepherd girl, came to the center of the hall, delivered a series of festive greetings, and then announced the start of the dance. Masked men and women began to dance to the music. Almost instantly, 7 or 8 noble ladies dressed in various men's clothes rushed to Joseph, bowing and extending their hands. Dear lady, may I have the honor of a dance, madam? Would you like to dance with the police officer? The girl speaking was dressed in the latest Paris police uniform. Miss, you know I was the first to invite you. Beautiful lady, please dance with me. Although Joseph was masked, it was clear that these flirtatious women recognized his identity immediately. According to court etiquette, during a ball, only someone of higher status could invite someone of lower status to dance. The reverse was forbidden. Usually men invited women to dance, but today it was a gender reversal theme. These girls seized the opportunity without hesitation, eagerly rushing toward the prince. Finally, a strong coachman pushed the other girls aside, took Joseph's still dazed hand, and pulled him to the center of the dance floor. He cleared his throat loudly, a hymn. It seemed she had already greeted everyone as the surrounding nobles immediately stopped and gathered around her and Joseph. The coachman softly asked, "May I ask, Miss, what dance would you like to perform?" Joseph, feeling awkward and wanting to disappear, looked at the expectant faces and helplessly replied, "Sire, at your command." The coachman signaled the musicians and Bach's dance music started immediately. Joseph was pulled into the dance. Having only learned court dances for about a month, he looked very awkward. The musicians watched the prince's feet, desperately trying to match the accompaniment to his steps, but it was clearly very difficult. If they knew the word Brownian motion, they would probably use it to describe the prince's dance steps. Soon, Joseph stepped on the coachman 3 times and gave her an elbow. The girl in the police uniform took the opportunity while the coachman was massaging his shoulders and rushed forward to stop Joseph. "Beautiful lady, what dance would you like to dance?" the serent. Joseph had no choice. He only knew this dance step. They started dancing happily, and soon the policeman gave up and replaced with a cavalryman. "What dance would you like to dance?" Joseph sighed the saraband. Thus he danced the saraband for nearly an hour. Although the noble young ladies found his clumsy dancing quite frustrating, they still kept trying eagerly. In a corner, Mrs. Sambarang, disguised as a scholar, watched helplessly as a large group of young girls surrounded the crown prince. She angrily squeezed her copy of Descartes' Geometry. She had come up with the idea for this dance party herself, hoping to create a chance to flirt with the crown prince. But now she couldn't get close to him. Those noble young ladies were too strong. Suddenly, she threw the geometry book aside with a disdainful smile. With such little skill, you think you can compete with me?" She asked a servant for paper and pen, thought for a moment, quickly wrote a note, handed it to Viscount Wallace, and signaled to Joseph. Finally, after Joseph changed his tint dance partner, Penna, dressed in a fitted white gown and quietly watching him, saw his awkward expression. Feeling sorry for him, she stepped forward and pushed away the woodcutter who was about to invite him to dance. "His Highness still hasn't recovered from pneumonia, so we shouldn't dance for long." "Ah, she's right," Joseph exclaimed as if hearing heavenly music. At this moment, Penna seemed like Mary herself, shining with a holy glow. He nodded gratefully and squeezed out of the crowd as a fleeing. Pa watched the crown prince's back, worried he might be upset because of the dance earlier. She wanted to follow him but hesitated. Suddenly, she remembered her task to monitor his health. She bit her lip, pushed aside the angry noble young ladies, and chased after Joseph. Joseph tightened his mask, tore off the inconvenient shawl, and slipped out from the crowded group. He took a deep breath and wiped his sweat. Before the busy crowd could catch him, he hunched down and sneaked to the door of the mirror hall, then slipped out. The cool, fresh night air at the Versailles Palace Square made him feel much lighter. He stretched his arms and walked casually, secretly vowing never to attend such dances again. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp in the courtyard, Emin, dressed as a maid, faintly saw the prince's figure and quickly ran over. "Your Highness, why did you come out so early?" A light figure in a white robe arrived almost at the same time from the other side. "Your Highness." Emin turned around a bit surprised. "Miss Pira, why are you here too?" He glanced between the two and suddenly remembered something. He cleared his throat. Your Highness, I have something to do. I'll go over there now." "Don't go." Pira blushed anxiously. "I just wanted to ask if you're feeling unwell anywhere." Joseph hurriedly said, "I'm fine. I just wanted some fresh air. Dancing is really exhausting." Emin realized he might have misunderstood and nodded awkwardly. "Ah yes, those young ladies are a bit too enthusiastic." While they were awkwardly chatting, 2 figures approached and there seemed to be the sound of a girl crying softly. "No, Andre, you wouldn't understand. If I could, I would trade everything for just a moment with you." The man's voice said, "Oh, Emily, please marry me. Since kind fate has brought us together again, I will never miss this chance. But you know this isn't possible." The girl tried to hold back her tears, speaking haltingly. "My heart has entrusted all my love to you, but my reason tells me that the entire Villers family still bears down on me. I must let go of my love for you and instead embrace another man who can lock away my feelings. My dearest Emily, I wish I could pierce my ears to block out your cruel words or hurt my eyes to stop seeing the sadness on your face. Do you know you appear in my dreams every night? I love you and you love me. Isn't that enough? Must another innocent soul be a barrier between us, bearing our painful feelings caused by this fickle fate? The girl started crying softly again. It seemed this young couple was at a crucial moment. Joseph didn't want to disturb them and tried to avoid them, but he found a neatly trimmed pine cone hedge behind him, and the path ahead was blocked by the couple. He looked helplessly at Emin, who scanned the surroundings and pulled him behind a maple tree. Pyrrha hurried to follow. However, the maple tree was not thick enough. Emin's back was pressed against the trunk, and Joseph and Pyrrha huddled together, barely hiding their figures. Fortunately, the moonlight was dim, making it hard to see anyone hiding here without a careful look. The girl's choking voice grew closer. Andre, not all love can see the sunlight. You know, my mother cares too much about appearances in the Duke's title. The man held her tightly. Emily, I just earned a victory on the battlefield. I am now a lieutenant. Believe me, in a few years I will have the status worthy of you. The girl wrapped her arms around his waist and shook her head painfully. But my uncle keeps pushing me to marry his son. I can't hold on much longer. No, you can't marry him, the man said urgently. Your mother wouldn't agree either, right? The girl sighed. You know what? It was actually my mother who suggested that my uncle transfer you to soon to make me forget you. Andre Joseph frowned slightly, suddenly recalling the man's voice. Is he Lieutenant Dafu? Eamon poked his head out, examining the girl dressed as a crusader, about 17 or 18, under the dim gaslight. He thought for a moment and said, she seems to be the Duke of Villars. The Duke? Pierrot whispered in surprise. That girl is actually a duchess. Ian nodded, lowering his voice. Marshal Villars, you know him, the one who defeated the British twice at Stankerk and Neil-Wenden, then defeated Prince Eugene and entered the Austrian capital, Freiburg. Pyrrha nodded. She had heard of the famous marshals from the times of Louis XIV and Louis XV. Ian continued, Miss Marie Emily is the great-granddaughter of Marshal Villars, and she is now the Duchess of Villars. Her father was severely punished during the 7 Years' War for missing a key opportunity which greatly weakened the family, but the Villars family still holds prestige, especially in the Milan region. At that moment, a tall, thin man dressed as a flower seller hurried over. When he saw Emily, he immediately shouted, My dear Emily, why did you come here? Come back with me. The ball isn't over yet. Emily immediately replied coldly, I don't need you to tell me where to go. Go away. The flower seller reached out to pull her. I'm your fiancé. How can I not care about you? No, you're not my fiancé. I never agreed to that. The flower seller smiled. It's only a matter of time. Your mother would surely agree to you marrying me. Without the 3,000 levers my father gave her, your family might not even be able to maintain the dignity of the Villard family. Behind the maple tree, Pyrrha asked suspiciously, 3,000 levers is indeed a lot. But would the mother of Duke Villard really marry her daughter to someone she doesn't like just for that money? Eamon whispered. I heard that the assets and influence of the Villard family are managed by Major Villard, that is Miss Emily's uncle. It seems now he has taken control of Emily and her mother, keeping everything firmly in his hands. Joseph sneered. What a plan. Letting his son forcibly marry Miss Emily so everything of Duke Villard becomes his family's. Hera clenched her silver teeth in anger. Shameless, truly shameless, the flower girl said, glancing at Andre with a mocking tone. Oh, aren't you that young officer from Sisson? You even came to the Versailles Palace ball. What, still not over my Emily? Andre was invited to the ball for his achievements. He stared fiercely at the man and said, I love Emily and she loves me. I will never let her marry you. Aha. The flower girl suddenly laughed loudly. You small fry want to climb up to Duke Villard. Do you know how much it costs to run the Villard estate? Your poor salary probably isn't enough for even 2 days. Andre wanted to speak, but was too angry to do so. The flower girl continued. Listen, even if Emily married you regardless of everything, it would only make the Villard family look laughed at. Her mother would be ashamed in front of all the nobles. Why, she deliberately said, Oh, Lady Villard, I heard your daughter married a poor, low-ranking lieutenant with noble title. That's so pitiful of you. Andre's eyes turned red. Suddenly, he took off his glove and threw it on the ground, then drew his sword fiercely. I, Louis Andre Dab, challenge you to a duel. The flower the other side sneered and drew her sword as well. I honor Roe de Villard will make sure you remember today's lesson. Most members of the Villard family are soldiers, and Roche is no exception. He is a major in the Burge regiment, showing some courage. Don't, Emily quickly exclaimed, stop fighting everyone. However, once the two young men drew their swords, all they cared about was each other's blood. Andre took the lead, swiftly stabbing his sword toward his opponent's ribs. Roger forcefully pressed his sword tip to the ground and then aimed to stab at Andre's lower leg. Andre, having fought on the battlefield and seen blood, reacted very quickly. He stepped back immediately and slashed upward with his sword. Roger hurriedly dodged, surprised that this low-ranking officer's swordsmanship was so skilled. He became more alert, moving faster with his sword. In the garden's flower beds, the lady in red and the flower seller moved back and forth, fighting fiercely with sword shadows. Joseph peeked out from behind a tree. He could sense that Andre was gaining the upper hand, but the light was dim, and if he wasn't careful, thoughts flashed through his mind. First, he must not let the future Marshal Dow's brother die here. Second, Emily and her daughter were clearly being bullied, and their family assets were being taken away. Since Emily was Andre's beloved, it was only right to help the young couple. Moreover, if Emily and Andre married with his help, they could regain the power belonging to Duke Viller. The Viller family was very influential in Mulan's army, and perhaps they could become a strong ally for him locally. Stop fighting, Andre. Be careful, Emily cried out as she watched the duel, suddenly rushing forward to try to stop them. Both men were startled and hurriedly lowered their swords. However, Roger's reaction was a bit slow, and his sword tip grazed the girl's arm. Emily cried out in pain. Looking down, she saw a one-finger-wide wound on her arm. Roger froze for a moment, then quickly pretended to be sorry, saying, "Oh, dear Emily, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Andre, frightened, grabbed his beloved's hand, anxiously, stammering, "What's wrong? Is it serious? Why did you rush over like that?" Joseph stepped out from behind the tree. Eamon quickly stood in front of him and said to the two sword-wielding men, "Please put away your weapons." Hera quickly opened her small leather box, took out tools, and helped Emily treat her wound. Seeing it was not serious, she finally relaxed. Roger saw outsiders appear, and with Emily injured, realized they couldn't fight any longer. He wiped his sweat, put away his sword, and went to pull Emily. "Hump, he's just lucky. Emily, let's go back and keep dancing." Joseph suddenly spoke coldly. "Sir, why are you trying to take Mr. Daffis's fiancée? What are you talking about, Daffis?" How Roger didn't recognize the princess in disguise and sneered, "I don't know who you are, but he will never be able to marry into the Viller family." Really, Joseph smiled. "Let's make a bet." Roger stopped and asked, "Oh, what kind of bet? If Mr. Afterdow gets engaged to the Duke of Villa tomorrow, you must kiss his boots publicly," Joseph said. "If they don't get engaged, then Mr. Dafu will kiss your boots. That's not fair." Andre was surprised and tried to stop him, but saw the young man signaling to him. Joseph pointed to Ian and said, "Mr. Dow, trust my friend. He is good at fortune-telling. He just predicted that you will get engaged to this young lady tomorrow." Ian was silent. Andre felt the voice sounded familiar and exclaimed in shock, "It's the prince." Joseph quickly cleared his throat loudly to interrupt him. What do you think about this bet?" Although Andre had no idea what would happen since the prince suggested it, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "I agree." Roger sneered dismissively. "Fine, I'll bet with you." "Great, let's high-five." Joseph signaled everyone. "Everyone here is a witness. I hope we all stay fair." Roger didn't take it seriously. He casually high-fived Dafu and then left confidently. Andre wanted to ask the prince about his plans, but the prince said, "I won't disturb the precious time of lovers. See you tomorrow." He could only suppress his doubts and watched the three people walk away. Emily then remembered something and waved to Pyrrha's back, saying, "Thank you for treating my wound." "May I know your name?" When she received no reply, she sighed and turned to tightly hug Andre, thinking this might be their last time together. After walking a bit, Pyrrha curiously asked Joseph, "Your Highness, how will you make Miss Emily and Mr. Dafu get engaged?" Joseph smiled slightly. "I will talk to Miss Emily's mother. Talk her into it." Joseph gestured toward the mirror hall and said, "Let's go now to find her." When the three of them returned to the mirror hall, the dance was reaching its peak, and everyone was dancing gracefully to the music. Worried about being attacked, Joseph stayed in a corner, letting a man go to find Emily's mother. As a man left, a young man in a shiny dress approached, looked Joseph over carefully, then slipped a note into his hand, and pointed to a woman on the second-floor platform, pretending to be a scholar. "She told me to give this to you." Joseph glanced at the alluring woman and opened the note, which had only one line. "I know your biggest secret. If you want to keep it safe, go to the second room at the east end of the second floor of the southern hall." The note was written by Lady Sambarang, who knew how to attract men. Usually straightforward notes like "I admire you," or flirtatious messages from flirtatious noble women like "I want to spend a wonderful evening with you" rarely succeeded. She knew that no one could resist secrets, especially the secret of how others knew their secrets. She smiled proudly. She was confident that as soon as that 13-year-old boy entered her room, he wouldn't want to leave. Joseph frowned. His biggest secret, of course, it was that he came from another world. Could that woman also be from another world? Thinking of this, he immediately turned and left the mirror hall, heading toward the southern hall. On the other side of the hall, a young man dressed as a fairy saw Joseph's departing figure and squinted. The crown prince had left over 100 noble ladies here twice already. What was he doing? After a moment of thought, he quickly followed. Joseph hurried to the southern hall of Versailles Palace. He went upstairs, then around a narrow corridor, finally finding the room mentioned in the note. He tried to push the door, which was unlocked, and entered directly. "You're here." A lazy female voice came from the direction of the bedroom. "Please close the door." Joseph closed the door behind him, leaving a small gap, then walked toward the source of the voice. Turning into the bedroom, he saw it was filled with a warm pink light. In the middle of the large white sofa, a woman in her late 20s, or perhaps a little younger, was lying on her side. She wore an open gray scholar's robe covered with semi-transparent gauze. Her skin was fair, her hair fluffy, and beneath her almost drooping clothing, her curves were faintly visible. Under the dim candle light, nothing was clear. The woman supported her cheek with her right hand, her eyes alluring and dreamy as she looked at Joseph. She raised her left hand, gently hooked her finger, and said softly with a smile, "Don't just stand there. Come over." Joseph frowned in confusion and held up a note. "Ma'am, did you write this?" "Yes," the woman replied with a sticky, sweet voice. Outside, the little fairy following Joseph quietly reached the door, took off her mask to wipe her sweat. It was the eldest son of the Duke of Orland, Duke Shadel, Louis Phipe. He secretly peeked through the door and saw a flickering pink candle light. Carefully, he sneaked inside. When he turned the corner of the bedroom door, he saw the alluring Madame Sambolin and the back of the Crown Prince. His heart pounded quickly. He immediately understood what was happening. Turns out the Crown Prince was courting a stunning woman like Madame Samon. No wonder he wasn't interested in the girls at the ball. He had come out twice just to meet her. Worried about being discovered, he quickly slipped away silently. Inside, Joseph looked at Madame Samolin and asked, "What secret do you really know?" The woman beckoned again with her finger and said in a teasing voice, "Why don't you come closer? I want to tell you in your ear." Joseph frowned again, sensing something was off. After thinking for a moment, he decided to test his guess first and said the timeless secret code. "Change in odd, no change in even." Madame Samon blinked in surprise. To be cautious, Joseph changed the question. "Which do you prefer, Brother Chicken or Lady Coffee? What's equals MC squared?" Joseph's brow furrowed even more. "I have other things to do. If you don't tell me your so-called secret soon, I will leave." "Don't." Madame Samon adjusted her posture, sat up straighter, and teased with a tilt of her head. "I guess your secret is you haven't experienced much in life, right?" Joseph let out a breath of relief. It seemed he had overreacted. This was probably just a ploy to him, and she had put in a lot of effort. He shook his head and turned away without hesitation. Heading for the door, not only was this older sister not his type, but with his young body in this critical stage of adolescence, he couldn't afford to let anything interfere with his development. "Please do not leave." Mrs. Sandbilling hurriedly pulled down her gown, but all she heard was a loud door slam. She almost doubted her life, looked down at herself, and thought everything was fine. As long as he was a man, he wouldn't be able to resist. She had confirmed this thousands of times. However, Prince Huang only asked a few questions about Brother G and MC, then left so quickly, he left. She didn't realize that her seductive tricks were top-notch, but Joseph had experienced action movies from Japan. Her current charm wasn't even enough for the opening scene, so how could she make him lose his mind after Joseph walked away? Duke Sartre slipped out from behind a pillar, frowned and sneered. Is the prince finished? He probably took no more than 3 minutes inside. He's just useless." He was about to turn and leave when suddenly he saw Mrs. Sam Bailing's alluring figure. He swallowed hard. How could the prince be satisfied so quickly? A thought flashed through his mind, and he smiled meaningfully. Maybe I should show her what a real man is. He felt more confident the more he thought about it. After Mrs. Sam Bailing experienced his endless strength, she would surely be disappointed in the prince and might even leave him. "Joseph, I will make you taste what it's like to lose a lover." He sneered coldly and pushed the door open. Walking confidently into the room, he believed Mrs. Sam Bailing wouldn't refuse him. Before the prince's fame faded, she was a sought-after young girl in Versailles. In the room, Mrs. Sam Bailing was still doubting herself. When she heard footsteps, she was immediately happy. HMPH, the prince is still pretending. He's come back obediently again. She let out a soft, tempting hum, ready to greet the prince, but was surprised to see it was Duke Sartre standing in front of her. She instinctively pulled up the curtain and asked, Why are you here?" Duke Sartre was already overwhelmed by everything here. His blood was rushing and he quickly grabbed her hand, panting heavily. He said eagerly, "Mrs. Sam Bailing, you were like stars in the sky, deeply captivating my eyes, and like the oak tree in the courtyard, deeply rooted in my heart." Mrs. Sam Bailing was very experienced. After hearing just a few words from this young man, she immediately understood his intentions. She couldn't help but think of the Duke of Orleans and his immense wealth. It seemed like a good idea to marry his son, which could also help restore her confidence that had been shaken by the crown prince. She gently stroked the young man's hair and smiled softly, saying, "Really, then show me." A light veil floated in the room, and the crescent moon broke into the clouds, tearing apart the calm night sky. After a long while, Duke Chateau, still not fully satisfied, rubbed his back and left the room. He took out his pocket watch, looked at it, and appeared very proud. 44 minutes. How does Joseph compare to me from now on? If I visit Lady Sambellin a few more times, she will surely lose interest in Joseph. In a small lounge next to the mirror hall, Joseph had taken off his black evening gown and changed into his usual clothes. Lady Viller was also dressed simply and elegantly, sitting respectfully across from him. "You mean that young man from the Duth family?" she asked in surprise. "Do you know him?" "Yes," Joseph nodded with a smile. "Actually, I have some connections with the Dove family." Lady Viller nodded thoughtfully, surprised that the seemingly insignificant Dove family was related to the Crown Prince. Joseph continued, "I brought you here to talk about Lieutenant Dove and the future of the Viller family." Half an hour later, Lady Viller left the lounge, took a deep breath, and nodded firmly as if she had made a decision. The next day, many nobles at Versailles received invitations to a small dance tonight. The host was Lady Viller. No one refused, even though they had just danced all night the day before. Attending a month of dances was common for them, but a dance hosted by Lady Viller was unusual. Duke Viller was known to have financial difficulties, which was no secret. At 9:00 p.m., guests gradually arrived at the small ballroom. After the host made some welcoming remarks, music started playing. The current Duke Viller, Marie, Emily, and an unfamiliar young man first stepped into the center of the hall to perform the opening dance. Everyone whispered to ask who the young man was, but Lady Viller smiled happily and asked everyone to look at her. Then she announced loudly that her daughter, Lady Viller, would hold an engagement ceremony with Louis's André to Dove in 3 days. Everyone was stunned because no one knew who this Dove man was. Soon a nobleman heard about Dove from his servant. "It is said he is an unknown young baron, a lieutenant in the Soissons battalion. Why did Duke Viller marry him? I only heard that Dove is well regarded by the Crown Prince. He doesn't seem to have any other remarkable qualities. This guy is really lucky." Lady Viller didn't explain much. She simply warmly invited everyone to continue dancing. In a room at Versailles Palace, a young nobleman hurriedly pushed open the door, ignoring politeness, and shouted at Rose, "Duke Viller is getting engaged." Rose stood up in surprise and asked, "Engaged?" She accepted my father's suggestion. No, it's with a young lieutenant named Dove." Roche's vision blurred, and he grabbed the man to find out the source of the information before rushing out immediately. Duchess Viller Emily smiled as she danced gracefully with André Dove. Their dance steps were perfectly synchronized like two colorful butterflies playing among the grass. It all felt so unreal, like a dream. She had already prepared to accept her fate and marry a man she felt nothing for. But last night, her mother suddenly said she should be engaged to Do. She recalled her mother's words during their conversation. "Lieutenant Dove is highly valued by the Crown Prince. He has been transferred to serve in the Prince's Guard, making him a close personal guard. Moreover, the prince said that if Dove proves himself in battle, he will request the king to grant him a viscount or even an earl title. But he doesn't have much money in our family's finances. No." The Crown Prince promised that Dove will have a large sum of money, at least 50,000 levers. Her mother lowered her voice. "Most importantly," the prince said, "Dove is very capable. If you marry him, he will fully support him and help you recover everything that belongs to you from Noida." Noida was her uncle. Although the Viller family had lost much of their estate over generations, they still owned several dozen acres of land. Not the registered land of noble families in Versailles, but real fiefs with tenant farmers and lordship rights. They also had great influence and appeal within the Meulan infantry regiment. Although the Viller family line now only had her as the female heir and had little contact with the military, calling out in the Duke's name would surely gather a crowd in the regiment. Her great-uncle used the name of Duke Viller to become a major general. No wonder her mother ultimately chose for her to marry André. Instead of living humiliated under her Grey Tungle's charity, her mother wanted to see the glory of Duke Viller restored. Meanwhile, André, sitting opposite Emily, was lost in thought. Last night, Crown Prince summoned him and told him that they had reached an agreement with the Viller family, and he would marry Emily. The Crown Prince generously lent him 50,000 levers for the wedding and future expenses interest-free with no fixed repayment date. However, the prince also gave him a task to help his future wife regain all the resources that rightfully belonged to Duke Viller and to use the Milan infantry regiment as a foundation to train a strong elite army. At this moment, André was holding Emily's gentle hand. Feeling overwhelmed with happiness, he didn't know how to thank the Crown Prince. Perhaps building the Meulan regiment into an unbeatable force would be the best way to show his gratitude. Rose suddenly burst in, acting like a clown and causing a scene, but was calmly persuaded to leave by Lady Viller. Today was a happy day and everyone should handle matters peacefully, even rude and unpleasant people. André saw Rose glaring fiercely at him, but ignored him, simply pointing silently at his own boot. In the Crown Prince's study, Failer respectfully handed Joseph a list. "Your Highness, this is a list of the members recently recruited by the police department, totaling 176 people." Failer's eyes were bloodshot. He had been working tirelessly for days, sleeping only 4 hours a night to prepare for the police department, but the thrill of holding power kept him very excited. They are mostly former royal police officers and some retired soldiers. I followed your instructions carefully, making sure they have no serious criminal records or bad habits. Joseph opened the list, which contained names and brief backgrounds and skills. He couldn't remember all of them, but this was a necessary process to show that he was truly in control of this intelligence agency. Joseph didn't know how Phaler managed to gather so many people in just a week and form a preliminary organization, but it was clear that appointing him to lead the police department was the right decision. He looked at Phaler and praised him. Your work has been very effective. You are an excellent manager. So can you tell me when the crime department will start operating? Phaler immediately replied, right now, Your Highness. We can begin the mission immediately. Joseph nodded with satisfaction. Your efficiency truly surprises me. There are 2 matters you need to investigate now. Phaler quickly took out paper and pen, solemnly saying, Please, Your Highness, give your instructions. Joseph asked, Are you aware of the former Paris police chief Guise, who colluded with gang members to cause chaos in Saint Antoine and planned to attack the police station? Phaler nodded. Yes, I have heard about this. I suspect others are involved, but Guizot always takes all the blame himself. Your first task is to find out if someone else is behind Guizot and what their purpose might be. Understood, Your Highness. Another matter is that recently Lavio Bank and Labboard Bank suddenly stopped their long-standing cooperation with the government, almost causing a bond default. Joseph looked at Phaler and said, These 2 banks refusing to lend money only results in lost profits, so there must be other reasons behind their actions. I need to understand the full story. Phaler immediately bowed. Yes, I will investigate this as soon as possible. By the way, Joseph added, I have some clues that might be useful. Initially, I wanted to work in the financial system, but the Duke of Orleans strongly opposed it. In the end, the Queen had me transferred to the City Hall. Later, when I became the assistant to the Minister of Finance, Archbishop Brian was worried I lacked experience and insisted he oversee all financial matters, but the Duke of Orleans insisted I handle government loans. Then the bank refused to lend money. Phaler, who was taking notes, paused. It seems I need to investigate the Duke of Orleans thoroughly. He hesitated, looked at the words Duke of Orleans in his notes, and frowned slightly. Your Highness, the Duke of Orleans has many privileges. Currently, the crime department is a branch under the police bureau with only police authority. As you know, police are not allowed to interfere with royal palace affairs. Please go on. I think if the crime department could borrow some royal police powers, at least in postal matters, progress would be much faster. Joseph gave him an approving look. He had been thinking about this too, and Phaler seemed to be on the same page. I will find a way to handle this. The next morning, Fuchsia nodded and quickly emphasized, however, the police department cannot rely solely on authority to gather intelligence. It should not be just a simple copy of royal guards. Relying on intelligence skills and building a large network of spies is essential. Fuchsia immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head, saying, Yes, Your Highness. At night, a large canopy of sheer curtains was set up on the lawn on the north side of Versailles Palace. The gentle sound of bagpipes and accordions floated through the air mixed with bursts of laughter, creating a relaxed and peaceful atmosphere. This was an outdoor wine party. Joseph did not usually enjoy attending such social events. Usually they were filled with gossip and silly jokes. He would just show up briefly and leave quickly. However, today the head of the secret police, Robber, was also here, so he decided to stay a little longer. At a small table in the corner of the party, Robber held his wine glass with a troubled look and said, Your Highness, you know this kind of thing has no precedent. It might have to be discussed in the cabinet meeting. Joseph smiled and interrupted him. Please rest assured, I will report to the King and Queen. The royal police and the cabinet ministers are not really connected. Building an intelligence agency was a big matter, and he had to inform the Queen about it. Otherwise, if the secret police and the officials clashed during a mission, it could cause trouble. But seeing Robber's attempt to dodge the issue, Joseph sighed inwardly. Robber held the most power over the secret police. Although he had been given some favors last time, like shares in a company, it seemed that was not enough to grant him some privileges himself. He had to use a pre-planned tactic. Count Robber, I have always believed that the royal police have been treated unfairly. Robber was surprised. The topic was a bit far from the original subject, and he wondered, Your Highness, what do you mean? Joseph declared firmly. The royal police are always responsible for France's safety and have made many great contributions, but until now they are just a small department under the police ministry. That's unfair. I think the royal police should have been independent long ago, becoming a department equal to the police ministry, and should not even be under the Minister of Internal Affairs. In fact, the royal police are directly commanded by His Majesty the King and there's no need for them to be involved with the internal affairs system. At this time, France's police and intelligence systems were still mixed together, and according to tradition they belonged to the internal affairs system. In reality, even during the royal era, the intelligence system was not fully separated from the police, and sometimes the intelligence chief also managed the police system. As a result, the role of the secret police became much more limited. You can't be higher than the director of police since it's a subordinate department. Rob's eyes lit up when he heard this. If the secret police could become independent from the internal affairs system, his position might leap from state advisor to intelligence minister or security minister, and he could sit in cabinet meetings. He quickly suppressed his excitement and asked, "Your Highness, do you mean the Queen Consort's opinion?" Or Joseph smiled and said, "Oh, it's my opinion and that of Count Muno." Roble was surprised. The Minister of Internal Affairs is officially the direct superior of the secret police. If he agrees to make the secret police independent, most of the obstacles would be removed. With Crown Prince's support, the chance would be even greater. He cautiously looked at Joseph. "Has Count Muno promised Your Highness?" "Not yet." Joseph shook his head but said firmly, "I can guarantee he will agree." The secret police's funding comes from the king's private treasury and is not controlled by internal affairs, which is actually a burden for Muno. In Joseph's future financial plans, many involve internal affairs such as real estate development and public transportation. These projects are real interest for the Minister of Internal Affairs. Joseph is confident that Muno would not hesitate to give up these burdens for such benefits. Joseph plans to use these interests to leverage the political landscape for his own benefit. Roble narrowed his eyes. His years of experience and intelligence work told him that the Crown Prince was not just speaking casually. He hesitated for only a moment before raising his glass with a sincere smile. "Your Highness, the police's intelligence gathering is also for France's safety and to serve His Majesty. This aligns completely with the goals of the royal police. I believe that in many ways we can cooperate and support each other." Joseph also smiled. "For example, sharing some small authorities." "Exactly." Joseph gently tapped his glass against Roble's to the future intelligence minister. British Ambassador Hartley finally received a reply from London. He carefully opened the envelope with a letter opener, then took out his personal codebook and compared the contents carefully. The letter mentioned his recent missions, but the last 2 points caught his particular attention. One was to quickly confirm the true attitude of the French Crown Prince towards Britain, whether he was as pro-British as rumors suggested. If possible, try to win him over and use his influence to sway France's policy towards Britain. Second, do your best to increase the French Crown Prince's dislike for Prussia, aiming to make him adopt a tough stance against them. It is clear that the French Crown Prince opposes Prussia. He once said in a cabinet meeting, "France and Prussia are bound to clash." As a troublemaker on the Blue Planet, how could Britain not stir things up here regarding the first point? Hartley had already begun working on it. Now, with instructions from London, his task was simply to send more people to observe the French Crown Prince's political leanings. From the Crown Prince's opposition to developing the Navy, Hartley inferred he was not anti-British, so establishing a relationship with him could be arranged soon. It is said that the Crown Prince is also a talented mathematician. Hartley quickly decided to send a scholar to make contact with him. As for the second point, he was a bit troubled. Since Prussia withdrew troops from the Netherlands, there has been little interaction with France. He thought for a long time but couldn't find a good way to use this, perhaps just spreading rumors or smears. It seems he would have to wait for a better opportunity. Hartley carefully stored the secret letter and immediately called a meeting with his team, giving detailed instructions on all the matters in the letter. Early the next morning, Joseph received a distinguished guest. It was his teacher, Mr. Lrange, the Prince of Mathematics. In fact, Lrange visited Versailles every 2 days to give lessons, but Joseph was busy with other matters, and they had never met. After exchanging greetings, the old mathematician handed Joseph a fine invitation card and earnestly urged him to attend an academic conference 2 days later. Joseph had already received 2 invitations from the French Mathematical Society, but had declined both due to lack of time. Half a month ago, Lrange had published the extended version of Joseph's theorem, the raw theorem, in a journal. Now, he was somewhat famous in the French mathematical community. Meanwhile, the Math Society wanted to use the Crown Prince's influence to expand their reach, so they invited a distinguished master like the Grange. Since the teacher personally invited him, Joseph couldn't refuse and promised to attend. The next day, in a luxurious villa in the Saint-Germain district of Paris, dozens of scholars from mathematics and physics stood up to pay their respects to the Crown Prince. In this era, the boundaries between physics and mathematics were not yet very clear. Physicists often mingle with mathematicians. An official from the Mathematical Society gave a warm speech and introduced Crown Prince Wang with great formality before officially opening the meeting. People took turns giving speeches mostly on cutting-edge mathematical topics of the time, creating a serious atmosphere. After more than an hour, the meeting moved into a free discussion phase. Servants began bringing out various delicious foods, and the room quickly filled with the aroma of drinks and snacks. Everyone laughed and talked happily. The scene resembled a lively mathematical salon. Joseph initially wanted to leave, but saw Lady Josephine attentively serving him fine black tea, then enthusiastically pushing him to the center. Clearly, the Crown Prince's presence made her very proud. Reluctantly, Joseph sat beside Elrange, smelling the fragrant tea and listening to an elderly man on his left describe his ideas about deriving a discrete probability distribution. And probability theory. When the old man finished, a wave of discussion erupted. Joseph could faintly hear that the old scholar was talking about something similar to the Busan distribution, but it was not quite finished. Perhaps Busan isn't born yet. Next, Elrange stood up holding his manuscript and began explaining some ideas connecting functions and their derivatives. Since their last deep discussion about R's theorem, he had been focusing on this area and had recently made significant progress. Everyone praised him highly and engaged in lively debate. Then several other scholars spoke. While their ideas weren't as profound as the previous two, most were clever and innovative with valuable academic insights. At this moment, a young scholar in a dark gray short jacket cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He then began passionately discussing the negative effects of new education on science. Joseph was a bit surprised and quietly asked Elrange for clarification, confirming that the young man was not a clergyman but an assistant professor of physics at the University of Paris. After finishing, the young professor surprisingly received applause except for Elrange and a few others. Everyone else praised or agreed enthusiastically. From then on, the discussion started to go off track. A stocky middle-aged man angrily spoke about British industrial spies stealing France's science and technology. He claimed this caused France to lose millions of levers every year. Joseph frowned slightly. In this era, there were no patents, and it was common for Britain and France to steal each other's technological achievements. However, this differed somewhat from what the fat gentleman said, that France stole more British technology. Still, discussing this openly at an academic meeting didn't seem appropriate, but others clearly disagreed. They immediately started criticizing the British with constant teasing and insults. Sitting behind Joseph to the right, a young man with brown hair loudly recounted France's leadership in academic progress, criticizing Britain for stealing French achievements, and finally expressing disdain for the British academic community with clenched teeth. Someone excitedly shouted, "So the British can never surpass France in science." Exactly. Just look at their silly papers claiming light is just a wave. Haha, they always produce such funny stuff and are so full of themselves. Only France can lead scientific progress. It's the will of God. At that time, the French academic community was very proud. Coupled with the long-standing rivalry between Britain and France, criticizing Britain became a political correctness. Did Britain have any great scholars? No, the young man with brown hair exclaimed passionately, waving his hand. Then he looked at Joseph seeking support and bowed slightly. "Your Highness, you agree, right?" Joseph let out a sigh, shook his head slightly, and whispered, "They have Newton." The room fell silent. Dozens of eyes looked at Joseph, surprised that the Crown Prince would speak for the British. Joseph thought for a moment and decided to stand up. The previous atmosphere and tone really made him unable to hold back. Actually, Britain also has many admirable aspects in science. Besides Newton, I believe everyone is familiar with Mr. Taylor, whose Taylor series is often used to calculate motion trajectories. Then there's M. Lorentz analytic geometry. More often, the steam engine invented by the craftsman. What might have a more astonishing impact in the textile field, the whole of France has already felt the threat. Speaking of textiles, a British person recently invented a kind of automatic loom. A middle-aged man with bright eyes and a large nose whispered, "It's Cartwright." "Oh yes, Cartwright," Joseph nodded. "If this loom is combined with the steam engine, it will crush the entire global textile industry." France indeed has many excellent scholars and has achieved remarkable academic success, but we must also see that in many areas the British have already taken the lead. He said this to remind the French scholars present that the fight for industrial revolution dominance is imminent and the next wave of technological breakthroughs is coming. Steam engines and textile technology are crucial areas to focus on as they will be the main pillars of the industrial revolution. Getting stuck in France's past academic glory or envying Britain's progress will only cause France to lose the industrial revolution completely. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere cooled down. No one else spoke, and everyone seemed to be struggling between pride and reality. A middle-aged man with a big nose moved closer to Joseph and whispered, "Your Highness, that was excellent. I didn't expect you to know so much about Britain." Joseph smiled and nodded at him. The man continued, "A few years ago, I studied Britain's industries and technology closely for trade negotiations between Britain and France. As you said, Britain has already gained a lead over France in many technologies. Sadly, there are too few people like you with insight. Most are still proud and unaware. Trade negotiations." Joseph looked at the man. "May I ask who you are?" "Oh, I got carried away and forgot to introduce myself. Sorry, my name is Pierre Dupont." That name sounded very familiar. Joseph immediately asked, "Are you the one who participated in the American independence negotiations and runs a chemical company?" "Yes, Your Highness," Dupont replied, surprised. "Do you know me?" Joseph nodded secretly. It was indeed the famous industrialist Dupont. He hadn't expected to meet him here. "I've heard of you." Then the two started talking about Britain's industry and technology, and the conversation quickly shifted to the Britain-France trade negotiations. "Your Highness, since Count Varon died, our negotiations with Britain have stalled. The single tax plan hasn't been implemented." Dupont said worriedly, "You know, the negotiations are not finished yet. The Eden Treaty signed recently is very unfavorable to France." The Eden Treaty was the trade agreement signed last year, which included a series of tariffs restrictions. France lowered tariffs on British industrial goods, while Britain reduced tariffs on French wine and some agricultural products. As a result, France's industry lost its tariff protection and was defeated by the technologically advanced British who occupied the market. The increase in French wine and agricultural exports could not make up for the huge industrial losses. Joseph nodded and said, "This treaty was poorly signed and caused a disaster for France's industry." Dupont nodded vigorously, full of approval. "Yes, Your Highness, this is indeed a disastrous treaty." After tariffs were lowered, many textile workshops in Lyon closed, and the steel industry is in danger. Thousands of workers have lost their jobs. He continued speaking as officials from the academic society began giving their closing remarks, announcing the end of the academic conference. Everyone respectfully made way, allowing the most honored prince to leave first. Joseph bid farewell to Lrange and a few other scholars, then turned to leave the room. Dupont hurried to catch up and said carefully, "Your Highness, back during the negotiations, the British had already agreed in principle to the single tax plan. If we could have continued negotiations, perhaps we could have secured better terms for France." He was one of the heads of the French Chamber of Commerce, responsible for northern France and also a major capitalist. The reduction of industrial tariffs affected him greatly. Today, meeting the prince who knew well about the British and French industries, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. Even if the chance was small, he would try to push for changes to the treaty. Dupont had been involved throughout the trade negotiations. From their earlier conversation, Joseph learned that the main negotiators at the time were Foreign Minister Count Turenne and Finance Minister Viscount Corona. Now, one had died and the other was dismissed over tax law issues which interrupted the negotiations. However, they had signed a provisional Eden Treaty. Looking at the current situation, the British had gained significant benefits and were unlikely to want to revise the treaty. The only way forward was to quickly strengthen France's industrial capacity and increase competitiveness. Of course, using some methods to extract small gains from trade negotiations was still possible. He paused and said to Dupont, "I will raise this issue at the cabinet meeting to try to resume trade talks as soon as possible." Dupont was overjoyed and bowed deeply. "Your Highness, you are the savior of countless French industries. You are truly great." After Joseph left Lady Josna's villa, a young man attending an academic conference walked hurriedly past, seeming lost in thought, head down and rushing forward carelessly. Ian quickly stepped in and stopped him. The young man with a horse-like face only then realized he had bumped into His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. He looked panicked and hurriedly apologized, patting his chest. "Oh, Your Highness, I didn't mean to offend you." He spoke in English. Joseph instinctively responded in English. "It's okay, you didn't hit me." The young man with the horse face smiled apologetically and continued in English. "You see, I was born in Birmingham, so I started speaking my hometown dialect in my hurry." Joseph politely said, "Birmingham is a nice place." The young man beamed and said, "Thank you for the compliment." "Oh, I just listened to your speech, and it seems you highly admire Britain." Joseph thought this person was just trying to flatter him, so he casually praised his homeland. Yes, Britain's industrial technology is advancing very quickly. This is true, and they are very good at international politics and diplomacy. Naturally, they are also very innovative in cooking dark cuisine. Besides, the British are practical and frugal. Old-fashioned and stingy, the young man's eyes lit up with excitement, about to say more. But Ian, standing nearby, cleared his throat coldly. The young man with the horse face had to smile awkwardly and bowed again. I won't bother your highness anymore. Safe travels. He watched Joseph walk away, then immediately got into his carriage and headed straight to the British embassy in France. You mean to say that the French crown prince has been speaking English with you? Hartley looked at his subordinate with some surprise. Yes, Mr. Hartley, the young man with the horse face replied confidently. His English is very fluent and he speaks highly of Britain. At the recent academic conference, he even publicly refuted comments criticizing Britain. He then recounted Joseph's words in detail. Hartley immediately looked thoughtful. Currently, the French are quite hostile toward Britain and wouldn't bother learning English, especially the royal family, for whom Latin is their preferred language. So a crown prince who speaks English is very unusual. All the intelligence pointed to one clear conclusion. The French crown prince must be very pro-British or at least have a strong fondness for Britain. If Joseph knew what they were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. His English skills are a must for graduate exams. As for his fondness for Britain, come on. He hated Blue Star troublemakers in his past life, and now he's constantly thinking about how to deal with France's biggest enemy. Hartley fidgeted with the armrest of his chair, more determined than ever to contact the French crown prince quickly. He took out paper and pen to write a letter, then handed it to one of his subordinates to deliver to a noble woman at Versailles Palace. After giving the order, Hartley remembered London's instructions to stir up trouble between Prussia and France. He then ordered his servant to prepare the carriage and head toward the royal palace. Duke of Orleans looked at the newspaper his steward just brought and frowned. The French Messenger newspaper had 2 full pages explaining the tax clauses and the recently rejected tax law. It clearly described why the tax was needed, who would pay it, and how it might affect the country, all written in simple words. There was also a special report by a journalist about how the king pushed the new tax law, mentioning that it was proposed by the former finance minister Corona and had been rejected twice by the High Court. Clearly, there was more to come. He picked up another newspaper which had similar content. Bishop Brian finally got smarter. Duke of Orleans chuckled. Since Corona proposed the new tax law last year, the French government had tried to push it through with force. When faced with resistance, they began to compromise, but they never realized they needed public support through opinion. Now, the finance minister finally started to promote the law in newspapers. Honestly, the new tax law didn't affect small nobles or common people much, especially after the recent changes, which mainly targeted the high nobility. If well promoted, it could gain broad support in France. The Duke of Orleans threw the newspaper aside, looking disdainful. He and the banking tycoon were planning to use the court's rejection of the law to push for Brian's removal. He wouldn't let him manipulate public opinion, trying to pressure the High Court with newspapers. Brian is a bit too naive, he said with a smile and shook his head. After years of investment and alliances, he had already gained control of Paris's newspapers. Plus, with the larger pamphlet industry, his words shaped public opinion. He was the master of public opinion. A black carriage arrived in front of the royal palace. The guards immediately stepped forward and stopped it. This is the royal palace. Please state your name. The coachman took out a small copper badge and waved it. The guard immediately stepped aside, opening the gate, and fell silent. The carriage went straight to the east side of the royal palace and stopped. A person dressed in a long black robe with the hat pulled low over his face quickly walked up the steps and confidently pushed open the door. Duke Orleans sat at a desk thinking for a moment, about to write a letter, when he heard the butler outside say, "Sir, Mr. Hartley, the British ambassador, has arrived. Please let him in." After a short while, the door was pushed open. Dressed in black, Hartley nodded to Duke Orleans and said with a smile, "Oh, Philip, my old friend. It's been a while since we last met." Duke Orleans smiled and nodded. "Dear David, what brings you here?" Hartley exchanged pleasantries and then got to the point. "Philip, you know, London always causes me trouble. You're in Paris. I can only rely on you, my old friend. Just tell me what you need." "Well, I want to publish some stories in the newspaper." "You're right to come to me for that," Duke Orleans said with a smile. "Is it an advertisement or a notice?" More precisely," Hartley said with a shrug. "It's some stories I want to publish." "Stories, yes, stories about the Prussians," Hartley explained. "For example, about the Duke of Schwarz and Prussia fighting over Queen Marie with Count Filson." "The Duke of Schwarz? I didn't know there was such a person." Halfway through, Duke Orleans suddenly smiled knowingly. "Oh, I see. Whether or not there's a Duke of Schwarz, the main point is the story about him and the Austrian princess." Hartley nodded. "Exactly. Also, there's Baron Ramos of Silesia having a secret meeting with Princess Teresa. Silesia is now part of Prussia. Princess Teresa was Louis XVI's eldest daughter and Joseph's sister. All the stories Hartley mentioned are completely fictional." Duke Orleans casually added, "Baron Ramos's female servant was seen by the Crown Prince during his secret meeting, and it said she's pregnant." Hartley's eyes lit up. "If you were a playwright, you'd be famous all over Europe." "Well, let's do it. Please make sure these stories get published soon. All these stories involved royal reputation, and without Duke Orleans's help, they could never appear in the newspapers. Duke Orleans smiled slightly. That's not an easy task, so that's why I had to trouble you. Are all the newspapers in Paris still controlled by you? Duke Orleans replied noncommittally. Most of the money I invested in the automatic weaving industry in Britain is still under review. Hartley nodded. I can help push that along. You know how slow government officials can be. Duke Orleans finally showed a satisfied smile. That's where you come in. As for your stories, they will soon be known to everyone. Soon after, Hartley left. Duke Orleans immediately wrote letters to the main newspapers he controlled, mainly about how to respond to the tax law, and ended with a few remarks about the British ambassador. At 3:00 p.m., Joseph's carriage left the Paris Police Academy and headed back to Versailles. He now studied there 2 or 3 times a week, mainly focusing on tactical command, military mapping, and logistics for the elite class. He understood that as the Industrial Revolution deepened, Europe would start to shake with old and new powers redistributing their interests, leading to continuous wars. He needed to learn enough military knowledge to ensure France's safety and stability. France at this time was still quite martial, not like the later quick surrender. A king who could lead France to victory would be loved by all and hold great authority. Even if he didn't fight himself, he needed to know which battles could be won and which couldn't. So he had to learn basic military courses, and he could also help the military instructors at the police academy. They were learning theories like combined infantry and artillery, cavalry covering artillery, concentrated use of cannons, and even large-scale maneuvers, concepts not yet common. He couldn't teach them everything in detail, but he opened a new world for the instructors. With these ideas and directions, they could refine and improve their training and incorporate it into the military drills. A few days ago, Duo had come to the police academy as the head of the Strategy and Tactics Research Department. He was surprised why a police training school was studying strategy and tactics, but accepted the role happily. After reviewing Joseph's advanced military theories, he realized the necessity of this department. This police academy's military theory level was definitely higher than that of the Paris Military Academy. He felt lucky to be valued by the Crown Prince and to serve at this academy. No, this police school. A police school equipped with many war horses, 3 4-pun cannons, and 1 8 lb cannon. Joseph sat on the bumpy carriage, thinking again about installing spring shock absorbers, which he had not had time to do. He casually picked up the newspaper on the small table in front of him and started reading. Recently, the propaganda for the tax reform bill had been very effective. In just a few days, he could already hear people discussing the new tax laws on the streets of Paris. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before the noblemen at the noble meeting would find it hard to sway public opinion against the royal family. However, when he saw the front page of the City Voice newspaper, he frowned. He had already reserved space for this paper for 3 months, but today's headline was about the murder of a noble woman. He then picked up the Paris News newspaper. Its front page headline was New Tax Law, Lord Brian's Reckless Tax Hikes. Joseph looked down with a grim face. The entire article was full of nonsense, twisting facts, and describing the tax law as the royal family's reckless overspending, leading to excessive taxes, which would cause very bad effects. He slammed the newspaper on the table. How could such things pass the news review? What were the reviewers even doing? He quickly remembered that news review was a department under the High Court. Since the High Court opposed the tax reform bill, they naturally turned a blind eye to these messy articles. Then Joseph looked at the French Messenger newspaper. As expected, the front page headline was, High Court refuses registration, perhaps a victory for freedom. Joseph then picked up the Citizen Daily. The main idea of the front page article was that the new tax law had not been thoroughly debated. It was just the former finance minister Colonna who came up with it on a whim. If implemented, it would have unpredictable effects on France. The following newspapers mostly echoed this sentiment, all avoiding direct criticism and attacking the tax law with various absurd reasons. Joseph couldn't help but think of the unscrupulous modern media. When you reason with them, they talk about history. When you talk about history, they bring up feelings. In short, they kept twisting arguments without directly addressing the issue itself. He looked at the newspapers for a while and found that only the Paris News was still publishing analyses and explanations about the tax law. He turned to the author's name and saw it was signed Jean-Paul Marat. Joseph found it funny. If this man Marat was one of the core leaders of the Jacobins during the Reign of Terror, it was a perfect irony. The only one speaking out for the royal tax law was the same Jacobin leader who would later become the harshest critic of the monarchy. When Joseph finished flipping through the newspaper, his face was dark and serious. In just one night, articles supporting the tax law disappeared. The entire press was united in attacking the law fiercely. Someone was clearly controlling this behind the scenes. They were openly opposing the royal family. It was extremely bold, recklessly bold. Joseph stared at the newspapers, clenched his fists tightly. They were just newspapers, but if they dared to act so boldly, he would show them that royal power's hammer was strong enough. His focus was on the tax law, so he didn't notice the small article in the corner of the Citizen Daily. It seemed to introduce the lives of Versailles nobles, but subtly hinted that a Prussian Duke Schwarz might be Queen Marie's lover. The major newspapers Joseph held were still somewhat proper. However, some smaller papers already published many rumors about Queen Marie or Princess theirs and their supposed Prussian lovers. Even more explicit booklets appeared in the streets of Paris. These booklets were a special type of publication, usually circulated privately to avoid censorship. They were poorly printed, cheap, and mainly filled with sensational content, so they had a wide audience and sold far more than newspapers. Joseph initially wanted to go directly to Robespierre to discuss punishing the corrupt newspapers, but by the time he returned to Versailles, it was already after 9 at night. He had to suppress his anger for now and wait until tomorrow. At the Paris News newspaper office, a middle-aged man with messy hair and deep lines on his face hurried into the editor's room, holding a freshly printed sample. "Mr. Dalmagny, why wasn't my article about the tax law clauses published?" The editor, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, looked up with a polite smile. "Mr. Moret, that's the request of the Press Guild. They said revealing too many details about the law might interfere with court proceedings." Moret raised his voice. "But it's the taxes the French people have to pay. They have the right to know the details." The editor shrugged. "I'm sorry, I really can't do anything. I must follow the rules of the Press Guild." Marie argued passionately for a long time, but when she saw the editor-in-chief's firm attitude, she angrily left, saying, "Goodbye, Mr. Darming. Surely there will be a newspaper willing to publish my article." The editor-in-chief helplessly watched her back and shook his head, saying that's impossible. The next day, Joseph finished a simple breakfast and headed to the secret police chief's office. As he reached the door, he heard a young girl's angry voice coming from inside. "These despicable, disgusting, and people. How can they tell such shameless lies?" The guards at the door, recognizing the crown prince, quickly bowed and opened the door for him. Joseph entered the office and saw a girl slightly older than himself, standing with her hands on her hips, looking at Count Robert with a furious face. The girl was short, wearing a loose white dress with a slightly chubby face, porcelainic fair and smooth skin, and bright blue eyes like sapphires. Joseph immediately remembered her name, Marie. There's Louis Xvi's eldest daughter, the Princess of France, his own sister. Joseph recalled that she had been ill and staying at the more suitable environment of the Marin Castle to recover. How had she suddenly returned to Versailles? There's turned her head when she heard footsteps, saw Joseph, quickly kneeled in greeting, then immediately smiled warmly. "Joseph, my dear brother, it's so good to see you." "It's been 3 months, right?" Joseph returned her greeting, placing his hand over his chest. "It's been a long time, dear sister. Why have you come back? Are you feeling better?" "How could I not come back there?" said, then hardened her expression. "It's those hateful rumors that have been torturing me every moment." "Rumors?" Joseph looked at Robert in surprise. "Those little newspapers like the Paris Post and Observer and some pamphlets." Seeing Joseph shake his head, Robert took 2 newspapers from a nearby table, flipped to a page, and carefully glanced at theirs before handing them to Joseph. Joseph quickly scanned the papers and immediately frowned. Several articles hinted or implied that recently some Prussian nobles had come to Paris and had inappropriate relations with the Queen and the Princess. One article even mentioned that he was involved with a dark-skinned female. There's angrily said, "Since the afternoon before yesterday, these shameless things have appeared in the newspapers. I had to come back immediately." She looked again at the head of the secret police. "Count Robert, as you just heard from Her Majesty the Queen, we must punish those spreading rumors severely." It turns out she had already gone to complain to Queen Marie. Robert nodded immediately. "Yes, Your Highness. Actually, I sent people to handle this yesterday." "Oh, did you shut down those newspapers?" Robert quickly replied. "No, Your Highness, that's not possible. However, we confiscated the printing plates of several newspapers, including the Paris Post, and fined them heavily. Oh, and we arrested the editor of The Happy Man and are questioning him." Thuras was very unhappy. "They insult the royal family, yet the punishment is so light." The head of the secret police looked helpless. "Your Highness, in fact, their articles did not contain direct insults to the royal family. I know the content was full of hints and could easily be misunderstood, but the court definitely wouldn't find the newspapers at fault because of that." Robert continued, "Your Highness, if we shut down the newspapers without court support, public opinion would turn very unfavorable to the royal family. You know why they caused trouble with freedom of the press a few years ago? The royal police arrested some people, which led to many articles criticizing the royal family. In the end, His Majesty released those people. France was in such a strange situation. Now, under noble influence, writers and small reporters often made up little stories about the royal family. As long as they didn't get caught in the act, nothing would happen. People's gossip about the royal family had become a daily pastime. On the other hand, if the royal family showed any discontent, people would seize on it and it out of proportion, leading to criticism. Ultimately, it was the consequence of the royal family losing control of public opinion. Seeing theirs remain silent, Robert carefully added, "Moreover, Your Highness, shutting down a few newspapers doesn't really help. If you shut down one, 2 more will appear and continue spreading rumors. Even if all unofficial newspapers are closed, as the late king did before, they will still use pamphlets to spread their stories." In fact, Queen Marie's initial intention was to try to control the situation as much as possible. Of course, if there was solid evidence, the rumor mongers would be punished severely. For example, the editor of The Happy Man, I found a rumor manuscript with the Queen's name in his office and immediately arrested him. But for other newspapers, there is no evidence yet. Taleson looked at him angrily and said, "There is no proof in the newspaper insulting the royal family. But those booklets must have some. Right, I heard from Di that they are full of insults toward me and my mother openly and without hiding." "Why haven't you arrested them?" Royal looked distressed and replied, "Your Highness, those booklets are made by 1 or 2 people in dark basement, then secretly printed. It's hard to find these people." Taleson suddenly fell silent since she could remember rumors insulting the king and queen never stopped. She also knew that if the secret police could catch those people, they would have done so long ago. Joseph, standing nearby, also frowned. He came here hoping to use the secret police to punish the newspapers attacking the tax law. But after Royal's reminder, he realized things were more complicated. Right now, the noble forces might be waiting for the royal family to use violence. It would immediately stir public opinion and link the tax law to royal abuse of power, making the law more difficult to pass. Justice and public opinion support each other, and the high nobles hold tight control over this. No wonder when Louis XVI was overthrown, he had no chance to defend himself. Taleson's eyes suddenly turned red. She slightly knelt to Roll and said, "Count Roll, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. It's not your fault." Roll hurriedly said, "I understand your anger, Your Highness. You don't need to apologize." Feeling wronged and with tears in her eyes, Taleson picked up her chubby blue gay charter from her maid and turned to leave the room. Joseph wanted to go comfort her, but didn't know what to say. He truly wanted to take people to shut down those unscrupulous newspapers, but his reason told him that would fall into the trap of the nobles. As Roll said, shutting down one newspaper would lead to many more than even more booklets. Even during Louis XV's strict censorship, journalists inside prisons secretly ran their newspapers. Thinkers like Rousseau and Montesquieu also emerged during that time like mushrooms. After Reign, France had already been influenced by Enlightenment ideas, and freedom of speech had become deeply rooted. It was no longer possible to control public opinion with brute force as before. Thinking of this, Joseph suddenly froze. No, he seemed to have been misled by anger into a wrong line of thinking. Why should they control public opinion with force? What I truly want is not to control public opinion, but to use it to my advantage. I absolutely do not want to eliminate public opinion. A sudden idea flashed through Joseph's mind, and his thoughts became clearer. Just then, their maid passed by him. He reached out and gently stopped her, whispering, "Please tell my sister that I will make all the rumors disappear, and that the people spreading them should apologize to her." Daddy's eyes showed surprise. She thought the prince was just trying to comfort the princess, but she nodded gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness. I will tell the princess." Joseph dismissed Robble and headed to his private chamber, deep in thought about how to control public opinion. As someone familiar with the internet and the many disputes online, he knew that the power of speech ultimately depends on the size of the audience. If your voice can be heard by 90 of people, while others only influence 10, then what you say becomes the truth. Modern media mainly consists of newspapers, books, and pamphlets. So how can he use these tools to quickly grow his audience? He immediately thought of Master Jin's success with The Smiling Proud Wanderer, helping to boost the newly founded Ming Pound newspaper into a bestseller in a short time. In the 18th century, entertainment options were limited, but he had powerful weapons comparable to The Smiling Proud Wanderer. When it comes to content, even if all the newspapers and publishers in Europe joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. Therefore, first he needed his own media outlet, then to produce high-quality content that would crush all competitors and quickly attract readers. Thinking of this, he immediately said to a man, "Please help me gather information on all the newspapers and printing workshops in Paris. The sooner the better." "Yes, Your Highness." A man turned to leave while Joseph continued to think. After establishing content, the next step is pricing and distribution channels. Various plans gradually formed in Joseph's mind. His brow relaxed. Isn't this just a battle of public opinion? Then let's do it. The royal family has lost the public opinion battlefield for so many years. It's time to take it back. Before 300 p.m., a man hurried back, carrying a large stack of documents and handing them to Joseph. These were detailed records of all the newspapers in Paris. Newspapers need to register with the court, and registration information is not secret, so it's easy to obtain. Joseph carefully reviewed the information of all 57 newspapers and several printing workshops in Paris. His eyes finally settled on the journal The Paris. This is a small newspaper company with a circulation of less than 2,000 copies, but it very much meets his needs. First, the Paris Commercial Gazette has no noble background. The current owner is a businessman from Marseille, running the company family style, and he is the sole shareholder. Second, the newspaper business is not doing well. It applied for tax deferrals twice a year, so it probably wants to sell. Finally, and most importantly, the Paris Commercial Gazette has a very large printing workshop, which seems to be used for printing other newspapers as well, though this hasn't brought much profit. Joseph immediately decided on this one. His best way to enter the media field is to buy an existing newspaper. He then considered a few other options. By the time he finished, the sun was setting. The next morning, Joseph headed straight to the northern part of Paris to discuss buying the Paris Commercial Gazette and to inspect the newspaper facilities. The neighborhood where the newspaper is located isn't very busy, but a very large building by the river is very eye-catching. The main door of the building has a sign that says the Paris Commercial Gazette, and behind it, black waste water keeps flowing into the river. Joseph first looked around the newspaper office. The huge building is the printing workshop with 7 printing machines. Workers are constantly pulling long handles, pressing blank sheets of paper onto the press. When they lift the handles again, a newspaper is printed. Dozens of workers are busy with ink, drying, and moving papers, working quickly and accurately, clearly experienced. After inspecting the editorial room, Joseph was quite satisfied. He then asked to meet the owner. An editor led them to an office on the second floor. The editor pointed to a slightly chubby middle-aged man wearing a dark green vest and glasses. This is Mr. Deneau. Deneau saw visitors. He immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed sir. Are you here to advertise or to print something?" Joseph didn't like long talks. After exchanging greetings, he said directly, "Mr. Deneau, I am interested in buying your newspaper." Deneau quickly sat back in his chair, waving his hand. "Please go back, I won't sell." Seeing that Joseph didn't move, he raised his voice. "Go away or I will have to ask you to leave." Joseph glanced at Ian and thought to himself. According to movie clichés, you should stand up and say, "How rude." Do you realize you're speaking to the Crown Prince? However, Ian clearly had no intention of interrupting. Joseph had no choice but to pretend he didn't hear and continued, "Can you tell me why you're not selling?" Deneau lowered his head and muttered, "I promised my father I would run this newspaper well." Joseph sighed and smiled. "I'll offer 150,000 livres to buy it. The newspaper can still be managed by you." He had brought an accountant and had already roughly estimated the value, about 120,000 to 140,000 livres, mainly because of the property in the printing workshop. Deneau was surprised. The newspaper had been losing money for over a year. He thought selling for just over 100,000 would be good, but he didn't expect the young man to offer so much. He struggled internally. "No, when my father left, he told me." Joseph nodded. 160,000 livres, but 170,000 last offer, paid in full at once. "Yes." "All right, this is yours," Deneau thought to himself. "Dear father, you can't blame me. He really offered too much." Joseph's lawyer immediately took out the prepared contract and handed it to both of them to sign. Then the accountant and Dinah went to the bank to settle the payment. Bank procedures in this era were slow, and with such a large amount, the process took over 2 hours. All the funds wouldn't be fully transferred until 3 days later. On the way, Dino had already learned about Joseph's identity from the accountant. He felt blessed by God today. Not only did he sell for a big sum, but he also gained connections with the Crown Prince. When he returned, he was very respectful and repeatedly assured he would do his best to manage the newspaper for the Crown Prince. Joseph encouraged him and asked, "How many skilled plate-making craftsmen does the printing workshop currently have?" The newspaper printing technology was still quite primitive. The text was set using lead type, which was relatively cheap. All illustrations had to be carved by artisans, then placed in the type blocks or printed separately, because engraving copper plates was very labor-intensive and time-consuming. It was also the most expensive part of the printing process. Without hesitation, Dino replied, "Your Highness, the workshop currently has 5 engravers, 3 of whom have over 10 years of experience and are somewhat well-known in the Copper Engravers Guild." Joseph nodded and said, "Please prepare some chalk fine in texture, cut into board-sized pieces with one side polished smooth. In a few days, have them bring it to me at Versailles Palace." Chalk is a type of limestone commonly used as a building material. Dino asked in surprise, "What do you want chalk for?" Joseph smiled slightly and replied, "To teach them a new kind of flat printing technique." Dino widened his eyes. "You mean printing with stone plates?" "Exactly." Joseph knew very well that to surpass the current publishing industry, good content alone was not enough. He had to work on costs, distribution channels, and other aspects to leave no room for competitors to fight back. "My newspaper is loved by all readers, selling for only 1 shilling or even just 8p, while your newspaper is average, priced at 4 shillings. What do you have to compete with me in terms of controlling costs?" Stone plate printing, also called flat printing, is several times cheaper than copper plate printing. Another technology is inexpensive papermaking, which reduces paper costs by 70. Historically, this papermaking method even sparked a newspaper revolution in Britain. With these two technologies, Joseph is confident he can cut the newspaper price to 15 if of the current cost while still making a profit. Of course, the inexpensive paper-making technique requires high skill, and he isn't fully confident about it, but stone plate printing isn't very complicated. Experienced plate makers should learn it quickly. Next, Joseph also instructed Dino on some recent tasks, such as increasing staff at the newspaper office and designing a new publication called Truth. After roughly arranging the newspaper affairs, it was getting dark. Joseph asked Dino, "Where is a large paper mill?" Dino replied without hesitation, "Your Highness, that would naturally be St. Anton Town. Over half of the paper used in Paris comes from there. Versailles Palace is west of Paris, while St. Anton Town is northeast." To avoid traveling back and forth, mainly because he couldn't stand the bumpy carriage ride, Joseph stayed overnight at the Paris Chamber of Commerce President's Place. The next morning, he headed straight to St. Anton Town. This small town near Paris is somewhat like an economic zone. The only place around Paris not affected by various guilds. Craftsmen can find work here without joining a guild. Because they can save on guild membership fees, the wages for craftsmen are slightly lower. Many workshops eager to save costs have settled here. After years of development, St. Anton Town is now full of workshops with thousands of craftsmen and their families gathered there. Joseph asked Ian to find a guide, and together they visited several papermaking workshops in the town. However, he gradually began to frown. The small workshops almost had no conditions to experiment with new paper-making techniques. The largest workshop had over 200 craftsmen and was very big. But the owner, Ravine, was not interested in trying new methods. After all, new technology requires a significant investment for testing, and the results are unpredictable, making the risks too high. Joseph also considered buying the workshop outright to work on it himself, but he ultimately gave up. Ravien's workshop cost at least 500,000 levers, and experimenting with cheaper papermaking methods would also need some funds. Recently, Joseph had been using his money powers frequently, causing his wealth to drop from over 2.3 million levers to just around 700,000. If he spent all that money on the paper workshop, he might face trouble if other expenses came up. So after careful thought, Joseph decided to put the cheap paper-making project on hold until he was more financially stable. This outcome was also expected. Large industries like paper with high output value don't change their technology overnight. If they could upgrade the entire paper industry and expand nationwide, it could give a big boost to France's economy. When Joseph returned to Versailles Palace, 3 craftsmen from the Paris commercial press had already been waiting for him. He saw their heavy tool bags and hammers of different sizes hanging at their waists, and then looked at the shiny marble floor inside the palace, immediately deciding not to teach them stone plate printing there. Ian suddenly hurried over and bowed to him. "Your Highness, the white chalk tablets you requested are still on the carriage." "Where would you like them unloaded?" Joseph frowned, thinking it would be great if there was a workshop here. As he thought of a workshop, a place suddenly appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. He said to Ian, "Let's move everything to His Majesty's workshop." Ian was surprised. "Are you sure about that?" "I will talk to the king about it," Joseph replied. He then gestured to the 3 craftsmen. "Please come with me." After about 10 minutes in a well-equipped, bright and spacious workshop belonging to King Louis XVI, the King of France was curiously examining the slate, and the craftsmen dressed in rough cloth garments. Joseph first sincerely thanked his father for greatly helping France's publishing industry, then looked seriously at the 3 craftsmen. "I am about to share with you a very important technique. Without my permission, you must not tell anyone else or else." He paused, choosing the most serious charge. "It will be considered treason." Seeing the king present, the craftsmen couldn't doubt the importance. They all nervously swore they wouldn't tell anyone a word. Then Ian brought out a prepared confidentiality agreement, and each craftsman signed it. Joseph knew that currently there were no patent laws, so this technology wouldn't stay secret for long. In the future, he planned to promote slate printing across France, but for now this was his secret weapon, and he couldn't let the technology leak. For a while, he would send people to protect these three craftsmen, at least until he could control public opinion in Paris. After securing the secrecy, Joseph began to explain the slate printing technique. He asked a craftsman to fix a polished white chalk slate on the table, then took prepared printing ink, which contained wax and rosin. Once the additives in the ink dissolved completely, Joseph dipped a brush into the ink and wrote respectfully to His Majesty the King on the slate. An hour later, the ink had mostly dried. Joseph brushed the slate twice with dilute nitric acid. The parts covered with ink remained unaffected, while the other areas were etched away by the acid. "The base plate is ready," Joseph casually said, applying water to the slate, then brushing on more ink. Because the acid had eroded parts of the slate, the water caused the ink to not stick there, while the dry ink areas were covered with ink. Joseph placed a sheet of paper over the slate, pressed gently, then carefully removed it. On the paper, a clear line of words appeared respectfully to His Majesty the King, but the characters were reversed. The three craftsmen looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although the words were simple and a bit uneven, the entire process from making the plate to printing took just over an hour. This completely changed their understanding of printing. Louis XVI watched with interest for a while before slowly asking, "Was there anything special about the printing process?" Just now one of the oldest craftsmen, seeing the king sincerely inquire, hurriedly bowed and explained, "Your Majesty is Royal Highness. The Crown Prince's technique could make all current printing methods obsolete." Another craftsman looking excited added, "In the past, we used copper plates. First, we covered the copper with wax, then placed paper on top and used a pen to carve away the parts we didn't want. The pen would remove the wax under the paper. After finishing the design, we dipped the copper into an acid bath. The areas not covered with wax would be etched away. Then we took out the copper, wiped off the wax, and printed with ink." Fearing that Louis XVI might not understand, he continued, "Your Majesty, in the old days, only very skilled craftsmen could carve the wax, which took a long time. Etching the plate usually took more than half a day, and completing a single plate often took over 2 days. Moreover, His Royal Highness's method involves directly drawing the needed parts, which is much simpler than carving away the unnecessary parts." All three craftsmen were eager to impress the king and the crown prince. They each took a stone. Moreover, His Royal Highness's method involves directly drawing the needed parts, which is much simpler than carving away the unnecessary parts. All three craftsmen were eager to impress the king and the crown prince. They each took a stone slab and carefully began testing. As experts in printing, they found stone slab printing very convenient and straightforward. All three. He only roughly understood the process of stone slab printing, so the detailed craftsmanship depended on these experienced artisans. The craftsman immediately started discussing we should add some tar. Yes, and maybe try adding resin. He only roughly understood the process of stone slab printing, so the detailed craftsmanship depended on these experienced artisans. The craftsman immediately started discussing we should add some tar. Yes, and maybe try adding resin. Your Highness, there's another issue. One middle-aged craftsman suddenly said, "Stone slab printing is quite different from copper plate printing, especially in the pressure," and the craftsman immediately shook his head. Just as Joseph was considering whether to find a workshop that makes printing machines, a shy yet confident voice came from nearby. "Maybe I can help with that." Joseph turned his head and saw Louis. The craftsman immediately shook his head. Just as Joseph was considering whether to find a workshop that makes printing machines, a shy yet confident voice came from nearby. "Maybe I can help with that." Joseph turned his head and saw Louis XVI looking at him with an eager expression. His eyes brightened instantly. This was the top mechanical craftsman, and his few machingaking assistants were. Then Joseph watched as the royal workshop was busy and lively, but he couldn't get involved, so he returned to his palace to start preparing the publication content. He summoned his secretary and briefly outlined a story idea. Then Joseph watched as the royal workshop was busy and lively, but he couldn't get involved, so he returned to his palace to start preparing the publication content. He summoned his secretary and briefly outlined a story idea for him to turn into a novel. The secretary received the order and didn't finish until it was dark. Joseph looked at the manuscript and felt speechless. Sure. He then asked Ian to find a few writers quickly. Ian was very efficient. The next day, just after breakfast, 4 writers of different ages and appearances appeared before Joseph. Most of all, they already lived in Versailles Palace. They bowed politely, and Ian introduced each one. "Your Highness, this is the famous Parisian writer, Count Beaumiche." Joseph was a bit surprised. Beaumiche, the Marriage of Figaro, the old man with gray hair and thick glasses, immediately bowed slightly. "I am honored that your Highness has read my plays. It's a great honor." Joseph couldn't help but smile or laugh. He just wanted some popular writers, but Ian had brought literary masters instead. He quickly praised the great writer. Eamon then continued introducing, "This is Viscount St. Pierre and this is Barry." None of them were ordinary. All were well-known figures in France's literary world. Joseph was overwhelmed. Since everyone was here, he decided to let the literary masters take turns helping him turn his story idea into a novel. He looked at the four experts and smiled. "I need someone to help me write the story I've imagined. After the novel is published, all the royalties will go to you. I will pay an additional 2 libras for every 500 words. What do you think?" Some writers, regardless of their thoughts, still had to show respect to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. They all bowed and nodded, saying it's an honor to serve the prince, but they were all quite curious about how many stories the prince wanted to write. As he had brought 4 people along, Joseph didn't waste time. He went with the others to the study, recalling the most exciting stories he had read in his past life. He picked a few and began assigning tasks. "This Count St. Pierre, you will write about a young man named Joseph." Almost said a familiar name, but quickly thought about what would appeal to the general public in France. So he changed it to the story of a boy named Hunter Shaw growing up. St. Pierre was somewhat uninterested, thinking that a 13-year-old prince couldn't come up with any interesting stories. Joseph continued, "Hunter Shaw was born into a family of alchemists. From birth, he had exceptional talent in alchemy, far beyond his peers in the family. However, when he was 12, he accidentally wore a ring and everything changed after that. His alchemy skills started to decline after 3 years. During an alchemy test, he was only rated as level 3 alchemist. The family members began to mock and discriminate against him. St. Pierre instinctively said, 'That's very unfortunate.' What was wrong with the ring?" Joseph kept the suspense and said, "We'll talk about that later." The most unacceptable thing for Hunter Shaw was that his fiancée, a talented girl from the Alchemy Knights, Elizabeth, came to his home one day and in front of his entire family proposed to break off their engagement. She thought his talent was too poor and unworthy of her. Hunter Shaw was greatly insulted and argued his case. Elizabeth, to protect her family's reputation, proposed a duel in 3 years' time. If he lost, the engagement would be broken. Hunter Shaw bravely accepted the challenge and said with firm words, "East of the Seine for 30 years, west of the Seine for 30 years, don't bully a young man because he is poor." After this engagement breakup drama, Hunter Shaw suddenly discovered the secret of his ring. St. Pierre was captivated by the story and anxiously asked, "What happened next?" "Your Highness." Joseph smiled slightly and said, "You write down these parts first, and I will tell you what happens next." St. Pierre nodded helplessly and praised, "Your Highness, this is truly an amazing story. I will do my best to write a story worthy of it. Oh, by the way, what is the name of this novel?" Joseph paused for a moment and said, "Let's call it Breaking Through the Sky." Next to him, Baron de Bar eagerly approached St. Pierre, hoping to hear a wonderful story as well. Joseph directly said, "You will write a story about a lady. Her name is Claire. One morning, she woke up feeling a terrible headache. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on her desk. Next to her, an open notebook had a sentence written, 'Everyone will die, including me.'" Joseph's tone was deep and serious. Then she saw a gun surrounded by blood, and in the mirror she saw a fierce wound on her head with a burnt edge. Yes, it was obviously shot by a bullet. Baron de Bear's eyes widened. "Oh my God, that's unbelievable. She didn't die." "Yes," Joseph said, "and she also discovered she had divine power, allowing her to float in an endless gray fog. That's amazing." "What's the title of this novel?" "It's called The Mistress of Best Friends." Joseph then turned to another writer and said, "This is a story about a nobleman who was imprisoned in the Bastille because of mental illness. His name is Feli. He claims that after closing his eyes, he enters a magical world. There an evil wizard captures many deformed or sick boys and girls to make immortal potions." Feli Lee was also captured. When Joseph looked at Bulma, the famous old writer, he was already eager to speak. "Oh, Your Highness, then what is my story?" Joseph immediately thought of his favorite online writer Tian Hai, whose books quickly became popular across the country and were only a step away from winning the Nobel Prize in Literature. Joseph was very familiar with every book Tian had written. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "This story is called Please Stop, Lady." A day quickly passed. By dusk, Joseph received 4 manuscripts. Bulma and the others, renowned literary figures in France, wrote very vivid stories. Whether it was character development or plot description, every word reflected their great style, making reading like drinking fine wine. However, Joseph found that each submission was only 4 pages long, at most about 2,000 words. He could only politely suggest that a few great writers write a little more each day. Bashi and others looked at each other in surprise. They knew that because their stories were so exciting, they became so absorbed that they didn't even have lunch. This was already twice their usual output or more, and Crown Prince Wang still seemed to think it was not enough. After returning home, Each of them called their disciples or writer friends to help. It wasn't mainly for the extra pay, as these great writers didn't lack money. It was mainly to write faster so they could hear the Crown Prince's future story updates sooner. Joseph sent someone overnight to deliver the manuscripts to the Paris Commercial Gazette office so Dino could print them quickly. At dawn the next day, Dino arrived at Versailles Palace with sample copies to report on the first issue. After the redesign, Joseph briefly looked over both newspapers. One was the Paris Commercial Gazette, which still had its usual style based on freedom and ideals, covering market news and business insights. The second page was entirely a novel called Breaking Through the Sky, and the third page explained the new tax law. The other was the newly launched News and Pictures Daily. Their publishing permit was approved by noon thanks to the Crown Prince's special speed. Usually, it took over 2 months to get a permit. News and Pictures Daily was less polite. The front page headline was exploring the deep reasons behind the repeated failures to register the new tax law. The second page was the mistress of best friends. Most other pages related to the tax law or featured hot news from across France. As for pictures, since stone plate printing wasn't available yet, they only included some Paris landscape engravings made earlier. In the future, they would publish many news illustrations, but since there were no photos at this time, artists had to draw the images. Joseph was quite satisfied with Denico's work. No wonder, as they came from a family with 3 generations in the newspaper industry. Once these 2 newspapers reached the hands of Paris citizens, the noble groups could no longer monopolize the media. Seeing that the Crown Prince had finished reviewing the sample, Dino immediately reported, "Your Highness, as you ordered, the subscription price for both newspapers is 3 levers per month. I think I must remind you that we will be losing a lot at this price." Most daily newspapers at the time cost 6 to 8 levers per month, and weekly ones range from 1.1 to 2 LRAS. Both the Paris Commercial Gazette and the News and Pictures Daily were daily papers, so 3 levers was definitely a loss. Joseph nodded calmly. "It's okay, we will sell at this price." Once the stone printing is finished, the cost should drop below 3 shillings per month. Actually, he doesn't mind losing a little money. Once newspaper sales increase, advertising revenue alone will definitely turn a profit. Dino saw that he was very confident, so he continued to report the next matter. "Your Highness, I have recruited over 40 newsboys as you suggested." He hesitated briefly and carefully said, "I think not many people in Paris are willing to buy newspapers on the street." The newsboys are part of Joseph's new plan to sell newspapers. Currently, most European countries sell newspapers through pre-orders with delivery by newsboys to customers. The well-known newsboys of later times haven't appeared yet. One major reason for the high retail price of newspapers was their cost, about 4 to 6 shillings per copy, while a common craftsman's daily wage was only 5 to 10 shillings. Few people would buy a newspaper on impulse. Now Joseph has reduced the price of a paper to 2 shillings, and in the future plans to lower it to 1 shilling or even less. At this price, many people can afford it. Joseph knows very well that street sales are the best way to sell newspapers. Newsboys shouting about the highlights of the paper easily attract passers-by to buy. They can also sell other small items to lower the cost of the newspapers through profit. As for hiring child labor, that concept simply doesn't exist in this era. In any European country, children as young as 7 or 8 are working in workshops. They are important economic support for their families. Selling newspapers, which is relatively easy and pays well, will likely attract many eager to do the job soon. After giving some instructions to Dino, Joseph, the newspaper manager, took his leave and returned to Paris. What they didn't know was that 2 newspapers had already caused quite a stir in Paris. On the streets of Paris, people heard children waving newspapers shouting, "Read the paper, 2 shillings each, the latest novel inside." The alchemy boy was rejected by his fiancée. Will he get justice? 3 years later, one man who had just received his salary yesterday bought a paper out of curiosity and was immediately drawn to the exciting story on page 2. He read while walking until he bumped into a tree and realized he had taken a wrong turn. The popularity of newspapers was spreading all over Paris. Most of the newsboys originally went to the Paris commercial press out of boredom or luck, not expecting the sales to be so high. According to the agreement, they earned 6 denarii for every 10 newspapers sold. Just after noon, the lucky newspaper boy had already sold 50 copies, earning several times more than he did working in the workshop. The stories about Hunter Shio being rejected in marriage and Clay's surviving a gunshot wound were almost known to everyone by morning. Many people overheard lively discussions about an interesting story, but didn't know what it was about, making them eager to find out. As they hesitated whether to spend some money on subscribing to the newspaper, they heard that newspapers were being sold outside on the street, so they immediately bought one. The most fashionable ladies had already started planning salons with themes like the immortal clays or the alchemy family. They keenly sensed these topics would become the hottest trends, so they wanted to get ahead of others. That evening, even Parisians greeted each other with, "Did you see that novel?" No wonder entertainment in the 18th century was very dull. There were only a few plays and stories, and most people were tired of them. They could only talk about noble gossip to pass the time. Later, the popular story formulas refined by countless authors became a shocking experience for readers of that era. Just a glance would make them addicted. This is not an exaggeration. Even in the 21st century, there was a young American who became so engrossed in a thrilling story that he neglected to breathe, eventually quitting smoking as a result. For the bored citizens of Paris, these stories provided endless excitement with constant suspense and foreshadowing, making it impossible for them to stop reading. It revealed some mysteries from the previous story and left more suspense, keeping the plot exciting. Who could resist reading it? They could skip meals, but they had to buy the newspaper. Some even fought over the last copy held by the newspaper boy. Just after 300 p.m., the stocks of the Paris Commercial Gazette and News and Pictures were sold out. Deneau looked at the dozens of anxious newspaper boys waiting for their papers and felt like he was dreaming. He knew that the wonderful stories sent by Prince Wang would cause the newspapers to sell well, but he didn't expect such a huge sale. Oh my God, both newspapers printed 8,000 copies each, yet they were completely sold out. To know Paris is only about 500,000 people. The best-selling newspaper, Paris News, used to sell less than 3,000 copies. Now combined, these two newspapers sell more than 5 times that amount. His hands started to shake a little. He rushed into the printing workshop and loudly shouted at the workers, pointing at the printing press, "Print more. Immediately print 2,000 copies. Use your fastest speed." At this moment, a manager from the newspaper hurried over, excitedly, gesturing toward the office area. "Mr. Deneau, you should come quickly. Several well-known shops like the Elegant Source Perfume Store and the Auditor Ironware Shop want to discuss advertising." Dino waved his hand confidently and said, "Tell them to wait. I'll finish the extra printing first." He had the confidence to do so. His newspaper sold over 16,000 copies, so he wasn't worried about advertisers coming. As the Paris Commercial Gazette's newspaper sold well, many readers, while enjoying novels, also saw articles about tax laws on the streets and alleys. People started talking about the new law. "I think those noblemen should pay more taxes. Yeah, I saw that the taxes increased mostly for the nobles. Why do we, the poor, pay more than them? The city hall always says they have no funds. Why don't they ask the nobles for money? The High Court keeps rejecting the tax law, but it's because the judges are also nobles. No wonder they always say they defend the court's authority. It's really about not paying taxes." Exactly. For a while, the Duke of Orleans managed to turn the tide of public opinion against the law, thanks to the combined efforts of all Parisian newspapers. Actually, Joseph hadn't fully launched his propaganda campaign yet. He still had 2 novel drafts meant for pamphlets. Yes, he didn't plan to rely only on newspapers for the campaign. That would be too risky. Since the battle had begun, there was no need for gentlemanly politeness. The pamphlets might be low quality, full of rumors, and rely on sensational content that mainstream society disapproved of, but their audience was very broad. Now, with over 60 literacy in France, many people who couldn't afford newspapers could only read pamphlets for entertainment. In a way, pamphlets dominated the low-end market. Joseph naturally wouldn't miss this powerful tool for propaganda. At the regular court dance at Versailles, many noble young ladies secretly glared at Princess Theirs, complaining about her always monopolizing the crown prince. Meanwhile, young men looked helplessly at Joseph, hoping that some kind lady would kidnap the crown prince, giving them a chance to get close to the princess. Of course, Joseph was only using his sister as a shield. He was a bit traumatized by dancing. After a few days of adjustment, Theirs had become more indifferent to the rumors. Now she was chatting casually with Joseph. "I heard that the crown prince's blessing you invented is very magical. I've been trying it too, but so far it doesn't seem to work." Joseph asked worriedly, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you have a fever?" There shook her head. "No fever, just often dizzy, weak, and short of breath. I even fainted a few months ago, but the doctors couldn't find the cause. Dr. Bastal suggested I rest at Marin Castle." Joseph's face darkened. "That's not symptoms of salicin poisoning. Why are you taking random medicine?" There's nodded seriously. "Dr. Bastal told me to take it." Joseph sighed and asked again, "Are you taking any other medicines?" There's mentioned several herbal remedies. Seeing her pale face, Joseph thought to himself, "From her symptoms, it seems like a serious case of anemia. Girls her age are quite prone to anemia," but he wasn't sure whether it was iron deficiency anemia or a pathological one. There's added, "Besides taking medicine, I also undergo bloodletting every half month." Joseph's face darkened completely. "You'd better fire your doctor. My sister's vitality is truly incredible, Joseph thought in admiration. Despite having anemia and needing to donate blood twice a month, she's still alive and well. There's looked puzzled and asked, why is that? Did Dr. Bastel do something wrong? He had no right about anything. Joseph suddenly remembered that Dr. Lamar had sent a message a few days ago saying that tocopherol had been successfully extracted. He was moved by this news. He originally planned to use vitamin E, also known as tocopherol, to make cosmetics. However, this substance also seemed to help treat pathological anemia and boost immunity. It would be perfect to give to Terrace. By combining it with some iron supplements, her anemia could improve. For the iron supplement, he could ask Dr. Lamar to help synthesize ferrous sulfate. This process involves heating iron with dilute sulfuric acid, then filtering out the precipitate. Simple to make, he carefully told Terrace, never donate blood again. It will seriously harm your health. Also, I've made a medicine that should help ease your condition. I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow. Really, you have such a medicine? Tara looked pleasantly surprised. Actually, she had long wanted to stop donating blood. No girl liked having scars on her arm all the time. Joseph nodded. Oh dear Joseph, you truly are a genius. As Tara spoke, she suddenly felt dizzy. She quickly excused herself from the crowd and, supported by a maid, left the ballroom to rest. Joseph was thinking about the doses of vitamin E and ferrous sulfate for his sister when he suddenly had an idea. Why not sell these as health supplements in the Paris Angel shop? Vitamin E also has anti-aging and menstrual regulation effects, and combined with iron to improve blood, it would be a perfect women's health product. This would surely make noble women go crazy for it. He remembered a famous liquid from later times, his eyes shining with excitement. Let's call it Noble Ladies' Elixir. The surrounding noble young ladies, eager and impatient, saw the princess finally leave and immediately gathered around the crown prince, either striking poses or shyly fluttering their eyelashes, trying to catch his attention. Joseph felt overwhelmed. Just as he was about to ask Pyrrha for help, a noble lady in her 30s approached with wine and snacks. He casually picked up a glass of wine and she knelt gracefully before him, smiling. Your Highness, may I have a moment of your time? Eminent nearby whispered. Your Highness, this is Lady Urek. Joseph then realized she was not a maid and bowed slightly, saying, is there something you need? The other young ladies, seeing the older lady react so quickly and stepped forward first, all glared at her angrily. Mrs. Eric paid no attention and said to Joseph, Your Highness, you know my husband had a business partner when he was alive. He respects you very much. Mrs. Eric handed Joseph an envelope and said, this might be a bit bold, but he wants to talk to you. Of course, whether you meet him is up to you. However, he also said, you won't regret meeting him. Joseph opened the envelope and saw a ticket inside. Mrs. Eric leaned in and whispered, Your Highness, this is a gift from Mr. Hartley, the British ambassador. The British ambassador. Joseph narrowed his eyes slightly. What does he want with me? Suddenly, he remembered the earlier mention of the Anglo-French Eden Treaty by Dupin and thought, whatever the British want, it's good to make contact and see what they're up to. He waved the envelope and smiled, saying, please tell him I will go. After enduring the long dance, Joseph tiredly returned to his bedroom and saw the king's attendant waiting at the door. Prince Joseph, the attendant bowed, His Majesty invites you to his workshop. He has a surprise for you. Joseph immediately followed him to the royal workshop. Before he could bow to Louis XVI upon entering, the king eagerly pulled him toward a black iron machine. Joseph could tell it was a printing press. Louis XVI signaled to the plate maker nearby, who nodded and fixed a prepared stone plate into the machine. Then he placed several sheets of paper on the iron rack at the top, brushed ink over it, and pulled the long handle with force, pressing down firmly. When the handle was lifted, a picture of Versailles appeared on the paper. The craftsman didn't stop, but removed the printed sheet and pulled the handle again, producing another print. He repeated this process 5 times, then stopped to add ink and paper. The entire process took just over a minute. Louis XVI looked proudly at Joseph, seemingly waiting for his enthusiastic praise. Dear father, you finished transforming the printing press so quickly, Joseph exclaimed happily. It only took 3 days. Seeing that the prince didn't understand the machine, the craftsman carefully reminded him, Your Highness, His Majesty, has invented an automatic paper feeder. He pointed to the lever on the paper rack, which looked like a rake. Before, each print required repositioning and aligning the paper. Now it can print 5 sheets in a row, making it much faster. Joseph widened his eyes as he looked at Louis XVI, thinking to himself that he truly deserved the title of the holder of the new style guillotine pat. No wonder it was well known. Not only did this improve the printing press to fit a stone base, but it also made significant improvements. As a result, the time and cost of printing could be greatly reduced. I have nothing but praise and admiration for you. I can't think of any other words. Joseph exaggeratedly bowed to Louis XVI. You are definitely the most impressive king I have ever seen, he added silently in his mind. at least in mechanical manufacturing. Louis XVI proudly rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "If we improve the spring a bit more, we can print 10 to 20 sheets each time." He began to enthusiastically introduce his invention. "Look here, when you pull down the lever, it will move the paper, then push forward." Seeing those delicate mechanical devices, Joseph couldn't help but feel inspired. Perhaps he didn't need to wait for the craftsmen at Charvel Arsenal. He could start developing the next generation of rifles right now. The king was the best craftsman. Wasting his talent would be a shame. He inquired about the status of the plate-making artisans and learned that they could now skillfully produce stone printing plates. He immediately ordered a man to summon the bodyguards prepared for the artisans and instructed them to the craftsmen back to the Paris Gazette office. Louis XVI also sent his assistant, the famous lockmaker, Mr. Florent, to the newspaper to help with the printing press modifications. Once all the artisans left, Joseph immediately approached Louis XVI and in an enticing tone said, "Dear father, I have a clever rifle design that only highly skilled people can make. Would you be interested in trying it out?" Louis XVI's eyes lit up instantly. Joseph briefly explained, "This gun will use a completely new firing method with faster loading and greater power than current flintlock rifles. It also has improved rain resistance and a lower misfire rate." Louis XVI's eyes shone even brighter. Even those who didn't understand military matters could tell that this new gun would have a revolutionary impact on warfare. In fact, he was well aware that many people in France were secretly criticizing him as incompetent and not serious about governing. He also wanted to be a king admired and revered by his people like the Sun King, but governing sometimes really depended on talent, and he happened to lack that kind of talent. But making guns is his specialty thanks to his knowledge of precise machinery. Many gunsmiths of this era are actually watchmakers by training. He is a master craftsman certified by both the Locksmith Guild and the Watchmakers Guild. In the past, even if he made a very fine lock, no one truly praised him for it, but guns are different. They are a country's military backbone. If his new gun design can help French soldiers defeat the enemy easily, who would still call him a useless king? Joseph asked the guards outside to bring a flintlock gun and pointed to the firing mechanism at the back of the gun. Today's flintlock guns use a piece of flint to strike a steel plate, creating sparks that ignite the gunpowder in the chamber, which then fires the bullet. Louis XVI nodded. He often went hunting and was familiar with this. Joseph took off the flint from the gun's mechanism and continued. "A few years ago, the British created a substance called mercury fulminate. When struck, it explodes. If we fix mercury fulminate on the side of the gun's barrel and hit it with the gun's mechanism, it can directly ignite the propellant." Louis XVI frowned. "But how do we fix the mercury fulminate? And since it explodes on impact, it's unsafe for soldiers. If they accidentally fall, they could be harmed." Joseph smiled slightly. "That's why the British haven't been able to use mercury fulminate to make weapons." Louis XVI looked at him expectantly, knowing his son was surely thinking of a solution. "I call it a fire cap," Joseph said, picking up a piece of paper used for printing. Tearing off a small piece and folding it into a small bowl about the size of a green bean. "This represents a copper shell." He dabbed some wax onto it. "This is mercury fulminate." He pressed the wax into the paper bowl to make it compact, and that's a fire cap. The copper shell can withstand external shocks, preventing the mercury fulminate from exploding easily. If we put the fire cap into a cartridge bag padded with cotton, it would be even safer. Louis XVI asked in surprise. "So how does the gun fire it? Because copper is malleable," Joseph said, picking up a small hammer and tapping the bottom of the paper bowl make the gun mechanism into a hammer shape. As long as the spring is strong enough, the mechanism can smash the bottom of the fire cap and ignite the mercury fulminate inside. Louis XVI picked up the flintlock gun and thought so he could eliminate the need for a separate ignition chamber. Just make a hole in the barrel, insert the fire cap, pull back the mechanism, and fire. Joseph was surprised. What a master. He even answered so quickly. He nodded and said, "Drilling holes makes it hard to remove the fire cap after firing. It's better to install a hollow cylinder at the back side of the barrel. Press the fire cap onto it so that when firing, the flame enters through the hollow part. After firing, it's easy to remove the fire cap." Louis XVI expression became more excited. When firing a flintlock gun, the second half of the operation is take out the powder bag, pour the powder into the priming chamber, pack it tightly, open the lock, and fire. If using a fire cap, you only need to open the lock and insert the fire cap to fire. This is at least 2 or 3 seconds faster than a flintlock gun. Don't underestimate these few seconds. On the battlefield, half a second can decide life or death. An experienced soldier might reload only 3 seconds faster than a rookie. Moreover, the fire cap gun doesn't have the leak hole in the priming chamber, so the force of the explosion fully acts on the projectile, making it much more powerful than a flintlock gun. He looked at Joseph with pride and affection. "My dear son, how did you come up with such a brilliant idea? Oh, I guess God must have kissed your head." Joseph thought to himself that he saw it on a military forum. He smiled and said, "Thank God." He took out paper and a pen, drew the structure of the fire cap gun from memory, and handed it to Louis XVI. "It's roughly like this, but the specific size ratios and parts craftsmanship will depend on our great king to solve." Louis XVI puffed out his chest confidently. "Don't worry, with us working together, we will definitely create a remarkable gun that will shock all of Europe." After leaving the royal workshop, Joseph couldn't help but sigh silently. Why hadn't he thought of asking the king to help develop weapons earlier in terms of equipment? They have France's most complete and best quality tools and materials. In terms of technology, Louis XVI and his assistants are top experts. More importantly, with the king involved in research and development, there's no need to worry about technology leaks. If it were a military factory, at least 100 people would need to be guarding it to prevent leaks. He then thought that in the future, more and more things involving technological secrecy would arise, so passing a patent law should be a priority. Additionally, once the fire cap gun is developed, supporting processes like mercury priming and firearm manufacturing must keep pace to produce in large quantities quickly. This new gun will be more than just a weapon. It will also be a tool to influence the military. Therefore, it's best to have it produced by his own armory. While pondering, Joseph returned to his private chamber. He tiredly unbuttoned his coat, but then felt the envelope his wife, Lady Eric, had given him that evening. He casually took out a theater ticket and saw that the play would be performed in 4 days at the French Comedy Theater. When he turned over the ticket, he was stunned. The name of the play was Breaking Through the Sky. He remembered that yesterday, Deneau reported that a theater wanted to adapt a novel from the newspaper into a play. At the time, he didn't pay much attention and let Deneau handle everything. Who would have thought the play would be performed so soon? In just 4 days, the novel had only been serialized for 3 days. How could the theater companies be in such a hurry, and with only about a week for writing and rehearsing? How did they manage to do it in the following days? Joseph first visited Lamar's pharmaceutical workshop to discuss processing ferrous sulfate. Then he arranged for the promotion and sale of the new product Noble Lady Tonic by the Paris Angel Company, and occasionally checked on the progress with the king at the royal workshop. For days passed quickly on this noon. Joseph's carriage stopped at the corner of Richelieu Street. Outside the French Comedy Theater, there was a crowd packed tightly. Joseph naturally did not squeeze in with the ordinary audience. Under the protection of the guards, he entered directly through the VIP entrance. He sat in a luxurious box on the 3rd floor facing the stage. It was very spacious, able to seat 12 people, but at this moment he was alone. As the audience gradually arrived and music played, the curtain on the stage slowly rose. In a light gray castle, a blond boy wearing a blue double-breasted coat was carving symbols into a conical glass bottle. Suddenly, colorful mist swirled inside the bottle. An old man in a robe looked at him and said in a calm voice, "Thanks to the gift of the elements. Under Shio, you have reached alchemy level 3. Immediately, sarcastic voices appeared around him. "Oh, did my ears deceive me? Our genius is only at level 3 surely. He has been abandoned by the elements, making no progress for years." Joseph didn't expect the actors to perform so well. He was focused on enjoying the show when he heard a knock on the box door. Eamon glanced outside and leaned in to whisper to Joseph, "Your Highness, it's the British ambassador. Let him in." The door to the box opened, and a middle-aged man in a gray-black robe took off his hat and bowed to Joseph, saying, "Honorable Crown Prince, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's such good luck. You may not know me yet. I am David Hartley, the current British ambassador to France. Of course, today I am visiting you in a private capacity." Joseph nodded to him and said, "Nice to meet you. Your Excellency, please have a seat." Harley sat down at the back of the side compartment, a position that couldn't be seen from other compartments. As an ambassador, it was inappropriate for him to meet privately with the French crown prince. If it got out, it could cause diplomatic problems. "Your Highness, I often hear people praise you," Hartley said with a smile. "The talent you have as the child of divine favor amazes everyone. You're incredibly kind and full of wisdom." After a long compliment, the British ambassador continued, "Your Highness, as you know, I always advocate for strengthening the traditional friendship between Britain and France." Joseph's eyes twitched, thinking, Britain and France still have a traditional friendship. "Are you talking about the kind of friendship where they constantly try to undermine each other?" Hartley, a seasoned politician, spoke sincerely. However, in the past, due to some ambitious troublemakers, the two countries had many conflicts. That's very unfortunate. Even now, many people do not want to see our friendship grow. He glanced at Joseph, testing the waters, and said, "Therefore, I believe we should work harder to promote this precious friendship." What do you think? Joseph wasn't sure what he was really after, but he played along. "Yes, long live the Britain-France friendship." Hartley's eyes lit up. He didn't see the 13-year-old boy as a cunning fox. He thought this crown prince is truly pro-British, so his intelligence is correct. He then talked about the broad prospects of Britain-France cooperation and changed the topic. Your Highness, I actually have a proposal that would benefit both our countries. Joseph looked interested. Oh, please tell me more. Harley straightened up. I've heard that you strongly oppose wasting funds on building large warships, and I fully agree with that. Joseph's expression sharpened. This was something discussed at cabinet meetings. How did the British find out there must be a spy among us? Hartley continued, actually, some people in Britain keep pushing for shipbuilding and wasting tax money. I believe these funds are unnecessary. If everyone stops reckless shipbuilding, the threats between us will disappear. So I suggest we promote signing a treaty to limit the size of ships built by each country. For example, each year the UK launches no more than 5,000 tons of warships, while France's limit is under 2,000 tons. As you know, the UK has a large maritime trade, so they need more ships. Of course, countries like Spain and the Netherlands also want to sign the treaty. Joseph frowned, thinking, am I really being fooled like a child historically? Whether it was Emperor Napoleon or Kaiser Wilhelm II, they proved through bloody lessons that if European countries lose their naval dominance, they will be blocked at sea forever. He paused a shipbuilding of sailing warships to avoid waste, but didn't expect the British to misunderstand this as giving up challenging the Royal Navy. Seeing Hartley still speaking rapidly, Joseph interrupted him and took control of the conversation. Mr. Ambassador, the shipbuilding treaty seems far off. Why don't we look at the existing agreements existing like the Eden Treaty? Hartley immediately became alert. Your Highness, I believe this treaty is already very complete and fair. There's nothing much to discuss. Yes, very fair, but there is still room for improvement, Joseph said with a smile. Actually, France's industrial capacity is weak. We can't produce many essential goods ourselves. The good, affordable British products are exactly what we need. But you know the tariffs set by the Eden Treaty are still too high, making these goods expensive, and the French people will have to pay much more. Harley was surprised. This was unusual. Normally, France would be raising tariffs to protect its industries. Why would the Crown Prince think tariffs are too high? He realized quickly. Joseph was pro-British. No doubt. Cautiously, Hartley asked. And your suggestion, Joseph declared firmly. I believe we should continue negotiations on the Eden Treaty to lower tariffs further. That would benefit both our countries. Hartley smiled. Can you be more specific first? Tariffs on textiles, steel, paper, and other industrial goods should be cut by at least half. Joseph said, glancing at the British ambassador's expression, then added, to show equality between us, Britain should also lower tariffs on French industrial products. Hartley nodded. Equality, yes, you're right. It must be reflected. Currently, Britain's industry is far larger and more capable than France's. They are not worried about French goods flooding the market. In his view, lowering Britain's import tariffs to zero would have no impact. Joseph saw that he was holding back his excitement and knew it was time to act. However, as you know, to push the treaty negotiations forward, I first need to silence those domestic critics who keep saying it harms France's interests. So, I suggest a different approach. Temporarily raising France's industrial tariffs to 25, then gradually lowering them over 7 years to 5. With short-term benefits, they won't resist so much. Currently, the Eden Treaty sets France's industrial tariffs between 12 and 15. Using this plan, tariffs could be reduced to the current level in just 4 years. Hartley quickly calculated in his mind that with this plan, France's tariffs would drop below 10 in less than 5 years, making it impossible for French industry to recover. When tariffs reach 5, France will be almost like Britain's colonies, becoming a place to dump goods. He suppressed his excitement and said, I will report this to the Parliament, but I personally think your idea is very beneficial. Joseph also felt relieved. France's tariff stayed high. Its industry would soon be overwhelmed by British goods. A 25 tariff would give local workshops some breathing room. Once he had a solid political base, he would push for France's industrial revolution. With the technology and ideas from the future, if it takes 7 years and France still can't surpass Britain, he might as well give up. When France completes a stronger industrial revolution, it will be ready to export to Britain, where tariffs are very low. After discussing industrial matters, Joseph moved on to interest rates. Mr. Ambassador, since France has made a big concession on industrial tariffs, shouldn't Britain also show some flexibility on agricultural products? Hartley immediately agreed. That's no problem. We can negotiate tariffs on wine. In the last trade talks, the French were most concerned about wine exports, even trading most of their industrial products to access the British wine market. Joseph smiled and said, actually, besides wine, we also have some breweries and spirits in Normandy. It would be best to lower tariffs on these to below 10. Oh, and luxury goods, perhaps you've heard. I have some luxury industries. If you could help me with this, I would be very grateful." Harley thought for a moment and nodded. "I will definitely pass your request to the Parliament. France's beer quality is quite average, and spirits sell even less. They could easily open the UK market to them. The luxury market isn't very large either. Compared to the huge profits from industrial goods, these are barely worth mentioning." "I'm glad we agree," Joseph said. "We need to restart trade negotiations quickly." Hartley thought of another question. "Your Highness, is what you just said your personal opinion, or do you represent just my own view? But I believe these will also be the terms proposed by the French negotiation team." Hartley nodded, raised his glass, and gestured to Joseph to prosperous UK-France trade. He secretly thought with only the political influence of the Crown Prince, it might be hard to fully control the negotiations. "I should suggest the Parliament mobilize resources in France to help him. Even if they can't reach an agreement soon, as long as the Crown Prince has this idea, a new treaty can be signed eventually." Joseph clinked glasses with him. Just then Hunt Shaw on stage loudly declared, 30 years on the east side of the scene, 30 years on the west side. Don't bully a young man just because he's poor." His passionate words moved the audience, who stood up and clapped loudly. Some were even moved to tears. "Then I won't disturb your enjoyment of the wonderful play," Hartley said, standing up politely, bowing and leaving. He was already planning in his mind. If the Crown Prince's negotiation conditions could be met, he might have a chance to become the next prime minister. He had long forgotten his original goal of promoting the shipbuilding treaty. The next day, at the Versailles Palace East Hall, the first cabinet meeting after the tax bill was rejected by the High Court was about to begin. Joseph entered through the grand golden doors and put away several pages of reports. They were investigation reports just sent by Failer mentioning they found Jaso's mistress, a woman named Anna. After Jaso's arrest, Anna became destitute. Under the temptation of police spy agents, she revealed that Jaso and Sumilin had discussed disrupting St. Antoine district at her place to cause trouble for the Crown Prince. The key point was that during Jaso's and the others' conversation, they mentioned that if something went wrong, a big figure would help clean up the mess. After Jaso's arrest, Anna visited him. Jaso told her to find Paris city official Lebel, saying he would try to help. Although there is no solid evidence, it is generally believed that the person behind Guizot is Ruweber. Ruweber's political faction belongs to the Orleans Dukes group. He himself and Joseph have no major conflicts of interest. Based on this, it is likely that the true mastermind is the Orleans Duke. Additionally, Failer found out that before Joseph became the assistant finance minister, the Orleans Duke attended a banquet hosted by a banking guild and openly asked banks to delay their 6 million levers loan to the government. Since many people attended the banquet, this information was easy to obtain. Therefore, everything seems to be orchestrated by the Orleans Duke. Joseph's eyes grew cold. He must find a way to remove this troublemaker, or else they might cause more problems for him in the future. Soon, Queen Marie arrived at the meeting hall. Everyone bowed respectfully, and the cabinet meeting officially began. Bryant, as the chief minister, was about to give a summary of recent important matters, but he saw Minister of Justice Summier and the Orleans Duke exchange a glance. Suddenly, they stood up and shouted loudly, "Archbishop Brian, the most important issue for France right now is to push forward the tax law. I believe everyone is waiting for your update on this matter." Brian's face darkened immediately. The fact that the High Court rejected the bill was well known. The Minister of Justice asking about it was clearly a provocation and insult. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "The High Court has refused to register the bill. However, I have revised the bill's terms and will submit it again to the High Court." Summier smiled and said, "The last bill you submitted targeted all nobles, which is why it was rejected. How do you plan to adjust at this time? Will it target the army or the royal family directly?" Yusumi continued. "As I understand, the High Court has reached a consensus to refuse to cooperate with you. That means any bill you submit will likely be rejected." He then looked at Queen Marie and raised his voice, "Your Majesty, I believe that for the financial stability of France, the Minister of Finance should be replaced to ensure the tax law passes as soon as possible." Before the Queen could speak, Foreign Minister Valen stood up and pounded his chest. "I agree with Count Summier's suggestion. The country's finances are on the brink of collapse. Archbishop Bryant should be held responsible." Sumir bowed to the Queen and gestured, "Your Majesty, I also have the support of Duke Severe, Count Sarilli, and Marquis Saint Violin." He quickly listed about 10 influential noble names, to express their support for Archbishop Brian's resignation. Varin glanced at Brian and said, "Now, there are many discussions in Paris. People say Archbishop Brian lacks financial knowledge and has outdated policies." Queen Marie didn't expect so many people to want Brian to step down and hesitated, saying the tax bill is very complicated. "Maybe we should give Archbishop Brian more time." Duke Orleans had already planned to overthrow Brian. When he moved now, he wouldn't give him a chance to delay. He cleared his throat and stood up saying, "Your Majesty, I have some friends in banking. They told me that recently because the former financial minister's assistant suddenly cut off loan cooperation with two banks, the bank suffered serious losses. Recently, the entire banking industry has expressed strong dissatisfaction with the country's financial policies. To oppose Brian, he deliberately blamed Joseph's actions on him. That made sense since Brian was the head of the financial system and should be responsible for financial issues." Samir looked shocked and said, "This sounds very serious." Yes, Duke Orleans also pretended to be worried. "My friends told me that the banking guild might oppose Archbishop Brian, which would seriously affect the government's ability to get loans." He looked at Queen Marie and said, "Your Majesty, without bank loans, we can't pay off the national debt, which would lead to default. Actually, this was just alarmist talk for banks. Lending to the government was the best business. High interest and little worry about not getting the money back. When Laval Bank and Laubert Bank lost government loans earlier, their income immediately dropped sharply, making them anxious." Queen Marie looked worried and asked, "What can we do? Is there any way to fix this maybe?" Duke Orleans thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said, "There is someone who can handle this situation." The Queen asked anxiously, "Who is he actually? You know him too, Mr. Necker." The Duke of Orleans said, "He has always maintained good relations with the banking industry and has extensive experience in financial management. I believe he is the most suitable candidate for the position of Minister of Finance at this moment." Villain and Sumio immediately nodded in agreement. "Mr. Necker certainly has the ability to solve these current problems. I also think only he can serve as Minister of Finance." Queen Marie looked at the three of them who appeared worried about the country and constantly spoke passionately. She sighed quietly. In fact, she was quite dissatisfied with Brian's work since he took over the financial system. The country's huge debt had not decreased at all. The tax reform bill had been in progress for over half a year, yet there was no progress. Now they had also offended the banking industry. Originally, she chose Brian as Minister of Finance because he was the leader of the Noble Assembly, which was helpful for gaining noble support for the new tax law. However, as soon as Brian showed support for the royal family, he was abandoned by the Noble Assembly. In political games, he had become almost useless. Replacing him might help push the tax law forward and could also gain support from the banking industry. It was worth considering. Moreover, Necker had previously served as Minister of Finance. Although he was dismissed for revealing the royal expenses privately, he was very professional in financial management. Thinking of this, the Queen looked at the other ministers and asked, "What are your opinions on this matter?" Joseph, who had been caught off guard earlier by the sudden attack from the Minister of Justice and the Duke of Orleans, finally understood they wanted to remove Brian and promote Necker. Historically, Necker did replace Brian as Minister of Finance just a few months later. It can be said that choosing him as Minister of Finance destroyed Louis XVI's last hope of survival. Simply put, Necker represented the interests of capitalists, specifically banking capital. How could he truly serve the royal family during his time as Minister of Finance? The French government's borrowing from banks increased several times over. Even though later Minister of Finance Carême tried to avoid high-interest loans, France's financial situation had already become dependent on borrowing, making it impossible to turn back. Additionally, Necker secretly revealed royal expenses, which led to widespread criticism of the royal family's enormous spending. Much of this spending was on buying back noble estates and similar expenses. The true expenses of the royal family mainly come from the king's own estates and businesses, and the king often has to use his private wealth to cover the treasury shortfall. Joseph narrowed his eyes, determined not to let the Duke of Orleans get his way. The outline of his plan to promote the tax law was just beginning to take shape, and he needed Brian's cooperation. At this moment, it was crucial to keep him close, which also served as a counterattack against Nickel. He immediately stood up and said, "Actually, Archbishop Brian has been very effective in pushing the tax law. People can go to Paris and see that most believe nobles should pay land taxes and support the new tax law." Although he exaggerated a bit, similar public opinions had already started to appear widely. Sale looked at him and said, "Your Royal Highness, as far as I know, many people still doubt the tax law." Joseph chuckled dismissively, "But that number will decrease. As the sales of his two newspapers continued to rise, public opinion would naturally lean towards supporting the law. Since the law wouldn't affect most people much and could improve government finances, there was no reason not to support it. No, Your Highness, opposition to the tax law has been around for a long time. People won't suddenly." Joseph didn't want to get caught up in these minor details. The other side was clearly prepared. If he got into a detailed debate, he would be playing into their hands. He immediately raised his hand to interrupt and said to Queen Marie, "Your Majesty, Archbishop Brian has already developed a comprehensive plan to promote the tax law and has begun implementing it. Let me assure everyone that within at most 2 months, the tax law will be registered and passed in the High Court." Everyone present was stunned, surprised that Brian was so confident. Brian himself was confused. How did he not know about this plan? But he quickly realized that this was the Crown Prince helping him. Sale and Vammer immediately looked at the Duke of Orleans. They had made thorough plans but did not anticipate such a situation. According to typical political struggles, under their sudden attack, the unprepared Brian could only respond in 2 ways. 1. Accept defeat and resign immediately. 2. Deny and shift blame, waiting until the cabinet meeting was over to seek political support to turn the tide. We had already prepared on our side. We planned to gather more high nobles and work with the banks to pressure the Queen. In the end, we expected Brian would still be dismissed. However, no one expected Brian to fight back unexpectedly. Duke frowned and said coldly, "Archbishop Brian, you previously struggled to push the tax law. How come you suddenly seem so confident the financial situation in France is very serious? If 2 months pass and you still haven't passed the bill." Brian glanced at Joseph with a quick look, seeing him give a confident nod. He made a bold decision and said loudly, "Duke Orleans, how do you know that my previous attempts to test the High Court weren't part of a plan?" He was experienced in politics and spoke with a mix of truth and falsehood. Then he looked at Queen Marie and said firmly, "Your Majesty, if the tax bill is not registered and passed in 2 months, I ask to be exiled to Corsica. France has a tradition of exiling corrupt officials, but usually to remote towns like El Reine or Parep Pina. Exile to an island outside the country is a very harsh punishment." Brian had expected he would be dismissed eventually. He was ready to accept it calmly, but for some reason he had a feeling that the Crown Prince could really make the bill pass. He didn't want his political life to end here, so he made a quick decision. He trusted the Crown Prince and decided to gamble on this hope. Duke Orleans saw the Queen hesitating and immediately said loudly, "There's no need to waste 2 more months. We should immediately ask Mr. Necker to help save France's finances." Joseph smiled calmly and asked, "Duke Orleans, does Mr. Necker believe he can pass the tax bill within 2 months?" Orleans hesitated. He was one of the leaders trying to stop the bill, so he could only shake his head and say, "Probably not." Joseph nodded to the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, since Mr. Necker cannot do it and isn't giving Brian a real chance, isn't this approach unwise?" Orleans hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Archbishop Brian will only make the financial situation worse." Joseph immediately replied, "Only passing the tax bill can improve the finances, and Mr. Necker is powerless to do that." He knew that collecting more taxes from nobles was only a small help for France's finances. But this bill was an important symbol of the power struggle between the monarchy and the high nobility. Whoever loses will suffer a big setback in the political arena. Therefore, this bill must pass. Queen Mary watched the two argue fiercely and tiredly rubbed her forehead. She weakly closed her hands on the conference table. The weight of these national affairs was too heavy for her as a woman. Her gaze moved between Joseph and the Duke of Orleans. Although she thought the former's arguments seemed more reasonable, the latter was an experienced minister, and his opinion might be more valuable. She was unsure whom to listen to. Suddenly, she saw her son's anxious yet confident look. Feeling his youthful energy and bravery and facing difficulties like her most perfect dream, she was almost instinctively moved. Queen Mary almost immediately followed her maternal instinct. She raised her hand and said, "I decide that for the next 2 months, Archbishop Brian will still be responsible for financial matters." The conference hall fell silent. She looked at Brian again. "I hope you can bring good news in 2 months. If not, please remember your promise." After speaking, she seemed to use all her strength to signal for the meeting to end. She led herself, supported by her maid, towards the golden door. Joseph watched her back and thought silently, "Thank you. I will give you a strong France and a peaceful, happy life." The Duke of Orleans walked past him, showing a caring, elder-like smile. "Prince, it seems you still need more political experience. For example, this time you trusted Archbishop Brian too much." "That's not the mark of a mature." Joseph nodded. "So you think Archbishop Brian can't succeed?" The Duke of Orleans showed a proud smile. "I know him well. He doesn't have the ability to get the bill passed. He will continue to waste France's precious 2 months. Joseph blinked and smiled slightly. "Let's make a bet. Are you brave enough? Tell me. What's the bet?" Joseph raised. "If within 2 months Archbishop Brian can get the tax bill approved by the High Court, you will donate your annual tribute to the Treasury." The Duke of Orleans' yearly tribute was 3 million levers, a huge sum, the Duke asked. "And if he doesn't succeed, I will donate my yearly tribute too." Several nearby cabinet ministers couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. The Crown Prince's annual salary was less than 300,000, so betting on this was a good deal. Hoff, the Duke of Orleans snorted coldly and turned to leave. Joseph Hurley said, "All right, it seems you really don't dare to bet with me." He deliberately spoke as if he planned to make a small profit to appear guilty. Sure enough, the Duke of Orleans stopped and looked at him with a cold gaze. "Fine, I'll take that bet." Joseph immediately signaled to the cabinet ministers nearby, "You all are our witnesses." Joseph first went to the finance minister's office and talked with Brian. He briefly explained his plan, mainly to give him confidence. Now, their interests were closely tied together, so he didn't worry about Brian leaking information. It also allowed him to mobilize Brian's political influence to cooperate. After leaving Brian, Joseph got into a carriage and headed straight to Paris. Since they had officially declared war on the noble group, they had to fight this battle well. Many things needed his personal instructions to be done properly. Looking out the window at the dense forest and the horizon, he felt excited. This battle would be his way to show his strength in politics. Afterward, he would face a broader world. Mona bowed respectfully to Joseph and Brian, saying, "Seriously, this cabinet decision concerns the future financial path. I think everyone will be very cautious about it." Brian immediately smiled. "Count Mona, I heard your child is almost 15 and very talented." He opened his arms toward Mona. "It might be a bit bold to say this, but I think he's a good candidate to inherit your title." Mona's eyes lit up. "Are you saying you have a way to help him?" He was over 60, and his first wife and only son had died of illness. Though he had several illegitimate children, French law did not allow illegitimate children to inherit family estates. Mona nodded. "It will take some time, but I believe there are ways to do it. I can promise you." Mona immediately grasped his hand excitedly. "Archbishop Brian, you have always been my most respected finance minister, and that will never change." He already had some connections with Brian and later with Joseph. This time, Crown Prince Brian firmly stood by his side, which made him mostly certain of his stance. However, he still expected some political rewards. Brian also generously offered his compensation. It's important to know that arranging for an illegitimate son of a count to inherit a title is not easy. Without Brian's church background and his chief minister's influence, it would be almost impossible. Of course, Muno also took a big political risk, but he understood clearly that even if Brian lost, he would still gain the crown prince's favor. Brian quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your trust, Count Muno. You will always have my friendship." After securing their interests, Muno immediately started to contribute ideas for the team. "Archbishop Brian, do you feel confident about tomorrow's decision?" Brian honestly replied, "Currently, only His Highness, and you support me." Muno hesitated and said, "Usually soldiers don't get involved in such matters. Over at Orleans, there's the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, making 3 people in total." So Brian added, "Count Nikiko's position will be especially important." He was referring to the current household registration minister, a minister who usually had little presence in the cabinet, but had now become the focus of the storm. Muno said, "Duke of Orleans is probably already trying to win him over." Joseph looked at him and asked, "What do you think the Duke of Orleans can offer?" Muno thought for a moment and said, "It should be money, a large sum, or perhaps a manor." "You know, the Duke of Orleans is very wealthy. Can you tell me about Count Nico?" "Well, he was once an advisor to His Majesty the King. Later, he became the household registration minister on the recommendation of Viscount Corona, but he hasn't achieved much in his career. People call him the invisible Nico behind his back." After he finished, Joseph smiled and said, "I think I can go talk to him." Near dusk, Nico respectfully followed the crown prince along the cobblestone road bordering the palace of Versailles Square. He was very aware of the current situation, just waiting for both sides to make offers. He originally thought Brian would come to find him, but unexpectedly it was the crown prince himself. Trade negotiations. Nico looked surprised. "Your Highness, are you asking me to lead the trade negotiations?" Joseph nodded and said, "Yes, it won't be long before we restart negotiations with Britain over the Eden Treaty." Nico hesitated and asked, "But what does this have to do with me?" "Usually, these negotiations are handled by the foreign minister and the finance minister." Joseph smiled and said, "That's not always the case. The finance minister handles the details of the agreement while the other person communicates and coordinates with the British." He continued, "After today's cabinet meeting, it's clear that Vel and Archbishop Brian can no longer work together. Since the finance minister must be involved in negotiations, someone else will need to work with Archbishop Brian. Maybe you." Hearing this, Nico's heart moved. Leading negotiations with the British could bring him political influence far greater than what he could gain from 1,000 census reports. The most famous achievement of the renowned Count Verger was forming the Franco-American alliance and secondly signing the Eden Treaty. Could he also gain the same respect as Count Verger? Thinking of this, he suddenly paused, feeling hesitant. "But Your Highness, I don't have experience in this area." Joseph immediately said, "That's easy. You just need to stand up for France's dignity in front of the British. He added, I know you have excellent abilities, you just haven't had the chance to show them. If you can demonstrate your diplomatic skills in this negotiation, you might even be promoted to foreign minister. Nico's breathing grew a little faster. Not just because the foreign minister's power was greater, but mainly because he was tired of the household registration system, no exciting opportunities, endless paperwork and data, and even being mocked as transparent. But the foreign minister could take the whole world as their stage and dance freely among nations. How bold and inspiring that was. He looked at Joseph and asked, Your Highness, are you sure the trade agreement will be renegotiated? Absolutely sure. You can ask the British ambassador in France for details. So Archbishop Brian will co-host the negotiations with me. That's exactly what the Archbishop himself intends. Joseph kept smiling. When he heard Mono mention that Nico's family was quite wealthy, but that he had no presence in the cabinet and was somewhat dissatisfied. He knew what to trade with him. Sure enough, Nico stopped and turned, gesturing with his hand on his chest. Your Highness, you will get the vote you desire. Joseph nodded satisfactorily and said, Count Nico, I want to remind you of one last thing. If Archbishop Rear steps down as Minister of Finance, then the person in charge of trade negotiations will be Necker and Weir. Necker immediately responded firmly, Yes, Your Highness, I will not let that happen. Compared to the temptation of the position of foreign minister, the few hundred 000 levers promised by Duke Gorlins was not worth mentioning. Joseph excused himself from Necker and headed toward Versailles Palace thinking to himself, politics is very much like market bargaining. Someone makes an offer, someone counters, and in the end, the highest bidder wins. Some people understand the buyer's psychology and can ask for sky-high prices, or if you're very strong, you can buy or sell by force. But in the end, it's all just a transaction. At 9:00 a.m. In the East Hall of Versailles Palace, the cabinet meeting that decides France's fate was reconvened. Now, let's begin the cabinet decision. Queen Marie looked around the large table. Gentlemen, those who agree with Count Sum's proposal that Archbishop Brian should resign immediately, please raise your hand. Duke Orange immediately showed a proud smile and slowly raised his right hand. He was confident he could overthrow Brian. Yesterday, he promised Necker a full 300,000 levers, an enormous sum that would surely tempt this transparent minister. Sumal and Were also raised their hands one after another. The hall fell silent for a moment. Duke Orlan glanced at Necker and signaled with his eyes that he should do something, but Necker did not respond at all. Duke Orange frowned, cleared his throat, and softly said, Ahem, Count Necker. But Necker only stared intently at the queen sitting at the head of the table as if he hadn't heard anything. Queen Marie looked around again and asked, Is there anyone else? Seeing that Necker still sat motionless like a statue, the Duke finally understood there was a problem. He glared fiercely at Necker, as if trying to pierce his chest with his gaze. Queen Marie placed her hands on the table, stood up, and loudly declared, according to the cabinet decision, Archbishop Brian will continue to serve as Minister of Finance for 2 more months. She then turned to Brian and nodded, indicating, We hope that in 2 months you will bring us good news. If not, please remember your promise. The Queen turned and left. Duke Orange, furious, turned around the table to question the Minister of Household Registration sitting on the other side, but he saw that the latter had already walked out of the golden door without looking back, as if they hadn't seen each other last night. He rushed out of the conference hall a few steps, but did not go after Nico. Instead, he quickly left the Palace of Versailles, jumped into his carriage, and clenched his teeth in anger, saying that traitor Nico, as for you, Brian, you only wasted 2 more months. That bill will never pass. Royal Palace. Several huge crystal chandeliers lit up the hall, which was over 50 m long. In a portrait on the wall, the old Duke of Orleans looked proudly at the middle-aged man standing on the wooden platform, as if listening to him report to the regent. We must do something, said the middle-aged man, who wore a curly white wig and had a face covered with scars and pimples. He waved his hands forcefully and shouted, Everyone should write to His Majesty the King, demanding Brian step down immediately. Dozens of nobles stood or sat in the hall, loudly agreeing, yes. Brian betrayed everyone here, and he will be punished. How dare we pay the same taxes as those commoners? That's an insult. Anyone who attended the noble meeting at the beginning of the year would recognize that those present were members of the noble council, the most influential nobles. Next to a large arch window on the west side, a man nearly 40 years old with a big face and double chin whispered to the person beside him. This kind of gathering was held just over 10 days ago. Why are they doing it again? The noble next to him replied, Count Mirabeau, don't you know about the recent cabinet meeting? I heard that Count Sumier proposed to remove Bishop Brian, but it failed. The noble smiled and said although he couldn't remove him, the Queen demanded that he get the tax bill approved within 2 months or he would be exiled to Corsica. Count Mirabeau nodded slightly. The finance minister, Corona, had already been exiled for pushing the tax bill unsuccessfully. If Brian failed again, it would be a clear message to all nobles that the High Court had the power to control the royal family. He also smiled. This gathering will make us more united. In 2 months, we will succeed. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, Duke of Orleans looked down at the lively hall, then turned and raised his glass, smiling. See everyone, all are on our side. The people in front of him also raised their glasses. Someone said correcting the mistakes of the royal family is the duty of the High Court. I've read that bill. It's full of nonsense. I believe no judge would allow it to be approved. Exactly. Even if Archbishop Brian makes big changes to the rules, we can't let the bill pass. That's right. This is almost a challenge to the High Court. Or smiled and nodded, enthusiastically clinking glasses with everyone. These people are the most powerful judges of the High Court. Any bill needs their approval to be registered. With the judges' support and the backing of the high nobles in the hall, even if Brian has great skill, he will have to leave Corsica in 2 months. Oh, by the way, I have a surprise for everyone, Duke Aran said, gesturing to a few small closed doors nearby with a meaningful smile. I hope you like it. The judges exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. They understood this was Orleans's way of entertaining distinguished guests. Inside that room were not ordinary performers, but carefully selected top talents. Though their backgrounds might be questionable, they were truly rare. They nodded in thanks to Duke Orland, then each picked a jar of mummified powder from the table nearby, chose a room, and with mischievous smiles, pushed open the doors and entered Paris Commercial Gazette office. The storage room, about 10 m wide, was filled with the smell of ink and a faint mustistininess. Over 10 workers, dressed in rough yellow linen with cracked faces and hands, were busy tying books into bundles with ropes, then neatly stacking them on wooden boards. The pile of books was over 2 m high, filling half the storage room. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A handsome young man dressed in a luxurious dark blue coat, wearing an otter fur-a-corner hat, entered. The workers immediately recognized his noble status and stopped their work, nervously bowing their heads and stepping back. The young man smiled and said, "Everyone, keep working. Don't mind me." As he spoke, a foreman wearing a felt hat, a black leather vest, black trousers, and holding a wooden stick suddenly approached from the other side, raising his stick to hit the nearest worker. "Lazy, it's not break time yet." "Do you want to get hit?" The foreman took a few steps forward about to strike another worker, but then saw the noble young man and the manager, Dino, who had just entered the storage room behind him. He immediately understood what was happening. He quickly bowed and said, "Sir, I hope I haven't offended you. Mr. Denko, you're here." The young man was Joseph. He snatched the foreman's stick, threw it on the ground, and coldly said, "Next time, don't hit anyone without knowing the reason. If you do, don't come to work anymore. For now, I'll find you 3 days' wages." Dino hurried over and shouted at the confused supervisor, "What are you standing there for? Apologize quickly. This is our newspaper boss." Yes. The supervisor nervously took a few steps back and bowed repeatedly. "I'm very sorry." Joseph gestured to the workers around him, saying, "You should apologize to them." "Ah, right." The supervisor turned around and bowed to the simple-dressed workers. "Sorry." Dino frowned and shook his head, indicating, "Let's go quickly." The supervisor hurriedly ran out of the storeroom, accidentally stepping on a bundle of tied books and nearly falling. The workers looked at Joseph with gratitude. Some brave ones even bowed to him, saying, "Thank you, sir. You are a kind and good person." Joseph noticed the workers' cracked skin and told Dino, "Mr. Dino, please buy some lanolin and give it to everyone for free. Make sure no one gets frostbite. Also, during the coldest month each year, give everyone an extra week of wages to help them stay warm." Dino nodded quickly. "Yes, I understand." The workers couldn't believe their ears. They felt this young noble boss was like an angel. He not only stopped the supervisor from hitting people, but was also so generous. These simple workers didn't talk much. They silently started working again, but their speed was much faster than before. They handled the books more carefully when bundling and placing them. Joseph continued walking through the gaps between the stacks of books. He casually picked up a small booklet. The paper was dull yellow and rough, clearly of the lowest quality. The printing was simple, sewn together with plant fibers in the middle to prevent it from falling apart. But the booklet had 16 pages and 5 illustrations. He looked at the towering pile of books and turned to ask Mr. Dino, "How many copies did you print this time?" Dino hurried forward a few steps. "Your Highness, we printed 30,000 copies of each of the 2 booklets. That should be enough to sell in Paris and nearby towns." Joseph nodded. "What is the cost of this booklet, because it has many pages?" "It costs 1 sou and 5 denarii. Denico replied, "Your invention of the stone tablet printing is truly amazing. Without it, the cost would definitely be over 3. So in fact, if they had used the old copper plate printing method, no booklet with 5 illustrations would have been possible. The cost of engraving the copper plates alone would have made the price several times higher." It can be said that the brochure launched by Paris Business Daily is definitely the most luxurious example in the booklet world. Joseph immediately said, "Let's sell it at cost price." "Yes, Your Highness," Deneau replied, already accustomed to the boss's extravagance. Last time the newspaper pricing was so high that unless shops eagerly bought advertising space, they would have to lose money. Joseph opened the brochure in his hand. The first few pages were light novels with an article titled, "How Much Money Do Judges of the High Court Actually Embezzle?" inserted in the middle. Later, for similar articles were placed between the light novels. Joseph glanced through them and found that the quality of these articles was quite poor, tedious writing that didn't stir up readers' anger or resonate with them. He couldn't help but frown slightly. "The articles need to be more provocative." Deneau nodded awkwardly. "Yes, I will do my best." Joseph knew this wasn't entirely his fault. Paris Business Daily used to be a small paper with only a few hundred copies sold, and the editor's skills were limited. He thought for a moment and pointed at the brochure. "We can improve the headlines first. For example, the article titled, 'How Much Money Do Judges of the High Court Actually Embezzle?' could be changed to anger. They say no money, get lost. You don't deserve to win." The article later called "The Truth Behind Judge Wessonier's Handling of the Lyon Inheritance Case" could be renamed "Shocking a Widow Two Men," and the story Judge Wessier can't avoid, and the impact of tax bill non-registration on national finances could become too terrible they are stealing France's money, and we don't even know's eyes widened in surprise. These titles, when considered, seem somewhat related to the article's content, but also don't quite match. Most importantly, these headlines are very tempting. Anyone who sees them would definitely want to read the articles behind them. He secretly thought if Crown Prince were a reporter, just based on these titles, he would be sought after by all major newspapers. While Joseph was speaking, he saw a newspaper supervisor signaling to Deneau from afar. The latter quickly said to Joseph, "Your Highness, your guest has arrived." Joseph nodded and went with Deneau to the newspaper's office. There, a middle-aged man with messy hair and deep frown lines was already waiting. When he saw the two enter, he hurried to stand and bowed to Deneau. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Deneau. Thank you for publishing my article. May I ask what brings you here?" Deneau immediately followed Joseph's instructions and said, "Mr. Xavier, this is Mr. Mara." He then pointed to Joseph, who was wearing a triangular hat, and said, "Mr. Mara, this is our newspaper owner, Mr. Xavier. Ah, your article being published is thanks to his approval." Mara quickly bowed to Joseph and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Xavier. You are truly talented and have managed the Paris Commercial Gazette so well." Joseph smiled politely and gestured to the chair beside him. "Mr. Mara, please sit down." Yes, his main reason for coming to the newspaper today was to meet Mara, a famous leader of the Jacobin faction, a fierce figure who could easily cause many to fall with just a signature. Mara's article analyzing the tax law faced many obstacles, but in the end it was published in the Paris Commercial Gazette. Dino needed this kind of article at the time, so he directly published it. When Joseph saw Mara's name in his own newspaper, he suddenly had an idea and asked Dino to arrange a meeting. Joseph knew very well that Mara, although outwardly just a sharpwood reporter, was actually very influential with many connections and had a strong impact among common people. If managed well, Mara could play a significant role in Joseph's dealings with the High Court. However, because Mara strongly opposed the royal family, Joseph could only meet him under a different identity. After Mara sat down, Deneau excused himself, saying there was something in the storeroom, and left. Joseph looked at Mara with a smile and said, "I have always admired you, Mr. Mara. You are a true fighter for freedom." Mara clearly appreciated this compliment and immediately bowed, saying, "It is my honor to fight for justice and rights for the people of France. Dear readers, good evening. As the author, I want to inform you that this book will be published at midnight on December 1st, 2023. The November frost and snow felt like a long, tough journey, teaching me persistence and patience as I kept writing, hoping to satisfy all readers. As for December, well, I give up on European-style language. It's too tiring. I'll just speak plainly. This book, I Was the Crown Prince of France, was conceived starting in June. At that time, I had just finished reading a book about modern European history. After finishing it, I became very interested in the French Revolution, thinking that during such a turbulent and exciting time, many interesting stories and memorable characters emerged. This inspired me to create my own story. I began to research various historical documents and materials. I was surprised to find how difficult and tiring it was to find accurate information. Many Chinese translations of foreign historical sources were missing, and the names of famous historical figures were translated differently. I even made a mistake thinking two different names referred to two people, only to later realize they were the same person with different spellings. After more than 3 months of research, I felt I had gathered enough information to start writing. When I began, I realized some parts of my outline needed more detail to make the story more interesting. Although I write slowly, I have received continuous support from readers through tips, monthly votes, and recommendation votes, which makes me very warm and touched. This past month has been full of ups and downs, but now I am finally about to publish the book. I feel quite emotional about this. This is the third book I've finished and prepared for release like my third child. It probably has flaws, but I love it very much. I hope readers will love it too. Finally, I want to thank my two editors, Green Bean and Punglai, who took a chance on my book. I was worried it might be too niche to pass review, but they supported me and helped a lot. I hope the number of subscriptions for this book will match their support. I also want to thank the 4 moderators of this book, the kind Caesar, our island Uncle Kai, and the generous readers who tipped me, as well as all the readers who love and support my work. Please, everyone, considering I haven't even had dinner tonight and have been working on this story nonstop, please give this book a first subscription. It really means a lot to me. I love you all. Joseph excitedly said, I have read many of your articles. I used to think it was strange that as a fighter for freedom, you never attack Paris's most corrupt and dark places. It wasn't until I read your recent article that I realized I misunderstood you. Mala blinked in confusion. Which place do you mean by the most corrupt and dark? Joseph clenched his fist and said, of course, I mean the High Court. It's full of money and power deals, constantly making false accusations. The judges treat the victim's suffering as a way to get rich. That's the root of all the suffering in Paris. He wasn't slandering the High Court. In fact, many records show that at this time, the High Court was the most corrupt place in France. Nothing else compared because judges were gradually inheriting their positions, and their power was growing. Winning or losing cases depended entirely on bribes. Many common people, when faced with problems, preferred to seek help from gangs rather than go to court. It wasn't until the emperor took strong action to reform the justice system that the courts started to become somewhat cleaner. Mullah frowned. He was well informed and naturally knew about the dirty dealings inside the High Court. Compared to the High Court, other government officials seemed as innocent as young girls who hadn't yet come of age. Joseph continued, your article was very well written, condemning the High Court's shameless obstruction of the tax bill and exposing their dirty dealings with the nobility. Hearing this, Mala felt a bit ashamed. His own article only mentioned that the bill was beneficial to the country's finances, and there was no solid reason for the court to reject it. Their 3 consecutive refusals to register the bill suggested hidden motives, but it wasn't yet to the level of Xavier as condemnation. Joseph seemed to be speaking to himself, since the High Court controls publishing reviews. No newspaper dared to expose their ugliness, but I've decided to declare war on them. Even if my newspaper is shut down, even if I end up in prison, I will never regret it. At least I respect Mr. Mala for fighting alongside me. Listening to his passionate declaration, Mala suddenly felt like a coward. Deep down, he knew that writing about the High Court's issues would be very difficult to pass through censorship. Without realizing it, he avoided that topic. So many acts of evil and injustice were buried under lies because of his fear. Young Mr. Xavier is the true fighter. Joseph looked at Mara's expression and thought that this was the decisive moment. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Mara, I know this is very dangerous. Even if you choose to retreat, I would understand. But I will continue to fight for the people of France. Mara felt a surge of passion rise in his head. He suddenly stood up, clenched his fist tightly, and said seriously, I will fight with you to expose the crimes of the High Court to restore justice and dignity to the people in the suburbs of Paris at the police station. Joseph, accompanied by Failer and other senior officials, quickly passed by rooms labeled Intelligence Team, Action Team, and Resource Team, and entered the supervisor's office at the end of the corridor. The police station had grown rapidly. Failer had already given him a brief report. Now, there were over 400 officers in the station. The informants were everywhere in Paris. Important places like the City Hall, courts, and embassies had established complete intelligence networks collecting and summarizing information daily. Right now, in terms of intelligence gathering, even the secret police with 7 or 8 times more people couldn't surpass the police station. Joseph sat at his desk, first praising Failer and others for their excellent work, then began to assign tasks. The police station must investigate within a month the corruption and crimes of the High Court senior judges and important officials. Actually, he could have just ordered Failer to do this, but since it concerned his political future, he decided to come personally to show his importance. Also, the Duke of Seville, the Count of Cellier. He looked at the note in his hand and read out more than 10 names. These were the noble supporters of removing Brian mentioned at the cabinet meeting. These people also need a thorough investigation. Whether it's women involved in corruption, tax evasion, or even injuries to servants, everything that can be found must be checked. Yes, Your Highness. Joseph then recited a series of neighborhoods and street addresses, saying to Failer, "This is Mara's address." Failer looked puzzled. "Is that Jean-Paul Mara, the stubborn anti-royist?" Joseph nodded. "He's considered one of us for now. You can have your men approach him as informants and give him the dirt they find on the High Court." He had already successfully led Mara, this piranha, toward the High Court to make the prey bleed a little, so the piranha would bite even more fiercely. Paris Court of Appeal. In the judge's lounge on the second floor, Judge Wagner angrily threw a bundle of newspapers in front of an official and shouted, "What are you doing? How did this get past the news review?" The official carefully picked up the newspapers and unfolded them. One was the Paris Commercial Gazette with the headline, "The Harm Caused by Inherited Judges in the Court of Appeal." He frowned and looked at another paper behind it, News and Pictures with the headline, "Discussion on the Authority of the Court of Appeal." He hurriedly explained, "Count Wagner, these articles are fine. I looked at them carefully yesterday. There are some hints or misleading content." But next to Wagner, a judge with a hooked nose frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" The official responsible for news review hesitated and said, "Maybe I can have them change a title." The jigneer with a stern face said, "Your review standards need to be stricter." The official immediately lowered his head and replied, "Yes, sir. I won't let similar articles appear again." Wagner turned to the judge beside him and said, "Let René take some people to the newspaper and find reasons to shut it down." "You're right. I'll tell him now." 2 hours later, over 30 police officers with batons and shields surrounded the front and back doors of the Paris Commercial Gazette. Though called police, these officers were not under the police bureau, but acted like enforcement officers under the court's command. The leader of the enforcement officers, René, with a few men strode into the newspaper office, grabbed a worker and asked sternly, "Who is in charge here?" The worker tremblingly pointed to Denico's office. René pushed him aside and stormed into the office, pointing at Deneau and shouting, "Are you in charge here? Immediately gather everyone in that open space. I am here to conduct a full inspection." Before Deneau could reply, René heard a whistle outside the newspaper. He turned around and saw more than 10 police officers in blue uniforms running in formation. Responding to the whistle, he approached with suspicion and saluted the lead officer. "Are you here to arrest criminals?" The officer glanced at him coldly and said, "What are you doing?" René took out court documents and said, "This newspaper may have illegal items. I am here to search based on orders." The lead officer ignored him and said, "Tell your people to leave the newspaper immediately." René blinked and raised the court documents again. "I'm executing a court order, please." The leading police officer waved his hand, and the officers behind immediately formed 2 lines. The front line pointed explosive proof belts at the police officers from the publishing house. The back line prepared their rifles. René looked at the dark gun barrels, feeling scared and shrinking back, but he still shouted bravely, "What are you trying to do?" The police officer in charge smiled and said, "My job is to prevent anyone from interfering with the newspaper operations. Please leave immediately." René wanted to resist, but then he saw another group of police arrive, surrounding the police at the entrance of the publishing house. His staff usually only searched for banned books and sealed off the newspaper, so they didn't dare to fight the police and huddled together obediently. He quickly nodded and said, all right, we'll leave." Then he, along with dozens of his staff, sheepishly left the newspaper office. Joseph expected that the High Court would use dirty tricks against the newspaper, so he had already warned Besançon. Besançon built a police booth right across from the newspaper and doubled the patrols in nearby streets to ensure the newspaper could keep running normally. After René reported the situation and was scolded by his boss, he had no choice but to bring more police officers to the newspaper. However, they found police already standing outside with guns drawn, blocking the entrance. The next day, several articles from the Paris Commercial and News and Pictures were not approved. So they had to fill the pages with some harmless articles at the last minute. That afternoon, many pamphlets published those unapproved articles along with a commentary titled, "The High Court Tramples on Publishing Freedom." Another pamphlet's headline read, "Shocking Police Violence Breaks into the Publishing House." The real goal is the main content of both pamphlets was exciting and entertaining stories. And since they were very cheap, they sold over 10,000 copies quickly, spreading all over the streets of Paris. 2 days later, after the content of the pamphlets caused a stir, journalists and publishing industry people began protesting outside the High Court, demanding no interference with publishing freedom. The articles in the Paris Commercial had no forbidden content and should have passed the review. Some reporters also started giving speeches on the street, criticizing the High Court for using violence and threatening a perfectly innocent newspaper. The people of Paris have long been very unhappy with the corruption of the High Court. Many gather around the speaker enthusiastically agreeing and discussing, often cheering loudly. Although by law public speeches without approval are forbidden in Paris, the police received orders to ignore any speeches related to the High Court and not interfere. Please subscribe first. The young author is very grateful and will try to add more content today, just hoping for a first subscription. Paris, Saint-Germain District. In a luxurious villa on the east side of Saint-Germain Avenue, a salon is taking place. Madame Valville, the owner of the villa, listens to her guests' philosophical words, occasionally clapping softly in admiration. Servants bring plates of snacks and fruits, placing them in front of each guest, and refill empty wine glasses with expensive wine. After some lively speeches by a few young people, a middle-aged man with messy hair stands up. Before he speaks, he is greeted with cheers. Mr. Mara, we're just waiting to hear your insights. Here comes the main event today. Mr. Mara, your article was so well written. I've read it several times. Everyone, quiet now. Let Mr. Mara speak. Mara smiles and gestures to the crowd, then raises his right hand and speaks loudly. Today I want to talk about the most corrupt and dark place in Paris, the High Court. You've probably heard that just 2 days ago, they ordered police to harass the Paris commercial newspaper without reason and even tried to seize the place. Those maniacs, dirty worms, they use their power of censorship to prevent many articles revealing the truth from being published. They are enemies of freedom. Those self-righteous judges think newspapers and books are toys they can manipulate at will, believing they can control people's thoughts. His speech is sharp and powerful, full of emotion and influence with a contagious energy that is truly formidable. Several people sitting around him nod in agreement and applaud enthusiastically. These are influential journalists in Paris, and Mara is the most authoritative voice among them. After Mara's impressive speech set the tone, the entire salon focused on criticizing the High Court. Lady Valville looked at the reporters with admiration and urged them to write down the entire speech. Milana picked up the wine in front of her, gave a thumbs up to the reporter speaking, then turned to a young reporter sitting on her right with wild hair and sharp eyes, whispering, "Count Demoulin, my old friend, we haven't seen each other in a long time." Count Demoulin nodded respectfully. "Yes, it's been over half a year since I last saw you. I've wanted to visit you, but I was afraid of disturbing you." Milana smiled. "You know, you're always welcome. By the way, I remember you worked as a judge at the High Court for a few years." Right Demoulin's face re-ended a bit, and he said angrily, "Yes, that's true. As you said, that place was dirty. I couldn't stand it, so I resigned and became a reporter. My father always scolds me whenever we meet." Milana lowered her voice slightly. "You must know a lot about the corruption of those judges." Right Demoulin replied, "I know a lot. I even have some evidence." Milana's eyes lit up and she said, "Seriously, we need to be brave like soldiers and expose their crimes to the people." Demoulin nodded earnestly. "I'll follow your advice. Oh, I also have some friends who used to work at the court. They must want to do something, too." Just 1 day later, many reports from Demoulin's apartment were sent to newspapers across Paris. Unlike previous articles that analyzed the pros and cons of the court system or criticized court interference with press freedom, this time the articles contained real cases. They detailed cases of high court judges involved in corruption and bribe-taking, causing many tragedies. The descriptions were clear, and the language was very provocative, clearly written by someone with experience. Such content couldn't be published in regular newspapers, but the team making pamphlets saw it as a treasure and started printing overnight. Of course, some brave newspapers, like a small paper called Paris Morning News, directly published these cases without going through censorship. By early the next morning, thousands of pamphlets exposing the dirty deeds of high court judges were circulating all over Paris. Real stories often resonate more with readers than theories or policy analyses, especially when they involve the tragic fate of victims, which enrages many Parisians. The French people's natural protest skills were quickly activated. Soon, led by some reporters, hundreds of citizens gathered outside the Court of Appeal, loudly shouting and protesting. Some brave individuals threw dirt and waste into the court's walls. After a while, the citizens noticed that police only patrolled around the court and did not interfere with the protesters. Gradually, more people joined and the crowd grew larger. Women formed a logistics team distributing bread and water, which attracted homeless people to join the protest. Street speeches also increased, with speakers even receiving prepared scripts written by Marot, full of stirring words that made the audience shout excitedly. At the corner of 7th Street, a man in a dark gray coat looked troubled as he shook his head at a chubby man nearby. Not far away, a passionate voice caught their attention. "Not those so-called judges. Fairness and morality are just coins. Miss Angel's inheritance was shamelessly awarded to that villain." While she was driven out into the cold snow, they glanced at a few police chatting nearby and curiously moved closer to the speaker. The speech continued, but even so, according to that upside-down verdict, she still owed a larceny to that villain. Do you know her fate? She died of exhaustion at age 23 in the laundry room of the technical college, covered in frostbite. The man in the gray coat felt a surge of anger in his chest. He clenched the script in his pocket and said to the chubby man, "I've decided. I will rehearse this play when I get back." The chubby man nodded passionately. "So, it will be performed at the French Comedy Theater next Wednesday." "No," the man in gray replied. "It's a free street performance so more people can see it. I'll cover the costs." He was the director of a theater troupe that had previously collaborated with the Paris Commercial Gazette on the play Breaking the Sky when he had just discussed adapting a novel into a play with the newspaper. Deneau gave him a script about an Ottoman judge taking bribes, which was a subtle critique of the Paris Court of Appeal. He originally didn't want to take this project, fearing censorship, but after hearing the speech, he decided to become a brave fighter. Moreover, acting in this play earned the chance to sign a one-year contract to adapt the novel into a play for the Paris Commercial Gazette. Thank you to the respected Mr. Autumn 9 for the generous tip of 10,000 points to Tian High Mountain, the author's name. Your kindness has given me warm support and encouragement. Tian High Mountain is very grateful and will work hard to update more. I will also add more for you later. In the police station inside the intelligence team office, Fuchsia frowned with cold, deadfish eyes, staring at several leaders of the intelligence team. His voice was hoarse as he said, "This is disgrace. It's simply shameful." The team members lowered their heads in grievance, too afraid to reply. Fuchsia carefully said, "I'll give you 10 more days. If you still can't find anything useful, I'll bring in some reporters to take your places." "Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand," they replied in unison. They were truly helpless. After much effort, they managed to find some clues about High Court judges' secret information and excitedly handed the informant to Mala. But unexpectedly, Mala smiled and handed the informant a small booklet. Their so-called big discovery was already printed inside, and it was even more detailed than what they found. By the next day, it was known all over Paris. They simply couldn't understand why these reporters were faster at uncovering information than their professional intelligence agents. The team members could only secretly decide to gather important intelligence that would shock these reporters and redeem their pride. Fuchsia left angrily. The senior members of the intelligence team immediately whispered among themselves, "I've connected with Wagnier's maid and does mistress. What about you?" "My team got the password to the Wagner family safe and managed to infiltrate 2 people, but didn't get a chance to act. I copied all the letters from those judges." "Do you want to see my informant can access the court's document storage? If that doesn't work, we can steal the files." Paris High Court. In the conference room hall, Judge Vijayjir's words were repeatedly interrupted by the protests outside. He angrily rushed to the window and shouted down, "Can't you be quieter, you uncultured bunch!" Suddenly, a protester with enormous strength threw a fist-sized stone that almost shattered the third-floor window. The Viscount of Wedge was startled and quickly stepped back from the meeting table, frowning as he shouted, "What are those police doing? Why haven't they arrested the rears?" Yet a melancholy judge sitting on the left covered his ears with his hand and said, "The key is those booklets. They are inciting hatred against the High Court. Without them, the crowd will disperse quickly." Wedgie nodded slowly but looked very confused. "Viscount Dipwar, isn't it true that these booklets are controlled by the person at the royal palace? Why are they attacking the High Court?" "Who knows?" Dipwar replied. "Maybe we should go ask him for answers." Next to them, a judge with a hooked nose said in a deep voice, "You go to the royal palace. I'll go to the police station. These police just know to slack off. I'm about to go crazy with these troublemakers." Soon a few carriages amid the boos of protesting crowds awkwardly left the High Court and headed in 2 different directions. In the study of the royal palace, Duke Orange looked at the 2 middle-aged men in front of him and asked, "So, what do you think?" The judge from the High Court had just left, explaining how the court had recently been under heavy public pressure and asking him for ideas. He knew that recently uncontrolled booklets had flooded the market, and it was time to fight back. So he immediately called in his 2 most capable writers to discuss a plan. A man with a prominent nose, somewhat resembling an Italian, flipped through a booklet and hesitated. "My Lord Duke, honestly, these stories are very attractive. I mean, ordinary people who lack experience would find them quite interesting." A handsome man with blue eyes continued, "And they are very cheap. I heard one costs only 1 shilling and 5 pence. It even has 5 illustrations." So Duke Orange nodded. "I need you to write something more exciting quickly to overshadow these booklets. As for the price, you don't need to worry." As an expert in controlling public opinion, he knew that a 16-page booklet with 5 illustrations would normally cost 5 to 6 shillings. But to regain influence, he could only sell it for 1 shilling and 5p based on how many of those booklets had appeared. He estimated at least 10,000 copies had been sold. That meant to match those sales, he would have to lose 3,000 to 4,000 levers a day. Duke Orleans frowned. He could afford this money, but who was behind all this? Why would they spend so much to fight the High Court? Could it be Brian? He showed a cold smile, wanting to challenge me with public opinion. Well, let's see what you've got. Winnie hurried to the town hall and headed straight to the police station, but was told by a clerk that the police director had gone to Brittany to buy police equipment. Brittany is far on the west coast of France, and a round trip takes at least half a month. When he helplessly asked, "What about the assistant to the police director?" the clerk respectfully replied, "He also went to Brittany." Y was furious. Who is in charge here now? The police director didn't say. Feeling frustrated, Wayne had no choice but to return to his carriage, planning to find the police commissioner in the Louvre district. However, when he arrived at the Louvre police station, he was told that Mr. Alden, the police commissioner, took all the main officers to training at the Paris Police Academy. The next day, Wanny hurried to the Paris police station and learned that Alden had gone to a training ground in the southern suburbs, more than 10 km away. For 3 days, he kept searching for Alden, but never found him. Finally, he decided to send some police officers from the nearby Saint-Germain district to disperse the protesters outside the High Court. The Saint-Germain police commissioner was willing to help, but said he needed a cross-regional order from the police director to act. Malibo looked out the carriage window as the scenery sped past, unconsciously rubbing his cane and frowning. Honestly, he didn't want to participate in today's meeting. He had already heard about the previous cabinet meeting and knew that Crown Prince and Brian were on the same side. He had even attended a recent protest against Brian. So, what was there to talk about with the Crown Prince? But Mr. Devant insisted that this meeting was very important and repeatedly urged him to come. Although his relationship with Devant was only average, Devant was backed by some influential politicians and was the president of the French Chamber of Commerce. He managed many workshops and shops, relying heavily on the chamber for business, so he couldn't afford to offend Devant. Child of divine favor, he chuckled and shook his head. No matter how talented, he was just a 13-year-old boy. Was Brian trying to use his identity to negotiate terms? The carriage jolted for a long time before finally stopping at a large workshop in St. Anton. When Morapo got out of the carriage, he immediately smelled a strong chemical odor. He looked up and saw a large boiling pot bigger than a stone mill, emitting yellow-white fog that covered half the workshop. In front of a shed was a big square water tank with several wooden sticks hanging over it and some wooden planks crossing between them. More than 10 workers, their arms swollen and red from chemicals, were carefully lifting something out of the water and placing it on a tall wooden rack nearby, then returning to stir the water. Morapo pinched his nose and frowned. What was Prince Wang thinking? Why choose a paper-making workshop as the meeting place? While he was thinking this, a middle-aged man with a big nose and wearing a black short coat approached warmly, patting his chest and greeting him. "Oh, Count Morapo, I'm glad to see you here. The smell is a bit strong, but I believe you'll like this place soon." Morapo smiled brightly and nodded politely. "I'm also happy to meet you, Mr. Dupont." He took a few steps closer and lowered his voice. And that person, Dupont, led him around the large water tank and pointed to a wooden rack covered in fog. "The prince has been waiting for you." Only then did Morapo see a teenage boy standing on a wooden platform, clearly dressed differently from the others. He made a face and with his chubby legs quickly walked over, bowing to the boy. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness." Dupont quickly introduced, "Your Highness, this is Count Morapo." Joseph turned to look at Morapo, one of the creators of the French National Assembly during the Great Revolution, a key politician in the influential council, leader among the capitalist aristocrats, and also a crucial figure in dealing with the High Court. He jumped down from the wooden platform and tipped his hat to Morapo. "Oh, excellent. You finally arrived, Count Morapo." The workers around, separated by plainclothes guards, didn't hear their conversation. Curious, Morapo asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing here studying papermaking?" Joseph smiled. "Would you like to see?" Morapo spread his hands. "Oh, you brought me all the way here on a long carriage ride just to study paper making." "Yes, that's one of the topics we want to discuss." "You know, I'm not really interested in paper making," Morapo said with a smile, then added, "Why don't you just tell me? Are you here representing Archbishop Brian?" "Of course not. He doesn't know why I'm talking to you," Joseph said. "Seriously, I am here to make friends with you." Malbo nodded quickly and said, "Yes, you are my most respected friend." Then he changed the subject. "Of course, the Duke of Orleans and the Duke of Seville are also my friends, so I can't." "No, I think you're mistaken. They're your enemies." Malibo was stunned and thought, "Your way of making friends is too poor." He shook his head quickly and said, No, our relationship is very good." Joseph calmly said, "They are old nobles. You are a capital noble. You are natural enemies." "What capital noble?" Joseph explained. "The old nobles are those who own large lands and estates, mainly earning from grain and land rent. And capital nobles like you mainly have wealth from industry or trade, earning money through profits." Malibo nodded, seeming to have heard similar theories before, but we are still friends. Your conflict is about labor and environmental needs. Joseph said, the old nobles need labor to farm, hoping to have many estates and only a few cities for their enjoyment, while capital nobles want labor to work in workshops or drive merchant ships, hoping for more cities and only a few estates for grain production. Your conflict is irreconcilable. The old nobles hinder your development, and you want to destroy the old nobles' paradise. Malibo was again stunned and shook his head instinctively. No, Joseph smiled and said, I know you are now forming alliances to gain more power. Malbo was startled and hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's not like that. Joseph interrupted him with a smile. Suppose you overthrow the royal family, which is impossible. Just imagine what do you think will happen next. What a fierce battle between the old and new nobles. No peace, no end. Joseph thought to himself, I have studied history. After the great chaos, you all slaughtered the old nobles until there was nothing left. Malibo fell silent. He carefully analyzed in his mind and found that, as Crown Prince said, without a king, both sides would inevitably fight until one side completely loses strength and power. Seeing his expression soften, Joseph began to plan ideas. The royal family always needs nobles to help govern the country. To the royal family, old and new nobles are just different ways of development. Morabo whispered nervously, I really don't understand what you're talking about. Joseph replied, only the royal family can remove the obstacles faced by the noble capitalists. Joseph thought to himself, of course, you can also rely on the bourgeoisie to make changes. But can I tell you something really? For example, the royal family can introduce the company law. This law would specify who can be the company's representative, someone authorized to act on behalf of the company. It also covers how companies are created, split, and merged. It explains how shares are issued, distributed, and transferred, and the scope and responsibility of company debts. A series of modern company concepts which made Morabo's eyes widen. These are common knowledge now, but during the early Industrial Revolution, they were advanced and valuable experiences. As a representative of the noble capitalists, Morabo valued industrial development highly and was aware of France's challenges in this area. If such a law existed now, factory productivity across France would greatly improve. Joseph glanced at his expression and continued, there's also the patent law. For example, if you design an efficient machine or a popular fashion item, and you haven't made much money yet, someone might copy it. Over time, people become less willing to innovate and instead focus on lowering costs of existing industries, which ultimately makes everyone less profitable. But if there was a patent law, once you apply for a patent for your invention, others would have to pay to use it or face heavy penalties. Morabo's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. He wanted to invest in improving his workshop's technology, but hesitated, worried about benefiting others unfairly. With a patent law, he could quickly boost his competitiveness and even surpass those British. Joseph continued, offering more tempting ideas, and there's also the financial law, contract law, and others. After explaining these laws, he looked at Morabo and asked, do you think the old nobility would support the introduction of these laws? Before Morabo could answer, Joseph said first no, it would only be pushed forward by the royal family, and then these laws could be quickly established to help France's industries develop rapidly. Joseph saw Morabo deep in thought, knowing the moment was right, and then began to speak seriously. Let's talk again about the tax bill. Mibo immediately became alert. Your Highness, you know that the nobles are united in their attitude toward the bill. Joseph said firmly. Actually, in this matter, you have been used by the old nobility. Morabo smiled and waved his hand. Your Highness, how can that be? Joseph casually picked up a small stick from nearby used for stirring pulp and said, may I ask, how much land do you own? Morabo was a bit surprised, but still answered, over 10 acres in Paris and 40 acres in Reis. Joseph nodded. Do you know how much land the Duke of Orleans owns? Not exactly, but at least 5,000 acres or so, and estates probably around a dozen. Exactly. The core of the tax bill is land tax. Joseph raised the small stick in his hand. For example, this is the size of land you own. Land tax hardly affects you. He pointed to a support pole of a paper drying rack about as tall as a child's waist. But that is the land size of old nobles like the Duke of Orleans, and they are the ones mainly responsible for paying land tax. That's also why they strongly oppose the tax bill. But you, as a capital noble, are also caught up with them, fighting against the bill and putting in a lot of effort, but only to protect their interests. Morabo was silent for a moment. He knew the Crown Prince was right, but he quickly retorted. Stamp duty is also increased in the bill, which greatly affects commerce and industry. Stamp duty is a tax levied when signing contracts or submitting documents. Joseph smiled. As one of the leaders of the Noble Assembly, you must have read the bill. The stamp duty rate is very low. In fact, its main purpose is for the government to act as a notary for contracts. When they revised the bill last time, he had already lowered the stamp duty rate to attract capital nobles. DuPont saw Mirabeau hesitating and couldn't help but say, Count Meebo, clearly the tax bill is beneficial for the national treasury. We have no reason to oppose it. And Your Highness also promised that once the bill passes, he will restart negotiations on the Eden Treaty and significantly raise tariffs. DuPont strongly opposed the Eden Treaty. So after Joseph told him he could modify the treaty, he immediately reached an agreement with the Crown Prince. Although he had little political influence, he could sway wealthy nobles like Mirabeau, so he helped arrange this meeting. Mirabeau looked at Joseph and asked, "Are you sure the British will accept this?" Joseph nodded. "I've spoken with the British ambassador. France will raise tariffs on industrial goods to 25, while the UK will lower tariffs on alcohol to below 10. Mirabeau's eyes widened. "Impossible. How did you persuade the British? That's a story for later. But I can assure you the new treaty will be signed. If you're still worried, you can check with the British side." As an important political figure, Mirabeau surely has channels to get news from Britain. Finally, Mirabeau started to waver. He knew that with the current tariffs, France's industries would collapse within 2 years. At that point, his own industries would also face disaster. If he could use tax laws that wouldn't affect him much to get the Eden Treaty renewed, and also implement the laws on companies and patents the Crown Prince mentioned earlier, it would be very worthwhile. He bowed to Joseph and said, "Your Highness, this involves many people. I need to discuss it with Viscount Daco and Viscount P. These were key representatives of the wealthy nobles at the meeting." Based on what the Crown Prince just said, he believed he had a good chance to persuade them to change their stance. "Of course, I look forward to your reply." Joseph smiled and nodded, then gestured to the paper pulp pool beside him. "Now that the serious matters are settled, we can finally talk about papermaking." Mirabeau was a bit surprised. "You mean papermaking?" "Yes." Joseph said, "I mentioned this when you first arrived." But Joseph led him to the large cooking tanks and asked the worker guarding them, "Please tell Count Mirabeau what's being cooked in this pot." The worker respectfully bowed and replied, "What, sir?" Mirabeau looked at Joseph in surprise. "You said you wanted to make paper." Joseph nodded. "That's the first step. Once the wood is boiled down, we can make paper, and it's with a new technique I developed." Mirabeau found it hard to believe you can make paper from wood. He has some knowledge of paper making. Usually the raw materials are old cloth, linen, and sometimes bark fibers. "Yes, willow and pine wood," Joseph indicated outside the workshop, "just cut down this morning." He turned to the worker nearby and asked, "How long has this pot been boiling?" The worker looked at his watch. 6 and 12 hours, sir. It should be ready by now." Joseph wasn't entirely sure as he had only seen the process of wood paper making in documentaries. He then instructed the workers, "Please pour out the pulp, filter it, and bleach it. Just use the same method as before." "Yes, sir." 7 or 8 workers gathered around, lifted the large boiling pot onto a wooden frame, removed the lid, and poured the boiling yellow liquid into a square stone trough. Mirabeau watched the liquid in surprise. Unable to believe that it could be turned into this, the workers began removing debris from the water using various tools. Some carefully brought a small bottle of chlorine bleach and slowly dripped it into the trough while stirring constantly. Next, they added a lot of water to the pulp, stirred, and filtered through a series of complex steps, working for over half an hour. Before the pulp cooled completely, another group of workers arrived with square sieves, soaked them in the pulp, and gently shook them out. When Mirabeau saw the thin membrane at the bottom of the sieve, his heart skipped a beat. If this method could truly produce paper, it would be revolutionary. Compared to traditional raw materials like old cloth and linen, what is practically free, and the cost of paper would drop significantly. This means that this new paper-making technology could dominate the European paper market. The author humbly asked for your subscription. "Your support is my greatest motivation. I am very grateful. Once I recover my health in the next few days, I will add updates regularly to thank everyone for your support." The paper workers lifted the paper frame, which is the sieve placed on a rack, surrounded by several small furnaces to increase the temperature. After another half hour, a craftsman carefully removed the paper frame and gently peeled off the dried paper, respectfully handing it to Joseph. "Sir, look, it's dry now. According to the normal drying process, it would take at least half a day. Using high heat now is just to impress Mirabeau." Joseph rubbed the paper in his hand. It was very fragile, thick, and uneven inside. The quality was quite poor, but it was definitely paper made from wood. He handed the paper to Mirabeau and said regretfully, "My craftsman and I are trying this new technique for the first time, so the finished product isn't very good." However, he was not in a hurry. Paper making relies heavily on experience. The amount of additives, boiling time and temperature, bleaching, drying skills, all require repeated trials to find the best method to produce acceptable paper. Once the correct technique is understood, developing a mature process is just a matter of time. Mirabeau looked excitedly at the paper, clearly understanding what it meant. Just the French paper market alone was worth millions of levers. Exported across Europe, it could reach a market worth at least tens of millions. It was also foreseeable that the paper-making technology in any European country was much more expensive than wood-based paper, making it impossible to prevent the dumping of wood paper. Seeing his excited expression, Joseph smiled and said, "Using my method, we can reduce the price to about 13 of current paper prices. Of course, we don't have to sell that low. Selling at 23 of the market price will leave us more profit." Marabo caught the word "we" and looked eagerly at the Crown Prince. Joseph deliberately made him wait a few seconds before saying, "As you can see, to expand this new technology on a large scale, it requires significant investment and effort. I can't do it alone. Therefore, I want to invite you and your friends to invest together so we can quickly build many paper workshops and dominate the market. This paper-making technology will be considered my share." "That's wonderful." Marabo's eyes shone with joy as he stroked his cane thoughtfully. "So how much of the shares do you plan to take?" "About 20. Since the paper-making technology was meant to win over influential figures, Joseph wouldn't ask for too much. Marabo understood this was the Crown Prince offering a concession and immediately smiled brightly. "You were so generous. I think we should set a time to discuss the investment with Viscount Daco and Viscount P and everyone else." "Oh, in the tax legislation." Joseph nodded with a smile. "I fully agree with your suggestion." After confirming the time and place for the meeting, Marabo eagerly returned to Paris to meet with his political allies on the carriage. He couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Your Highness, can you tell me how those woods are turned into liquid? Some chemicals are added." Joseph smiled as he closed the carriage door. He naturally wouldn't tell him now that it was just sulfur dioxide. Knowledge is simple to explain, but without guidance it might take half a century before papermaking from wood was developed. The next day, Marabo brought 3 nobles to Joseph's papermaking workshop. To prevent leaks, Joseph had already bought this small workshop. "Your Highness, this is Viscount Daco, and this is as Marabo introduced them." The 3 bowed to Joseph one after another. Soon another carriage arrived. Archbishop Brian stepped out. In a humble old workshop, the Crown Prince sat on a paper drying rack. The Chief Minister and Count Meebo sat on a cart carrying paper while others leaned against the shed, beginning a meeting that concerned France's future. The negotiations went smoothly. Brian promised to work with the Crown Prince to promote laws like the company law and patent law and to lower some stamp taxes. Joseph reaffirmed that he would restart trade talks between Britain and France within 2 months and resign the Eden Treaty with the agreed tariffs. Marabo and others assured they would persuade their influential colleagues to support the tax laws since the powerful noble families behind the High Court controlled the influential council. This meant their representatives in court would no longer block the tax laws. The longest and most enthusiastic discussion was about establishing a papermaking company. The final agreement was that 5 people excluding Joseph would invest a total of 3.6 million libras to build large paper factories in Saint Anton, Lyon, and Bordeaux, aiming to meet France's paper needs within 6 months. They planned to increase investment and expand production to export, aiming to capture the entire European market. Joseph would provide the technology, holding 20 of the shares, while the others would share the remaining 80 based on their investments. However, Joseph, in order to take care of the many papermaking workshops in France, specifically asked the company to provide pulp to other workshops for downstream processing so they could make a living. After everything was discussed, everyone was very happy. Brian was the first to stand up and say goodbye. Half an hour later, Marabo and others also left. On the street opposite the Paris High Court, a wooden platform about 6 or 7 m square was built. The platform was surrounded by dark gray curtains. About 200 or 300 people crowded below, watching the performance on the stage with full attention. When the villain playing Judge Osman, greedy and misled by greed, ate a poisoned cake and cried out in pain before dying, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Someone turned around and pointed to the distant High Court, shouting, "Did you see that? That's the fate of shameless, corrupt officials. You should all be like that, too. Rats and worms like you dare to come out." In the meeting hall on the 3rd floor of the High Court, several judges heard the music stop, and they all sighed in relief, refocusing their attention on the meeting table. Versailles, with a look of disdain, threw the pile of documents in front of him forward and snorted coldly. "There's nothing to review. No matter how Brian changes it, this thing can't be registered." He was referring to the new tax law bill Brian submitted earlier that morning. Dort and a judge with a pointed chin and constantly surprised eyes looked at each other, then slowly opened their copies of the bill and said calmly, "I think we should discuss it further. Perhaps we will reach a different conclusion." "What do you want to discuss?" Vizienne turned around, looking at Dort with surprise and suspicion. "There's no need for debate on this bill. The conclusion can only be to reject registration." Dibort gestured toward the dense protesting crowd outside the window. Director, please listen to their voices. Maybe we should make some changes on this matter. The judge sitting opposite him with dark circles covering half his face, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, yawned, and nodded. I think this matter needs a conclusion. Adjustments to the bill's clauses can still be discussed. Last night he barely slept because every little while someone threw stones at his villa. Several glass panes broke, and the women and children in the house cried all night. On his way to the High Court this morning, citizens filled the rooftops on both sides of the street, shouting insults and throwing tiles at his carriage. The coachman's hands were hurt. Now he no longer cared about the legality of the bill. He just hoped the troublemakers would leave quickly so his home could be peaceful again. After De Peers started speaking, he immediately felt like supporting him. A shorter judge nearby nodded slightly without thinking. A judge with a hooked nose standing next to Wedgie frowned and asked, "Do you want us to listen to those commoners outside and make things difficult for all decent people? If the bill is good, decent people shouldn't oppose it," said another judge who always looked surprised, giving De Peer a look. De Peer closed the bill document in front of him and looked around. If no one wants to discuss the details of the bill, let's just vote. Wedgie looked at the two men and said coldly, "Do you know what you're talking about? Rejecting this bill is the consensus among all the nobles. There's no need for a vote. It's not a consensus." De Peer shook his head. "Please, the important officials and members of parliament should vote." The important officials are the core judges inside the High Court's decision-making body. There are 6 of them with great power to decide most court matters. De Peer raised his hand first. "I think the tax bill can be approved." The always surprised judge also raised his hand. "I agree." The judge with dark circles hesitated, remembering that the High Court had almost become a symbol of corruption and evil. When even the technician refused to serve him the day before yesterday, he slowly raised his hand too. 3 of the key officials opposed, and the mood in the meeting room suddenly changed. The short judge, overwhelmed by the protesters, looked around nervously. Just as he was about to raise his hand, Wedge suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "I will never allow this bill to be approved." He pointed at the dark-circled judge and shouted, "Count Weyer, who supported you to become the chief judge. Are you going to betray them?" Then he looked at the shortest judge and said, "Viscount Ola, I must remind you of Duke Agen's attitude toward the bill." As the president of the High Court, Viscount Vaney held significant authority. His few words caused Judge Aller to shiver and hurriedly withdraw his hand. Meanwhile, Judge Wadeye struggled, moving his hand back and forth several times, unsure of what to do. De Burr also stood up angrily and protested, "I object. Count Veggie, you're threatening the freedom of voting." Vaney finally waited for Wadeye to lower his hand back onto the table, then ignored De Burr. With a dark face, he waved his hand and declared, "That's enough for today." Court dismissed, Royal Palace. Duke of Orleans frowned as he looked at a small magazine-like booklet in his hand. He shook his head and said, "Count Lacre, this is too little. You need to give me at least 3,000 words of writing to boost sales." Standing in front of him, Lacre grimaced and said, "Your Grace, I really can't do more. I stayed up all night to write this." He looked at a man nearby who resembled an Italian and said, "Mr. Brizo hasn't even submitted his work." The Duke of Orleans grabbed a thick booklet beside him, his voice angry, and said, "But their novels are over 7,000 words. If this continues, who will buy our publications?" Elroy and Bissot were both very frustrated. They were considered excellent novelists of their time, especially Elroy, who once became famous across Paris with his book Dangerous Liaison, inspiring many French writers to add dangerous or liaison to their titles to ride his popularity. This time he had prepared a wonderful novel for the Duke of Orleans booklet, but his writing speed couldn't keep up. Normally, he could write about 3,000 words a week, which was his limit. Now, the Duke wanted him to finish that amount in 3 days. Impossible. He couldn't understand why the person with the pen names Silkworm and Potato or Octopus and Water could easily write over 7,000 words every 3 days. Did they not need to think in recent days? Lacre began to doubt his own talent. As for Brizo, he had already given up and was considering changing careers. The Duke of Orleans knew he had lost control of public opinion. The increasing protests outside the High Court proved it, but he was powerless to fight back. Just as he was feeling annoyed and troubled, the butler knocked and announced, "Sir, Mr. Alexis has arrived. He says it's an important matter." Duke of Orleans was surprised. Alexis was a close confidant of Judge Vizaner. What could possibly be happening at the High Court? After listening to Alexis speak in the study, he was suddenly shocked. Someone had voted in favor of the tax law and it was registered. This was crazy. The High Court, once seen as the strongest fortress against royal power, was now showing cracks. He hurriedly ordered the steward to summon the members of the noble meeting to the royal palace, Versailles Palace. Joseph carefully opened and signed letter and read it closely. The letter was short. It described the voting process on the tax law at the High Court today. Although it nearly passed, Versailles as the court president used his influence to block it. At the end, they said they would keep trying. Joseph frowned. He didn't expect that even after gaining the overall advantage, the noble group would abandon their dignity and rely on the court president's position to hold back the law. But the court president election was still 2 years away, and he didn't have that much time. He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking quickly. So at this moment, he must remove Versailles, this stumbling block.